His name is Ji-Fi, the last survivor and the one who reached the pinnacle of human strength. In the final battle against the demon lord Tataus, he failed, marking the end of humanity's existence. However, Ji-Fi inadvertently received a chance to return 10 years into the past, but in exchange, he must become a slave to the gods, beings he utterly loathes. And so he gritted his teeth and accepted their offer of regression, vowing to become stronger than he was in his previous life, determined to save humanity and take revenge on all those so-called gods. Beneath a sky ablaze, the roars of monsters echoed across the land. Atop a towering mountain, a pillar of light pierced the inky blackness as fresh blood dripped from a sharp blade, mingling with the ashes of battle. Well done, last of humanity. Sharp claws extended, reflecting the red glow of the burning earth. But no matter, with this, victory will surely be mine. The demon sword pierced the young man's chest, its evil power igniting a gut-wrenching pain. The sword in his hand cracked and shattered, blood welled up in his throat, spilling from his lips. The demon blade pierces deep, relentlessly burning flesh and blood, spreading pain and the despair of a world's end. It has been a year since humanity's defeat against the demons. Most humans were killed, and the few survivors were captured, stripped of their consciousness and turned into hosts to produce new monsters. And I, the last of humanity, fought until this very moment. Before me, the demon lord Tartaros, ruler of darkness, destroyer of humanity, spoke in a deep voice. You look like you're in a lot of pain, don't you? Let me give you a hand. Dark halos wrapped around my body and everything slowed down, time stretching out grotesquely. I've slowed down time so we can have a longer chat. The demon lord approached, eyes blazing like twin infernal pits. Human. No, Joe, I remember your name. You're the only one who's bothered me for so long. While the others see this war as hopeless, your persistence is admirable. You deserve a compliment, his voice deep and commanding. Those who give up the fight out of fear are nothing but trash. I never gave those weaklings a second thought, but you are different. The demon lord paused, a cruel smile spreading across his face. You have reached the pinnacle of humanity, a true warrior, and for that, I will grant you an opportunity. He reached out his hand, an invitation of immense power. Serve me, Jeffer, and together we shall conquer this world and others. Even if it's the land of the gods, we'll destroy it all and take it for ourselves. He chuckled softly. The goat looked up at the figure before him, a mocking smirk on his face. Ha, really? Do you really think I would accept that? The demon lord replied matter-of-factly. The ram smirked. The offer wasn't bad, but it was nonsense. The battle had shattered his body beyond repair. Even if this body were to recover, it would never be the same. What is he trying to do? Give him a chance? This isn't an offer, it's just another way for him to see me beg for my life. My friends, my loved ones, how can I beg a man who's taken everything from me? Jeffer's hand trembled slightly as he reached out to the demon lord, and Tartaros smiled wickedly, thinking he was being clever. I'm a terrible person, she always told me, and you need to stop cursing. But since I could no longer hear her voice, she placed an interesting spell on me. His hand firmly grasped the demon lord's. The demon lord senses something amiss, power amassing in Jeffrey's arm. If I do this with my hand, my body will explode with power, its influence reaching far beyond this realm. This is my answer to your proposal. The demon lord Tartaros. Jeffrey's eyes are full of provocation, so shut your mouth, you son of a bitch. Energy explodes like a bomb. Blinding light erupts, and the sky is engulfed in flames. The demon lord's figure is blurred behind the immense heat, his eyes wide, and the arm held by the goat is charred. What's wrong with my hand? What's happening to my hand? Disbelief filled the demon lord's eyes, his face contorted, veins bulging and teeth grinding. He roared, cold sweat pouring down his face. He glared at the half-demon figure before him, trembling with rage. Jeffer, you wretch! How dare you disrespect me like this? Damn humans. He struck Fair and his burning body shattered into pieces. And so, the final battle came to an end. I could not avenge my loved ones, nor could I save humanity as I'd hoped. Everything ended in vain, or at least it should have. His fingertips trembled slightly. Jay opened his eyes. What is this confusion? Am I not dead? He sat up and checked his body. Something was off. My wounds have healed, and my armor is intact, but where am I? He looks around, seeing statues of gods and a cathedral. How could there be a cathedral here? He chuckled wryly. Of course there is. This is the afterlife, after all. So this must be hell. A voice suddenly echoes. This isn't hell, but the lowest level of the temple where the gods reside. From the main hall, a sphere of light appears, and an angel emerges from the void. Defer warily reaches behind him, his eyes widening as he realizes he can't summon his sword. The angel speaks. There's no need to be surprised, Defer. I am Mercedes, a high-ranking angel and the spokesperson for the gods. She announces that he is dead, and normally he would be sent straight to hell. However, due to the request of the three great gods, we've decided to send you back to the past. Jeffer doesn't understand what this means. The angel explained, we're sending you back with your memories intact, giving you a chance to change the future. Of course, not only will you retain your memories, but also your abilities, physique, strength, magic, and skills. The angel added, since you've reached the pinnacle of humanity, I'm sure you'll quickly return. Jeffer was silent for a moment, wondering if he was dreaming. Tartaros couldn't create illusions? Is this an illusion before death? He gasps. Huh? Joe asks why he's being given a second chance, and the angel senses Jeffer's doubt. It seems you don't trust us. I understand. If you want something that can prove it, Jeffer refuses. No, I believe you, or rather, I agree. What is it you want in return? Why would you give me this chance for free? What do you want from me in return? As everyone around me died in the battle against the demons, the gods severed all ties with this world when I desperately begged for help. They rejected all pleas and refused offerings. Furthermore, they stripped priests of their divine power, leaving them unable to heal, leading to the rapid collapse of the human army. Once they see there's nothing left to exploit, they'll abandon this world, so there's no reason these schemers would give me such a chance. The angel replied, I understand. To answer your question, I'll tell you what the gods are thinking right now. The angel opened her blue eyes. Show us something even more interesting. Zephyr's face darkened, his teeth clenched. You see, the angel explained, the gods have been watching you since your tragic end. A human with your tenacity, single-handedly facing the world's destruction, is a rare thing indeed. And 5 years of relentless fighting against the demon's mighty army, frankly, watching you was well worth it. Jay's eyes hardened as the angel continued. Many gods regretted seeing your world end so quickly. Do you remember? Follow the flow of time, and fortune will favor you. The reason the gods decided to give you another chance, despite the possible consequences, is because of that lightning-fast path of light. The goat poured power into his fist and unleashed a long-range punch at the angel, yelling, You bastards think this is fun? So we're all fighting for our lives just for your amusement? Just because we're worth watching? The angel calmly raises her hand and fires a beam of light as a giant foot appears from nowhere, crushing Jeffer, forcing him to bend over. The ground trembles violently. The giant foot imprints on the earth, but the angel remains unaffected. She approached Jeffer, who was pinned to the ground. The gods are watching, so try to be a little more polite. She leans down slightly as if he's misunderstood. Let me make things clear. The only thing the gods are interested in is you. They never cared about common creatures like humans. Jeff's chin is gripped as she reaches out, proving her worth. That's the only way he can get what he wants. Just like humans and other similar beings, nothing in this world is free. Jeff gave a cold, unsympathetic snort as the angel retracted her massive foot. Then her eyes glazed over, sensing an entity. No, it's a god who desperately wants him back for another reason. The demon frowned in confusion as a destructive sound echoed. With one hand, the demon lord lifted the pillar he'd just torn out. How much longer must I wait? Come out so I can speak with the manager. The guardian angels trembled. Please, don't do that. We're processing your request now. And the demon lord roared, Silence! Ah, Lord of the Devils, who conquered 10 worlds defeated by a lowly human? Ridiculous. That's impossible. Do something to stop it from happening to me. I told you I'd take responsibility for whatever happened after that. All of this was witnessed by G through a mirror. What is this madman doing? The angel says, Demon Lord Tartarus, god of destruction, you have destroyed 10 worlds, including his. His goal is to destroy all worlds, and he is the undefeated god of war. A being that can never be defeated by anyone. But because of you, that record has changed. Do you know how much you shattered his pride? Joe frowned. What? Just for that reason? This pathetic wretch, through the angel's transmission, desires another battle to claim his own victory. So, Joe, what do you say? Joe smirks, clenching his fist. Well, the answer is obvious. If he wants to die, then I'll grant him his wish. The Celestial has begun the time reversal, so now I'll begin my transformation. Though the timing is uncertain, he'll have ample time to regain his strength, and the gods have granted him their support. You will receive it as a perk for regression. Check it after you return. A magic circle blazes around Jeffer. Though this chance comes from those loathsome gods, a chance is a chance. I'll use this chance to avenge myself against the demon lord Tartarus and those gods who look down on humanity. The angel announces that the coordinates have been set, and final confirmation from the constellation in the space-time intersection is complete. Now I hope for the best for you, Jur. and that you'll satisfy us all." The halo turned into a whirlwind, soaring into the void, accompanied by faint light and distant sounds. "Boss, boss," he stopped breathing. The other boss cursed, "Shut your mouth." "Hey, wake up, wake up." Zephyr's eyes snap open. "Wake up, newbie." Cold water poured over his head, soaking him. Jay was confused. "Ah," the surrounding men shout, "he's awake. See, I told you he wasn't dead." Jeppy looks at the man who poured water on him, then glances around. Who are these people? I think I've seen them somewhere before. He notices the mark on their chests. This mark? He clutches his head, remembering everything. Ha, that tattletale subordinate. "Boss, this guy's laughing." Defer guesses that he's traveled back 10 or 12 years to when he was a temple slave. Someone needing a light approaches. What's going on here? The gang leader quickly replied, "Captain, it's nothing." The other man reminded him that break time was over and to get back to work. The leader complies, "Yes, sir." Before leaving, he warned Defir, "If you piss me off, I'll really kill you." Joe asks again, "What the hell are you talking about?" The blonde thug seethes, "You son of a bitch, I'll..." His underlings pull him back, saying, "Ah, boss, let's go." Jode just thinks he doesn't really care about these guys. A person trembles, making a weak sound. "Master, thank you for protecting me," the boy said. Zephyr wondered, "Who is this child?" "It's been 10 years, so I don't remember the details. It looks like it'll be hard to get reacquainted." His footsteps halted. "Ah, right, the privilege for regressors." The angel said, "You can use it any time, just say, 'Activate privilege.'" DeFero recalls her words as he observes the boy from a distance. He invoked his privilege, and a light enveloped him. DeFero was stunned. "Wait, this is..." He smirks, completely insane, his face filled with excitement. "Are they really giving me this?" those around him exclaimed. "Wow, this newbie's got some skill. He's actually pretty good. Did he used to be a miner before coming here?" They watched Joe looking at his speed, the ore bags filled to the brim. Those two left, wishing he was on their team. "Damn, because of him working so hard, we can't even rest." Joe is ecstatic. "Ha, is this for real?" He'd mentioned unlocking a perk just moments ago, and now he clutches his head in agony. Information about the perk floods his mind, and his eyes snap open. What is this? High-level skills and items, even abilities that can be used like real skills. He couldn't believe it. This was insane. They're really giving me things like this? Why are these cheapskates being so generous? "Your supervisor is coming." "Hey, there he is, running this way." "Didn't I tell you to get back to work? How dare you slack off on your first day?" Jay recognizes him as the mining team leader. "That damned Korean bastard. Won't you listen to me?" He cracks the whip. "Let me teach you a lesson." The whip cracked through the air, only to be caught barehanded by Jeffer. The captain was bewildered. He caught it with his bare hands? How is that possible? Jeffer respectfully returns the whip. "Excuse me, I'll get back to work now." The captain retrieves his whip, dumbfounded as he watches Jaffer walk away, who suspects his combat experience made the captain's whip seem slow, leaving him without a scratch. This reminds him of his first perk. The Iron Wall skill, which greatly increases defensive power, completely ignores damage below his defense and prevents fatigue. He doesn't even feel tired. He could mine all day like this. Having acquired 9 perks and combined them with my future knowledge, I'll soon reclaim my power. And the first thing I'll do is leave the record keeper speechless with the sheer amount of ore before them. He's amazed, saying, "Well done." The captain gathers everyone and announces, "I've finished calculating today's workload, and now I'll announce the rankings, starting with first place. Team F." The boy coughed loudly at the news. "Wow." Defuang thinks, "So this kid was in my group?" Second place. Group B, so what, Blondie? How did they get first and third? Group H is ignored, and the last place team, Group E, is lamenting. The captain announces that, according to protocol, the last place team's supplies and compensation will be divided among the top 3. Jeff looks over at the suffering members of the losing team as the captain shouts, "We will now perform the Arya prayer ritual." The followers raise their hands in unison, chanting, "Goddess Arya, grant us salvation. With your eternal light, all-powerful Arya, grant us salvation with your eternal light, all-powerful Arya." Jeff mechanically repeats the prayer, thinking salvation is a load of crap. The Arya Temple, one of the 3 most powerful and influential gods on the continent, is also the largest loan shark. Most here lost their homes to monsters, or were adventurers saved by the temple, only to become slaves to pay off massive medical debts. Either way, as long as I have this mark, I can't just wander around freely. If I leave the work area without permission, my heart will stop, and I'll die instantly. I have to pay off my medical bills quickly and regain my freedom. Only then can I proceed with my next plan. Demon Lord Tartarus this time. I won't let you have your way. He would have his revenge, and vivid images flashed through his mind. Her longing gaze and smile. Auntie, this time, I will protect you. The female writer provides guidance. Those wishing to use the shop or seeking advice, please come this way. The lively chatter calls for a beer and 2 servings of baked potatoes. Prices are listed. 80 silver coins for a beer. Deefer thinks these prices are outrageous. The boy trailed after him. Master, let me buy you a drink. Defer looked at him, confused. You have money? The boy pulls out some change. I just got paid. I can't buy you anything expensive, but you saved me from those guys. And we were able to take first place, thanks to you. Since our group is full of weaklings, and we're always in last place. So this is the first time I've ever received money. Jeffer understands. So that's why they were beating you up? If one of their members is beaten and can't work, the group won't mine as much ore and their ranking will suffer. I refuse. Are you kidding me? I won't exploit a child. Adults have pride too, you know. He probably thought I'd spend all my money, but no thanks, kid. Don't come around here. The shopkeeper greets him. Hello, what can I get for you? Joe asks if they have any recovery potions. The shopkeeper is taken aback. Huh? I haven't seen you around before. Are you new? And can you afford it? 1 gold coin per cup, 4 per bottle. If you can bear it, I suggest you just endure the pain. Jeffer drops the money on the table, saying it's 1.5 gold coins. Put the rest on my tab. Do you have a form for that? Just give me one. The boy was terrified. Master, he shouted as you stamped the IOU. You're insane. Do you even know how terrifying debt can be? We only get paid 1 gold coin, which is only half the amount we owe. But if we can't pay it back, the interest will pile up like crazy. Just be quiet. I'll pay for the potion I drank, okay? The boy is bewildered. Yes. Recovery potions, common items that restore a small amount of stamina, but drinking enough can potentially increase magical power. Even drinking 10 bottles would only give a tiny boost to magic power, seemingly useless. But with this perk, I won't even need elixirs. Perk 2. H's vision skill greatly enhances the effects of all potions, increasing their potency by 500%. I won't have to touch my mining wages anymore because I wouldn't have enough to pay off my debts even if I worked my fingers to the bone. So tell me, what am I supposed to do? The mine captain was surprised. What? You're saying you heard a monster's cry in the mine? Jeffer affirmed. Yes, please call the hunter party here. I'll take them to where I heard the monster's cry. Jeffer had already laid out his plan, to make money from the dungeons. Monsters are creatures born from swirling energy, and most are hostile to humans, causing much upheaval over the years. But on the other hand, they also present an opportunity for mankind. The energy within monsters, mana stones, bones, and fur are all valuable materials. Before we knew it, monsters became a source of great value. In other words, monster dungeons are both dangerous and full of treasure. The sound of footsteps echoes as a hunting party of 3 appears. Hunter teams were formed by those ravaged by war, with high basic subsidies due to the danger of facing monsters, and bonuses added depending on performance. Jeffer wondered why was he assigned to be a miner when he was an explorer? There must be a reason, the shopkeeper boomed. You're saying you won't lend me anymore? Jether asks. Exceeded the daily limit? The shop owner replied that he couldn't lend anymore. Joe wondered, what should I do? Who can I borrow from? Then the nun appeared, saying, You could sell your organs. Our temple buys organs for research materials. A moment of silence. Can I see the documents? Jether asks, and the nun replies, Of course. Here, I suggest setting the deadline for next week, and if I pay off the debt, can it be postponed? The nun quickly replied, Of course. Of course. Our temple is not bad. The boss yelled, You idiot! Why did you sell that? Joe turns and says, Then lend me some recovery potion. The boss can only offer it up with both hands, giving him whatever he wants. The nun praises, Wow, you're really crazy. The boss is in trouble. Another one's getting dragged to the research lab. Geez, used up all the potions. Satisfied, he slams his spear into the ground. The hunters appear, and this is Jeffer, their guide. Jeffer looked over, and just at that moment he replied, Yes, that's me. The leader introduced. I'm God, leader of the scouting team. This is Dill and Marco. Jeffer added, I don't have night vision, but I can use energy intuition. Night vision allows you to see in the dark, while energy intuition spreads out to hone in on monsters, a necessary skill for entering the dungeon. Goth figured they'd have to pay extra for the night vision potion, then said, If you're ready, let's go. Marco hands Jer a bag, telling him to take it, while Da and God lead the way. Oh, it's interesting that the miner can use that power. Ha ha ha, looks like he'll help break the dungeon. God quietly listened to everything but remained silent, calculating that he had never seen these two before, and he knew one of them. About a month after he transferred to the hunting team, this dungeon was cleared. So if things went as they should, these two would die in the dungeon. He had an idea of using these guys. The group climbed onto the rocks where the temple people were already waiting. We are the backup team. Everyone reached out and the temple people tied the ropes to the hunter's hands. Goat was also tied with a rope. He explained, "These are bracelets with magical power. If anything happens to you, the rope I'm holding will break and we'll immediately request backup from headquarters. But since this is your job, you should be fine if you focus. Good luck." The main character leads the way, followed by the hunters. They ventured deeper into the cave as monsters patrolled their territory. A pathfinding stone is thrown, and the bewildered demi-monster watches it roll before coming to a rest. Two figures suddenly appear behind them. The appraisal team's job is to confirm whether there are monsters. Information related to the dungeon is gathered and an attack force is organized. A powerful team clears the dungeon. The usual process. The hunters determined this was likely their lair, a den near the entrance, right? Last week, teams A and B came here. Dale suspects the survivors dug a hole and hid, but the inspection team are capable hunters. Goth draws a diagram in the dirt, and Dale Marco G asks if they should destroy the place. Considering they could have attacked multiple times, they would have cleared it out immediately. The other two were stunned. Da frowns. "Captain, our job is just to assess. Don't do anything dangerous. What if there's a horde of monsters on the other side? What if they're stronger? There are only 3 of us." He corrected her, saying there were 4 of them, enough to capture the vase, as Dao pointed at the main character. "Are you kidding me? What can 3 people and a burden like him even do?" Max stops him, saying, "Whoa, hold your horses. Does the captain have a plan? I want to hear it before I choose." Gott smirked, looking over at Jeffer. "Get it out," he replied. "Yes." He pulled out cardamom, chestnut leaves, and berries, explaining that mixing these with cobalt dung would create the exact scent of a female in heat. Da covered his nose, repulsed by the stench. Goth explained that the potent odor could be detected from 100 meters away, driving the monsters into a frenzy. Gott covers his nose. "So, we'll use these." A monster lunges forward, only to immediately step into a trap. The pungent substance clearly used as bait. Goth looks at the spoils in the pit. "See, I told you I could do it." Da exclaims, "Wow, sometimes I really respect you." "What's with the attitude, Goth?" "Sometimes? You're killing me." He asks, "How did you know?" "I didn't expect an attack like that." How arrogant, Goth thought. His experiences must be different, Diefer thought to himself. Actually, I was the one who told him. Kor, from my first life before reincarnation, he transferred to the hunting guild and was in the same group as me. He craved recognition, but opportunity eluded him. Before the unexpected heel meeting, what was cleared away? Ju met with him privately, saying, "Actually, I took a look inside myself yesterday." "This is just the courtesan's hiding place," Court scoffed. "Just you alone. How many lives do you have?" Jeffer replied, "Before coming here, I was a scout for a team. My specialty is finding ways to escape." Kor stroked his chin. So you think the 4 of us are enough to attack with that strategy? But please, consider it." Jeffer was confident Court would agree, as a dungeon like this couldn't be shared. Kor glanced at him. "He's useful too. Raha is hard to find, and he's well prepared and knows how to hunt monsters. I also like how he handed it to me without interfering. With my authority as captain, if I recommend him to the team, he could transfer to the hunting squad." He hands Jeffer something, telling him to use it. He takes the knife. Thanks. Court has made his decision." "Okay, the rest is up to Dale to find something." There's something here." He crouches down to examine it. "Is this what's left of someone who was eaten?" "No, not a mountain monster. This structure is cobalt bone." Just as he realizes this, something huge rushes toward him. Before Dale could react, he was caught, and Court shouted his name. The monster's arm throws Dale into the crossbeams, sending him crashing to the ground. Magician immediately focuses his power into his weapon, activating the magic circle. "Everyone, get behind me." He panicked. "Damn, I thought it was over. What's inside that thing? Whatever, I'll just defend and get out of here." He reinforces his shield, one that can block an orc tribe leader so there's no way it can break. But a massive tail slams into it and Mac is thrown away. Ugh, my shield is groaning. Marak is terrified. No way that tail. It's coming again, and Sio Rote is the target. Outside the dungeon, the support team is horrified. "What is this?" "This bracelet only reacts to magical power," he told them. "If something happens to you, the one I'm using will break." At that moment, all 3 bracelets snapped at once, and he worried, "What's happening inside?" Kor clutched his wounded arm, his eyes wide with surprise. Unbeknownst to him, Ju stands before him, partially blocking the tail's attack. A tail that devours iron walls, boasts high blocking power, low damage, ignores defense, and never tires. Jay looks at his arm, noticing a wound. Perhaps the iron wall didn't block everything. It must have been a baby less than a year old. But this creature shouldn't be underestimated. The tail wraps around D, the monster lifts him up, and its massive body appears. Predators. Creatures tricked with pheromones and raised, only to devour their caretakers upon reaching adulthood. Jur says, "I'll borrow this spear." Goth is shocked. "Wait, what are you planning to do?" Jir expertly spins the spear, a smile on his face. "Now I can finally relieve some stress." Ha ha ha. Very well, let's ask the parties involved how they wish to die. Perk 3 activated. Perk 3, the Silver Key. A key that leads to a forgotten castle. The wielder can retrieve items from the silver chamber recently equipped on their left hand at any time. Hano was stunned as the items fell naturally. Dragonheart and Cloth. Dragonheart, a drug with a soothing effect. Jeff removed the bandages from his arm, wrapped them tightly around the spear shaft, and said, "This is going to be intense." Goth was startled. "What? What are you doing?" he yelled. He wasn't even trained for combat. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, if he dies, but I can't die meaninglessly. The shockwave was caused by the monster's roar, a fear skill that paralyzes enemies with terror, frozen in place. He had to remember the story the teacher told him back in Tanbin. Years ago, when a predator came to a nearby village, it began to wreak havoc and devour people. The villagers reported that in the blink of an eye, everyone was paralyzed. They couldn't even blink, couldn't do anything, just waited for their turn. But as they awaited their deaths, something happened. What is that? What is this sound I'm seeing? The spear net leaves, cuts all over the monster's body. The provoked monster flails wildly, but Zephyr ducks and continues his assault. As expected, the fear amplification works well. Of my 9 boons, only 1 is a weapon. I need a lot of power, so I can't use it now. But this magic orb should be enough for those dogs. A vial of poison is used. An old friend, the Poison King, Fet's 72 noxious poisons. Number 68, Vio. He asks if the other is really okay. "Fet, you're telling me about making poison now?" Fet chuckled. "Ha ha ha, the world is ending. So what's the point of hiding anything? Everything will be buried anyway, so it's better to use it together." "No, I hoped you'd use it to kill more scum with my poison and save even one more person." Jeffer thrusts his spear, laced with a deadly poison made from Vio herbs. The spear pierced the monster's hide, and Jeffer seized the opportunity to carve a deep wound. The monster shrieked in agony, thrashing wildly as blood poured from its wound. A poison that would destroy its insides and inflict endless pain. Because the Poison King is so potent, with only 3 minutes until it fully spreads, Jeffer dodges the monster's wild attacks, knowing he must hold out until then, and strikes at its legs. The monster's tail strikes, sending Jeffer flying into a rock wall. The monster's force made him wince in pain, and Jay's eyes widened as the beast lunged with its massive jaws. A vial of poison was thrown into its mouth. Nothing more was needed. He chuckled and jumped aside as the monster snapped its jaws at the rubble. It roared in agony as blood gushed from its maw. 2 minutes, not 1. Defer gripped his spear tightly. He soared like the wind. With his current abilities, a complete takedown would be difficult. So, either I hold on for another minute, or I land a fatal blow. The monster's tail strikes hard. Jeffer grabs its massive tail with both hands, and he's lifted into the air. He struggles to hold on. Just 1 more minute. He lets go, and now he puts all his strength into the stab. The monster's eyes are the target, and the spear plunges deep. The monster roars in fury, thrashing and snapping the spear shaft from its eye. But Jether quickly snatches the broken piece. He plunged the broken spear shaft deeper, then drew a dagger from his belt. His eyes turned cold as he plunged the blade into the monster's eye. The monster thrashes in pain, trying to throw him off. Jeffrey is flung away, his fingers clawing at its skin as he desperately clings to his dagger. Not yet. There's still 1 more attack. He leaps into the air, a feat that his former self, with its strength and stamina, could never have accomplished. That's why I prepared. Recovery potions, when consumed in large quantities, have a hidden effect that maximizes strength. You need to drink over 10 bottles to see even a small change, so it shouldn't be that effective. If I had a special perk, I wouldn't need anything else. 2-meter vision, maxed potion effectiveness at 500%, and enough magic to crush a predator's skull. Jay unleashes a basic mana technique, a devastating blow that pierces the monster's head. Goth, who witnessed Jafe's entire performance, burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. He recalled his previous calculations. With his authority as captain, if he introduced him to personnel, he could transfer to the hunting team. He might just be using it to look good in front of me, but how awful. I was too naive to his sincerity. I didn't beg or anything, and I wouldn't accept an offer from someone so insignificant. I made a terrible mistake, even if it doesn't look good for me. He would have seen through it in a second and stood up. Right now, he's just a miner on the excavation team, and since they can't come and go freely, he needs a way to get into the dungeon. Jay's eyes turned cold as Gu spoke, his voice trembling with fear. The man on the ground panicked. No, there's been a misunderstanding. The large figure swung his flail. Weren't we together in the temple last time? Weren't we? The man pleaded desperately. Sahao, please believe me, I'm not a demon worshipper. The one called Sahaku ordered him crushed. The heavy crimson mace slammed down, and blood splattered everywhere. None of the unfortunate souls survived, and the body of the recently slain twitched. A centipede crawled from his mouth, only to be instantly sliced in two. The enchanted blade still burns with magic. It seems the bug is out, and I suspect he's a worshipper who wiped out 7 members of the team to catch a bug. The man behind the desk casually asked, "Isn't 7 a little low?" as he pointed to a jar containing several monsters. Ah, how stubborn it is to burn like that, Sahaku protested. Did he understand the method? Investigator Mathis, the remaining members must be wondering if they'll be next. Only 1 win until the raid. If they don't eliminate them quickly, it'll bring bad luck. The man in the chair mused, and Mathis replied, "Understood. I'll handle the hunter's complaints instead, but you have to make sure you can do it. Don't worry, make it look like a heretical inquisition." Sahao smirks. "Human resources," the guidance officer said. "Yes. Captain Goth of Recon Team D, please fill out this form confirming that the nominee is the same person you recommended." "Understood, and the name, please," Goth replied. "The minor fare arrives this week." The staff member replies, "Understood, 1 moment." The staff explained, "If you bring in the right department members for personnel appointments, the nominee will be yours. However, if performance declines due to the nominee's mistakes, it could negatively impact the team leader's personal report. Do you agree?" Goth replied, "Yes, I agree." He thought, of course. On the other hand, if he does well, it'll benefit me. Tsk. Life is all about luck. I never thought I'd get this chance. Just before that, at the stunned prison. What? What did you say? You want me to ignore what just happened? The flesh-eating monster? Deefer confirms it. That's right. Goth guesses, you're trying to get monster corpses? Joe doesn't hide it. A predator, after all. I won't leave it here. We'll report this simply as Miss Bond's hideout. Monster corpses, mana stones, and other dungeon items, the slaves can't have any of it. Everything the slaves acquire belongs to the temple, and all the hunting party gets is a small bonus and trophies. He taps the monster's corpse, thinking it would fetch a high price with a broker. Goth objects, saying it's not possible. Don't you realize there are people out there to prevent that? Besides, we're trying to complete a mission. The cleanup crew will arrive and dispose of all the items with magic, Jeff confidently states. Oh, right, but how about this? He places his hand on the monster's corpse. Now here, a magical fluctuation arises, and the massive corpse vanishes without a trace. Goth was astonished, his jaw dropping. A subspace? Usually, only Chi Unun could contain subspace magic with equipment. And he just made that giant monster disappear, blood and all. Jeffer calls out to G, asking if he doesn't want to rank up. Let's clear 2 more dungeons after this one. Then we can share the rewards to make up for letting me take the monsters. Goth pondered, often clearing dungeons. Especially with this frequency of combat, promotion is all but guaranteed, even if it's a low-level dungeon like Cabon's hideout. But since our team was created primarily for scouting, our combat strength is low, and we've been stuck in the same place for 3 years. But if an ultra-powerful person joins, the tables will turn, since we're the first team to enter the dungeon. No one else will get it this way, ensuring exclusivity, and if a few members handle the dungeon, my evaluation will increase. All I want is to advance. Jeffer wants money. A good deal, as long as we don't get caught. Jeffer calculates that if he sells it for a good price, he can get out of debt and needs to get out of here as soon as possible. There's only one thing left to do here. The new night raid is scheduled in a month, which is why items causing chaos across the continent are found there. This time, no matter what, I have to join the raid to get those items and change the future. The clerk confirmed my registration. From now on, Jeffer will be a member of the hunting party. I'll give you your ID card, so head to the supply station and get your basic equipment. After completing the procedures, the two left the personnel office. In my previous life, I joined the hunting team after the announcement, so I wasn't able to participate in raids. Since hunting teams can have up to 20 people, you need top-notch skills to get in. I have a plan, but the question is when to put it into action. Goth said the supply station is on the first floor of that building where everyone's lined up. I'm going to that area. I have to check, and oh yeah, if you want to get anything. Goth's expression suddenly changed. He pushed Jeffer's head down, bowing his own. The hurried footsteps of Saharu's group passed by, and as they passed Jeffer, he seemed to sense something unsettling. Goth breathed a sigh of relief as the group passed by. The Heresy Inspection Team, slaves directly under the Heresy Inquisitors. You should treat them as superiors, not mere slaves. They have the authority to deal with us. Some have been expelled for bumping into them or not greeting them, especially that mad dog Sahaka in the middle. That man is a killer, which is why he works for the Heresy Inquisitors. He never lets his prey escape, so be careful. Sahak suddenly stopped, his cold eyes turning to Goth, sending a chill down his spine as he approached, saying, "Excuse me, there's something I need to check." He pointed at Jeffer. "You, the one in the miner's outfit, I work for the Heresy Inquest," Saha asked. "What's your name?" Jeffer narrowed his eyes. Goth spoke up. The man you're questioning is Jeffer, a new addition to our team. If that's the problem, I, as team leader Saha, will cut in." He snapped, "Shut up, I wasn't asking you." Saha's oppressive aura intensifies, and Goth immediately feels the suffocating weight of his threatening presence. While the man faltered, Jeffer remained unaffected. Saha's gaze was predatory, and now I was sure, standing still would get me nowhere. Others may not realize it, but I'm the second most perceptive, and that guy is a top-tier master. A miner's clothes, newly transferred to the hunting team, meaning he was originally in the mining team. New slaves are assigned tasks after an aptitude test, checking endurance and magical power. Those who can fight get a chance to show their strength, because the hunter team always needs strong people. But for a master like him to be chosen from the mining team and transferred to the hunter team, that's highly unusual. The Inquisition members moved in unison, quickly forming a five-way encirclement around Jia, a skilled master, but not too difficult to obtain. Saha sneered, "I'm going to ask you some questions, so prepare yourself and tell the truth." Joe tilted his head and smirked. "What's this? A rat doesn't need to crawl on its own." "Thank you." Saha sneered, "I'll ask you a few questions. Be silent and answer truthfully. Have you ever heard of demon worshippers? No one knows them better than I do." Demon worshippers, those who worship the demon lord Tartaros. They are beings who will bring destruction to humanity's coming battle, betrayers of mankind. The only thing low-ranking members know is that they're a newly formed cult in opposition to the established order. Saha says, there are a few things that set them apart, and I can recognize even the smallest differences. From there, I'll judge who serves the heretical lord, and my instincts tell me you're dangerous. From now on, you better answer my questions truthfully. Heresy Inquisitor. Anything you do or say can and will be used against you, so keep that in mind when you answer me. Jeffeth stares him down. Before we go on, may I ask you something? Saha's subordinate cursed, "You dog." But Saha signaled him to stop and asked. Joe coldly says, "Can we change locations?" Saha is suspicious. "What's wrong with here?" Jev asked. "Too many irrelevant people are watching. If they happen to see something unpleasant about you, I hope you can continue to uphold your honor as a member of the Inquisition team." Saha's eyes turned menacing. "That dog," he sneers. "Haha, you're overconfident. Are you saying you can take on all 5 of us alone? Good, that's fine. The more there are like you, the more pride I take in my mission." A magic circle forms, targeting the center. The skill is Chainland. Allies within range are strengthened, usage and duration increase with the number of users, and equipment can be activated to compensate for skill deficiencies. Defuang thinks, "Oh, this is getting more and more interesting." "Very well, I shall begin." He forms a stance with this. Saha frowned. "Huh? That stance? It's clearly just a bizarre pose. Should I wait for him to attack first? He's fast as lightning. The others would think so. But it was all for naught, for he was the strongest within the Redlands. He swung his blade, accelerating, unleashing a flurry of attacks, but Jir, with his agility and fluid movements, evaded them all. Jir blocked Saha's blade with one hand, while his other hand, as hard as iron, struck towards Saha's face, forcing him to bend backward and somersault away. Saha retaliates, attempting to sweep Jir's legs, confident in his success, until a cold sweat breaks out on his face. It felt like kicking steel. Jeffer's fist landed hard, and Saha spat out a mouthful of blood, dropping his weapon. Sahak fell to the ground from a single punch, and Goth shouted a warning. "Jeffer, to your right." The Morning Star slams into Jer, sending him flying back several meters. The large man swung his mace, a ferocious grin on his face. "Hey, come play with me some more," Jay scoffs. "You've got quite the mouth, but don't go running it around or people might think you're someone's pet." The giant swings his chain mace, destroying everything it hits. The onlookers cried out, "Watch out for the rocks!" Goth gulped. What a terrifying guy. After fighting in the dungeon, I knew he was strong, but just now, he easily defeated Sahaku with a martial art I'd never seen. Even as the giant's flail destroys the ground and sends debris flying, he easily stops it all. What if he could actually win? Thinking about it, Saha would be furious and humiliated if he were defeated like this. He won't be able to keep reporting to his superiors and request an official arrest warrant. He raised his hand in a cheering gesture. If he wins, we won't be questioned by Dad and can leave. Good luck, JF. If you lose, I'm going down with you for helping, so don't even think about it. It's over. That guy really is unlucky. Goth doesn't understand why. The man explained that even though he was dodging and blocking everything with godlike reflexes, the problem was that it was taking too long. Goth still doesn't understand what time has to do with it, as Jafer's arms are bound by chains. The large man successfully locked both of his hands, and as the chain domain persisted, the large man's muscles began to bulge. He pulls the chain hard, drawing Hai closer. Those within the red zone grow stronger over time. Jer is struck from behind by Saha, his blade dripping with fresh blood. Ha ha! Playtime's over. You should be quiet now. You should have begged to be thrown in jail from the start. But now it's too late. I'll make you regret what you've done. Saha's power is being amplified, accelerated. Consecutive strikes are unleashed. Ha ha! How's that? You can't see anything, can you? A cut appears on Jer's face. All my skills have been boosted by 80%. At this speed, you couldn't touch a hair on my head. Countless cuts appeared on Jer's body. If you see your fate, then die. Ha 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 ha. Saha's smile vanishes. Huh? Ju Viole Grace coldly delivers a blow to the top of his head. Sahak is slammed face first into the ground like a dog, eyes rolled back, drool dripping from his mouth as Ju Viole grabs his head, asking, "What kind of team are you guys even?" Then he delivers a knee to the face, sending Saha reeling backward. No way, his speed and defense, enhanced by his chain domain, were useless? Saha fell face first into the ground. Uther sneers, saying that because he's buzzing around like a fly, the big guy can't do anything to attack him. If you're going to brag about speed, you better work on your defense. The chain is pulled taut. Come on, you big oaf, bring it on. Joe unleashes the power within. And you too. The veins in his hands bulge. Hey, El, why are you just standing there yelling? Why don't you step up and take a hit for him? Or are you afraid of fighting up close? Back in my day, if my subordinates ran their team like that, I'd teach them a lesson right then and there. He pulled the chain taut in the opposite direction. The fundamental principle of magic is support. The chain was pulled back towards him, and the spiked ball slammed into the large man. Those watching were stunned, and the appraisal team member lay motionless on the ground. With difficulty, Saha looked up and asked, Who are you, really? Jay snarls, I thought you'd come up with a better question. Is that the only question on your mind? Too bad you don't deserve an answer. From the tower, a figure watches the disheveled goat, pondering. Could it be? Did he send him to us? Those around him finally snapped out of it, wondering if they were seeing things. What was going on? Lord Sahak has fallen, his eyes filled with bitter resentment. He roars, I'll kill you! Joe walks away, unconcerned, his meddling step complete in the plan. The problem is, once this reaches him, it's only a matter of time. Then his body suddenly collapses. Joe leans heavily on the ground. Huh? Unable to move a finger, sudden weakness spreads through his body. This is the energy phantom. The phantom of power, a sudden pain and weakness that occurs when magic power is depleted. He grits his teeth. His magic is draining faster than he thought after using that technique. Even though my mana level has increased, is this my body from 10 years ago? I'm screwed if this keeps up. An anomaly appears in the air, collection begins, and a figure emerges from the void. I am the spirit of Psylocke. I belong to the USR debt collection family and have confirmed that the user's magic is non-existent. Commencing the collection process of the skill of Iron. One of Iron isn't just a skill that increases defense and endurance. The truth is, fatigue and damage accumulate as debt while the skill is active. The moment magic power reaches 0, everything accumulated is returned to the body at once. Countless adventurers have mastered it and conquered high-level dungeons, but they all went bankrupt and died thanks to Estra's debt, a double-edged sword bestowed by the gods, nurturing human desperation. He must have been drooling as he watched my fight. The old bastard smugly pets his turtle, a greedy smile spreading across his face as he watches Jeffer. The spirits begin the return process, calculating accumulated damage as the weight in his hand grows and falls, judgment complete. The countdown begins. 10. 8. He clutches his hand, his body so heavy. I have to move. 7, damn it, I can't even take one step. 6. He collapses. 5. He desperately tries to bite the bandage wrapped around his left hand. 4. an emergency recovery potion, and the pulley begins to move. 3, he smirks victoriously. 2, the weight plummets. 1, in a life-or-death situation, Joe manages to open the recovery potion as the weight crashes down. Just 1 millimeter away, confirming the existence of magical power, collection process cancelled. The spirit announces, I will postpone the debt repayment until next time. With that, he vanishes, and Ju Hyun, regaining control of his senses, breathes heavily. He laughs triumphantly. Ha ha, Yestra, you underestimated me. Did you think I wouldn't prepare for this situation? I'm a VIP survivor who lived for over a year after humanity's extinction. Avoiding your traps is child's play. And if I use my magic well, World of Iron will be a more effective and safer skill than ever before. Jung stretched out on the ground. Let's see. In my past life, this skill sold for around 500 gold or more. Most skills were expensive. It was a popular skill for those who wanted to escape. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine such a situation. He raised his hand to the sky, giving thanks. The enraged ogre crushes his turtle figurine as Joe slowly opens his eyes. Ah, did I just faint? Who am I? This is the head. The nun smiles kindly. Welcome, guest. Did you sleep well? Did you dream of me? Ji was stunned by the scene before him, looking up, wondering what she wanted. The nun explained, Oh, did I surprise you? Yes, you woke up to a strange scene. Don't worry, this is just my workshop. You must be exhausted. You've been unconscious for a long time, and because of that, your loan is an hour overdue. The expression on her face changes. Sir, is he out of his mind? She pulls out a sharp knife, saying she's heard he's gotten himself into some dangerous things. The interest is overdue since you've been running around with your guarantor, and at this rate, we can only assume you have no intention of paying. The blade suddenly pierces forward, stopping at Jer's pupil as the nun angrily demands if he's going to pay up. It was then that Jer remembered, oh right, I have a loan here. Using magic now would just restart the collection process, I have to tell her. So he quickly spoke up. I'll receive a reward for clearing the dungeon next week. Please wait until then. The furious nun will take that, of course. But what about the debts you've been racking up every day and the compounded interest you haven't paid? How do you plan to pay off the interest that piles up every day while waiting for that measly reward? You call that a small fortune. You think that's enough to cover the debt? What do you plan to do? Do you want to sell your organs now? She ordered. The men replied, yes. Jeff's restraints are cut on one side, and 2 large men grab his hand, placing it on the table as one raises a knife. The nun chuckled darkly. I'll just take a finger, dear guest. You've underestimated this servant, but a few missing fingers might change your mind, Jeff shouted. Wait! I think that name is... If I could just remember that name. The nun ordered the cut, and the knife wielder raised his hand. He barely whispers a name, and the nun's eyes widen as the blade nears his finger. Wait, she shouts. Who are you? The servant asks. Is something wrong? Sister, the nun ordered. Everyone out. The servant was taken aback. Yes, the nun shouts. I said, get out. The servants were confused. Huh. Yes. Oh, the sister is angry. Let's get out of here. Silence fills the room as the nun slams her hand next to Joe's head, leaning in close. Tell me the truth. How do you know that name? Joe smirked. How could I not know that name? Sister? Or should I call you the monster broker W? A nun from the Anaprem Rose Temple of Light, and her alter ego, the broker W. You maintain contact with the underworld, trading monster corpses, equipment, and even human information. Only a madman would raid a dungeon with cheap gear from hunters. That's why I have to negotiate with this woman to get some supplies. He says, I was actually on my way to find you, so I'm thrilled you brought me here. Why don't you untie me first? Don't you think it's a little awkward to negotiate while I'm still tied to the bed? Why don't we try having a civil conversation? Items are smashed in anger. The physician advised, please calm down, sir. Please remain calm. Saha recalled Heffer's contemptuous smirk. Is that all? You have no right to know that. He trembled with rage, cursing, how dare he? I'll kill him. I'll make sure he meets his maker. Someone has entered the room. What is this mess? Who dares cause such a ruckus in the hospital? Saha exclaimed, startled. Net, Mr. Net. He quickly got out of bed. You've arrived, Net gestures. Just lie down. Sarah gives the order to her men. Hellers. You can fall back now. I'll handle this. Yes, he says. I've heard about you, Saha worried. I apologize. I made a mistake, but there's no need for you to worry about what's already happened. The dagger sliced across Saha's mouth, twisting his features into a snarl. Not to worry. Everyone I've met tonight has been droning on about it. And you tell me not to worry about it? Lord Matthias always told me not to do anything that would bring us shame. And yet you dared to stand before those beaten slaves like a useless dog, a sharp blade sweeping across, fresh blood dripping down. I suppose the reason you get away with such nonsense is because the people know your type. When you first caught those demon worshippers, I thought you had some special talent, Saha. But even counting those demon worshippers, you've only found 2 in the last 6 months, and the higher-ups feel you're losing your value. They're wondering how much longer they have to put up with you. And now you've made a mockery of our sanctuary in front of everyone. Saha trembled, begging, "Please, sir, just one more chance. Anything, I'll do anything, so please." Netta steps forward. "Just do what we always do." He bowed. "Don't let those who embarrass me live. We'll decide your fate later." Saha trembled. If he couldn't do this, they would strip him of his crimson uniform. Neth tossed him a package. "Use this." Saha opens it to find items belonging to the demon worshippers. He's stunned. "Sir, isn't this the contraband you seized from the demon worshippers' room? It's up to you whether you use them or not. However, you don't have time to choose how to carry out the mission. Choose wisely so you won't regret it later." Now, Saha is alone in the room. Mad Dog Sahak, the enemy of all hunters, has killed 26 in the temple over the years. To return to slavery after all this would be like throwing his life away to those slaves. Saha bursts into laughter. "Ha, ha, 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 ha." He clutches the magic orb tightly. "Don't mess with me. It took me a lifetime to get here. I just escaped that miserable life down there. I can't let it end here. The one who should die isn't me, it's him." Even from afar, Nayat could still hear Saha's laughter echoing. He ordered, "Keep an eye on him, lest he cause us trouble." His subordinate replied, "Yes, sir. People need to understand their situation objectively, or they'll be discarded like him." He wondered why they'd taken in someone like that. Talented, yes, but also a buffoon. The man mused, "Well, perhaps I should thank him. It's because Saha is causing chaos that the knights don't suspect us." He smirked. "We'll embezzle the knights' supplies by infiltrating their raids and eliminate the temple leader in the dungeon at the same time." And in the name of the Demon King, he seized the 3rd District's Light Temple. Best Burr, a disciple of the Demon King Breathing Society. This crucial mission will change the Demon King's religious dominance, and I won't allow any disruptions. He instructed, "All right, look into that name as well." The other wondered what he meant by that name. He suspects that he used our school's martial arts, but the only ones who know those moves are the Master and the 4 of us. Was he sent here by the Master? If so, why didn't he contact us properly? He's suspicious, and I can't risk approaching him and leaking our information. I'll confirm it through the crane. And if he's not one of us, I'll just eliminate him. The nun digs her nails in. I don't get it. I thought this guy was just crazy, but this is amazing. Hey, do you like it?" The nun is startled. Do I like it, you ask?" She cleared her throat. "Anyway, let me list it again. The Predator's sale list includes non-magic, partially damaged brains and bones. The purchase list includes 5 high-grade amulets, 1 enchanted rosary, 1 flint, sun herbs, moon herbs, deer antlers, and so on. She's confident she can get everything on that list. The problem is the money. 5,000 gold total, meaning he needs to catch 3 more predators. Jeffer agrees, saying it's a piece of cake, and he'll be ready in 3 weeks, reminding him to gather the items by then. He eyed the vase on the shelf, but first he had another request. The 3 hunters on the team, along with Jeffer, sat together. Goth speaks up, and the man raises his beer in response. "Though we've already met, let's reintroduce ourselves. This is our team's vanguard, Marco M. Nice to meet you. And this is Dale. Though he's only been here 3 months, his skills are remarkable." Goth glances at Jeffer, introducing the new recruit they've all been eager to meet. "Jeffer," he shouted. "All right, everyone, bottoms up." The somber mood made him frown, signaling the other 2. "Hey, are you kidding me? What's wrong with you guys? We need to liven things up. He's going to be a great help to us in the future." She's completely bewildered. What do we do now? It seems he doesn't like us very much. Was our welcome party too shabby? But this is the best food I could find, since we still have debts to pay. Joe then breaks the silence. "Let me say this first." He reaches behind him for something. "Personally, I don't drink horse piss." He places the bottle on the table, and the others stare at it, wide-eyed with longing. "Wait, where did you get that? In a dump like this town?" Jeffer had prepared in advance. This was wine he bought from W, a high-grade vintage we slaves wouldn't dare dream of. He pours for everyone, saying, "Let's have a drink. I'll be relying on you all from now on." They're friendly, and you're kinder than I thought. With these 4 working together, I'm sure we can get good results, and they'll help me deal with the monsters around here. Like it or not, we're comrades until the subjugation. Since I was in the same squad as Goth in my past life, I know how to deal with him. With a good mentor, he'll improve quickly. As for the other 2, they were already dead by this point in my past life, so I don't know much about them. Should I try to work with them or eliminate them as soon as possible? Well, I still have time to decide. People favor those who can provide what they want and need, giving money to the greedy, results to those who want success, and flattering the arrogant. His eyes shifted. There are exceptions to these rules, but even if there are, I'm not the type to be nice to those who always want to cause trouble. Dow glances at Jafer, thinking he doesn't like this guy. Goth told him during the hospital visit that Jafer would be a great help in the next mission. I'm level 4 and you're level 5. Don't you understand how much of a difference just one level makes in how people treat us? Remember to be cordial with him. Greet him warmly when he arrives. Seriously, I still can't believe that miner saved our lives and now you're making deals with him? Dal spoke up. Goth, since you're the leader, you have full authority on this matter. But don't you think you should have discussed it with us? Frankly, I think that bastard just got lucky and acted like he did everything while we were unconscious. How could a miner possibly kill a predator on his own? Goth laughs, pointing at himself. Ha ha, so who killed it? Me? The problem, though, is that dagger. If we're caught, we could be imprisoned, even executed. Those monsters. Why are you being so quiet? Someone might hear us. Besides, we already decided to bring him on the team, and the reward will be split 3 ways anyway. I think I'll just wait and see. De slams his glass down. Don't mess with me. Let's see how it goes. Huh? The idiot self-proclaimed leader made his decision, and the other was bought off with alcohol. He glanced at Jeffer, still not trusting him. How dare he try to worm his way into our ranks? Time will reveal his true colors soon enough. Scoundrels like him never last long. This hunter business is harsh, and the dungeons will teach him a lesson. The 4 arrive at the cave town, a settlement formed centuries ago as people built homes within the mountains. Goth retorts, I didn't know there was a place like this 2 days from the temple. Dal looks out and asks if those are all houses for people to live in, finding it interesting. Goth explains that it's even more spectacular inside. It has everything from living rooms to bedrooms and kitchens, so those returning from the temple or sent on diplomatic missions will stay here. I visited this place once when I was a rookie. What a pain. Oh, really? You should have brought me with you back then, instead of deciding to bring me here after it became a monster nest. A figure appeared at the entrance, the interior thick with spiderwebs. Using mana wave skills, Jeffer moved through the strands, expanding his senses by emitting mana from his body or through the ground. Within the radius of the mana wave, he could clearly perceive everything, from the shapes of objects and sudden movements to magical items. Those behind him followed in his footsteps, still reeling from the fact that they were about to face a steel thread spider. Jeffer responded, Yeah, judging by the tracks at the entrance, here's the plan. First, we'll move through the dungeon without touching the spiderwebs to get close to the pit of spiderlings. Then, we'll pour paralyzing magic potion into the pit and wait until we can easily kill them. It won't be easy, as I have to constantly maintain my mana waves in there. However, they sleep during the day, so as long as we're careful... Hold on a minute. It's not a matter of difficulty. If you're sure there are steel blood spiders in there, the 4 of us can't conquer that dungeon. Steel ants are monsters with exoskeletons as hard as steel. High attack, but even higher defense. The worst part is their reproduction rate, making a nest of steel ants harder to deal with than even a fully grown predator. Dalen says, That's not something we can handle. Let's report back and bring a combat squad at the very least. Joe replied, Not a bad idea. If you're not confident, I won't force you to come with us. I can handle this place on my own anyway. Dalekha spoke, and I didn't expect him to say that. But now, I know for sure that bastard's a fraud. I never saw him hunt the predator or fight the Saha Heresy investigation team with my own eyes. He's confident he can conquer the steel spider alone, and someone of that caliber would never cooperate with the likes of us. So, this dungeon isn't as dangerous as he made it out to be. He's acting alone, and he probably didn't expect us to follow him after his warning. Let's see how long you can keep up this charade. His arm brushes against a strand of spider silk. Damn it. How could I make such a stupid mistake? Why is it so sticky? He cursed under his breath. Countless spiders emerged from the darkness and dew pails. The black iron spiders swarmed their prey as Dee looked towards the commotion, yelling, Oi, defer! They're here. He grabbed Dale and pulled him back as the black iron spiders bit into his arm. Their teeth can't pierce through my gauntlet. Ju smirks. What's wrong? Surprised you can't bite me? His remaining arm clenched into a fist, and with one punch he sent the black iron spider on his hand flying. A pool of blood splatters before Dale, and Joe orders, Everyone, gather around. The 4 of us will converge at one point as the black iron spiders begin to spin their webs. After all, this is just a theoretical plan. I can't be sure what's inside that dungeon. So if we have to fight, this is how we'll do it. Mo, wrap my scarf around your hammer. Dale and Goth, wrap your weapons with your cloaks as well. Their spider silk is too strong to cut through, so wrap your weapons in cloth to brush it away. Mac realizes it's actually working. Even though the webs stick to the hammer, he can just keep swinging, since a single spider is weak. Goth cursed under his breath. Damn it, how many of these things are there? Dozens, hundreds. I won't let you lay a hand on me, Dale roared. Get away from me, you bastards. A black iron spider dodges his attack, slashing his shoulder and drawing blood. Dee shouts, "Well, hey, hurry up. Once we've gathered the monsters, I'll take care of them." With the black iron spiders dealt with, heavy breaths filled the air. The other three are exhausted. Did we get them all? He clutches his wound. Damn it, this wound is deep. I shouldn't have been so careless and thought this would be easy. I've disgraced myself and needed Sua's help. Jeffer hands him the potion. Drink this. It's a herbal concoction with effects similar to recovery potions. Dalo remained silent. Throughout the battle, this bastard knew exactly what was happening. His awareness was on another level. If he was that perceptive, he must have known from the start that I was caught in the web. He asked, "You have nothing to say?" Joe nonchalantly replied, "Everyone makes mistakes. Just be more careful next time." He quietly watches do. I'm used to this. In my past life, I always had to train soldiers, and no matter how detailed my instructions were, many were still clueless. It won't be a problem this time, since he focused on dealing with the aftermath of his mistake. And it's better for him to experience it himself than just hear me say it. Though he still seems to doubt me, he'll decide for himself after this dungeon raid, whether to stay away from dungeons from now on or to listen to me. Dale and Mon attacked the giant black iron spider, one in front and one behind, with Mon slamming his hammer into its body. Hai and Goth flank it. Good, they're slowing down from the anesthetic. Da thrusts his sword forward, the tip piercing the monster. Jeff had told them the flesh near the abdomen was softer than the back, so aim for the belly. Dale realizes it's true. Everything he said was right. The monster's habits, weaknesses, and stats, along with the most effective ways to kill them. He swung his sword. How does he know all this? Just what is he? His arm strained against the sword, veins bulging as he successfully sliced through the monster. The black iron spider collapses, and the two are overjoyed. You took care of it. Well done, Dee replied. That wasn't too difficult, A says. Not bad for your first time. Keep it up. He sits atop a mountain of black iron spiders he's defeated. Dee is shocked, saying it's crazy. While they killed one, he wiped out the rest. Those two are sweating too. Just how many were there? Joe, jump down and regroup. Goth, let's eat. Goth takes off his backpack. Ah, okay. Why are you so curious? What did you do before? Joe replies, is that even a question? I'm an adventurer, M quickly replies. No, that's not it. Were you a member of a large party or a disciple of someone famous? Dee looks over, also quite curious. Jeffer replied, Master, as he recalled someone from his memories. Jay opens his eyes slightly, realizing they're alone with the boss. The others are eager, but what should they do now? Jeff pulls a dagger from his bag, prompting a look of doubt from Goth. He cuts off the black iron spider's leg, which can be used as a weapon. Everyone, this is as far as you go. Get out now. The others were stunned, seemingly not understanding what he meant. 4 years ago was when I worked as a hunter. Many died during those 4 years, but I was fortunate enough to survive, mainly because I always avoided dangerous bridges. I only crossed bridges that were guaranteed to be safe. Don't you think clearing a dungeon with such a big heart is a waste? Ha ha ha. I didn't think it would be this easy. I accepted lower quality magic stones because they belonged to goblins, and I only followed those stronger than me. Someone once bitterly said, I keep my head down, so my reputation grows slowly, but what can I do? No one will stand up for me. With an emotionless face, Phi said to his teammates, You guys came this far, now get out of here. Hearing this, all the team members agreed. You planned to fight the boss alone from the start. I guess we should leave him to it to avoid trouble. Okay then. In contrast to the captain, Marco says, Zephyr, since we're already here, would it be all right if we continued on with you? Hearing that, the captain's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, cursing Marco 8,000 times over. Marco, what are you saying? Even Dale next to him agreed, saying, I think so too. Don't you think more people would be better? The captain was completely bewildered. You too? Dilip, this guy must think we're all crazy. Wake up, we'll die if we do something unnecessary. He prayed inwardly, trying to stop them. Defy, we're pretty useless, aren't we? And as he expected, Min was a little surprised. It seems you've misunderstood. When I told you to leave, I didn't mean do nothing. Don't just stand there, I'll assign you tasks. Hearing this, the captain was overjoyed and couldn't hold back his tears. A moment later, he ventured into the Spider Queen's lair himself. Beneath his feet, thick spider webs abound. Before him lies their nest. He thought to himself, I'm close. The Spider Queen's chamber is just ahead, guarded by the night spiders. The night spiders protect the Queen's chamber. and the one standing tall in the middle of the cave is the queen spider, the master of this spider dungeon. He surveyed the scene, stepping closer for a better look. The spiders, sensing an intruder, stirred with caution. Perhaps this was as far as he could go without being attacked. The night spiders guard the egg chamber, protecting the queen so she can lay her eggs. They never leave their posts unless something invades the chamber. After observing the situation, he begins his operation. Faye quickly summons the silver key. He summons some flour, quickly hoists it onto his shoulder, and throws it at the night ants guarding the nest, catching them by surprise and throwing them into disarray. They scrambled to find the attacker of their nest, and as the flour settled, he moved on to phase 2. Deefy pulled out a crossbow, aimed and fired at the monsters, each bolt sparking upon impact with the spider's shells. Each arrow ignited the flour in the air, creating a chain reaction of explosions, and he quickly moved to the side as the blasts erupted. To avoid the explosion, and knowing the spiders well, he knew they wouldn't die from this. As planned, the spiders pursued the one who destroyed their nest, but they were soon struck by arrows. He felt a sense of accomplishment seeing some of them struck by the poisoned arrows. The 72 unique poisons of the peerless Poison King, number 68, known for their extreme pain. Most of the spiders in the cave were hit by poison needles and collapsed during the chase, but the leader spider was lucky enough to escape. It pursued Defy relentlessly, determined not to let him escape, until it triggered something on the wall. Unsurprisingly, it was left hanging upside down by its own silk. Flashback a few minutes, he had asked his teammate, "This is where the black steel spiders produce their silk. If you press it like a small pouch, the silk will release." A teammate asks if the silk will stick to the spiders. Of course it will. They'll be caught in the web unless they secrete a special solution from their eggs. He handed them the silk, instructing, "Just create a spider web where I told you. Be vigilant while you wait for me. There's more spider silk inside the incubation room than outside, so we'll be at a disadvantage if we fight in there. And the best strategy is to lure them outside." Back in the present, he grabs the rope, pulls it taut, and the spider trapped in the cocoon struggles. Without delay, he swung his sword, cleaving through the figure, now only having to contend with the spider knights, his eyes conveying victory and disdain. The spider knight finally fell to the ground with a thud, instantly crushed. With that done, he dashed off in one direction, thinking, "I'm almost there." He ran for his life, with the Spider Queen hot on his heels. The Spider Queen has finally revealed herself. He was thrilled the Queen had finally arrived. In this desperate situation, his teammates urged him to hurry. As soon as it appeared, it puffed up its cheeks, ready to give him a greeting, then spat out a stream of purple liquid. As he ran for his life, he thought, the Queen's poison is strong acid, but its special effect is what's truly terrifying. He recalled a professor's words: its inherent properties destroy shields and the opponent's ability to regenerate. Anyone with low magic power would have melted instantly, and more importantly, he said to avoid it at all costs if you want to live. Remembering his professor's words, he leaped into the air, dodging the deadly liquid. Soon he emerged from the queen spider's lair, luring her out with him. The spider continues to spew poison everywhere, and a boulder struck by it is instantly destroyed. The spider hurtles toward him. The battle begins. He yelled for his teammates to fall back, leaving them all stunned. Burning with intensity, he charged toward the Spider Queen, as Deefy took a running leap into the air. Wielding 2 scythes, he unleashed a flurry of blows upon the spider before landing effortlessly. Enraged, the spider lashed out wildly. Facing its attacks, he stood emotionless, raising his scythe to parry, his cold expression uttering, "Come here." The Spider Queen, hearing this, went berserk and lunged at him. As planned, he would fight on the front lines, for he was the only one who could take down the boss. Recalling when Jeefy tasked his teammates while I drew its attention, whittle down the boss's health. Hearing the plan, everyone broke out in a cold sweat, their hands trembling so badly they could barely hold their weapons. I always avoided dangerous bridges, valuing my life above all else, so why would I listen to him? They were afraid, wondering if they would even be alive next year, questioning if they could truly kill it. They grit their teeth and broke out in a cold sweat, recalling the others' taunts. "Hey, you guys, get our food ready and clean our gear while you're at it. What, you guys call yourselves hunters? Are you kidding me? What can you even fight? If you want to be useful, do our chores." Then a man sneered, the thought of it all the more infuriating. "How long must we endure being treated like this?" D silently resolved. "We've come this far. There's no need to be afraid." He brandishes his sword with determination. "We can take it down." The captain was a little surprised to see D like that. Mo closed his eyes, thinking, yes, they had never faced monsters like this before, only dealing with small fry. However, something changed when that guy joined the team. Mo raised his sword, thinking to himself that so far, Zephyr had accurately predicted everything that had happened to them. Trust him one more time. After a moment of analysis, he shouted, "We can do this! Move forward." The captain could only bury his face in his hands after hearing that. Damn it, these guys won't listen to me. If they keep this up, I guess I have no choice but to help. Observing the monster, they noticed its armor had cracked from the earlier explosion. According to their plan, they could inflict damage if they struck inside, as only the outer shell was strong. The three of them charged forward, weapons in hand. "Let's give it a shot, shall we?" The spear pierces deep into its armor, as another delivers a series of hammer blows. "Everyone, aim for the nerve bundle between its legs. We'll sever it with a blade laced with anesthetic." Dal was in charge of slashing at it with his sword, after which he became even more enthusiastic. "Okay, I have a bad feeling about this." Da accidentally wandered into the Spider Queen's lair during the fight. His face paled, knowing he couldn't dodge in time. Just when it seemed like the end, Jefai attacked, drawing the spider's attention. Enraged, it swung its pincers at him, inadvertently releasing Dalea. With a cold face, he asked, "What are you looking at, insect?" Hearing him speak, the spider seemed to understand, its four eyes widening as it glared at him. Then he swung his scythe, his face hardening into that of the Grim Reaper. Jufei relentlessly throws punches, leaving the Spider Queen overwhelmed, and Dalea marvels at his skill, blocking every attack with incredible speed. He recalled their earlier conversation. "We're too weak to do anything, and you want us to be the main attackers? We'd rather handle it ourselves." But Jufei simply said, "You guys aren't strong enough. Since I'm the one who burned all the eggs, the Spider Queen will only focus on me. It won't pay attention to you. Most importantly, the Iron Spider Lord has one particular trait." Dalea thought back, realizing he was right. Just as he'd said, the battle had been going on for 5 minutes already. The Spider Queen will stay put where she lands, as spiders tend to stay in their nest to lay eggs, limiting the movement of their hind legs. Therefore, the safest place is usually between its legs, and aside from stomps and hunters, most of its attacks will focus on the target in front of it. I realized this attack pattern after fighting many large spiders in the dungeon, and he gripped his sword tighter. Not to mention Phi will draw the Spider Queen's attacks. If we can immobilize it with the paralyzing agent, it's only a matter of time before we take it down. Having thought it through, he charged forward, sword in hand, and the three of them attacked the spider's weak points. With enough determination, we can do this. Some attack its inner flesh, while others target its hind legs. Blindsided, it used its front legs to fling the three away, the enraged Spider Queen roaring, its maw gaping as if to poison them all. At that moment, Goat Phi leaped onto the Spider Queen, completing his mission as she thrashed wildly, kicking up dust everywhere. The three who were struck were sent flying, and the Spider Queen was enraged beyond words. "I will not forgive you humans for harming my child. Don't expect a peaceful death. I will melt your bodies with poison." Before it could finish its threat, a hand came and lovingly caressed its head. He held its poison gland firmly, thinking that it was located in its neck, and after confirming that it was indeed the poison gland, he squeezed it tightly, finding it surprisingly easy. He swiftly tears open its poison sac, using a cloth to bind it tightly, preventing it from acting for a few minutes, and he smirks at his success. Now it won't be able to use its poison for the next few minutes. After successfully blocking its mouth, he quickly disengages and leaps away. Jufei frowned, reassuring himself that there was nothing to worry about as the spider, now enraged, lunged forward in a relentless assault. Avoiding the attacks, Jufei reminds himself to stay focused and strike decisively, his eyes locked on the monster in this battle. A tense confrontation between the Spider Queen and the tiny humans. Whoever loses focus first, loses. As the Spider Queen fell, the three men cheered with joy. "We did it." They high-five each other, victorious. The blonde man watched them celebrate, thinking that wasn't the point. He thought of Defi, that he let us do that. That guy. That's when it hit him. He finally understood. When it comes to hunting, success depends on the leader. He looked at Goat Phi, thinking that if he continued to follow him. Meanwhile, Goat Phi was looking at the Spider Queen, realizing that because they couldn't hide her existence here, they couldn't take all the spoils like they did with Predator. "Perhaps I need a bigger pair of spiders to give to W and only take what I need," a voice echoed from behind Zephyr. "Boss." Jeffrey turned around to see the blonde man laying out a carpet. "He's so attentive. You must be tired, right? Rest up. I'll take care of the rest." Chifu watched the blonde man's actions, speechless, as his voice echoed in his head. "Don't let the looks fool you. I'm great at chopping up monsters. Boss, are you thirsty? Please, have some water, sir." He offered him the drink. Deep he sat, drinking water and sighing. "Ha." The blonde man turned to his remaining brothers and said, "What are you two doing?" Making Boss Defy wait? Surprised, they asked, "What, boss?" Closing his eyes, Yefei realizes that with their help, he's saved some energy. At this rate, he won't have to worry about being killed by Uzura while hunting. He looked at the three guys, thinking they weren't too bad, but he didn't think much of their combat abilities. That's all they were. He doubted they could help against that guy. Their experience, gear, and manpower were insufficient for what was to come. He was determined. He had to think of something fast. In a vast, magnificent fortress, a voice echoed. "Indeed, quite the predator. I didn't expect you to return with something so valuable." The blonde-haired girl in simple attire is Was, and the man seems pleased with her work. He hands her a bag of reward money, saying, "This is exactly as agreed. I assure you this place won't disappoint, so make the most of it." The girl was astonished by the large bag of money. "Oh my, is this all for me?" The girl thanked the man. "The goddess will surely reward your generosity. Do you have enough extra-dimensional pouches? But we can give you some if you need them." Defy, standing behind them, overheard their entire transaction. As he watched them make the exchange, he thought to himself, how interesting to see such shady dealings taking place right here in the temple, in broad daylight. Surely no one is naive enough to believe that all temples are sacred and free of corruption. It's an open secret that the faithful's donations to the temples have piled up, leading to an entire city built around them, all thanks to the temple knights and battle slaves who keep the monsters at bay. He crossed his arms, thinking that safety was indeed a luxury. At least for now, one could still buy it with money. Later, even selling your body might not guarantee safety. GY and W. Jose strolled through the city. She told him, "Luckily, both the Predator and Steel Spider buyers arrived just in time, and we got a good price." She winked at him, "But I didn't expect you to get the Steel Spider so quickly. You're more impressive than I thought." He didn't care about her words, only the money they made. He asks her, "So, how much did we make?" She thinks he's handsome, yet so cold. She glances at her notes, telling him they're 48% of the way to their goal and 20% of the sales went to paying off the shrine's debts. Oh, and she hands him an outfit. She says, "I've already requested that the lab be cleaned. Here's the work uniform and access card you'll need." She consults a list of alchemist sets for rent, saying, "Since real alchemy sets are large and contain important equipment, I couldn't borrow one. Everyone in the lab leaves work at 7, so you can use it as you please. Just remember to clean up afterward." Jufei figures it's safer than stealing anyway. Since they always need someone to clean the research lab, they might call me in tonight. He told her there was no other way. She laughed, linking her arm with his. "Don't worry, you'll be paid for your work." Suddenly, a voice called out, "So Ga is here?" Defei turned to look at him, completely surprised by the person who had just appeared. A red-haired man in a cloak approached, saying to the girl, "I'm looking for you. I have something to tell you. If possible, could you spare some time to talk with me?" He spoke to the girl, but his eyes remained fixed on Deefy. Meanwhile, Deefy is shocked to see him here. Yes, Deefy knows him. It's Net, a member of the Heresy Appraisal Team, one of only 12 first-class appraisers, and a highly capable member recognized by the temple itself. He thought as the girl smiled back at Net. "Oh, is something the matter? You're not going to ask me out on a date, are you? So, are you here to borrow money? What to do? I'm currently occupied, and I suspect his real target isn't me, but the man behind me, Net's superior, Sahaku, the one he beat to a pulp. I knew they'd pull something the first chance they got, but this is brazen, starting trouble right in front of a temple apostle." Thinking this, she tells Net, "Let's talk another time. Next time, I'll lower your loan interest since you're so reputable here." Net said to her, "What if I have something urgent to ask? I'll treat you to tea again." He turned to Jeffi and suggested he come along as well. "What do you think, Defy?" Net continued, jogging his memory. "You seem quite close with our Sahaku," Fi said, looking at him. "Who are you again? My memory isn't so good. I can't be bothered to remember useless people." Their eyes locked in a fiery gaze. The two unleashed dazzling powers they faced off, red against blue, their immense magical energy scattering the birds. The girl, drenched in a cold sweat, thought, "This can't be happening. This immense power is reacting so strongly. He's no mere battle slave. He's on par with the temple, perhaps even stronger." Red realizes why Sahaku couldn't resist attacking him. He focuses his magic into 2 fingers, thinking that even though he didn't come here to fight, he might as well have some fun. Focusing his magic, he attacked Defy, who cursed the jerk under his breath as the girl screamed at them to kneel. As this was a temple, they had no choice but to kneel, despite their reluctance, and the girl angrily raised her hand to slap Defy. Grabbing him by the collar, she shouts, "You insolent fool, have you lost your mind? Do you have a death wish? I'm going to have to teach you a lesson. Follow me now." As she walked, she warned him, "This kid is my toy, and if you touch him, I'll kill you." Net seethed with anger, but silently endured. Reaching the staircase, Defi stood leaning against the wall. Wuzhou sat on the stairs and told him, "Can't you see you can't just attack anyone? That bastard is dangerous." She paused, then chuckled. "I'm still shaking." She went on to explain that as a first-class appraiser, he was sure to be strong. Besides, no one knows his fighting style because everyone who's seen him fight is dead. She stands up, scolding J-Fi. "You're such a pain. Do you know how much trouble you cause me by throwing yourself into dangerous situations like that? If you keep causing problems, you're dead." She scolds J-Fi, but inwardly thinks he's her golden goose and needs to take care of himself. With a sigh, she touches the wound on his face. She said, "And be careful. I can't protect you outside the temple." J-Fi pushed her hand away. "I'm just going to say hello. If he really intends to cause trouble, even she won't be able to stop him." He figures that his appearance means they're almost done, and he needs to hurry. He hurried off, prompting the girl to ask, "Where are you going?" Defi replied, "The research lab." He paused. "Also, I need a favor." The girl clenches her fist, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Nate ponders the power of the slave seal. Seriously, he was so angry and annoyed. He recalls when the leader wanted him branded as a slave, and he went to confront him. "Master, what does this mean? Are you telling me to become a slave to the Temple of Light? You want me branded with that filthy slave mark?" Enraged, he ignored the old man's expression and continued, "You know how much I hate them, so why?" Cutting him off in anger, he said, "Net." The leader told Net, "Two of our men disguised as priests infiltrated the temple, but they were exposed and executed." Net was shocked. How could this be? He continued, "They've tightened security, and the brothers inside are doing their best to avoid capture, but we can't use that method anymore." After drawing a stroke, the leader continued, "However, there is still a way for us to plant someone. The apostles of the Radiant Order won't suspect those branded with the mark. As long as you bear it, they'll leave you be. Well, we must exploit this." Holding the brush behind his back, he said, "You will be branded. Infiltrate the Radiant Church and steal their dungeon spoils." He thought to himself, this is a mission only he could accomplish. "The Apostles of Light have no idea we've found a way to nullify the slave seal," Neat thought. "Not yet, though. We'll wait for the right moment, and then we'll make them pay. Those trashy apostles of the Radiant Church. In a small village, people repair fences. They call out to each other, 'Hey, let's eat first.' A man turns around and asks, 'Oh, is it lunchtime already?' The workers paused for a meal, saying to each other, 'We have to do this every month.' Why does the barrier keep breaking? Well, we don't have much of a choice. Since a small village like ours can't afford the temple's protection, we have to build these barricades." Suddenly he shouts, "Hey everyone, I think someone from the shrine is here." The villagers are surprised and ask, "What?" Just then, a blond man with a mark on his forehead arrived. A villager greeted him. "What brings you to our humble village?" He answered with a question, "How many people live in this village?" The man who greeted him stepped forward and asked, "What?" "Probably around 50. Hearing this, he says, "Not bad." Then he blew on a red object, releasing a brilliant purple aura around him. This power attacks the villagers, leaving them defenseless, and the village is filled with gruesome bloodshed. The man recalled his defeat at J-Fi's hands, gritting his teeth as he vowed to make him pay 100-fold for the humiliation he suffered. He laughed, his face contorted in a savage grin. Inside the Temple of Light's laboratory, a place dedicated to researching and crafting poisons and equipment, Jie is at work, selecting various toxins. 6 herb dregs, peony bark covered in fungi, rotting kobold corpse fluid, corpse fungus, and gray centipedes. Jiehui was in there, and he thought if he boiled those ingredients with the Spider Queen's poison. Acting on that thought, he put it all in a pot and boiled it. After boiling, he held up the flask, examining his creation, and deemed it complete. Fet 72 supreme poisons, number 61, dragon. In a room, W. Jose sits on the bed with a piece of paper, watching Jeffi sharpen his knife, as she recalls their conversation. He said, "I'll die if Net and the other investigators bother me, please help." She was surprised. "Huh? Letting you borrow the room is a bit..." Before she could finish, Daifei interrupted, "You said you'd protect me while I was in the temple." She wouldn't want to lose money if I died. After recalling the events, she realized he wasn't wrong. "If I've already helped him?" She looked down at the paper. "What is this sorcery?" The paper depicts a human body covered in acupuncture points. Meanwhile, Daifei stared at a log, thinking the ironwood was as hard as metal. He struck it with a palm, and with such force, the log shattered into pieces. Wai thought to herself how amazing that was. She leaned down and asked him, "How did you break it so easily?" Deefy heats them over the fire, replying, "These are acupuncture needles, used in the East for healing." After heating all the needles, he soaked them in a 1 to 100 diluted solution of bio and jago for 10 minutes, thinking poison is easy to use, its only effect being to effortlessly kill someone. That's what everyone thinks. Who knows what will happen when demons invade this world and the gods reclaim the power they bestowed. After a moment, he picked up a needle, the part soaked in the solution, now discolored. He looked at them, thinking they could only rely on poison. He used one to stab himself in the shoulder, and as the needle pierced his skin, blue veins spread across it. He coughed up blood in agony, and the girl rushed to his side. Oh, God. Seeing the girl approach, he waved her away, remembering his words. Don't be surprised by what happens next. When I give the signal, do it. At the time, she didn't understand what he meant, but now she does. She asked him what he was doing, and with his arms crossed, he simply replied, "Upgrading." He recalled the 72 ultimate poisons of Fet, which changed completely based on the degree of dilution. And when you create a reaction opposite to the diluted poisons, the poison transforms into a solution, enhancing your limits. After injecting the needle into his shoulder, he was in excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, thinking that the problem was that he was causing extreme pain, and his skin was near collapse. Zhou gritted his teeth, knowing he'd experience extreme pain and diminished control, but he lacked the materials or formula for anything more stable. He sat cross-legged and began the internal circulation. Channeling inner force is an Eastern energy transfer technique used to temper magical power, a technique to stabilize magical power through mana circuits. It can control the flow of magical power to heal internal injuries, and repeated use will increase the limit of magical power. He thought channeling inner force controls toxicity by circulating magic. He could raise his stats to a higher level if successful, but if he fails, his physical body will shatter. Zhu Fei closed his eyes, thinking, so what? This is nothing. I can take it. He recalled the horrors of his past battles with monsters, as Wes watched him intently. She saw the blue veins on him return to normal. Before attempting the first insertion, he instructed her, "Once I'm done, I won't be able to move. So monitor the situation, and when I signal, insert the other needle here." He pointed to the top of his head. He asked her, "Do you understand?" She held the needle, knowing that failure, a poisoned needle to the crown of his head, meant death. Sweating, she raises the needle to his head, wondering what to do. If she can even do it. Hours later, in the northern forest near the Temple of Light, a red flare shot into the sky, forming a circle with a plus sign in the middle as a flock of birds attacked the people. The swordsmen and axe-wielders scattered, shouting as they ran, "They're catching up! Run! Run faster!" As they ran, they cursed, "Those scout dogs! They said this was the only nest with dozens of birds. Did anyone call for help?" A man in a red hat replied, "I fired a flare. The rescue team should be here soon." He yelled, urging them to run to the temple, but before he could finish, he was snatched away by a giant bird, blood splattering everywhere. The giant birds feasted on human flesh as the man in black desperately ran toward the temple, thinking it was only 5 kilometers away. 20 minutes, even at this pace. All that remained were the footsteps of the fleeing survivors, drowned out by the sounds of the giant birds. After running for a while, the man in black seemed exhausted. Gasping for breath, sweat pouring down, he looked up to see a flock of birds surrounding him. He thought, "I'll be bones in 20 minutes. A bird opened its beak toward him, and he retreated in terror. With no other choice, he raises his wooden shield to block the bird's attack, collapsing as he screams into the night. Suddenly, a white surge of power hurtled toward him, originating from Phi, who punched the ground, causing it to crack. Looking up, Gepi saw the flock of birds advancing towards him. He rose to his feet, gathering his strength to face them. One of them lunges, trying to peck at him, but he swiftly dodges the attack. He then leaps up, grabbing a bird, which cries out. He uses his power to snap its neck, the white bone and blood exposed. Its flock, intimidated, dared not attack, only screeching loudly. He mused that the 12 monsters outside the dungeon equaled 12 bird neck bones. He turned to the remaining birds and unleashed a barrage of power, obliterating them all as the man in black watched in astonishment at his strength. He single-handedly wiped out 12 birds. Seeing the symbol on Japhie's arm, he wondered if reinforcements from the temple had arrived. He thought in fear, but there's only one of him. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Where's the nest?" He finally managed to ask. He replied, "Yes," and pointed, "If you continue down this path." Before he could finish, DP rushed ahead, leaving a trail of white light before the man in black. He thought, "Damn, I'm standing in a pile of corpses." He felt an overwhelming bloodlust from DP, like when receiving orders from a superior, which is why he immediately revealed the dungeon's entrance. Regaining his senses, he regretted not asking one crucial question. But that was long after the boy vanished. After 4 out of 7 team members died in that dungeon, and 3 escaped, leaving him the only survivor. He braced himself against the ground, thinking it was too dangerous and he should stop him. He clutched his head, thinking he should wait for backup, that he should have stopped him from going alone. What should he do now? He was still clutching his head, but then his eyes widened at the sight before him, and he stood up to look ahead, where a red light was emanating. He thought in astonishment, How is this possible? From the red light, Dufai dragged out the boss's head, arriving and clapping the dust off his hands. He looked at his arm, thinking his body felt light. His stats must have doubled or even increased by 2.5 times. Success! With the right gear, things will really get interesting. As he fired a signal flare into the sky, he wondered what equipment he should get. The flare signaling that the danger had passed. In the darkness, a man in a black cloak sits in a gloomy black space, thinking it's almost time. A few days ago, at a magnificent castle, a nest of IT toads went berserk, rampaging toward the people. Moreover, the medium-sized nest, led by a 30-meter-long boss, was destroyed by a slave named Jephios, who used only his bare hands. Elsewhere, in the castle's basement, Lucius and Matthias Screamer discussed the slave who took down the frenzied bird nest, the scene, and the witnesses. He's drawing attention to himself to join the raid in 20 days, Screamer continued. It's obvious he wants to join the raid team. Greer looked at Lucius, a slight smirk on his face. Should we interrogate him? To ensure he's not a demon worshipper, I am the High Inquisitor of the Light Temple's 3rd Division. Lucius replied grimly. No, he said, a faint smile playing on his lips. Never mind him, Lucius is the Knights Commander of the Temple of Lucius Genetti, of the Light Temple's 3rd Division. Grim turned sharply to Lucius upon hearing that. He was curious and a little panicked, but before he could finish saying they needed to weed out the demon worshippers before the raid, Lucius cut him off. Matthias, you exclaim. No matter how thoroughly we investigate, we won't be able to weed them out. Then your face darkens, a cunning smile spreading across it, as long as they're useful. I don't care if they worship heretics. Hearing this, the gamer was shocked by Lucius's deception and gaped. What are you saying? Lucius asked calmly, stepping forward and gesturing behind him. They're not strong enough to reach the boss room. That's why they've become lowly thieves. Grim listened to these words, looking at Lucius with utter contempt, as Lucius continued, Therefore, we will use them to get to the boss room, then eliminate them along with the boss. Grimmer closed his eyes, turning away to suppress his discomfort. Commander Lucius was not the man he'd known for 20 years. Do you remember that I opposed that plan from the start? Lucius simply laughed in response, his mouth wide open. Lucius said calmly, That's why I'm showing you this. My friend, you worry too much. The two of them descended to the bottom floor, where an incredibly cold room awaited. Lucius boldly opens the door to reveal a room full of meticulously crafted angel statues, bound by chains, a sight that leaves Madia Screamer speechless and drenched in sweat. In the statues' hands were a spear and shield, radiating a powerful aura. Lucius turned to Griamer, who stood motionless, gazing at them. Lucius smirked at Griamer. The Spear of Light and Michael's shield. I spent a third of my fortune to acquire them. Griamer was stunned, thinking, Are those the legendary items I read about in books? His face reflected a mix of shock, surprise, and astonishment. Lucius patted Grimmer's shoulder, whispering, The dungeon we spent 10 years conquering is done for, so don't worry. Lucius looked confident, his voice smug. I am invincible. Elsewhere, in a remote village bathed in vibrant sunlight, 3 young men, Go, Dill, and Marco, stride confidently through a house. Sweaty from training, the girls grumbled, We haven't even warmed up. Why are there so many people on the field? You're chugging milk and you're fixing your hair. Da, drinking milk, smiled faintly and said, Maybe it's because of the raid. I heard 2 or 3 places are rioting, trying to get in. Annoyed, she ruffled her hair, then suddenly saw Master W ahead. Surprised, she exclaimed, Oh my. As the master passed, the 3 bowed deeply, shouting in unison, Greetings, master. She strides past the 3 of them, a greasy smile on her face, laced with mockery as she says, Hello, and pay your dues on time. The trash is back. Mac looked on in surprise as she passed by. What's going on? Why did that she-devil come out of our room? Inside the room, J-Fi gently strokes the ring on his finger, sitting on the bed as the 3 enter. You guys are here. The 3 of them saw Fi with a ring on his hand, and with W. Jose having just left the room, they all exclaimed in unison, "Huh, a ring?" The mere thought of him being with her all this time, and now a ring on his finger. Could it be? He pointed at Phi's ring, his voice trembling. "What is that ring?" Phi calmly held up his hand, revealing the dimly glowing ring, and asked, "This?" With a slight bow, Phi smirked suspiciously. "I got it from someone." The ring on his hand is a purification ring that helps circulate the wearer's magic power and strengthens their magic shield. It can also remove curses once a day. He glanced down at the ring with a satisfied smirk, thinking Rose had given him something good. Then he glanced to the side, recalling Wes's earlier words. She sincerely placed her hand on her chest and said confidently, "After reinforcing the equipment, this gift is more than okay. I can enhance similar equipment. Tell me what you want and I'll get it for you." With that thought, Zephy smiled contentedly. He thought to himself, she prepared this before I even asked. How thoughtful. Then a smirk crept across his face. She certainly knows how to spend money. Meanwhile, W. Jose was walking down the hallway of the house, her face serious as she recalled what she'd heard from her contact at the black market. The Persephone Assassination Squad is shrouded in mystery. Its members conceal themselves in long, black robes obscuring their faces. They exude the presence of a lithe, merciless serpent, using poison to enhance their abilities. They are legendary assassins who never forget their target, with impressive martial arts and deadly poisons. Apex hunters like Jafai hunting monsters to enhance his body with poison. Like Jafai, who injected poisoned needles to strengthen his flesh. It all started with falling into this place. She pictured Jafai, cool and collected, fighting with twin blades. Her panic rising, she realized her esteemed client was an assassin from Perpone. As she walked down the hall, she thought, since the Persone raid collapsed a few years ago, she'd heard the high-ranking nobles who were once their clients were looking for survivors and the poison they used. Wu Jose smiled, but cold sweat ran down her forehead as she thought about the nobles' desire for money, top talent, and the best poison. She then frantically waved her arms, thinking that there was no time to find such a good monster corpse deal. She had to make him an exclusive customer. "Equipment is key, and I'll get you the best. Just wait for me." Back in his room, Deep Phi realizes something, while Makangu wonders if she's misunderstood something. Oh well. Then his eyes turned sharp. No, this is for the best. He figured that if W spread rumors about him, he would come looking for him. And Goat Phi thought of fate. His large figure held a sword, when suddenly a heel tapped G-Phi's shoulder, his face swollen, his voice trembling. "When did you get involved with that woman? You're quite interesting." Jeffy was taken aback. The two stood in stunned silence before Dale finally spoke. "So that's why he didn't come back last night." Mac immediately added fuel to the fire. Have some manly pride. Goat Phi thought, what the hell are they yelling about? I have something to say about the dungeon. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside. The four of them stared blankly at the door, until Mako went to open it. Who is it? But there's no one outside. Mako exclaims in surprise, Huh? Suddenly, he noticed a piece of paper pinned to the door with a dagger. An urgent request. Group G was to depart immediately and report back after analyzing the situation. They stared at the words on the paper, wondering who would secretly issue such an urgent request. But it looks official, and there's a seal on it. The Hunter Guild Master's seal. The three of them are stunned. Seeing this, Phi snatched the paper from Marco's hand. Let me see. After reading the letter, he was shocked, then wore a smug grin. The seal was his, the request written by Net. He thought to himself that this invitation had been prepared in advance, and crushed the paper in his hand. He announced, I'll go myself, with a triumphant grin. The next day, in a certain forest, Jeffy was running at breakneck speed. With 20 days until the Light Temple expedition, he runs, his breath steady, his face cold. The dungeon they're conquering is the original dungeon, the tomb of the hideous princess, one of the world's 8 great mysteries. The fall of the ancient Media Empire, a dungeon of utter darkness. From its gates emerge hordes of relentless skeletons. It's been conquered for 10 years, but no one's reached the boss room, making the expedition standards incredibly high. Jew. Pill continues to run for his life. Either spend a year in a level 5 hunter party, become a priest's slave to join, or get a recommendation letter from said slave. Zhu Fai reached a valley, not stopping but continuing to run straight through. Only those who meet the requirements can participate, and his team can't reach level 5 in time. He thought to himself, and then he leaped powerfully into the air. This time he would take advantage of Net. He then flew towards the opposite mountain, Matthias' personal slave, Neat, in tow. If he's fooled and I get his recommendation letter, I can join the expeditionary force. But why would Net, who can't fail his missions, attack someone with similar martial arts? Zephyr's face turned serious as he wondered if Matthias was testing him, or if he thought Zephyr was an ally sent by his master, or just some thief who stole the cult's secret martial arts. If he intends to take me, Ye will meet him with force, shattering the ground beneath his feet. Ye rises, the dust swirling around him, obscuring his form, but his energy is unmistakable. Just how strong am I? He wondered, as Goat-Fi stared ahead with a serious expression. Facing him was a figure shrouded in smoke, who smugly announced, "You've arrived." Hearing that, Deefi's eyes widened as he thought, "You came alone?" Sahaku spoke, and Deefi was surprised, thinking, "Sahagu, why is he here?" He thought to himself, his eyes narrowing as he coldly stared at him, "Go home and drink your milk. I don't want to play with you." Haku glared at J-Fi, fueled by the pain of the wound he inflicted, and seethed, "I haven't been able to sleep." J-Fi, his expression unreadable, simply watched, waiting to see what he would do. Then Hasaku spun a sword in one hand and a ring in the other, laughing, "Behold my new move. Prepare to die." Suddenly, J-Fi's eyes appeared before Haku, shocking him into wide-eyed silence. Then, J-Fi struck like lightning, the blow landing with a sickening thud. Now Hasaku has been struck by J-Fi, and he falls face first to the ground. J-Fi then shouts, "Ooh, you fool!" Now, Zephy is thinking that this guy is a perfectionist villain and that the idiot Sahaku couldn't probe him. Zephy clenches his fist, thinking that he must be planning something else. As Hasaku lay face down, Deefi called out, "Stop watching and come out here. Are you scared?" At that moment, something emerged from the smoky mountains. A boisterous laugh echoes through the thick smoke and dust, and a figure suddenly appears behind Ye, chuckling, leaving him deep in thought. A mass of purple, octopus-like tentacles laughed gleefully as a hand holding something cursed him. "Fool!" It turns out Hasaku has recovered, and with an angry look on his face, he says, "You've pissed me off." The purple tentacles writhe, instantly transforming into something else, something tall and grotesque, with many eyes and mouths filled with fangs. Deefi's eyes widened in surprise as Hasaku roared, "I'm going to kill you. Slowly and painfully, I'll tear you apart." Hasaku had now mounted the monster. He shouts, ordering Skoth to devour him. This left Defi stunned and bewildered, reaching out with a look of shock. At that moment, Jeffrey's eyes widened in shock as he wondered what was happening. How is this here? Immediately, the Escott tendrils began to move. It slithers across the ground, and now Hasaku laughs with excitement. "Die!" Suddenly, something made Hasaku's eyes roll back as a beam of light pierced through the Scott tendrils, leaving him stunned. Hasaku gritted his teeth, thinking, "Why are the Sogot tentacles curling into a circle?" Defy immediately unleashed his power on it, thinking, "The Demon King's disciple's bioweapon, Sogot." He thought, never expecting to find it here. The story of the Shkoth. They lie dormant as an egg and awaken to the sound of the instrument containing Hypnosis power. There's a letter about the Ocarina of Hypnose. It's an instrument used to control the Shoggoth, allowing the user to issue different commands based on sound combinations. It says it protects the user from the Shoggoth's mental corruption, and that the Shoggoth is a gluttonous creature with no intelligence, so physical attacks are useless against it. At that moment, a footstep approaches, and the surrounding tentacles seem to want to devour it. Then it's revealed that it grows stronger by absorbing the mana contained within the people it consumes. Now, a mouth full of fangs and tentacles, with layers of teeth and eyes, forms a truly terrifying maw. It stared intently at Defy's face, then enveloped him as if toying with its prey. Defy's eyes were fixed on something, and the narration continued. These creatures alone are a great danger, but they aren't what makes Escott truly terrifying. This is the story of mental corruption. Simply coming into contact with Escott will cause a person to experience horrors based on their own fears, and they'll start hallucinating. Once the mind is completely eroded, they'll descend into madness like a drug addict, and then they'll lose all control. Once humans are consumed, they lose their minds and kill everyone around them, leading to a mass slaughter. The Demon King's monsters revel in slaughter as Hasaku watches Defi become ensnared. He laughed triumphantly, shouting, "You're a goner, you crackhead." Then he added, "You have no idea what's coming next." Trapped by the Escott tendrils, Jafi's eyes turned blood red as Hasaku sneered, "Those red eyes are a sign of going berserk. Your mind will be consumed and you'll die soon." At that moment, with his eyes burning red with rage and Hasaku's gleeful laughter echoing, Defy, unable to speak, dispelled the curse, revealing a ring on his hand. He stood tall like a war god, explaining that the purification ring aids in the circulation of magic power and strengthens the magic barrier capable of removing curses once a day. Now, Jei stands tall in the center, surrounded by the swirling Sogo tendrils while Hasaku watches silently. Suddenly, a large hand grips Hasaku's neck, choking off his words and leaving him gasping, growling, and wide-eyed. As he choked Hasaku, Jei's eyes burned with anger, remembering how he'd only thought about protecting himself and those around him. Jei lowered his sword, realizing this was the obvious thing to do in this cruel world. But one day, a different thought suddenly struck me. But looking up at the sky full of soaring birds, Jei wondered, what if I had more comrades to fight with? He continued, what if the rest of humanity began to unite? His voice faltered, and images of a man and a girl flashed through his mind as he said, the people I love. Standing before the grave with a crown placed before it, Zephyr wondered, will I live longer? Hearing Zephyr say this, Hasaku was terrified, and his eyes widened. He wondered what this guy was babbling about. Then, with a determined look, Zephyr declared, so this time, I saved those I could, and gave those who desired power a chance. But something still displeases him, and you're not one of them. He tightens his grip on Hasaku's neck, asking, how many people have you fed the monster? 100 or so? At this moment, Defi's eyes rolled back, looking terrifying. How many people have died because of your desire for Shenyu's mind? With pride and arrogance, Defei angrily shouts, you piece of trash. Then, with a snarl, Fai reached out his massive hand towards Haku, declaring, you don't deserve to live. Immediately, Fai unleashed a powerful fist, delivering a devastating blow that sent Hasaku reeling, coughing up blood. Hasaku coughs up blood from Fai's punch, and Fai follows up with another blow to the face, as if to crush it. Then, with a determined look, Ji-Fai unleashed a series of strikes, and thunder echoed across the sky. In Fai's mind, this skill initiates an attack, ending with a final strike that assaults the opponent's very bones, causing them to vomit blood, stopping the flow, and summoning lightning. This technique, known as Dragon's Ire, is the terror of the East, and now a hand emerges, forming a circle of power. Now the Dragon King's secret martial art, combined with Jei-Fai's thunder fingers, creates a sound that shakes the heavens and earth. Ghost's body is charred black, his mouth agape. Zephi frowns, considering, died before he knew what hit him. Being electrocuted like that must have been painful. He remained unmoved as Sok-Gost died before him in agonizing pain, thinking to himself that it was a fitting end for a wretch like him. Then, something with a strange form vaguely appeared. Looking around at the electrified surroundings, Juifei pondered the recent battle with Shopji. Physical attacks are ineffective against Sopig. He slowly raises his flute to his lips. Zephyr realizes he can only use electric or fire magic attacks or holy power. This is too easy. One more move and it's game over. But why waste mana? Defi stood amidst the electrified surroundings, playing the SG's Symphony of Destruction, severing the magical link to Sopk's cells. Suddenly a voice from behind Do-Fi said, you know that song? How surprising. A robe flutters in the wind as the voice continues. That's the secret of the Demon King's head technique, untouched by the temple. Net jumps down before Defy can turn around, looks at him with a faint smile and says, you know too much. Defy recognizes him immediately. Net. The tension was clear on Yefei's face as he recalled his past encounter with Net. Nate, you're on an impossible mission, yet you attack me. Do you have the same martial arts as him? Images of Net attacking. Du Yebi flashed through his mind. If he could deceive Net and steal his letter of recommendation, he could join the expeditionary force. He ended his recollection with firm resolve toward his immediate goal. The time has come. I must pass his test and make him believe I'm a disciple of the Demon King, the only way to change the future. And he frowned, as if hiding another deeper purpose, as Do-Fi recalled his past training and the debt he had yet to repay. He's determined to achieve his goal. I want him to have a different ending this time. He clenches his fist, showing his resolve. He glared at Net with hatred and a plan in mind, knowing he had to trick him to get close, no matter what. Nate speaks, breaking the silence with a smirk. I've been watching you, and I've decided Nate isn't so innocent after all. He reaches behind him, drawing his sword. He draws his sword, radiating a terrifying bloodlust, declaring his target for elimination, and with incredible speed, lunges toward Jei-Fi. He uses his power to create lightning around both of Jei-Fi's hands, as Net aims his sword at him with immense power. Nate's sword strikes relentlessly surround Zephyr, but seem to have no effect. Nate is taken aback, thinking, it's like I'm missing every hit. Suddenly, 3 stones crackling with lightning appeared behind Net, surrounding Deefy. He reacted quickly, slashing them all away. No longer mocking, Net speaks. Intriguing. I didn't expect you to dodge and counterattack. Net ponders. In this land, few can match my speed and strikes, save for my master. He must have another motive. Deefy is visibly frustrated by his missed attack. Holding a stone, he mocked Net. Hey, do you really need a sword to fight a bare-handed Westerner? As if struck where it hurts, Net frowned uncomfortably, immediately dropping his sword and quickly assuming a serious martial arts stance. Not to be outdone, Jeffy mirrored Net's stance with a serious gaze, both preparing to strike. Nyat's lightning crackles as he and Jeffy trade blows, neither gaining an advantage. The narration explains the rules of Dragon Chi. The Dragon King's secret art envelops the body in explosion-born electricity, granting the user increased speed and power. Jeffy circles his hand, lightning crackling, but those familiar with this martial art know how to block it. He stared into his eyes, unwavering and unafraid. The Dragon King's secret art of yin and yang shattered, for electricity has 2 poles, yin and yang, attracting each other. The 2 lightning streams collide, creating a massive explosion, but this defense style shares the same mechanism as like-charged electrodes repelling each other. He's finding it incredibly difficult to defeat Jeffy. He links his attack with the positive electrode and maintains that connection to evade attacks. After a brief exchange, he thinks angrily, this should be over. But in that moment, after I attacked him repeatedly with blows faster than light. First, if the body isn't sufficiently shielded, the attack won't be deflected and will hit its mark. When the electric shield is stronger or equal to the opposing current, the attack misses. Secondly, if the electric shield is weaker than the opposing current, the shield is neutralized, affecting attack location, timing, and quantity. Requiring insane training to reflexively adjust these factors in a split second for effective battlefield use, something cheap imitation can't replicate. Nyat is furious, unsure how this is happening. This is the real deal. His entire body glows intensely, radiating the blue light of lightning. He gritted his teeth, thinking, this is even more infuriating. Only I and my brother were taught the secret Long Wang martial arts. Net couldn't bear it and asked, who the hell are you? Long ago, a 9th-level Devil King disciple, the solitary dragon Jin Rian, Lord of the East, a man from the East who crossed the desert of Saraha from the Eastern continent, a man who had an entire army following him. He revived the Demon King's administration with the secret techniques and martial arts of the Dragon King art. Unlike the hundreds of other disciples who only knew the superficial aspects of the martial art, 2 successors inherited the core of the Dragon King art from the Eastern Lord. Of the 2 heirs, one was Jin Rang's biological son, Jin Gang, the Mad Dragon. The other was a child he adopted from the Aslan continent, Nestor. They trained and sparred day and night. Both were required to master the martial arts through real combat, so 2 were enough, as the core of the arts had to remain secret. In a desolate, dusty desert. First of all, you're definitely not one of the 2 core disciples. Not only that, you destroyed the precious treasure of the Sakgo sect, raised with the blood and flesh of 100 people, meant only for this expedition. I don't believe you're a disciple of the Demon King. Zhu Fei stood tall and unmoved, listening to his father's questions. Who the hell are you? What do you want? He asked, raising 2 fingers and grinning. He couldn't believe he hadn't thought of it. Only 2 disciples were taught the secret arts. But he paused, then continued. What if one of them dies? He couldn't have foreseen this. If one died, the other couldn't fight alone. Lord Qi was too busy to train the other one, and training a new disciple would take too long. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed, his eyes widening like a frog's. Impossible, Zhu Vi sneered. I am the Shadow Disciple, trained for the event that one of you RPs falls. Shadow Disciples, an age-old tradition of Eastern martial artists. A secret student trained in case something happens to the true successor, someone unknown even within the sect. They're a hidden card to ensure the sect's survival in an emergency, but they're killed if the true successor thrives and takes their place. This is to eliminate future threats, as shadow disciples are trained identically to the true successors, and sparing their lives could cause trouble. Jay Wei frowned, thinking, spot on, this isn't something I just made up. However, a true shadow disciple couldn't reach the tower to participate in the raid, as Inari and her comrades would immediately expose them. Ante, I wonder if you're doing things unbecoming of a princess right now? Zephyr smirks, having planned to exploit this very situation. After listening, Net frowns and asks, if what you say is true, Your existence should have been a closely guarded secret. Then why did your master send you here? Net continued. I contacted my master to confirm, but he said he never sent a disciple like you. Nate watches Defy intently. This is a lie, and if he's a fake, he'll surely concoct some ridiculous excuse. Nate's eyes are full of suspicion. The Demon King's disciples within the temple have great difficulty contacting the outside world. It's normal to make your own judgments based on the situation. I'll eliminate him if he detects anything suspicious. Nate's hand crackled with power, lightning enveloping his palm. My orders were to conceal my identity from the Demon King's disciples and join the raid using my own strength. I'll take over your mission if anything happens to you, Jufei stated sternly. Hearing this, Nate couldn't hide his anger, gritting his teeth as he asked, "You know what my mission is?" Jufei smiled nonchalantly, replying, "Why wouldn't I? You will escape with the dragon's heart in your hand." A magical stone forms within the heart of a dragon, known as the dragon's heart. It's the ultimate item, said to grant power rivaling a dragon. Legend has it that a millennium ago, the fearsome Princess Eurydica was the first in history to find it, and took it with her to the grave. The Temple Knights could never match the Demon King's lightning speed. The moment he gets his hands on the dragon heart, no one can stop his escape. Pointing at Nert, Jeffy continued, "However, anything you can do, I can do just as well." Nert was taken aback. Jeffy smirked mockingly. His master was uneasy about sending him on this mission alone. Net's eyes widened with fury, unable to speak. "The reason I disobeyed orders and lured you here with flashy things is because the requirements to join the raid are more complicated than I thought. Why choose the hard path when the easy one is right in front of me?" That said, Defi squeezed the back of his neck, seemingly helpless. But then, Defi turned serious, saying he has something private to discuss. "Nayat seems uneasy. Private matters to discuss with me, huh?" He stepped back as Diep-Fi moved, quickly closing in on Net and whispering in his ear. It was about blood tear. Nayat's eyes widened in shock. How could he know about that? The blood tears, a treasure stolen from my family. I'm following my master to reclaim it and avenge the temple. The only people who know about this are me and my master. Hesitantly, he asks, "What do you know about the blood tear?" Jufei crossed his arms, smugly. "I'll tell you when I deem you trustworthy. Why don't you make my life easier first? You could add me to the raid party, right? I'm sick of the lousy accommodations assigned to the hunter team's rear guard." Net remained silent, his eyes tightly shut. I could never trust him. "You're coming with me." With that, Net turned and left, the scene shifting to an abandoned mansion near the temple. Net entered and called out to everyone, "Brothers, I've brought the last one." Net gestured to introduce Defi. "His name is Defi. He was sent by the master to assist me in the mission, and I've already verified his background." A dark figure in the corner speaks up. "I thought you were quite fetching. I guess that's that." Matthias Screamer, the 36th disciple of the Demon King, smiled amiably and said, "Feel honored to fight alongside the successor to the Eastern Lord, kid." Jupil frowned in anger as Matthias Screamer slammed his hand on the table. With this, the slave class candidates participating in the raid will follow the heretic investigators and the hunter squad, which has been decided to be the 40 of us, the Devil King's disciples. Since there's a new arrival, I'll explain the strategy again. You must remember this. There is no room for error, Matthiaser declared. For the glory of the Demon King's order, Gepi had always been quite uncomfortable. He thought to himself that it would have been nice to find the Demon King's disciples hidden in the military by taking advantage of the network. But the fact that all 40 of them are disciples of the Demon King is so crazy. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. They're different from Sahaku, who only stepped on items and monsters in the past, who had nothing in his hands but ambition at that time. Deepai thought of the old man with the beard and the masked man. They were both powerful. They were an elite force formed with one purpose, to carry out this mission. And then, there's the guy with the face wrapped in bandages. If you guys are so powerful, Deepai is silent. So why follow the Demon King? Net glances at Deepai, realizing his master doesn't fully trust him since he revealed his identity. Net wonders how close they are to share such secret information, even about the blood tears. Perhaps his master trusts him more than me. No, I can't waver. My master made me a promise. Nate recalls his master's words. If you become important to me, I will help you get revenge. Nate clenches his fist, determined. I need my master for revenge, so I'll steal that dragon heart no matter what. Not the shadow, but me. And, Nate thinks, eyeing Jeff Phi, if he's the shadow disciple, honed to replace me, then he might want me gone. Because if I die, he'll become the official successor. Perhaps he'll hold a knife to my throat. Matthias Screamer's voice echoed. After explaining the strategy, I'll divide you into groups. The escort team will follow Brother Net and protect his retreat, and the attack team will face the Knight Commander, Lucius Matthias Screamer. Net extends his hand to Jeff Phi, saying, "Since we've been assigned the same mission, wouldn't it be natural to be in the same group?" Net smiles, thinking it's better to keep a potential thief of his achievements and life close. "I look forward to working with you." Jeff eyes Net's outstretched hand with suspicion, remembering how in his past life, Net fell after trusting the wrong person, blinded by hatred. "You're loyal and patient, so there's no point in making you an enemy. On the contrary, I want you as an ally." If he could earn his trust, he would be a powerful ally in the future. And so, Jeffy reached out and took Net's hand. "I look forward to your consideration as well. I've already lost countless relationships in vain. Of those relationships, the first I must mend is with him." The scene shifts to a cave, filled with gasping sounds as a staff is pressed against Jeffy's neck. "Choose," someone's voice echoes. It's Net making a deal with Jeffy. "Will you help me escape this place by learning the ultimate martial art, or die now and become roast pork?" The first eccentric bond turned me into the strongest human. The master passed on the Dragon King technique to Net, and the next day the sky was a clear, sunny canvas painted with a vibrant rainbow. The names of the Tomb Princess expedition team have been announced, and everyone listens intently to the decree. Those named below gather at 6 a.m. tomorrow. You will live in the same lodging during training to prepare for the expedition. Next announcement. For security reasons, communication with anyone outside the expedition team is strictly prohibited. Pack your necessities and report any suspicious activity regarding reward arrangements. And with that, the announcements were over. Now, Do-Fi stood among the crowd, listening to the decree. With a pensive look, he thought that everything was going according to plan and that he should start making arrangements. Scenes of past conquests flashed before him: the Black Iron Mine Dungeon, the Kachi Nest, the Goblin Forgery Village in the canyon. He had achieved the feat of conquering 3 dungeons, as promised to Jai. Immediately, the trio bowed solemnly and shouted in unison, "Thank you, Zephyr. Thank you for everything. Please take care." Zephyr crossed his arms, thoughtfully watching them, and said that everyone had achieved results now. With so many positions open due to the 40 slaves assigned to the special subjugation, everyone will be promoted soon. After the promotion, the road ahead will be tougher, so do your best. A small, blonde-haired man hesitantly agreed, and upon hearing this, Defy asked in surprise, "Huh?" At that moment, the small, blonde-haired man lowered his head and stammered. "Nothing," he says, but to himself he thinks, "Please, let me follow you. I want to learn from you." He couldn't bring himself to say it. His feelings for J-Pill were genuine. Though their time together was brief, Min saw that this man held an ideal, one far grander than most could imagine. The blonde kid seemed remorseful, gritting his teeth as he thought that weaklings like him weren't worthy to follow the boss. At that moment, Defy gently advised the blonde kid, telling him that if he trained hard enough, one day he could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. "Come find me when that day arrives." This left him stunned, speechless, and deeply moved. With that, Jae-wee turned, saying, "I have high expectations for you all." The 3 bowed deeply, exclaiming with admiration, thank you so much." Looking at the 3, Goofy realized that 2 who should have been dead were still alive, their burning eyes proof that he'd done the right thing. Deep down, Go-Fi senses that these people are doomed. In 3 years, if the demon cultists succeed in their summoning, many will die, including them. To prevent that, I must obtain the Dragon Orb. In another room, lit by a warm oil lamp, Jae-wee knew the time was now, as Leona approached and asked, "So, are you satisfied?" Inside the room, items were displayed with great care as Leona spoke to Jae-Fi, who was gazing at them thoughtfully. She says, "These are the supplies I've acquired." Jiffy's eyes show excitement. "These are perfect," Defy thought, looking at the weapons leaning against the wall, exactly what I asked for. Looking over to the side, he saw even more useful items, and realized she had chosen blunt weapons capable of conducting mana. Legend has it that Princess Ko's tomb is a dungeon swarming with mobile skeletal monsters who, being dead, feel no pain. Their bodies are nothing but hard bones, rendering techniques like Flesh Rend, Great Compassion Strike, and Blood Scatter Strike useless. A large hammer crushes the hard bones, and J-Fi thinks, that's why, to defeat the bone demons, we must smash them with blunt weapons. At this, J-Fi stroked his chin thoughtfully. "These weapons are of good quality. I'll buy them all." Leona, surprised and grateful, asked, "Really?" Immediately, J-Fi grabbed a sword from the wooden rack, saying, "Among these." Then, J-Fi drew a long sword, testing it with a few slashes before casually saying, "I especially like this one. It's the Twilight Longsword. an antique from a knight 100 years ago, found in Twilight Castle. Within this holy sword flows a mysterious energy. Leona immediately thought she acquired this for the VIP's request, but using a long sword against a demon core isn't very effective. He wondered what he was thinking. Fai then looked at his face in the sword's shiny surface. He realizes that the demonic creatures aren't the only thing to worry about in this dungeon, but also that the Minquang Palace is trying to end their 10 years of dungeon exploration, and the demon god cultists are ready to fight to the death for their cause. I have to fight them all to get the dragon orb. In other words, Jae-wee pondered that the entire expedition team was his enemy, and judging by Nert's suspicious gaze, he realized Nert still didn't trust him. At that moment, Zephyr gripped his sword, closing his eyes as if burdened by worries, knowing that even telling the truth wouldn't easily sway him. If he fails to persuade him and they fight again, this battle won't end halfway like last time. Now Goat-Fai anticipates a fight to the death. Suddenly, a knock at the door surprised Ye-Fei. It was a conjurer who entered with a gentle expression saying, "Sorry, am I too late?" She continued, "I'm Angelia, a spellcaster working with the Research Institute. You must be the honored guest Anna mentioned?" Watching her enchant the sword in a circle of shimmering light, Defy realized that imbuing equipment with divine power, magic, or attributes was called enchantment. The more skilled the enchanter, the stronger and more durable the enchantment. And if he remembered correctly, Angelia was one of the temple's greatest. Zephyr then stammered, "Then I'm counting on you." Hearing this, Angelia chuckled, "Rest assured, handsome." Then Angelia chanted, "Oh, Holy Mother, grant us your light." Suddenly, a brilliant golden light flashed. Now everything is enchanted with a golden hue. The Garudian clothes, the Twilight longsword, the Garudian boots, the Bane mace, and the black steel sickle. Jeffai thinks that even though he must prepare to face the members of the expedition team, he cannot neglect the dungeon. If he cannot withstand the yin energy of the hateful Princess Tomb from the start, all preparations will be in vain. Jeffy's eyes widened with suspicion, thinking that the basic preparations were now complete. Then Angelia asked, "How will you be paying?" Leona handed her the bag of gold in response. "These 5 pieces of equipment cost 3,000 gold total. I'll pay you now." Angelia happily took the bag of gold and waved goodbye to the two. Leona happily bowed in farewell as Jeffy thought, but 3,000 gold for Angelia's black market enchantments is too cheap. W. Jaws Rose must have used her connections. Looking around the room, Jeffy says, "Let's calculate the costs now." "Are you sure?" Hearing this, Leona asked back in surprise. "Huh? About what?" Jeffy asked with a pensive look. "Didn't I almost avoid paying commission fees thanks to you? And this isn't just 1 or 2 pieces of equipment?" Hearing this, Leona put her hand to her chin, thinking that she had taken a slight loss to score points. She said, "It's nothing. We know each other." Immediately, Jeffy looked over, realizing she must have been in a hurry. "Thanks." Seeing this, Leona looked at Jeffy with a dubious expression before hesitating. "Well, it's enough that you understand my heart." But Jeffy wondered, "What should I do?" Immediately, Jeffy worried, "I don't have any money left." Leona gasped in surprise at this. "What? Esteemed guest, what are you saying?" Phi now believes the byproducts of the fish chalice aren't worth much, and the canyon village isn't exactly a dungeon. Then, with a calm demeanor, he adds, "I didn't find anything of value. I have nothing to give you." Hearing this, Leona stammered with worry, "How could that be? Not even a penny?" Immediately, Zephyr reached out, holding a small key, and then presented 2 vials, 1 blue and 1 purple. He told Leona, "Can I pay with these? The first is Bellio Poison Nar68 from King Fate, the Poison Master. The second vial contains Dragon, the 61st deadly poison." Leona, upon hearing this, grew worried and pondered for a long while. These are poisons from the Persone Society, and when Jaffe sees Leona wants them, he holds them up high so she can reach. She was overjoyed, thinking this was just perfect. "Give them to me." Then, Phi moved the 2 vials of poison further away. Leona reached out, yelling, "Give it here, stop playing around." Seeing Jaffe continue to tease her, Leona angrily shouts, "Do you enjoy messing with people?" She demanded the 2 vials of poison from Jaffe, who finally relented, handing them over with a warning, "Be careful when you sell those. That dangerous mall is bad news, don't sell to him." Leona, overjoyed, caresses the 2 vials of poison. She responds to Jeffy's words with a simple agreement. As Phi leaves, Leona waves goodbye, saying, "Farewell, esteemed guest. Visit me after the subjugation. I'll give you your change, so don't forget." The next morning, knights and others gathered at a temple. What were they doing here? A masked figure among them wondered, Quite a crowd. How many are there, including the knights and temple healers? An old man glanced over, seemingly responding, about 100, perhaps. Elsewhere, Jay Hui stands with Net, thinking that only a few of them survived in his past life, and it will be the same this time. A voice rings out, announcing that everyone is present. It turns out a long-haired blonde named Lucius was looking down at everyone. Jae-hee thought to himself that the leader of the expedition was the chief knight of the Lucius Temple, a member of the princess's tomb raiding squad consisting of priests from the Temple of Light. 18 knights, 10 healers, 20 slaves in the hunting party, heresy inquisitors, 12 inquisitors, 6 healer slaves of the heresy inquisition, 20 people. Zephyr muses that there are 86 people in total, divided into 2 groups depending on the mission. Vanguard melee combat, roadside protection, hunting and tracking, vanguard, and so on. The support team handles ranged attacks, healing, and magical assistance. The leaders are Chief Healer Anno, Head of Logistics Leona, and Vanguard Leader Matthias. But everyone reveres Sir Lucius, the holy tea-sipping Sir Lucius, none other than the High Priest Lucius himself. The Holy Cross is a symbol bestowed by the gods upon those they favor, and those who possess it are known as Holy Fathers or Mothers. While alive, they inherit supreme power from the gods. After death, they become angels to serve them. Lucius is a saint who received his cross at the age of 7. People revere saints as if they were angels, Jofi mused. They believe it's a great honor to witness the saints in person, never expecting him to reveal himself to ordinary members. Suddenly, Grizz's voice cut through Jufei's thoughts. Jufei turned to see Net glaring at Lucius, teeth clenched. Seeing Net like that, Zephyr couldn't help but wonder. Lucius announced, "I hereby declare that this squad will put an end to the decade-long efforts to explore the catacombs and find the answer to one of humanity's 8 mysteries. The Church will record the name of every member of this team, and the slaves will be freed." Lucius clenches his fist, a picture of resolve. "Let us endure the harsh training that begins today, and together, walk the path to glory." The surrounding people cheered endlessly. "Oh, mighty Arya, save us with your eternal light. Oh, mighty Arya, save us with your eternal light. Gale Peak Special Training Grounds." As Ju-Fi climbs, he wonders who will claim the glory. Of course, if this large-scale raid succeeds, the participants will receive boundless honor. However, its true nature isn't about celebrating heroic deeds, but about material gain. Matthias orders those around him. This is a fragment of a tombstone from within the dungeon. Everyone must acclimate to this dark energy. Keep it running 24/7. Jufei thought to himself that he would participate in politics to have the right to join the raid team, gather cult members, and summon capital for endless expenses such as labor items and magic potions. The final preparations were complete, and after several years, the dungeon was conquered. Once the dungeon was cleared, towns and roads would be built on the fortified lands. Investors would reap massive profits from the land, a truly grand-scale enterprise. That third Temple of Light is nothing more than a tool for St. Lucius to exploit dungeons, and those with potential for the squad will be nurtured. Those chosen will also be trained into elite warriors, and the staff Leona holds suddenly glows. Leona pointed, giving the order. "Imagine this light as the enemy's magical attack. 3 hits and you're out. Swords up, let's fight." "This is golem training," Leona announced. The mock battle begins, and the golem immediately throws punches at everyone around it at Leona's command. The knights could barely evade the golem's punches, scattering and questioning each other. "Why so serious? This feels like the real thing. I'm done for." A wooden beam suddenly appears, attempting to strike Defy, but he anticipates the attack and delivers a powerful punch. Seeing this, Nets turns to Defy, asking if he knows they can't use the Dragon King's martial arts here. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Zephyr retorted, and then he and Nets charged forward. Both of them quickly dodged the golem's attacks as Jufei and Nets prepared to strike with all their might. Their teamwork was seamless, and the golem fell quickly, and 500 golems defeated, followed by a 15-minute break. Ano thought to himself, "Wow, they're better than I thought. These slaves are much higher quality than the last batch. Especially those two. Their skills and teamwork are impressive. Maybe this raid will actually succeed." Ano thought to himself as he looked at Jeffi and Net, then spoke, "Oh, almighty Arya," a phrase that quickly drew everyone's attention. Ano approached them with a smile. "I've fully healed the injured. As long as our medic is here, you can all complete 4 weeks of training in just 2. Now continue your training, the final evening practice," the commander ordered. "The training is over, and I'm glad you all made it through in one piece, because tomorrow, the brutal tomb raid awaits. Eat well and get some rest, understood." But Dunet sits alone atop the tower when a voice calls out, "Aren't you going to eat anything? You barely ate anything during your training, but today's the last day, so the food is especially good." "I see," Defy said, but Dunet still refused. I've eaten enough already, Net says. I need to maintain my weight to ensure my speed, Defy mused. Then so will I. If you fail, I'll have to take on the mission. Fi placed the food down as he spoke, which made Net uncomfortable. Huh, you sure like to boss me around, don't you? Fi sits down and says, Don't give me that look. I've got something good for you. It'll make you move faster. With that, Deefy held up a bottle of liquor. Net silently watches Fi pour him a drink, then finally asks, How much do you know about me? At first I thought you wanted to eliminate me and steal my title, but you never made a move during training, which puzzled me. Net then recalls a past conversation with Deep Fi about the blood tears. Nate is shocked. Blood tears? The family treasure that was stolen from us. I followed my master to retrieve it and avenge the temple. Only my master knows this. Nate then asked Yefei, Tell me, why do you know about the blood tears? Yefei replied, I'll only tell you if I can trust you. After recalling the past, Net said, You know my secret. Your next move will likely be to threaten me, or use what you know to profit from me. Instead, you say you'll only tell me if I'm trustworthy. How strange. Nate asks, What do you mean? What do you really want? He's changed. He was so eager to kill me at first. I guess our 2 weeks of cooperation have had some effect. Jai responds that he's asking the wrong question. He should be asking where the blood tears are. The question is, who possesses it? Now I'll tell you about the sword. Deefy whispers into Net's ear, leaving him shocked and contemplative. The red-haired man led Net to a massive sword chained to a stand and began to tell him, Net, this is the treasure of our tri-baronetcy, the demon blood sword. This is the gift our ancestors obtained after destroying the demons in the wastelands. The red-haired man continued. Our ancestors then presented this sword to the king, who granted our family the title of baron and entrusted us with the responsibility of guarding it for generations. With great expectation, he tells the boy, One day you will be the baron of the SR family, and this noble duty will be yours. You must become a knight worthy of the sword, he said, stroking the boy's head with expectation. Do you understand? The boy, overjoyed by his father's faith in him, replied, Yes, father. And with that, the two departed. And Hyan laughs gleefully, Ha ha, I should have left you a piece of my investment. Suddenly, a shout echoed from outside the palace. Andian, return the sword! Inside, Net's father was causing a commotion. Enraged, he shouts, I mortgaged all my land and baronial title, but not the blood tear sword, and Hyan, please, give it back. Give it back! Panic erupts as soldiers struggle to contain Leonard's rage. But Andian remained calm in the face of his anger, simply watching him. Seeing Net's father causing a ruckus and yelling at him, Andian smirked and asked, How dare you cause a scene in the temple? Don't get the wrong idea, Leonard. Blood tears doesn't belong to you, it belongs to Baron Shire. You pawned that noble title, so you no longer have the right to keep it. Hearing this, Leonard could no longer restrain himself, his eyes flashing with murderous rage. You. Then he drew his sword from his waist. Fueled by rage, he overcame the knight's blockade and swung his sword at Andian's head without hesitation, shouting, You bastard! But everything happened so fast that Andian was frozen, unable to react. But before the sword could strike Andian, a knight severed Leonard's arm, while another impaled him through the stomach. Andian watched with a smug grin as Leonard was brutally attacked. Leonard coughed up blood from the stab wound as his son watched in horror and cried out. He collapses at Andian's feet, who smirks triumphantly. Be grateful my blade hasn't touched you, a mere commoner in this temple of light. With that, he bent down, pressed Leon's head into the ground, and laughed triumphantly. Daring to frame me, the son of a noble supervisor, for that crime we'll execute your son as well. Andian's men began to leave, leaving Leonat collapsed on the ground as Net cried out in dismay, Hey! Recounting the story, Net seethed. Going bankrupt a year ago was normal. At that time, dungeon investments had exploded in just a few years. Investing in raid teams and dungeon rights became a trend, and item prices soared. The economic benefits tied to dungeons were countless, and at times a multitude of investors made enormous profits. Raid teams failed one after another, and swindlers formed fake teams to steal investments. This is when he began to talk about the Temple of Light, which had amassed a fortune by trading corrupted items, deceiving investors into believing their money was safe, even as the dungeon bubble was about to burst. They sold as much junk as possible to minimize losses and maximize profits, which led him to bitterly recount his father's story. My father was the same, an investor who borrowed money from the temple to buy those investments. In the end, he went bankrupt and was kicked out onto the streets, all because of the ambitions of the high-ranking priests and the masterminds behind the dungeon bubble burst. They were ultimately acquitted, despite being involved in the most serious economic fraud in history. Andean and his father flashed before his eyes once more, filling him with resentment, especially toward Andean Lasker, the man who had seduced his father, exploited their friendship for profit, and ultimately taken his life. So now I live only for revenge. I swear I will smash that damned Temple of Light to pieces. Thinking of the blood tear sword, I am filled with rage. Even if I have to search the world, I must find the blood tear, the symbol of my family. But that's what I thought until I heard the news. At this point, he was even more incredulous and angry. Why? Why did Master have the blood tears? Hearing all of this, Defi replied, "Not long ago, Master spoke of the identity of the Ghost King leader, as well as the 12 disciples who run the cult. He then began to bitterly think about those within the cult, the image of An Yun appearing in his mind. He's furious that the leader is half made up of members and high-ranking priests from the Temple of Light." At this revelation, Net is shocked. What? Faced with Zephyr's words, Nate began to contemplate and speculate. "If you become my right hand, I will help you get revenge." That's probably what Master told him, but it was all a lie. Net replayed everything in his mind, recalling the image of him and Ye Fei traveling with the knights, and thought angrily, "Master? That treacherous bastard. If the Jia Longsek's plan to enthrone their leader succeeds..." He couldn't hide his worry, realizing they'd never be able to touch him. His revenge plan will be for naught, Net thinks angrily. We've been deceived from the start. He's furious. Could it be that the master I considered family has been deceiving me all these years? This can't be true. Net struggles with disbelief, yet wrestles with his conscience. But if it isn't true, how could he know what his master told him? Net froze, lost in thought, wondering what to do. Just then, the knights, along with Net and Jai-Fi, arrived at the tomb. Standing before the tomb, Nate snaps out of his thoughts in surprise. This is the tomb of the tyrannical princess. Another man beside him gazed at the tomb, realizing the dungeons he'd explored before were nothing compared to this level, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. An old, strong man nearby was intrigued, saying it was a place worth exploring, and they charged inside, into one of humanity's 3 great mysteries. Seeing this, the knights outside grew uneasy and exchanged glances. As Arno led them into the dungeon, he smiled. As I said, this is the dungeon that the Temple of Light has been exploring for 10 years. Hearing this, everyone began to pay closer attention to the dungeon. Arno continued, "Do you see the purification devices everywhere? This means that floor has been explored and cleansed a long time ago." He continues to explain the dungeon. This dungeon has 9 floors in total. They continued down to the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors, and he added, "In the previous raid, we successfully cleared up to the 7th floor, even though we defeated the gatekeeper on the 8th floor. The images of knights fighting hordes of monsters on that floor are terrifying." Anno continued, explaining that the dark air had leaked from the ground floor. Then, images of ferocious skeletal monsters appeared, and Arno explained how they came to be. These monsters were ferocious, with skeletal bodies, glowing green eyes, and mouths spewing green smoke. At this point, everyone eagerly ventured into the wind. Everyone shouts with excitement, ready for battle. The vanguard, a mixed group of 3. The man on the other side raised his sword, eagerly shouting, "Let's fight!" Meanwhile, at the Temple of Light, 2 figures stood in conversation. "Thank you for coming." Lucius gave a humble bow. "The warriors have all gone to raid the dungeon, so we've been having some difficulties. We are indebted to you for lending us your strength." Andean replied that helping each other is the right thing to do. As Lucius left the temple to explore the dungeon, knights dispatched from the capital's imperial palace arrived, and Andean responded, "Feel free to command them as if they were your own limbs." This is Andean Lasker, a cardinal and a devout follower of the Demon King. Suddenly, a skull monster with menacing green eyes lunges forward, its jaws wide in a savage attack. The chaotic battle unfolds, evenly divided between the 2 sides. On one side, skull monsters. On the other, knights. The battle is evenly matched, with neither side giving ground. One of them loses patience in the fight, wondering how they can possibly kill them all. Meanwhile, the muscular old man is having the time of his life, laughing with glee as he charges forward. These guys are just a post-meal workout for me. Meanwhile, the other guy starts to speculate. People say the owner of this tomb is Princess Carcass, a once-in-a-millennium grand wizard. I think she used magic to lure thousands of her followers here and imprison them alive. They fight and slash through monsters while chatting. There must have been hundreds of thousands of tomb raiders over the past few millennia. So, clearly, corpses are not in short supply here. She truly was insane. Then one of them laughs, recalling his youth as they venture deeper inside. They cleared the dungeon of monsters, but a tremor and green light from deep within caught their attention. A monster 100 times their size emerged, surrounded by smaller creatures. The bone golem. A golem formed from hundreds of bone demons. Everyone looked up in astonishment at the monstrous golem. It then violently snatched a pipe and hurled it at the knights with immense force, sending them flying and creating a massive shockwave. Seizing the moment, the ghouls ferociously charged at the scattered knights, while those still standing raised their shields, shouting about the aftershock. Suddenly a voice cried out, "In the name of the all-powerful goddess Arya!" Leona appeared, ready to assist everyone. She raises her staff and unleashes her power. "I summon the light chains to bind our foe." Her move summons golden chains that bind the golem, rendering it immobile. Seeing this, everyone exclaims in surprise, "It's stopped. Now's our chance." Then, the knights charged towards the restrained golem, unleashing a furious assault, shouting, "Crush it now!" But don't forget the skeleton soldiers. The golem, though restrained, suddenly began to resist, the golden chains shaking as its body stirred. Its bound hand tensed, straining against the iron chains, which began to shake. Suddenly, the golden chains snapped and the monster broke free, now utterly ferocious. Below, chaos erupts as people shout, "The light link is broken. Watch out!" Meanwhile, another knight brandishing a sword unleashes a blinding light. He unleashes his power, guiding the lost with the light of the goddess, cleaving the monster with a cross-shaped strike. His strike emits a blinding light, cleaving through the golem and other bone monsters, prompting astonished praise from the knights. As expected of Captain Matthias, despite Dew's praise, he sternly commands them to focus. Matthias surveys the dungeon filled with fallen ghouls, realizing the controller of the bone golem must be nearby, while elsewhere, a different ghoul emanates a powerful aura. This is a skeleton sorcerer, an intermediate-level monster capable of casting magic and commanding lesser skeletons, and it's currently reviving another golem from the defeated skeletons. Meanwhile, the mage casting the spell anxiously glances at Matthias, warning that the necromancer will continue to summon bone golems if they don't stop it. Hearing that, Matthias was annoyed, as if he didn't already know. "Don't rush me." Then he thoughtfully gazed at the mages in the rear, who were activating a recovery formation. He then realized that he needed to reach the witch in order to attack directly and break their formation. As he watched the golem being summoned and the knights desperately attacking, he knew they had to break through and destroy those things. Matthias scanned the battlefield, his mind racing, wondering where that crucial element could be. This battle will become a complete mess if we can't find it. Suddenly, a voice. "Found it." A blonde figure behind Matthias, who was searching, suddenly spoke. "Everyone, get out of the way." It was Lucius. He braced himself, unleashing a massive surge of light that made even Jeffy, Net, and Matthias wince. Lucius unleashes a devastating blast of light, obliterating the catacombs and shattering the earth, causing the bone witches to disintegrate. The attack shatters a pillar of stone, the ancient tomb that supplied the necromancer with magical energy. Afterward, he smiles with satisfaction. Without destroying the tombstone first, facing the witch would have been incredibly difficult. But destroying both the magic stone and the witch at the same time works too. Everyone cheers in excitement. All right, the witch and the bone golem are dead. Let's finish off the rest of the minions. Meanwhile, Leona watches Lucius, lost in thought. Last time, it took 30 minutes to destroy a single ancient tombstone. The power of the light spear is immense. Nearby, Netta observes, realizing that's the light spear's power. Zephyr is surprised, thinking, so that's the power of a weapon worth 2 million gold. Meanwhile, Lucius, who ended the battle, stands proudly, holding the spear of light with its immense power. Everyone cheered. The 8th floor is conquered. No more bone demons will appear. Now heal the injured clerics first, set up camp today, and place purification tools around the area if you don't want to die in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, Zhu Fei secretly slips away, searching along a wall, thinking it must be around here somewhere. Suddenly he finds a secret passage and is overjoyed. Meanwhile, back in the war room, everyone is deep in discussion. Listen up, this is a map of the 9th floor. Inside, Lucius, Leona, and Matthias are gathered, discussing their battle plan. Lucius declared, "I want 6 days to pass from the 9th floor entrance to the boss room. From now on, we'll advance while destroying the ancient tombstones in each area." Hearing this, Leona asks in surprise, "There must be hundreds, if not thousands of them. If we only destroy the stones on the way to the boss room, it'll only take 2 days. Hearing her objection, Lucius firmly gripped his sword. "Have you forgotten, Leona?" Leona, we once tried to save effort and time, a notion she strongly opposed. But Lucius continued sternly, saying they couldn't repeat the mistakes of a year ago, causing the other 3 to stare at him in surprise. He places a game piece on the map, lost in thought. A year ago, we stood in the boss room as well. At that moment, the piece he placed was surrounded by other ghoul pieces, Lucius said. However, while fleeing the boss guardian's attack, we were surrounded by countless ghouls, suffering endless casualties. Leona stared at the chess piece on the board, lost in thought. Lucius continued, "We absolutely cannot let history repeat itself. We must destroy everything, no matter how long it takes." Hearing this, he thought to himself that even if it wasn't the boss room entrance, the number of party members would plummet if they were surrounded by thousands of monsters. The more the numbers dwindled, the greater the burden on those who remained. Looking at Lucius, he thought that one of the most important tasks of this conquest was to maintain Lucius's stamina and mana as much as possible, and escort him to the boss room in the best condition. He pondered, wondering if Lucius, in his current state, could defeat that monster. A year prior, the terrifying image of the dungeon boss resurfaced, striking fear into both Lucius and Anno. Anno recalls that just looking at it made all strength vanish. The boss room guardian was unlike any other ghoul. It wore iron armor, exuded a terrifying aura, and possessed frightening purple eyes. Suddenly, everyone sensed something and turned toward the door. Just then, Matthias bravely stepped out, pulled back the curtain, and angrily asked, "What's going on?" But suddenly his eyes widened in terror. "Huh?" Inside, Matthias looks out to see a massive monster attacking everyone, and he cries out in terror, "It's an SG!" Outside, chaos erupts as people cry out, "Help me! Where are the healers?" Matthias was confused, thinking, "What the hell is going on?" I prepared 5 swerves to carry out the strategy outside, and all the knights are screaming in panic. Run away, quickly. Hearing the screams, he grew even more confused, his eyes widening. But not now, it's not time to use them yet. Who is the fool? That moment. The moment all 4 looked in the same direction. The reason all 4 captains looked in the same direction was due to an invisible force called instinct or intuition. All powerful beings possess the ability to sense danger more acutely than anyone else. Outside, Jeffy tried pressing on the secret passage and was shocked to see a steering wheel appear. "What are you looking at?" he says as he pushes the steering wheel down. Suddenly, outside where the mages and knights stood, the ground began to crack and break. The tomb began to shift, causing Matthias to suddenly fall. At that moment, the crypt shifted, creating pillars of varying heights that separated everyone, including Ghost the Squirrel. The Demon King's disciples gather before the expedition team is announced, their voices echoing within. Because a powerful barrier protects the boss room, the door can only be opened by defeating the gatekeeper monster. Inside, the summoned knights stand in neat rows, listening intently as they're told that the door will close behind them, and the only way out is to kill the boss. At this moment, Matthias sternly announces the plan to everyone, detailing all that the scouting team has gathered from the magic matrix on the gate. Suddenly, someone raised their hand and asked, "We can't break through the wall?" Annoyed, Matthias turned to the speaker and retorted, "If we could, why would it take us 10 years to conquer this place? The deeper we go, the stronger the barrier, so we can't break through the walls." Then he began to gloat, because Expedition Captain Lucius was very rich, and he had found a temporary solution. He then spoke of a radiant golden sword held by the royal family, and a legendary artifact he borrowed from the Pope. The legendary Holy Pillar, an indestructible treasure of the current Pope, was rented by Lucius for 100,000 gold, payable in installments over a year with a 10,000 gold deposit. Matthias then began to elaborate on Lucius's plan. He plans to wedge it in the doorway because even a sage's door can't destroy a holy artifact. Below, everyone listens intently to the plan. The vanguard must treat Lucius like a boss, attacking him and keeping him away from the gate. Its nets turn to shine as he swiftly steals the dragon heart and slips through the door. Suddenly, Matthias's expression darkened as he ordered the awakening of Iskat, a biological weapon, a heavily armored monster that grows stronger by absorbing the magic of those it devours, and corrupts the minds of those who touch it. Thinking of the 3 captains, he realizes Zakost's mind corruption won't affect Lucius and the other captains due to their strong magic resistance, but the priests won't be able to resist Ghost's corruption. Meanwhile, Lucius is growing confused as the knights, their minds corrupted, begin slaughtering each other. Amidst the battle, Matthias smirks. "We just need to ignite the spark. The leader will fight Lucius and will calmly but quickly leave the dungeon, simply reporting to the temple that we failed to conquer it." He then hands everyone pre-prepared vials of purple liquid. "This is a special medicine. If the high-ranking leaders drink it, the mark and the slave will temporarily disappear. The priest's compulsion will be nullified. Drink this right before entering the boss room." Matthias then hands Jeffy a red horn. "This is the horn of Hypnos, an instrument that controls shopjis, preventing them from attacking the user and protecting the user's mind from being corrupted. Matthias hands it to him. Everyone's been given a hypnose horn for protection. Don't mess around with it before the mission. Looking at the horn, Phi was incredibly surprised, and holding it in his hand, he smiled with satisfaction. Recalling everything that's happened, J-Phi stands inside the wall, looking out at the chaotic battle with a satisfied smile, thinking how touching it all is. As the battle raged, cries of desperation filled the air. "I'm going to die." At that moment, Phi began to use the horn, thinking that with the Hellers here, the massacre wouldn't be too severe. Outside, someone suddenly recognized Hypnose's horn and was struck by the sound. At that moment, the Gophers emerged from the Knight's pouches, their numbers growing, overwhelming everyone and causing them to scream in terror. "It's SG." From behind the wall, Jifa began to call out, "Concentrate your forces and surround him, then let the Hellers purify him." Jeffy began to flee in another direction as everyone shouted, focusing their attention on him. He ran, laughing to himself, thinking, "All right, keep it up." Zephyr lunged toward the wall, reaching for the secret chamber, but suddenly stopped, realizing everyone was watching him. All eyes turned to J-Phi as he stood at the secret chamber, looking back at everyone. Matthias then remembered that Net had introduced J-Phi to him. J-Phi was sent to assist him on his mission. Matthias suddenly stops, angrily thinking, he's Net's support. What's he doing there? Then, J-Phi presses the secret chamber. After activating the secret chamber, the wheel reappears. Annoyed by their stares, he asks, "What are you looking at?" At this moment, Jeppy pushed down on the wheel, thinking that this function was discovered 3 years after the expedition, as the ground beneath the knights and priests began to crack. He watches and realizes it reactivates when the dungeon is used as a shield against the demons. Lucius and Matthias have now fallen into his trap. Panic spreads among the knights, priests, and captains as Phil observes the dungeon's structure randomly shifting, rooms rearranging within the tomb. I know its layout inside and out. Elkis looks up at G, and Lucius freezes. He began to recall the words of Matthias, that this man single-handedly wiped out a cheese nest. He's just trying to get attention so he can join the upcoming 20-day expedition. Let's interrogate him and see if he's a disciple of the Demon King. Lucius glared, grinding his teeth, wondering if this tall, silver-haired man was the devil worshipper Matthias had mentioned. But he remained confident, assured that as long as the slave mark remained, the man would obey his every command. Lucius draws his sword, activating the slave seal. "Stop." But Zephyr was completely unaffected, running far away without any influence at all. At this, Lucius began to panic, frowning. He wouldn't stop. Seeing this, Matthias flew into a rage, grinding his teeth as he recalled the vial, a special potion provided by the leader that would temporarily erase the slave mark and nullify the priest's commands. Remembering this, he flew into a rage, thinking it was the effect of the drug he had given him. Matthias was so angry that he clenched his teeth, but he was powerless. He frantically readies his sword, channeling a technique that turns the blade gold, emitting a blinding light, and thinks, "You bastard." He then cried out, begging the goddess for forgiveness, but suddenly Net lunged forward, unexpectedly severing Matthias's sword arm. The weapon that Neat used to slash Matthias was the Eastern Urumi willow sword, flexible enough to be hidden in a belt, and a fearsome weapon that can wrap around a person like a vine and cut them to pieces. The suddenness of it all left Matthias unable to react, glancing at Nate, wondering why. Blood sprayed from his severed arm, but Nay, now cold and silent, with a bloodied blade and eyes like daggers, turned his gaze upon Matthias, then dashed away as Matthias roared, "You dog!" As he fled, he calculated that he'd stalled Matthias, but there was still one more obstacle: dealing with Jeffy. Meanwhile, Lucius began to unleash his attacks on Jeffy. The attack was about to hit him, but suddenly a wall appeared, blocking everything, and he flew away. Lucius was stunned, in disbelief. "Huh?" Zephyr chuckled to himself as he ran. "Too bad for you, I'm invincible right now." A brilliant aura emanates from his body, the temporary super luck, shrouded in a powerful aura of fortune, used once out of 3. Defi smirks, blessed by the high-ranking god of fortune, with super luck. He recalls the gods granting him a resurrection perk to aid him, a perk he can check after regression. He thought to himself. The day he was reborn, the moment he saw the list of privileges, a thought flashed like lightning in his mind. The mechanism to protect the dungeon by moving every detail. In other words, a path that wasn't there suddenly forms, rendering the doors useless. If luck guides him, he'll reach the boss room. With great satisfaction, Diep Phi fled, secretly rejoicing. Luck is on my side right now. As Goat Phi runs, Smiley catches up and Goat Phi begins to laugh. Oh, you're following me, Net replies with a matter-of-fact smile. Then Net smirks, saying, anything you can do, I can do too. Inwardly, Deefy was pleased, thinking, looks like he's made his decision. Then Deefy recalled his conversation with Net from the day before. You'll steal the dragon heart after everyone enters the boss room as the demon disciples planned, but you'll run away with it instead of delivering it to the secret meeting room, right? At that moment, he continued, if you do that, you're doomed. Our only chance of survival is to kill the boss together. Hearing that, Net grew tense. What's your angle? Net loses his patience, his composure shattered as he rises in anger. I don't want to hear another word. You're saying we'll take down the boss with just us? Seeing Net's anger, Jeffy patiently sits down. Let me tell you about this amazing plan. They discussed Jeffy's plan together until the evening. That's the whole plan. Any thoughts? After hearing it, Net began to hesitate. Jeffy's plan has swayed him, though it's formulaic and unlikely to succeed. But then he realizes something. Trust. He turns to Jeffy. What do you mean I'll die if I try to escape with the dragon heart? Net begins to firmly object. Who could catch me using Dragon King technique at full speed? Besides, what if I become the dragon heart's master? Seeing Net's resolve, Defei raises his hand. Firstly, the dragon heart has a special way of choosing its master, and carelessness could lead to death from being unable to control the dragon's magic. At this, J-Fi's expression grew serious. I can't be certain, but I know who understands how to make the dragon heart choose its master. Second, Net was furious, as if his deepest secret had been exposed. At this, J-Fi continued, the one who transported the items to the 3 temples of Paris was Cardinal Andean Lasker. Hearing that name, he couldn't help but reveal an angry expression, recalling his father's murder 12 years ago. If he doesn't show up to the meeting, Andean's knights will hunt him down, one of the strongest groups on the continent. Not only them, but the Demon King Church will hunt him down if they hear he's escaped. A thought that brings a serious look to J-Fi's face as he pictures their master. The entire church, including the master of the Dragon King arts, will be after him. J-Pill has struck a nerve with Net. He asked if he was sure he could escape. Faced with Juefei's airtight reasoning, Neja explodes with anger. Back in the present, the secret chamber is closing. Net and G are now escaping at top speed, and as they flee, Net recalls the scene from the day he met with Matthias. You want to take the dragon heart to the sect leader? Upon hearing Net's request to transport the dragon heart, Matthias flatly refused. Why the sudden change of heart? Having entered the dungeon as the person in charge, I wouldn't let things deviate from the plan. But after hearing Net's persuasion, he began to relax his guard. He thought the Temple of Light would be suspicious because the transporter was too prominent. Oh dear. But Matthias just laughed and refused. He seemed to know about Andean being the transporter, but not how he would be transported. We've prepared a special safe method. Don't worry, just focus on your own work. After being rejected, Net stood there silently while Matthias patted his shoulder, smiled, and left. But Matthias left him with these words. No matter what, the informant told him that much of their organization was secret, so the identities of the members, especially the vice leaders, were kept secret. He was trusted by the master. Remembering those words, Net silently pondered whether Ye Fei was right. At that moment, he thought of Andean and his master, his enemies. Andean Lasker, a disciple of the Demon King sect, close enough to his master to be entrusted with such an important mission. Images of his father's murder at Andean's hands resurface, shattering everything Net believed, including his image of his master. He's furious. He thinks, haven't you ruined my life enough? He couldn't believe he'd been deceived for so long. After running for a while, Net and J-Fi came face to face with a golem. It awaits them with menacing green eyes, and Net coldly and decisively unleashes his attack. With a single strike, Net obliterates the golem, leaving nothing but dust, and screams in unforgiving rage. Meanwhile, Zephyr was still running for his life, as Nate channeled all his rage into a devastating attack. As he struck, he thought angrily, the demon worshippers, the Temple of Light, I'll destroy them all. Seeing Net distracted, Defi called out from behind. What are you doing? Focus on running and listen to me. A single second could ruin everything. And though rage still burned within him, he grit his teeth and bore it. Got it, Phi muttered to himself as he ran. I understand how you feel, but you can't let your emotions control you. With 5 seconds left before the super luck ends, they rush in like lightning as he counts down. 13, 12. They were closing in on the boss room, the green light flashing before them. G counted down. 11. The light grew closer, and they flashed like lightning behind the boss in an instant. G counts down to 9, as the boss finally notices their presence. It turned, its eyes filled with murderous intent as the two drew ever closer. D nervously counts to 8 as he and Net sprint forward at full speed. At this moment, the boss begins to rage, drawing its sword with deadly intent. Without hesitation, it raised its sword, ready to strike. Seizing the moment, Defy shouted, "Jump!" Just as the massive monster swung its sword down, they managed to dive to either side, dodging the blow. A blue light then shone on their faces as they tensely thought, "There it is." That light was the opening to the boss room. They dove for it, while behind them, the gatekeeper monster charged up an attack. The door is closing. Diffie counts down, nervously, 3. Though the gate is nearly shut, they leap through without hesitation. 1, 0. They make it just in time, collapsing inside the boss room, gasping for breath. Phi laughs in satisfaction, but Annette, still catching his breath, says, "Should I be surprised or annoyed?" Staring at the glowing pillar, they couldn't believe their eyes. "We actually made it to the boss room." Looking at the empty room, Net was confused. "But there's nothing here. Where's the boss?" Suddenly a chilling voice echoes, startling them both. Who has arrived? Just then, a light began to emerge from the glowing stone pillar. I can still sense the night's energy outside. "How did you get in here?" Just then, the boss appeared, an ethereal figure in a black dress and platinum hair, and asked, "Who dares disturb the slumber of royalty?" Meanwhile, outside, the others have fought off the shop gods, the walls are solidifying, and we've eliminated all the shop gods. Leona began calling out, "Everyone, gather here now and check how many survivors there are." The others responded clearly. Everyone was confused, and Arno asked Lucius, "Captain, what do we do now?" He fell silent, lost in thought, replaying the recent events in his mind. The mark was nullified right before his eyes, a slave seal, branded by Light Priest using their authority. Light Priest can forcefully command those bearing this mark, a command that extends for 1 kilometer. Lucius begins to think. He either never had a slave seal or he has a tool to nullify its effects. He thought back on everything and realized that as soon as Soph appeared, he had triggered several traps. The eye sockets shifted, revealing not 1, but at least 2, and that's when his face darkened. No, there are some Demon King disciples hiding within the expedition. Lucius grits his teeth in anger, despite having selected only the most trustworthy people and their slaves. Filled with rage, he turned to the slave and asked, "Evil slave." The slave responded. He then asked for the names of the 2 who had fled, and the slave began to explain. The silver-haired one is G-Phi, and the red-haired one is Net. G-Phi joined the expedition team through Net's proposal. Hearing this, Lucius frowned, his face darkening with anger, as the servant continued, "And Net is Matthias's slave." Filled with rage, he thought of Matthias, his gaze fixed on Matthias's back. Matthias seethes, wondering if those fools ran away because they were afraid of the boss. After creating this mess, he grips his sword, bitterly thinking this was his chance for a promotion. In the Ghost King sect and the Light Temple, his perfect plan had been ruined by those fools. Matthias then silently addressed everyone. "Brothers, abort the plan. Everyone, prepare to move out." They responded with a questioning hum. He cast a cold gaze behind him, a look of kill or be killed, and the others began to wear serious expressions. Footsteps approached from behind, and Leona, Lucius, and the knights focused their killing intent on Matthias. He knew everything and looked back as Lucius's face darkened. "Matthias, do you have anything to confess?" Matthias then drew his sword and retorted, "Why would I tell you anything?" At that moment, Net and G stood dumbfounded, staring in surprise at a white-haired woman whose hair flowed to the ground, immediately recognizing her. Net, with a shocked expression, gaped, realizing it was the tomb's mistress, Princess Yuri, and his eyes filled with disbelief and worry as he thought, the princess who massacred countless citizens 1,000 years ago? He gazes at the aloof Princess Eurydica, lost in thought, wondering how such a noble and beautiful person could be capable of such cruelty. Could history be wrong? He thought, never expecting to disturb the tomb of such a pitiful princess, all for a dragonstone that might not even be here. Then he looked towards Princess Eurydica's sorrowful ruby eyes. Net pondered those sorrowful eyes, wishing he could somehow ease her pain. He thought to himself that he would do anything. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Instantly, Defay grabbed the back of Nate's collar, stopping him from approaching the magic circle, leaving him stunned and speechless for a moment. Unlike him, he figured it was because he'd been deceived by that master for so many years, making him mentally unstable. It was only after Defay pulled him back that Net realized this. He broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming in confusion, "A magic circle!" Gazing at the treacherous circle swirling before him, Nate composed himself and muttered, "A trap? If I step on that—" Immediately, a loud, gleeful laugh rings out, and Net looks worried. He watched as Princess Eurydica turned around, laughing. "Too bad for you." Suddenly, Princess Eurydica turned around, revealing a sinister look and devilish red eyes. She laughed maniacally. "I almost swallowed you whole." Then it seemed the time was ripe. Zephy, deep in thought, realizes the time has come as Princess Eurydica, eyes wild and teeth bared, lunges towards him and Net. Suddenly, Princess Eurydica opened her massive jaws, revealing rows of sharp teeth, ready to devour them both, and roared with fury. "Die." In this desperate situation, Princess Eurydica lunges forward, her hundreds of long red and blue arms surrounding Net and Zephy like a terrifying illusion. At this, Jeppy teases Net, "There's your girlfriend," infuriating Net, who yells, "You shut up, you're seeing things." Then, Princess Eurydica lunges at them with a loud crash. Net and Zephy were sent flying before they could even react, and Zephy stared at Princess Eurydica's hundreds of arms, suspecting a hidden agenda. Legend says the red arms absorb strength, the blue arms absorb magic, and the Archmage Eurydica can create hundreds of them at once. I know this from reading past dungeon subjugation reports. Many squad members fell prey to this skill and became nourishment for Eurydica. Lucius, drained of his strength and magic by Eurydica, was still determined to destroy A, even on the verge of death. Zephy, eyeing Eurydica's hundreds of arms with suspicion, sensed a gaze that seemed to wish for his defeat. Someone spoke, a moment he'd been waiting for. Now, bathed in light, the debt god sat upon his throne, granting a boon. The Steel Wall skill, sponsored by the debt god, which would accumulate all strain and damage as debt to be repaid when mana runs low. Instantly, the debt god grinned with savage delight as a company of guards, healers, and warriors armed with various weapons entered the silent city gates. Lucius, his face contorted with rage, demanded, "Matthias, how dare you ruin the efforts we've nurtured for 10 years? He pressed on. "Since when have you sided with them?" Hearing this, Matthias Screamer remained silent, his face pensive, clenching his teeth as he thought, "Lucius isn't a fool. Sog and the slaves must have been able to nullify the brand," he pondered. He couldn't deny the truth staring him in the face. Was he being interrogated? Still unsure, Matthias Screamer thought to himself, slaves alone couldn't escape. He wondered how the dungeon's structure had changed. Even if he escaped, failure in this crucial operation would mean death at the hands of the Demon King's leaders. With newfound resolve, Matthias Screamer gripped his sharp sword and strode forward. He knew, with unwavering certainty, that he had to kill him. To survive, he had to kill Lucius right here. At that moment, Matthias Screamer strode forward, long sword in hand. He calmly looked at Lucius, who was staring intently at him, and laughed heartily, saying, "Since when, you ask?" Unafraid, Matthias Screamer pondered and asked Lucius, "You really want to know?" Now, in his heart, Matthias Screamer thought, "This is really bad luck." Looking at Lucius's group and the soldiers with their grim expressions, Matthias Screamer thought they were clerics equipped with legendary items. Along with the healers and warrior priests, he worried that he could no longer use bosses or software to kill them. Then, with a provocative look, Matthias Screamer realized his only option was to treat them as enemies, unaware that his hidden allies were also being watched. Matthias Screamer's eyes betrayed the calculations in his mind. He believed an opening was all he needed. Suddenly, Matthias Screamer held up 4 fingers behind his back as a signal. A masked man noticed, surprised, but said nothing. Then, Matthias Screamer slowly retracted his fingers, signaling his comrades. The masked man considered taking the drug on the count of 1. Understood, Plan C. Immediately, a vial of potion is produced, a special concoction provided by the Demon King Society capable of nullifying the effects of the slave seal. At that moment, Matthias Screamer, eyes filled with excitement, said, "Let's duel like nobles. Defeat me and I'll tell you everything." In Matthias Screamer's mind, the countdown begins. Lucius, hearing this, looks doubtful, sensing something amiss. Then Matthias Screamer held up 2 fingers, thinking, 2, before taunting them with arrogance. "If you win." Matthias Screamer raised 1 finger, and Lucius immediately gave the order. Lucius shouted for his soldiers to attack Matthias, along with the slave mark, a mark that the priests of the temple placed on slaves to control them, giving the priests the right to coerce any slave. Instantly, Matthias Screamer, his face contorted with rage, gritted his teeth, realizing he was a step too late. The strange vial had already crashed to the ground. The panicked soldiers cried out, "Lord Matthias, we—" They were terrified. "We don't want that." Hearing this, Matthias Screamer, with eyes that could devour the soldiers, roared in anger. "You useless lot!" With a look of defiance, Lucius calmly declared that the orders of the saints were equal to the will of the Pope himself. When slaves obeyed his commands, they would obey no other cleric. He continued, saying that the only way to stop them was to destroy them. Immediately, Lucius closed his eyes and said, "You're too soft, Matthias." Now, in Lucius's mind, he recalls, "You've been my friend since I was 12 at the academy. We've fought countless battles together. I'm 32 now, and we're so close we understand each other without speaking." Lucius, his eyes filled with doubt, continued, "I can't believe you betrayed me." Amidst the swarm of eyes glaring, ready to kill each other indiscriminately, Lucius then commanded, "First, dismantle all the traps you've laid." Soon after, the corpses of the slaves littered the ground. Some were torn apart, others bathed in crimson blood, but from every mouth and every wound a strange creature emerged. The insects the demon worshippers cultivate are the seal beetles, and Lucius realizes that the slaves' enhanced fighting abilities are due to the beetles' strengthening effects. Moreover, the mark of the demon isn't branded on the cultist but on the beetle's shell, allowing them to simultaneously hold two identities as either a priest or slave of the temple and a demon cultist. Lucius crushes the approaching stamp beetle beneath his heel, hissing through clenched teeth, displeasure evident. "What a disappointment, Matthias. I entrusted you with the selection of slaves because I trusted you." He glanced at Matthias, bound by golden chains and pinned to the wall with swords. The slave beside him scanned the corpses, thinking, "So, they were all demon followers. Sir Matthias is indeed a formidable force." But he paused, looking at Lucius, who stood opposite Matthias. The commander was still far stronger, he thought. Matthias struggled to catch his breath, the recent battle having clearly taken its toll. He glanced at Lucius, cursing inwardly. Damn it, he knew this wouldn't be easy, but it's far harder than he imagined. Maie reflects on the battle, realizing her sword couldn't even touch him. Is the power gap between us truly this hopeless? He wondered through gritted teeth. So this is the difference between a saint and an ordinary man? Is this fate? He recalled the image of the goddess of light and wondered again. Suddenly, Matthias hung his head and coughed up mouthfuls of blood. How laughable, he thought, choking back tears. Immediately, an apocalypse stone appeared, but he managed to catch it in his mouth. If this was his fate, then so be it. He eyed Lucius warily, as Lucius, his face stern, quietly asked, "At least let me hear your reasons. Matthias, why did you betray me?" Hearing this, he laughed sarcastically and calmly replied, "Are you serious? If you're so curious, go ask your goddess in the afterlife." Matthias roared, baring his teeth and revealing the red gem in his mouth. Instantly, the calm look in Lucius's eyes shifted, startling even his servant. Before they could react, he shattered the gem with his teeth, then screamed in agony. The hazy image of Odin appears, handing him the red gem with a sinister smirk. "This is the demon god cult's trump card. It will help you resonate with the brand within your body and transform from human to demon. This is the revelation stone." But Odin calmly warned him, "Only use this when you're cornered, because once you use it, you can never return to being human." Though he said that, the current Matthias was gradually changing, becoming stranger, scarier, and more disgusting. He glared at the commander before him, his red eyes filled with resentment, thinking that everything you have should have been mine. If his fate was to be manipulated by God, and humanity couldn't defy it, then he wouldn't mourn his human life. Across from him, Lucius shouted in alarm, "Attack now!" He's only just turned into a demon, so his power hasn't stabilized yet. Noah quickly reacted, raising his glowing crucifix and shouting, "Oh, almighty Arya, grant us your strength." He used Battlefield of Light, greatly enhancing his allies' abilities, granting a 120% increase to light attribute attack power, magic power, defense, and recovery to the Iron Brigade. Then they surged toward Matthias in waves of light, but he simply reached out dismissively. "Useless." He spoke, easily deflecting the blow. Then a look of surprise crossed his face. After the attack, Lucius himself charged forward to face him. Then dust and debris flew up in a thick cloud, along with the remnants of Lucius's judgment. The soldiers marveled at their commander's power, but before they could celebrate, they stammered in disbelief. Matthias stood unscathed in the smoke, casually holding his opponent's spear, leaving everyone around him stunned. They wondered how their commander's attack had no effect. Leona, watching from the sidelines, grew anxious, wondering how they could possibly help him. If even a legendary artifact was ineffective, lesser items were surely useless. Suddenly she remembers, that's right, we have that. Our legendary item, the Cross of Faith. Remembering Lucius entrusting her with the Cross of Faith, now stored in her dimensional pocket, she whispered, I entrust this to you. Leona wasn't just meant to be a buffer at the boss's door, but also to be used in case of emergency. Reaching behind her, Leona thought, if I use this to link with the commander, we'll have a chance to win. But then she gasped inwardly, only to break out in a cold sweat because her back was now completely empty. Leona wondered in fear, where's the Cross of Faith? Elsewhere, it rested in Net's hand. He looked at the object in his hand, and de Jong thought, he even planned to use this. It may sound crude, but this is one hell of a plan. Just then, an attack suddenly rained down on him and Phi, and as Net blocked it, he realized he'd miscounted. 3, 2, 1. Finally, they both stood before the boss, and Net glanced at Phi, thinking, spot on. Everything unfolded exactly as Phi had predicted. If they could evade for 15 seconds, the skill would vanish, and she couldn't launch consecutive area of effect attacks. These skills require the user to calculate complex magic formations in their head, and using too many large skills in a row will melt the brain from overload. Users must alternate between smaller and larger skills to allow their brains to cool down. Good equipment can only reduce the burden, not change the fundamental rule. Now is the time to attack, Net thought decisively. Suddenly, the boss's lips curled into a smirk, and thorny vines lunged towards them. Instinctively, he sidesteps and climbs, successfully ascending the thorny vines with Jephi. Like twin bolts of lightning, they ascended, as Jephi mused that battle is an endless chain of unforeseen circumstances. Even knowing the future, I can't foresee everything, he thought as the vines lunged toward him from above. Zephyr unsheathed the Twilight Longsword, a magical blade imbued with either light or dark properties for devastating attacks. This is the most effective light or dark attribute weapon a non-cleric can wield, Jephi thought, landing and unleashing a brilliant golden light. Because of that, what truly matters is how much he's accumulated. He looks back at the boss, wondering if he's equipped enough. Does he have comrades he can trust? Questions raced through his mind. Does he have the will to persevere even in the face of adversity? To overcome any sudden disadvantage, Diep-Phi thought, and he and Neep simultaneously unleashed their Yang swords, shouting loudly, Hey! He wondered if he was strong enough to overcome this moment, this battle. Goat-Phi unleashed the Dragon King's secret technique, the Cloud Dragon Ascension sword form, while Net successfully landed a fatal blow, severing the boss's head. He landed, but the severed part convulsed and a new head grew from the stump. It's not over yet, they both think as the creature begins to transform before their eyes, but then Phi's lips curl into a smile. Zephyr crouches, facing it head-on. I've been waiting for this moment. With that in mind, he called out to his companion, Net! He quickly responded, Got it, and immediately charged forward. Net leaps forward, instantly confronting the recovering Eurydica, recalling Deepi's words. Even the Dragon King's secret arts are useless against such a monster. Destroying its head only forces it into a second, even more powerful form. However, for a moment during its transformation, it will be immobile and unable to use any skills. A moment Defi stressed, we must seize. Thinking this, Net reached into his spatial pocket, twisting it open to reveal the Holy Cross of Faith. It pierces the boss, causing it to shriek. The legendary artifact reacts to the filth by unleashing its holy power. Eurydica's Holy Cross of Faith screamed as it clashed with the brilliant light, but the boss reached out to tear it away. But before it could, Zephyr leapt in, cleanly severing its restless hand. He smirked, thinking that the holy pillar would negate most of the damage, and then they could simply finish off the boss while it was trying to get rid of it. Even a legendary artifact has its limits to the amount of holy power it can contain. Once depleted, it's just an oversized hunk of metal, nothing more. So, the one who spent a fortune to hire him, Lucius, never intended to use him for attack, he thought, clicking his tongue as he continued. Even so, it wasn't his money, as he swung his sword and severed another of Eurydica's limbs with a strange expression. The shining holy pillar of faith began to dim, immediately catching Defi's attention, who thought that the light on the holy pillar of faith was fading, meaning it's lost the ability to identify its enemies. He and Net both looked at the weakest boss under the holy pillar, panting as they thought, Shh, it's persistent. It won't give us a second to rest. Defi dropped his low-quality sword, realizing all the weapons he'd prepared were drained of divine power. Shh. What did I expect from this cheap stuff? I wonder how Lucius and the others are doing. especially if Matthias is already demonized. Well, with the goddess of light backing him, he won't die easily, he muttered, dropping 3 empty magic potion bottles, thinking that nothing else could save him. Meanwhile, the monster's eye still twitched, making Net wary. Deepai then said to him, "Forget it. It can't recover in its current state, but if it dies completely, the door will open and the Guardian will come in. First, let's find the dragon heart," he said calmly, tossing something toward Net. Across from him, Net picked up the item and examined it. A recovery potion. Deepai said, "Use it. We don't know what dangers await us as we search for the dragon heart." But Zephyr turned and left, leaving Nate with a whirlwind of thoughts. To defeat the dungeon's boss from one of the world's 8 most mysterious places with just 2 people, it was truly miraculous. He marveled that he thought himself strong, but not strong enough to make such a miracle occur. Truthfully, it was all thanks to his plan. As he followed Defi, he couldn't help but feel a sense of caution, as if Defi looked down on everything from above. As he thought this, a loud noise erupted behind them, drawing their attention. From behind the large door, a knocking sound echoed, revealing a suit of armor and a large wooden sword, dripping with something strange. It groaned over and over. Ugh, ugh, ugh. A knight, George Juss, appears in the most wretched and disgusting form. He supports himself with a wooden sword, surrounded by a faint aura of magic, appearing again and again with his moans. The magical energy surged, spilling through the doorway, and soon filled the entire auditorium. The magic surged toward the weakened woman on the ground, causing her to cry out. Trembling, she whispered, "Joris, my knight." She stammered, tears streaming down her face in a surge of emotion. As the magic flowed into her, her body began to change, and she stood there, bewildered, raising a hand in defense. "What the hell is going on?" Goatfi replied, equally clueless. "I don't know either. This wasn't in Lucius's dungeon raid report that I read in my past life." He realized then that, unlike Lucius, who entered the boss room after defeating the Guardian, the future had been altered because that thing hadn't been destroyed. Eurydica, now restored to a form not quite her own, glanced at the Pillar of Faith, then simply pointed. Immediately, the jaws of Devouring opened and swallowed the holy pillar whole, after which she turned her gaze. Quickly, Jeffy and Net rushed forward, blades raised, ready to strike. They both cried out, but as their swords struck Eurydica, Net realized with horror it felt like they hit nothing at all. Zephy also noticed this skill, thinking it was Midia's space distortion magic, and suddenly a magic circle appeared beneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, a tangled mess of thorny vines erupted, forcing them to narrowly evade. Nate's eyes widened in shock as Eurydica rushed towards him, her hand outstretched, too fast. But then, Defay quickly came to his aid, shouting, "Don't even think about it!" He successfully ensnared Eurydica with the Black Iron Spider Queen's web. "Get over here," Zephay replied, tightening his grip on the string. She could only groan in quiet anger, as light suddenly emanated from around his arm. He thought to himself, basic reinforcement magic. Then he forcefully pulled Eurydica back, secretly calculating his next move. For defense, space distortion is unbeatable, but it warps the space around the user, preventing their own attacks from landing. He pulled her back, thinking that the moment Eurydica approached to attack would be their chance. She didn't have time to rest, immediately summoning thorny vines that gripped the floor, and saw the clear image of him swinging his sword. He struck true. And just as he thought, yes, his words caught in his throat, replaced by the shocking realization that the blow was aimed at him. "What?" Instantly, the slash landed, cutting from his right shoulder down to his left hip. Even as he fell, Eurydica stood tall, having used Dark Mirror, an ancient media spell that reverses all damage received, amplifying it by 300% based on the user's skill. Eurydica casually points at him, unleashing a torrent of dark magic that forms a crushing hand. Net cries out as he tries to block the attack. At that moment, a fist reached out and J-Pi relentlessly pummeled Eurydica's back. Lightning palm strike. He unleashes blows like thunder while casting spells, but she immediately chants, and he quickly creates a line of light for his next attack. That cord reaches for the bright spots on her right arm. Pressure points, he thinks, an Eastern technique used to crush opponents by constricting the meridians through which their magic flows. He thought as he suppressed her, though it didn't inflict as much damage as a typical weapon attack, the pressure point constriction would temporarily cut off her meridians, preventing her from using any skills. Her mana recovery speed was extraordinary. Truly a great mage. If I hadn't mastered this technique, I might not have been able to cut off her flow of magic. He wearily mused, remaining cautious. Who knew the things I practiced with Auntie would be used like this? I'll combine this with my spider silk, he thought to himself as he forcefully pulled Eurydica closer, and as soon as the distance was perfect, he pressed both hands against her body, causing her to scream out in pain. At that moment, he pulled out an item he bought from W, a rosary with Buddhist enchantments carved into each bead. Immediately after, he flicked away 3 wooden beads. With just under 9 seconds until the dark magic vanished, he watched them fly, and when they hit their mark, causing Eurydica to grunt, he smiled, relieved, thinking, all right, that'll keep him alive for now. But due to his carelessness, he quickly took a heavy blow to the jaw, sending him flying away from Eurydica and crashing into a large pillar. He gritted his teeth, realizing this damn monster wouldn't be restrained for long, and soon the thorny vines were upon him. Eurydica enthusiastically conjures up magical orbs aimed directly at him. He scoffs. Well, I certainly didn't expect that. Immediately after they struck him, radiating a brilliant light under Eurydica's command, while elsewhere, a glass shattered on the wooden floor. Oh my, are you all right? A sister with thin glasses heard the noise and came in to ask. The fair-haired nun offered a strained smile as she gathered the shards. I'm all right, just a bit clumsy. Ouch! She cried out, cutting herself on a shard, then paused, gazing at the broken porcelain before her. She worried. My esteemed guest, I hope you're safe. She wondered if he was making good use of the items she'd acquired for him. I have a bad feeling about this. When she was done, she stood up, walked to the window, and an idea came to her. The protective spell I cast on him should have been stronger. Phi is surrounded by blood, with broken wooden dolls scattered around him. Naked and defeated, he collapsed before Eurydica, while in the distance, Net lay still and silent. Life unknown. Damn it, missing one hidden beat has made us so reactive and passive. He thought bitterly, it's ridiculous. One of the 8 great mysteries that I could easily conquer in my past life. He looks at Eurydica standing proudly in the distance, thinking how harsh this time is and how worthless he was in his past life. He knew it, and used all the items he had prepared in advance, along with all his weapons and defensive equipment, but they were all destroyed. What did I overlook? Jaewi wondered. The pretty boy regressor perk the gods bestowed? He recalled the fortress skill granted by his patron, the debt god USR, which accumulated fatigue and damage to be unleashed when his mana bottomed out. That bastard had been after his life all along. Then he remembered the holy beast egg, proof of a celestial beast of unknown origin, and thought that hatching it now would be suicide, as most holy beasts rejected humanity. Next, Zephyr looked at great luck, which would temporarily surround him with a powerful aura of fortune, with 2 uses remaining. He thought that, even though there was no penalty for using great luck, he had other plans for his remaining 2 uses. If he used it anywhere else, failure was certain. The gods would surely revel in his regret and despair if he used it at the wrong moment. Then, his eyes fell upon rebirth. It revives the user 3 days after death, but once activated, the user's soul becomes the property of the god who granted it, thinking that Lightsword and rebirth are just traps to steal his freedom. To gain great power, he'd become a puppet, forced to act against his own will. Other perks had activation requirements that were too strict or were useless in combat. I have nothing left to turn the tables now, Jaewi thought with a hint of despair. This isn't even goodwill or a gift from them. He recalled the moment he stood before the high-ranking angel Mercedes, the spokesperson for the gods, who said, "Show us something more interesting with that fearsome face." He thought it was all just for the amusement of the gods, their only purpose to hold him down, forcing him to cling to the hope they offered at the last moment. That privilege was simply shackles. Zephyr pondered, while Eurydica stood before him, slowly pointing her finger like a judge with a red light. If he died here, all his plans and efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, Defi's eyes hardened with resolve. He had to do something. He used his blood-soaked hand to draw a symbol on the ground, something that would shock them all. With 3 final strokes of blood, he completed the drawing. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, revealing golden hair and the subtle glimmer of pristine white angel wings. The avatar of the high-ranking angel Mercedes appears before him, her face stern as she demands an explanation. What is the meaning of this? Explain yourself, Defi. How could a human like you know about such a blasphemous mark? He wondered, not rushing to answer. He just smirked, thinking to himself, I only used a worm as bait and I caught such a big fish? Zhou Fei, hand still on the symbol he'd just drawn, looked at Mercedes, thinking, celestial punishment is the law of this world, automatically punishing those who dare to violate the taboo. In other words, the moment he completed the symbol, he was sure he would die according to the laws of this world. At that moment, she said, "Explain yourself. How does a human like you know about this blasphemous symbol?" "Why are you here?" he asks. "Have you forgotten that I was the one who sent you back in time? An angel who forged a connection with a lesser being, granted the right to enter the mortal realm." "I was only ordered to answer you once. There won't be a second time," she emphasized. "What do you know about that blasphemous symbol?" Suddenly, he softly says, "Pay me for it," catching her completely off guard, her eyes widening in confusion. "If you want to know, pay me," Defy repeats slowly, raising an eyebrow at her. "Are you out of your mind?" she asked, looking at him. Immediately, she unleashed her power, golden light enveloping his hand as it drew the symbol, holding it fast. Surprised, he wondered if the angel's skill had rendered his fingers immobile. The high-ranking angel, Mercedes, the spokesperson for the gods, scowls, looking down at him with displeasure. "Don't get the wrong idea. Though you've attracted the gods' attention, you're no saint or angel. Just daring to draw that symbol has angered countless gods who are clamoring for your life. You've gone too far." As she spoke, he suddenly cut her off, saying, "Oh, okay, then kill me." Mercedes is shocked by his nonchalant words, while Zephyrs taunts him, "Go ahead if you think you can handle the consequences, that is, if you even have the right to kill me." After saying that, he thought to himself, recalling all the privileges he had obtained. After carefully considering the regression privileges granted by the gods, he could tell what they wanted from him. The gods of Det and Sky seemed to say, "We'll give you a double-edged sword to torment you and show us an interesting death," making him think they wouldn't want a disappointing suicide. Meanwhile, the god of death and the goddess of light seemed to say, "Oh, we'll give you great power, so become ours." Furthermore, he reasoned that if he died, those who wanted to recruit him into their armies would lose him to the god of death, thwarting their goals. Something they definitely wouldn't want. That's why they rushed to send the angel down before the mark was completed. He looked at Mercedes's apprehensive face and thought, and then she said exactly that. "What do you want? Give me more." Zephyr looks at her, certain. "I can't go on with all this ridiculous privilege granted by the gods. If that's the case, I'd rather die here," he shouted into the barrier she created. "Are you even listening, you gods? If I die, some of you will gain, and some will lose." He rose to his feet and continued to shout. "Is this really okay with those of you who stand to lose? Are you just going to stand by and do nothing? I assure you, if you lose me, you won't find another human to control. Go big while you still can." Devi's desires ran wild. At this moment, the god of Det, the god of the sky, the god of death, even the god of the forge, the god of question marks, and the god of medicine were all silent before his words. "I'll give you all a chance," the goddess of fortune said, clasping her hands together and quietly calling his name. Zephyr, in her heart. And the goddess of light, who had been silent, suddenly burst into laughter. "How intriguing," she said, startling the angel. Just then, a light emanated from above them both, and he raised a hand to shield his eyes, still surprised by what he saw. "Why?" the high-ranking angel and spokesperson for the gods questioned. Mercedes asks, "Is this what you wanted?" Before a response could be given, Luong struck the ground, creating a loud sound and a thick cloud of smoke. The scene before Eurydice's eyes returned in an instant. "Oh, I'm surprised to see you," he calls out rudely, his figure faintly appearing. "Have you been waiting long?" His arrogant question only excited Eurydice, who grinned ear to ear and hissed a long, "Ki bai." Immediately, her form vanished, leaving behind lingering traces of chaotic magic. She lunged at him in the shape of grotesque hands. As she lunged forward, a beam of light struck her, obliterating half her face. Eurydice's eyes widened in shock as he cleaved her in two. Then, Zephy lightly twirled the object in his hand, taking a stance with the light sword. This holy artifact, forged from a shard of primordial light in the form of a sword, has had its usage restrictions lifted at his request, much to the amusement of Arya, the goddess of light. "Ah ha ha ha," she then casually exclaimed. "What an interesting human. I apologize for only giving you trinkets before and not seeing your true worth. Now that sword is yours, and I'll grant you even better artifacts from my vault." Meanwhile, she confused the god of loans, who loudly questioned, What do you mean by this?" The goddess of light questioned, "How could you so easily allow a mere human to wield a sacred artifact?" Suddenly, the sky god's voice echoed softly, "What's wrong with that? It's mine. I'll let whoever I want use it," he said, surprising the old woman. Then, the sky god Eros chimed in. "I also think I acted inappropriately as one of the great gods." Eros then thought to himself, moreover, he was concerned that the god of death was showing such interest in that human when he usually didn't care about worldly affairs. Until he knew what the god of death was planning, he would never hand that human over to him. At that moment, Zephy rushed forward again, light sword in hand, to which Eurydica responded by immediately distorting space. But before she could finish, the radiant blade pierced her right eye, and his light sword slashed across her face. He readies his light sword, thinking that even a great mage's magic cannot block a sacred artifact. The light sword's unique swordsmanship. Defi prepares and immediately brings down a pillar of blinding light, Genesis, upon Eurydica. Soon, her audience chamber was filled with thick smoke, and the charred skin surrounding her began to crack, revealing the body of a normal person. Eurydica, in her new form, lies on the ground, groaning as she slowly opens her eyes. Is she awake? Zephy politely inquired, even cradling her in his arms. He pondered the technique he had just used. The ultimate curse-removing technique with a powerful light attribute. I never thought I'd use this, but it seems to have completely removed Eurydica's curse. He looks at her in his arms, dressed in pure white, and realizes this is Eurydica's true form. It feels like I've had a dream. A long, terrifying dream, she says, her eyes half closed. Then she calmly opened her eyes and asked him, "Who are you? Who are you to drive away the evil within?" "Je suis," he replied. "I am your successor." Princess Eurydica, one of the 12 heroes, recalls Georges kneeling before her, presenting an object and reverently saying, "Under the radiant sun, this is the heart of the black dragon, Caius. My princess, I offer it to you." "Well done, Georges, my knight." She placed her hand on the dragon's heart and softly said, "However, don't call me princess anymore, just Eurydica." Her face flushed slightly, and she shyly asked, "Didn't you say you had something to tell me after defeating Kaiserus?" Eurydica gazed at the knight she secretly admired and asked her question, as Georges slowly removed his helmet and kissed her passionately, a kiss he knew he would never forget. "At that moment, I thought we would live happily ever after." How foolish I was, Georges cursed himself. Here, in the tomb's grand hall, Eurydica spoke calmly in his arms. The lowest level of this tomb holds a magic circle containing the Tree of Life, a treasure of the elves. It's an artifact that can cleanse the deadly curse within the black dragon's heart. Thanks to the magic circle's power, I've been able to live for thousands of years and purify the dragon's heart. But in exchange, I suffered a terrible curse and lost my humanity. You and your friend pulled me from that darkness. She looked at him gratefully. I don't know how to repay you. Then she wearily closed her eyes. I can't prolong my life any longer. My body has reached its limit. My time is running out. Eurydica then looked at him seriously, asking why he needed the dragon's heart. It's a long story, he said wearily, shaking his head. I don't have much time left, so just read my memories. He placed his hand against Eurydica's, initiating a telepathic link, allowing her to read his emotions and memories. Then, a slow-motion film of gruesome, bloody images flashed before Eurydica's eyes, showing Zephy facing the demon lord Tartarus. This is, she stammered, as the vision of him facing Mercedes, the high-ranking angel and spokesperson for the gods, appeared before her. This is? She wondered. The scene shifts to him, dancing with Aunt Justina Kine as they face a monster. A parting of ways becomes clear. Meanwhile, Lucius struggled against Matthias, the clash creating shockwaves that echoed through the pillars. Matthias unleashes blow after blow, taunting his opponent. What's with all the twisting and turning? Lucius seems to be enjoying himself, but unlike his excitement, Lucius is struggling to defend himself. He cried out, secretly doubting himself. How could he, blessed by Arno, be so overwhelmed? He stares at Matthias's demonic hand, realizing that every time it touches him, his power vanishes. Matthias laughs maniacally, declaring that this ultimate feeling is like being a god. So this is what it's like to have power. You've been enjoying this all by yourself? He asked Lucius. Huh? He growled, reaching out towards Lucius with blazing flames, but Lucius raised his shield. After the attack landed, sparks and debris flew everywhere, causing the soldiers below to cry out in alarm. Ano stood there, grinding his teeth in frustration, thinking, just dodging their attacks is exhausting enough. How am I supposed to help? Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a cloaked figure, a minion of Matthias, stood behind them, marveling, amazing. Is this the power the Demon King's society craves? If I exploit this situation to take out a few clerics, especially those 2 healing and support captains, I might receive a revelation stone like Lord Matthias. He looked at A and Leona, a dirty scheme forming in his mind. He slowly pulled a knife from his sleeve, fear warring with calculation. You chose the wrong faith, don't blame me. But suddenly, a plume of black smoke reached him, forming a 6-pointed star sigil on his abdomen. In an instant, filthy bugs burst forth from his abdomen and those around him. His screams and those of the others immediately caught A's attention, who thought in shock. What? There were Demon King's disciples even among the clergy? The branded bugs were drawn to Matthias Screamer. Ha ha, thank you, brothers, for contributing your power to me. He laughed heartily as he continued his pursuit. The demon's technique allows him to reclaim the power from his disciples' kill marks. Your lives will be put to good use. Matthias smirks, compressing the insects into a pellet, causing Lucius to panic and shout, deploying an absolute defense. A great fire erupts, engulfing all those who couldn't defend themselves, save for Lucius, who raises his shield just in time. Those around him were incinerated, and he could only desperately block the attack, crying out, "Stop!" He shouts, "Don't sink any deeper into sin." Matthias replies, "Sink deeper into sin?" Matthias Screamer, showing no signs of stopping, gritted his teeth and asked Lucius, his eyes wide, "Do you even have the right to say that?" He wondered, how could Lucius of the Genetti family be granted a stigma? He was only 7 years old at the time, and not even a candidate for sainthood. By tradition, candidates are trained until they are 15, and then participate in the selection. The victor of the Grand Assembly is granted the right and receives the stigmata, yet the sacred seal belongs to him? Matthias thought bitterly. What about me? He wondered. What about me, a candidate for sainthood? He thought amidst the curses and jeers. Damn it, I thought Matthias would become a saint. What a waste of money on his family. This has to be a scam. Did the gods truly deceive us? We must get our money back quickly. Shut up. Does that even matter anymore? Matthias Screamer thought that, according to the Bible, if someone who wasn't a candidate for sainthood received a holy mark, it was a sign of rebellion. In other words, the glory days of the Church of Light had returned, as Matthias relentlessly struck Lucius. After being chosen as a saint, what did your father do? He sold blessings at exorbitant prices, boasted that receiving your blessing would ward off the riots, and extorted wealth from those devout followers. He shouted as he struck. He stopped at nothing to hoard as much as he could, and he continued with increasing fervor, "Do you know how many people were ruined because of you? Do you know how many people were ruined and took their own lives? Your family is nothing but a band of swindlers and murderers. Is that not a sin? Then what is it?" he said, striking down as Lucius struggled to defend. You turn a blind eye to evil, even collaborating with the wicked to create dungeon bubbles. And then none of you take responsibility for that heinous crime. He roared in fury, throwing punches, finally screaming with a ferocious look, "You, the Temple of Light, are the real devils." Jawi and Yudica finally break apart. "Is this what you've been through?" she asked softly, sitting across from him. How could he endure all of that? She wept with pity, so heartbreaking. But Jeffai, sitting across from her, remained silent. After a moment of silence, Yudica spoke again. The demonic invasion he fought so hard to stop would return in a few years. Hearing this, Zephi firmly replied, "I must win this time. I won't fail miserably like before, which is why I'm asking for your favor." Zephi then recalled his previous words. First, the dragon's heart can only be absorbed through a special method. Otherwise, you'll die from being unable to control its magic. Even I can't do it, but I know someone who can help me absorb the dragon's heart. He wondered who he could ask for help, but now Eurydica had regained consciousness. She was the most experienced, having implanted a dragon's heart into the first dragon slayer, Georges. With that thought, he sat across from her and pleaded, "Please, implant the dragon's heart into me." Hearing this, Eurydica slowly closed her eyes. Immediately, she sadly replied, "I'm sorry, I can't grant that." He was immediately shocked, his eyes widening as he thought, "What the hell?" The scenery suddenly shifted, replaying the history of this devastating world's creation. A millennium ago, as the world teetered on the brink of destruction, the strongest of the 7 ancient dragons, the black dragon Caius, suddenly incinerated the world. Kaiserus, one of the 12 heroes who led the fight against the demons, lost himself and became crazed by a demon's curse. The world was consumed by resentment and death, a horrific scene of bloodshed and devastation wrought by the black dragon Ceres, as well as the golden dragon, guardian of humanity's lands. The remaining 11 heroes had no choice but to confront their former comrade, Kaiserus, to protect the world. A true disaster for this beautiful land. To save the world, the heroes were forced to fight a demon who was once a hero, and nothing went as smoothly as one would hope in a desperate battle for a peaceful life. The battle against the black dragon raged for a year, a fierce struggle between the heroes and Kaiserus. It was with a heavy heart that Georges raised his blade against him. "Forgive me," Kaiserus lamented. Immediately following, Georges delivers the final blow to Kaiserus, ending it all with a decisive strike. Everything that happened in my time and yours was because of the demon's ambition to summon the demon lord to this world. The gods, bound by the laws of their own realms, cannot interfere in other worlds, but there is one exception. The more he spoke, the more impassioned Ji became, insisting that the demon lord Tatarus could directly enter the human realm through summoning. He continued to express his deductions about the high-ranking demons. The one who tried to summon the demon lord in your time created an organization called the Demon Lord Sect, and they are now trying to summon him to this world again. Your purpose in the past and mine in the present are the same. Lights flicker and blaze across the sky as Zephyr speaks with conviction. Seeing my past life, you must know that already. He recalls the faces of demons and their vile deeds. With conviction, Yefei voiced his opinion and feelings. Nobles, priests, countless villains, all seeking to line their own pockets, regardless of the world's fate, even plotting with the Demon King's apostles for their own satisfaction. For clarity, Demon King is now Demon Lord, and disciples of the Demon King are now apostles of the Demon Lord. And as people flee the Demon Lord's grasp, only I and my comrades truly try to stop the world's end. With that thought, Jafe's hand clenched into a fist, his teeth grinding in resentment. I didn't come back here to enjoy an easy life. I'm here to fight, and win. Life seemed too cruel, pushing people to the brink, and Juefei was no exception. Finally, he abandoned all shame and reached out, softly begging Urira, the greatest mage in history, the leader of the 12 heroes, the one who brought them together. I have a request for you, for the sake of the epic's heroes. Jeffy was more serious than ever, asking clearly, please, grant me the power to protect this world. Princess Urira still looked at him hesitantly, but said nothing, her eyes downcast with a sadness that weighed heavily on her heart. In her heart, she wondered, even though you're completely different, why do you remind me of him? Then, the vision flashed back to the past. Georgius tries to understand Yuri's lingering fear, despite their 3-year struggle to cleanse the dragon's heart and countless attempts to prevent its corruption. Realizing he misspoke, Georgius lowered his voice to reassure her. I'll be fine. And I'm proud too. He gazed out the window, lost in thought. The remnants of the demons have been driven back to the desert, along with the red dragon, who still craves to conquer the lands of humans. I feel honored to receive the power to protect the world from them. Princess Urira was truly unwilling to let him go, softly pleading, Georgius. But he immediately cut her off, saying what he wanted. Georgius approached his newborn child for one last look, expressing his sincere wish to leave behind a world free from those threats. For our child, trust me and implant that dragon heart within me. Unable to dissuade him, Urira honors Georgius's wish as violet lights materialize, causing his body to react violently. His body convulsed, trembling as he tried to absorb the power. Urira watched, her heart twisting with unbearable pain and anxiety. Urira's heart ached, and she desperately wanted to stop this horrific scene, ignoring her weakened state as she rushed toward Georgius, screaming his name. But she was quickly restrained by the palace servants who gently urged, Princess, please step back, it's too dangerous. By now, Georgius had transformed beyond recognition. His face reduced to a skull as he cried out in agony. Meanwhile, Urira watched the horrifying scene unfold, beads of sweat forming on her brow, and realized she felt the same energy as Kaiserus when he went berserk. A cursed demon? Suddenly, a voice echoes in her ear. The curse on the dragon's heart has been cleansed. Why, you ask? That's what you're thinking, isn't it? With that, he leisurely approached Yuri, none other than the ancient golden dragon, who readily admitted his mistake. I apologize, but I used some methods to make it appear as though it had been purified. His sudden appearance drew Urira's attention. She suddenly cried out inwardly, Golden Dragon! Immediately after, the golden dragon winked and snapped his fingers honestly. I'm glad to be your teammate, but I still have responsibilities to fulfill. Before Urira could react, the golden dragon's spell enveloped her body. She could only stand there, frozen and silent, enduring it all. This was the dragon tongue technique, unique to the dragon race, a power residing in their very words. The golden dragon's eyes grew cold and inhuman as he relentlessly chanted the spell. She would never speak the secrets she held, and Eurydice suffered the ancient golden dragon's curse. The curse constricted her throat, stealing her breath, and Eurydice gasped for air before collapsing. She struggled to speak, but no words came, only gasps. Having achieved his goal, the golden dragon turned his back, mocking her, saying, If you hadn't been so greedy for the dragon heart, you both could have lived happily ever after with your daughter. The ancient golden dragon praised, "Your skills are quite remarkable." Eurydica, the dragon heart, has completely purified Georgis's body, along with the curse hidden within. The absorption of the dragon heart continues within Georgis, changing him at an alarming rate. The ancient gold dragon sneers, urging her to witness her beloved husband's destruction of the world, as Georgis's face and body become unrecognizable. He had become a savage, raging demon, as the ancient gold dragon reveled in the boundless power surging from the dragon heart. A horrifying transformation ensues as Georgis absorbs the dragon heart, turning into a monstrous demon, his savage nature unleashed as he advances on Eurydica, who can only watch in terrified awe. And with no other choice, she plunged her sword into the beast's chest, into Georgis himself, to end his life. No one could understand Eurydica's pain as she stood there, heartbroken, watching it all unfold. And so, the demonic Georgis was defeated, leaving the violet-tinged dragon heart suspended in the air. The past now closed. Eurydica sadly confessed, "I had to take the dragon heart from Georgis's chest with my own hands." A millennium passes, and after cleansing the curse, she still awaits a worthy hero to claim the dragon heart, her face as sorrowful as ever. Eurydica spoke earnestly. "I know that you are the hero worthy of this. However, his body isn't truly prepared to receive the dragon heart. If I implant it now, its power will tear him to dust, or he'll be crippled forever." Hearing Eurydica's warnings, Jeffy fell into a pensive silence. Did he know? Besides, with the deadly poison from before, this is the limit to how much I can strengthen my body. If I can't get stronger in the next few months, my meridians will start to constrict, and the Bellio solution is only effective when my stats are low. Having exhausted all methods for rapid growth, Jeffy confidently states that the probability of success is not zero. Closing her eyes in thought, Eurydica immediately surmises that he must be thinking of using great luck, that if the probability isn't zero, he can still make it a certainty. "It seems things won't be as easy as Jeffy says," Eurydica countered. However, he miscalculated. There's another moment when he'll be forced to possess great fortune. "What?" Eurydica answers without hesitation. It was just as she was about to reveal the secret of the past that Eurydica's throat was constricted by the golden ancient dragon spell, causing her to turn away in pain. She quickly regained her composure, realizing her slip of the tongue, and fell silent, coughing. Seeing this, Zephy frantically jumped up and shouted, "Eurydica!" At this moment, Eurydica was in a terrible mood, sitting on the ground, lost in resentful thought. "Even after 1,000 years, are you still binding me with the dragon tongue, golden dragon?" She gritted her teeth in resentment, vowing, "I won't let you have your way. Even if I can't say it because of the dragon's tongue, I just won't say it directly." That was the moment she declared he had to choose between the one he loved most and another. G seemed awakened by Eurydica's guidance. His face hardened, his eyes more determined than ever. His eyes burned with a fierce desire to undertake this difficult mission and a determination to succeed. She gently advised, "For now, use everything in my tomb to become stronger, then return and take the dragon heart. That's the safest way. I will also alter the dungeon's layout so you can escape the clerics." However, knowing the risks he would face, and if he still wanted the dragon heart, she placed a trembling hand on his shoulder, as if to encourage him. Eurydica continued, "Red dragon, blue dragon, ice dragon, green dragon. You must hunt these 4 ancient dragons within a year. There is no other way." After laying out the tasks he must complete within a year, Eurydica stares at him and asks, "Do you think you can do it?" After careful consideration, Jeffrey confidently declared, "I thought it was something, but aren't you underestimating me?" He declared, "A year is more than enough time to slay all 4 ancient dragons." Extending his bloodied hand towards Eurydica, Jeffy sincerely expressed his desire. "I believe in you. I'll show you the peaceful world you and Georgis long to see." He continued to persuade Eurydica. "Just half a year," he promised, "and you can lay down your burden and watch me from the other side." Eurydica listened intently, but her eyes still held a deep sadness mixed with worry. But in the end, she decided to trust this brave man before her once more, thinking to herself. Finally, she realized how her emotions had been burned away by this great responsibility, and she closed her eyes, letting tears of happiness and emotion flow as Eurydica finally found what she had been waiting for. She felt a sense of relief, and with that, Eurydica confessed, "I'm sorry. I'm entrusting you with the task I couldn't complete in my time. I'll leave it to you." Then a green light emanated from the top of the tower. The tower slowly opened, revealing a strange artifact within, which Eurydica then took. Jeff stared intently, wondering if the strange object in Eurydica's hand was the heart of Kaiserus. Eurydica gently strokes the dragon heart in her hand and softly says, "I respect your decision. Then, let's begin." Jeff's mind urged him to whisper, "So this is the heart of the Ceres dragon." His eyes widen, and the system announces the activation of his ultimate luck perk, temporarily imbuing him with immense fortune as the surroundings plunge into darkness, save for Kaiserus's dragon heart, blessed by Eurydica, which emits a dazzling light. Darkness and desolation fill this space, as Zephyr's mind races with questions. Where is he? I can't see anything. Darkness. But then, suddenly, Defi realizes something. He refuted his previous thought, realizing he was in his own subconscious. At this moment, Japhi is still standing in some kind of illusory world, dazed. And then, he insists that something other than himself is here. As he expected, a pair of glowing red eyes suddenly appeared behind him, staring intently. Though Japhi's back was turned, his keen senses didn't miss it. At that moment, Japhi's face turned cold, his eyes becoming frighteningly sharp as he regained his composure and abruptly turned to observe what was happening behind him. But before he can react, Kaiserus's massive clawed hand seizes him, leaving him frozen and staring upward. Then, Kaiserus leans in close, his face contorted with rage, and threatens him. "You dare steal my power?" Zephi struggled in Kaiserus's grasp, his teeth grinding in fury. This is Kaiserus's wicked desire, lingering within the dragon's heart, as Jai's mind drifts deeper into thought. Deep in thought, Jai realized the overwhelming presence. His pressure felt like it was tearing his soul apart, the wicked desire of someone who died 1,000 years ago. Jai gasped for breath in Kaiserus's grasp as the latter pondered, observing the strange creature that dared disturb his power as if unable to tolerate it any longer. Kaiserus blurts out, "I can smell gods on you." Staring at G, Kaiserus scoffs dismissively. These bastards claim they've sent another puppet. Hearing this, Zephi couldn't contain his anger and screamed. "What?" Kaiserus blurts out, not holding back. "You are the last one I will grant power to." After that clear declaration, a hazy scene appears. It seems Kaiserus, in his massive form, is leisurely walking, fulfilling his covenant with Defi. Suddenly, the scenery changes again, and something mysterious rushes forward at an impossible speed, emitting countdown numbers. 6. Then more old people appear, along with stranger things. It seems they're in a battle. These things flew back and forth, accompanied by a countdown. 5, then 3, as the struggling heroes were hacked apart by Matthias's giant hands and blood-soaked claws, their pained cries echoing as the countdown reached 2. And then, the inevitable happened. A bloody scene unfolded. The merciless slaughter of the heroes was carried out by Matthias, who calmly declared, "It's all going according to plan." Then, with arrogance, he asserted, "It's you, Lucius." He immediately unleashed a torrent of flames upon Lucius, who struggled to defend himself. But perhaps because they were former comrades, Lucius was too familiar with Matthias's fighting style, easily deflecting the predictable attack and confidently declaring it useless. Matthias's rage has reached its peak, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames upon Lucius. It seems that was just a feint to distract Lucius. Matthias, now wiser and faster, slipped behind him, ready to deliver the final blow as if victory was assured. Grinning with malicious glee, he confidently declares, "Too slow." To assert his dominance, Matthias unleashes a devastating blow on Lucius, leaving him reeling and vulnerable. Matthias, emboldened by his attack, smugly thinks to himself that Lucius's reaction speed is slowing, that he's weakening. Lucius struggles to his feet. He glanced seriously at Matthias, thinking to himself, "This bastard is adapting to the demon powers, and with that recovery rate, I'm the only one getting hurt here." But just as he thought this, a moment's distraction led to Lucius taking another devastating blow from Matthias. The more they fought, the more Matthias provoked Lucius, finally igniting his rage and a swift counterattack. Still riding high, Matthias lets his guard down, and Lucius seizes the moment to unleash a furious assault. The battle intensifies, neither warrior willing to yield as they unleash a relentless barrage of attacks, turning the arena into a chaotic battlefield. On one side, Matthias spews fire, and on the other, Lucius struggles to raise his shield and defend himself. Matthias, with his cruel and aggressive nature, immediately draws his sword, ready to strike Lucius. Meanwhile, Lucius sits slumped against a rock face, coughing, then hangs his head, lost in thought. Leona and the others who helped him are dead, leaving him no choice but to use that power. His eyes grew resolute. Lucius was determined to defeat the arrogant and fierce Matthias. He told himself sternly, knowing the danger of using it. Matthias held the advantage, his body able to recover quickly from sudden injuries. His hand slowly summons bright sparks, flickering in his palm. Matthias lowers his voice. Then now. The flames in Matthias's hand grow larger, arranging themselves into a giant sphere, and he confidently declares, "Let's end this." He laughed arrogantly, then maniacally said, "Goodbye, Lou." But strangely, a blinding golden lightning bolt suddenly appeared, snaking toward Matthias unnoticed. Just then, Matthias sensed something was wrong, his eyes widening in disbelief as a series of questions raced through his mind. Sensing something amiss, Matthias looked down at his hand, finding no trace of the flame he had just summoned. He was utterly bewildered, realizing something had pierced his fireball and annihilated it. At that moment, a pure white feather appeared, and Matthias realized the culprit behind it, whispering in disbelief, "A feather?" Immediately, feathers began to rain down as Lucius wiped the blood from his mouth after Matthias's relentless attacks. And a wondrous sight appears. Behind Lucius, an angel with glorious white wings radiates a blinding light and speaks, "O my past, how much of your lifespan will you offer this time?" Lucius, torn and anguished, tersely replies, 1 month. The angel seemed displeased with his offer, but gently reminded him that 1 month wouldn't be enough to defeat it. Half a year would be necessary. Immediately, a blinding light appeared, gathering into a giant sphere. Lucius seemed empowered by the angel's help, his body radiating dazzling sparks of electricity, leaving Matthias stunned and bewildered, gaping and stammering. "What is that? Why, as a demon am I afraid?" Matthias's eyes widened as he shouted out in confusion. "There's no way this is happening." The orb of light slowly approached Matthias, giving him no time to evade. He seemed frozen in place, still reeling from the shock, thinking that someone like Lucius was now incompatible with him. Lucius calmly continued his mission, his newfound power from the angel filling him with confidence as he relentlessly attacked Matthias. The power of eternal light pierced through Matthias's body, sending blood flying, and all his strength and arrogance were extinguished by Lucius's skillful hand. The floor was now covered in Matthias's blood, his body crushed among the debris, his arrogance unbroken even in defeat. Matthias mocked him. "You poor fool, you were rather quiet for someone who thought they hid such power for 20 years. Without hesitation, Lucius quietly explained that it was a special skill of the saint called Glorious Light. "I borrow power from the angel I'm destined to become, in exchange for my own lifespan, a closely guarded secret known only to the Pope and select cardinals." His expression hardened as he spoke, and Lucius gritted his teeth as he continued. "This is why the average lifespan of a saint is only about 30 years. Even if we want to live a long life without using the light of glory, we have no choice but to use it against powerful opponents. Furthermore, the temple binds young saints to a life of death for its own gain." Overwhelmed with emotion, Lucius didn't hesitate to share. "The position of a saint is brutal. We're nothing more than puppets being played by the temple." He spat it out, then growled, "Is there something? What made you so greedy that you betrayed your friends and abandoned everything?" Hearing this, Matthias couldn't help but laugh, exclaiming, "Chosen one, is that all you can say? Do you think you're the only puppet being played?" Immediately after, Matthias asserted without hesitation that there was only one difference between them. Though his body ached from the attack, Matthias strained his neck and declared, "The goddess acknowledges your life and not mine. That is all." As he said this, Matthias gradually lost consciousness, his eyes about to close, but he still forced out, "What exactly is the difference between you and me? I am an extraordinary person on whom everyone placed their hopes, but why did things end up like this?" As Matthias's body floated into the air, he desperately uttered, "You still refuse to answer me, goddess. You are too cruel." The dragon's heart still flickers with a brilliant light as a bloodied, scarred hand lies motionless on the floor and someone coughs. Net slowly opens his eyes, his mind still reeling. Is he still unconscious? It was the boss's lair. Suddenly, something appeared before Net's eyes, causing him to stare wide and look up in shock. Before him, Eurydica was helping Jihi absorb Kaiserus's dragon heart, and Net couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "That's the boss's dungeon. What in the world is going on here?" The battle between Lucius and Matthias has left behind immeasurable loss and consequences, with even the bravest and strongest heroes lying unconscious on the floor, struck down by the demon Matthias. Lucius desperately casts a resurrection spell. All-powerful Arya. Almighty Arya. Almighty Arya. Finally, with Lucius's relentless efforts, things began to change, as both Leona and No suddenly coughed. Chief Chow, Lucius anxiously shook them, shouting, "Noah, Leona, are you all right?" Trying to ease his worry, she mustered a weak voice to reassure Lucius. "Captain." His heart aches at the sight of his severely injured comrades. Lucius bitterly realizes that only 3 of them remain. The scenery shifts, and Lucius quietly encourages the heroes, telling them the raid is over and it's time to return. The scene shifts to a completely foreign place, where a mysterious object emits a blinding, rosy light. The scenery shifts rapidly as a massive black dragon clutches Defi in its grasp, roaring with a deafening sound. Suddenly, the dragon sensed an anomaly in the air, its crimson eyes widening as it tried to decipher the energy. The rosy light drew closer to Phi, freezing him in place as he looked up. It was all too clear. Defi was certain this light was the effect of ultimate luck. The rosy light drew closer, making Ye mistakenly believe it was protecting him, but he scoffed, thinking he was already getting used to it without its help. Lost in thought, Goofy Phi told himself that this was his world of consciousness, not reality, and that his spirit was what mattered most. If I fear him, even if I transform, his soul will devour me and turn me into a hunting dog. I can't let that happen. After careful consideration, G resolved to defeat the ferocious dragon, placing his hand between the dragon's massive palms as he steeled himself. Remembering his inner strength, G unleashed it, tearing the dragon's hands apart as his aura shone brighter than ever before. G is deeply focused, contemplating his identity as mystical blue light emanates from him. Then his eyes snap open, locking onto the ferocious dragon with a chilling gaze. As if to display his power, G lands a fatal blow, sending the dragon reeling. Then he transforms. Fully armored, he brandishes his sharp sword, ready to strike the brutal dragon. With lightning speed, G leaps into the air, plunging the blade into the dragon, leaving it no time to react. The dragon reels in agony, one eye pierced by Goatee Phi, blood gushing freely as Goatee Phi lands gracefully, watching the dragon's plight and seizing the moment to taunt it. You think this is my first time? You're not the first evil desire of a dragon I've fought within my consciousness, including those in my past lives. At that, Ye paused, as if in thought, but his hand remained firmly on his sword, ready to strike. After careful consideration, Ye declared, "You are the fifth." Casually approaching the dragon, Zephyr sneers, "This dragon is such a nuisance. If you die, I can just absorb it. You should try to see if they're worthy of your power." The more he spoke, the fierier his eyes became, and Goat Phi couldn't help but let some harsh words slip out. "Just get that damn thing out of you, and it's time I taught you a lesson." The dragon, enraged by Goat Phi's boastful words, challenged him. "Your mouth is your greatest weapon, isn't it? Come here, don't keep it waiting." Goat Phi immediately rushed forward, launching a relentless attack on the dragon. The two were evenly matched, neither willing to back down, and the fierce battle raged on. Just then, the scene suddenly shifts, and Net lies motionless on the floor. After an unknown period of unconsciousness, he opens his eyes wide, observing the events unfolding before him, and hesitates to himself. That's when Eurydica was in the process of implanting the dragon heart into Jayfi's subconscious. Not understanding what was happening, Net wondered, what the hell is going on? At that moment, Net saw Jepai lying unconscious and motionless on the floor, and wondered if he had been defeated. Watching G, Net sees Eurydica focused on her spell, and wonders what she's doing to Jayfi while ignoring him. Net springs up, ready to fight, thinking this might be his chance to attack. Unbeknownst to Net, Eurydica had sensed his presence. But before he could act, his body seized up, and he collapsed, unable to move. He trembled, propping himself up on the floor, cursing under his breath. Damn energy stagnation. And at a time like this. That's right, the Dark Hand absorbed all my energy before I fainted. No, I can't miss this chance. The system displays a notification about energy stagnation, explaining the pain and inability to use powers when mana is depleted, prompting Eurydica to advise, "You shouldn't act rashly. Rest a bit." Her words startled Net. Eurydica turned, chanted an incantation, and flicked a magical charm toward him. Surrounded by her magic, Net gritted his teeth and glared at Eurydica, when suddenly his body began to change, his face turning green as a wave of nausea washed over him, causing him to clutch his stomach and emit strange sounds. Immediately after, Net began to vomit violently, finally expelling a fat, wriggling worm, a truly horrifying sight. Net was stunned by the horrifying sight, exclaiming that it was the marked worm he had swallowed. Seeing his shock, Eurydica explained, "I expelled the evil fragment in your body from its larval state. It seems you never used the worm's power. You achieved this level of strength purely through hard work, didn't you?" "How wonderful," Eurydica smiled, pleased. "Though just a worm, it seems your insides are damaged, so rest a while longer. Having received my mana, you'll recover after a sleep." Net, utterly bewildered, hesitated, lost in thought. Evil woman, what is she saying? Is the boss helping me? I don't know, but I'm so tired. Suddenly, the scenery shifts, and circular spirals with sharp thorns jutting out appear on the wall, connected side by side. Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Please, look at this." This is the purification device on the 5th floor. It extends all the way here. Anu continued to express his feelings. "We have to find a way." The dungeon's layout has completely changed. Leona sighs beside him. "It's been 2 days since the battle. We need to get out of here before we run out of food." But Lucius remained silent, unmoving. Ao impatiently urged, "What should we do?" It took Captain Lucius a moment to gather his thoughts, then he finally spoke his mind. "First, we'll search for the remaining holy nails." Seeing the risks ahead, Noah immediately objects. "What? It's too dangerous with just the 3 of us. We should prioritize escape." But Lucius ignored his teammates' advice and flatly refused, attempting to explain with sound reasoning that it was the only way out of there. Immediately, Lucius and Leona ran for the gate. Lucius exclaiming, "You said the 2 slaves who stole the holy nail are acting strangely?" "One of the 2, and Leona explained, "Yes, I'm sure they're nobles. They didn't join us when we fought Matthias, and they didn't attack him either." How could this be? Lucius wondered, picturing a clash between nobles and demons as he silently reasoned. What if they're different from the demonic cult? If we assume they're targeting Matthias, their enemy, and the holy sword kills him, then it makes sense. Lucius is filled with doubt and worry. If all the money invested in this dungeon disappears after his death, the Temple of Verse will have no choice but to auction it off to pay their debts. Being trapped in this dungeon after 10 years of fruitless effort would be more harmful than helpful. As he frantically ran, Lucius suddenly turned back, observing the events unfolding behind him. A plan, perhaps, still lingering in his mind. Behind him, strange shimmering streaks of purple light appeared, reflecting off a massive, pitch-black dragon. It ferociously attacks Lucius from behind, forcing him to struggle to defend himself. In this desperate moment, Lucius shares his deduction with his teammates. The Saint of Faith is in the boss room, so how is the gatekeeper still alive? The door can only be opened after the gatekeeper is killed. Lucius's words stunned Leona and Noah, who whirled around to see the ferocious dragon baring its fangs at Lucius. It immediately unleashed a violet beam, forcing Lucius to stumble backward as Anno watched in horror, screaming. The black dragon's relentless attacks corner Lucius, pushing him to his breaking point. Lucius is now on the verge of death, crushed by the merciless dragon. He struggles to raise his sword in defense, but his endurance is fading fast. He realizes in dismay that he can only use the light of glory once a week. He used it to defeat Matthias 3 days ago, with 4 days to go. Lucius was at his wit's end, his strength fading fast. He cursed in frustration. Was this really the end? Lucius was spent, and with his last breath he lamented that he might never see them again. Images of his gentle wife and young child flash through his mind as suddenly Zephyr rushes in, bracing himself against the doorframe, taking in the scene. The echoing sound startled Lucius, who was lying on the floor, and he craned his neck to look up, wondering how he came out of the boss's room. "Since I was asked for a favor, I will help you," Jeffy said suddenly, clearing his throat. "Ah." Then he immediately said sternly, "You." With a gesture, Jephi commanded the dragon to bow its head. The method he used is called Dragon Command, a special dragon skill where power lies in the words, limited by the dragon's heart. Immediately afterward, Jephi unleashed a series of magical charms, causing the skull beast to roar in pain. Lucius, pale with fear, wondered what was happening. Jealous, he gritted his teeth, glaring at Zephyr, and wondered angrily, "That monster is obeying that slave?" It really is. By some power, the massive black beast obediently collapsed to the ground at Zephyr's command. He silently observed the sinister monster lying flat on the ground, thinking, "Let's see." As Jephi counted down, the beast's hands remained bound, but with each number, the restraints loosened. As soon as Jephi counted to 10 in his head, the dragon was suddenly no longer bound by his spell, splitting its hands apart as if freed. Zephy anticipated this, it seems, as he stood his ground, watching the roaring beast. He suddenly leapt into the air, calculating that the dragon's tongue would only be effective for 10 seconds. With the dragon heart newly implanted, he couldn't yet unleash its full power. The crimson dragon heart pounded within Jephi's body. He stood still, feeling the rhythm, and thought to himself, "Moreover, I must balance my power and the dragon's power to avoid going mad." The dragon heart's output is limited to 1%, but Zephyr burns with fighting spirit, ready to meet the coming onslaught. Deep down, Jeffy was still cheering himself on, but even limited, this was still the power of a dragon. Freed, the skull beast brandished its long blade, growling, waiting to strike Jeffy. Its grip tightens on the blade, while over there is George's sword, Graham. In Jeffy's mind, he realized the monster was still emitting terrifying magical energy, and that the sword possessed power surpassing even dragons, crafted to slay the strongest dragon in the world. This is going to be a tough fight. The Skull Beast immediately unleashes a storm of dark purple energy. Immediately, that power hurtled toward Jephi like lightning, but he swiftly countered the attack with an electric blast. Golden light radiates from Jephi as a plan forms in his mind for this battle. Instead of dragon strength, he'll use this light. The method Jawi uses to fight this monster is the light sword, a divine creation made from the purest light, its usage limit removed by the grace of the goddess of light. In Jawi's imagination, he pictures the goddess of light in a drunken stupor. He drifted back into thought. The light goddess's first request: save our holy night of light. Remembering this, Zephyr blurted out, "I accept." Then, quick as lightning, Zephyr stood in the middle of the arena, summoning a blinding surge of light. Even the monster stood still, gazing up at the space. In a state of utter confidence, Zephyr declared, "Iron Dragon, you can come out now. Thank you for everything." The blinding light emanated as Gefei fearlessly advanced, unleashing his full power to obliterate the Skull Beast, leaving onlookers like Lucius in awe. He was stunned, hardly believing his eyes. Hai Hung Ngam identified it as a legendary relic, one that only a select few priests were chosen to wield. Lucius was stunned by the light sword, staring intently, unable to blink. What in the world was going on? Isn't he a disciple of the Demon King? Granted, even a devout temple priest who secretly worships the Phoenix Demon King can still wield the power of light. Lost in thought, Lucius watches Jephi fight, wondering why he senses the presence of the goddess of light within him. He grits his teeth, recalling a memory from his childhood. Back then, he was just a naive boy, taking his first steps. Innocently entering the palace, Lucius couldn't help but compare the feeling to when he met the Golden Dragon as a child. It was a feeling suppressed by an invisible pressure. Back then, young Lucius respectfully greeted the Golden Dragon, honored to meet the guardian of the nation. Back then, he even smiled kindly and patted Lucius's head. The past fades away as Lucius returns to the present. Weak and exhausted, he planted a trembling hand on the ground, staggering backward. And it was this strange sound that caught G's attention. He instinctively turned to look, and then Lucius and Leona knelt reverently on the floor. Showing respect to Jai, Lucius finally speaks. "Greetings, esteemed one." The scene abruptly shifts. In G's mind, he reflects on his 3-day battle with Kaiserus in his subconscious. A fierce clash between G and Kaiserus plays out in his imagination. JPI's resilience and fighting spirit impressed Kaiserus, who grudgingly admitted his strength, but not his trust. Finally, Kaiserus succumbed to G's unwavering will and extraordinary fighting prowess, obediently joining forces within the dragon heart in his body, but not without a reminder: "I will still be inside you, watching." Immediately afterward, Jeffy's subconscious echoed. Upon awakening, he groggily opened his eyes, greeted by the first rays of light in a state of exhaustion. Scanning his surroundings, G was shocked to see Net still unconscious, while Eurydica had already turned to dust. G clenched his fist, bowed his head respectfully, and thought, "Thank you, Eurydica. I will not fail you. In the next life, please watch over me." He gazed at the strange objects he'd found in the ashes, lost in thought. And here are the relics I found in Eurydica's ashes. 2 mysterious items shimmering with light, one emitting a red glow, known as a magic crystal. A top-tier magic manual created through the crystallization of magical essence. The possessor of the magic crystal can acquire skills through meditation. The crystal also holds the ancient magic of the Media Kingdom and the great magic of Eurydica. To learn a new skill, you must master the ancient magic of the Media Kingdom up to level 2. The other emitted a blue light known as the Key of Wisdom, a versatile key. It allows the use of all functions within Eurydica's tomb, now owned by G. At this moment, G is deep in thought, pondering Eurydica's instructions. Even though the dragon heart's efficiency is only at 1%, the dragon's power has already spread throughout his body. Therefore, his body will gradually adapt to the greater power. G listens intently, then realizes those are Eurydica's lingering thoughts within the crystal. Eurydica's instructions from the magic crystal echoed once more, revealing that to increase efficiency to 10%, 20%, or 30%, he would have to rebuild his body. Eurydica's voice echoed in his ears. He must entrust this crystal to her descendant. That child can help you. As she said this, Anta immediately came to his mind. A storm of thoughts raged in Zephyr's mind. The gods knew of his past life, but few were benevolent, and he couldn't fully trust them. If those gods dared to interfere with Antia, Zephyr lowered his head, his hands clenching into fists. He remained deep in thought. Though he longed to see her, he had much to do. And no matter his fear, he would endure. Suddenly, Lucius spoke up. "Please, esteemed one, and your friend." His words snapped Ye Fei back to reality. He immediately turned to observe, while Nate, who had apparently woken up some time ago, also stared intently at Lucius. Following that sudden announcement, Lucius got straight to the point, reporting that he would remove the curse, and then solemnly closed his eyes to cast the spell. With the task complete, Lucius announced that the two were now free. "And the throne will take care of my debts too, right?" Lucius chuckled at Japhie's playful joke and responded, "Ha ha, of course. After all, you saved my life, a debt I can never repay." Lucius then reveals he's been secretly infiltrating the Demon King's inner circle to thwart their ambitions. "I truly admire you. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but few in our Temple of Light fight heresy with such fervor." As he said this, the image of Matthias flashed in Lucius's mind. He gritted his teeth, hesitating. After a few minutes of silence, Lucius finally spoke. "Confessing to me, a child of the goddess of light, that even though punishing the demon worshippers, the enemies of the gods, was his duty, he would devote himself to helping the Great One." Net may be an outsider to this conversation, but he's been following along, already making his own calculations. Does he want to join forces with the Dragonheart's owner so he won't be overshadowed by the opposing factions within the Temple of Light? Net's vivid imagination takes him to a land of endless possibilities, seeing St. Lucius as the ultimate weapon, cultivated by the temple with money stolen from the likes of him. No matter what he's like, I can't bring myself to like him. Net continues to ponder, lost in thought, but feelings are just feelings. If he can be used, why not? After all, a saint's power, status, and wealth all have value. Especially with the Demon King's disciples deeply embedded within the Light Temple's highest ranks, maintaining a relationship with him is the best option. And him as well. With uncharacteristic enthusiasm, Lucius blurted out, "This isn't the place to talk. Let's head back to the temple." Seeing his blatant lies, Anno gritted his teeth, thinking, the captain must be eager to see the madam. But Japhie's reaction was far from friendly and agreeable, as he sternly warned, "Don't celebrate yet. The real battle starts now." Zephyr recalls the terrible vision he witnessed and warns, the Light Temple's 3rd district is now the Demon King Society's lair, including Cardinal Andean Lasker's henchmen and the Twin Knights, who are the strongest knights on the continent. Lucius's face darkened at the news and he muttered in disbelief, "What?" Zephyr admits frankly, even with the power of the Moondragon, the strength he can use is limited. "I need time to prepare, to face Andean. One match won't be enough." Anno listened intently, not missing a word, and thought to himself, one fight isn't enough? Moments later, Defy conjured the omniscient key in his hand, whispering, "Anyway, it's come to this." The key's magical energy illuminated the dungeon, drawing gasps from everyone as its radiant power emanated outwards. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, causing everyone to turn and look up. A mysterious gate opened, leading to the treasure room where the catacombs' relics were kept. Jofei turned to the others, reminding them, "Let's prepare ourselves." And together they approached the radiant golden gate. It opened, unleashing a blinding light, and Jifei smiled, knowing this was Eurydica's treasure room, untouched for 1,000 years. A sense of foreboding and curiosity stirred within him, wondering what lay ahead. With that thought, Zephy used his magic to widen the gate further. He focused intently, pouring all his strength into the task, and the emerging light reflected onto the faces of G, Net, and Lucius, illuminating them. A voice echoes through the space as the treasure room is revealed. Inside, precious power sources are carefully encased in shimmering crystal. A sight so grand, it leaves everyone speechless. "Wow!" Anno was the first to react, still overwhelmed and astonished. "What is that?" Anno's echoing voice caught Net's attention. Net immediately looked in the direction that Anno was pointing. Before them, rows upon rows of glittering glass vials containing different powers. Noah was stunned, exclaiming that everything was encased in crystal, and Lucius was equally dumbfounded by the unbelievable sight. His eyes widened as he observed, silently acknowledging that some items exuded quality at first glance. Holy relics from Eurydica's tomb. Only J-Phi remained unfazed by the vault's unique presence. He remained unfazed, calmly stepping forward to claim a vial containing a random power from among the hundreds surrounding them. An act that stunned everyone present. Net, standing behind him, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, but G simply stated, calmly, "Oh, so that's how you get them out?" Lucius watched Jayok, a pang of envy hitting him. I don't even know how to extract items from the crystals, and I didn't even help subdue the boss, so everything here belongs to him. Leona, delighted, skipped closer, gesturing for him to hurry, while Lucius, reassessing himself, pondered in shame. Who exactly is supporting whom here? I overestimated myself. Just then, Jeppy suddenly spoke up, asking if anyone had appraisal skills. Leona eagerly responded, I do. Arno, more composed, exhaled and then spoke. I do too. The appraisal ability is introduced as evaluating item stats by deciphering the mana flow on the item. The more skilled you are, the more information you'll uncover. And both Leona and Arno meticulously began evaluating each item Jeffy requested. Leona carefully examines an item and shares her insights, noting that the Old Kingdom media was a civilization with highly developed magic. The magical artifacts of that era far surpassed those of the present. Leona continued her analysis with intense focus, explaining that even if their prices were astronomical, these items were not sold anywhere because they were extremely, extremely rare. As Jue Fei was about to leave, his eyes caught sight of an item encased in shimmering crystal, a glass vial containing a single violet eye. Zifei was speechless, thinking, I can't believe it's here. He smiled contentedly. Perhaps this was what he had been searching for all along, and he was finally destined to find it. Zephyr exclaims with excitement, Good fortune is finally smiling upon me. Each person who entered this treasure room has collected items suitable for themselves. Leona obtained the Spirit Jade and Bottlestone necklace, while Arno found the Petrification Shield and Skill Stone. Lucius discovered and claimed the Mirror Armor, while Japhi was armed with the Twilight Jerkin, Mist Bracers, Illusion Sword, and the massive Graham, entrusted to him by Kaiserus, along with a silver-plated dragon cloak, silver-plated boots, and iron gauntlets. Fully equipped, the group gathered to talk, and Jeffrey spoke first, raising the issue of confronting Andean. Is the one occupying the church correct? Lucius replied without hesitation. It's not that I don't trust you, Lucius sighed, expressing his honest feelings, but our church has no way of identifying the Demon King's disciples. We can only recognize them when they use the Demon King Assembly's skills, or if they confess under interrogation. If the suspect denies it, then there's nothing we can do, Nurk suddenly says seriously. There is another way. This immediately caught Lucius's attention. Ned immediately voiced his opinion. When we kill them, the kill marks will crawl out, right? After a moment of contemplation, Lucius voiced his concerns, emphasizing that whatever the method, they must consider Andean's lineage and status. To prove his point, Lucius explained that Andean's family was the prestigious Lasker family, a highly influential house. Andean himself inherited the position of bishop in his father's fourth diocese, and now that he's risen to archbishop, he's seized control of the central diocese. Lucius continued, explaining that his family and mine had a close relationship. And then, images from the past flooded back. Lucius reported respectfully, All our warriors have joined the raid team, leaving us short-handed. We're incredibly grateful for your loan of security forces. And with a hearty laugh, he said amiably, It's only natural to help each other out. You just treat them like your own men. Lucius then returned to reality and affirmed that he had always remained neutral in the conflict between the temple's factions, so he had almost no enemies. Faking evidence and killing him would be easier. Though I didn't say it, I know he doesn't trust me or Japhi, which is why he asked for proof. Only Japhi knows how to handle every situation. After listening to Lucius, he calmly folded his arms. Evidence? Of course I have it right here. Zephyr's words left Lucius with a multitude of questions, a testament to his quick wit. Deepai pulls a glass vial containing a bright purple eye from his pocket, shakes it, and seriously questions. So, what do you think this is? The scene shifts to another location. Alfonso follows his master's command, looking right, then left, as instructed. And finally, Alfonso looks straight ahead at his master's command, just as his voice echoes. How do you feel, sir? Alfonso replied respectfully. Excellent, my lord, Andean said. After tormenting Alfonso, Andean laughs with satisfaction, praising, Good, Father Alfonso, you should have listened to me from the start. Lady Claudia, horrified, stealthily observes this brutal and inhumane scene, clutching her child tightly, lost in worried thought. Why? Why is High Priest Andean acting like this? Sensing her strange expression, Anne turns and asks softly, What's wrong, Sir Claudia? Didn't I tell you I'd show you something interesting? Andean moved closer to Sir Claudia, making her tremble, but she still tried to protect her child, as he quietly explained, The disciples of the Demon King all have kill marks in their stomachs, allowing us to use the power of the Demon King's society. The more we use it, the stronger we become. As he reached into his mouth, his face as dark as a demon, Andean calmly explained, When the kill mark reaches its final stage, you'll gain a special ability. From his mouth, Andean pulled out a squirming, grotesque seal worm. He had almost completely lost his humanity. He stared intently at Sister Claudia, a sinister smile on his face, and cleared his throat, saying, "My special ability is the kill cell. My kill cell has evolved into a kill queen, capable of producing larvae. I can use these larvae to cleanse the brain and control anyone." To prove his point, Andean uses Alfonso as an example. He stated condescendingly, like a respectable father. Andean stepped in front of Sir Claudia, wearing a sickeningly sweet smile that made her recoil. Without hesitation, he asks, "Do you know why I'm explaining this to you?" Andean gets close to Sir Claudia, a sinister smile spreading across his face, and confesses, "Lucius, your husband. You must seduce him." Sir Claudia may seem delicate and weak, but her inner strength is undeniable. "What do you mean by persuading and manipulating?" Her resolve frightens Marius, and he bursts into tears. Immediately, Marius burst into tears, and Lady Claudia rushed to comfort her adopted son. Andean was like a half-god, half-demon, threatening her one moment, then turning around to coo at Marius. "Oh, did I scare you? There. What's his name?" Sir Claudia asked, comforting her child. "Marius." Marius continued to wail, refusing to be consoled. Andean leaned in close, a twisted smile on his face, and asked, "Marius, do you like bugs?" His words sent a chill down Sir Claudia's spine, and her eyes widened as if she foresaw what was coming. As she predicted, Andean became deranged, holding the wriggling worm close to Marius, whispering, "Be friends with this lovely little bug." The worm drew closer to Marius's mouth, causing him to cry even harder. Overcome by maternal love, Sir Claudia couldn't bear the horrific sight and pushed Andean's hand away to protect Marius, screaming, "No." Andean never expected things to escalate this far. He lost his balance and fell backward, sending the worm flying in one direction and himself in another, and revealing his arm, black and teeming with writhing worms. The horrifying scene leaves Sir Claudia speechless, a million questions racing through her mind as the truth she's worked so hard to conceal is suddenly exposed. Overstepping his bounds, Andean curses in anger, calling her a wretched woman. Just as he's about to strike Sister Claudia, he receives urgent news from the gatekeeper, who rushes in to report, "Sir Andean, something's happened." His face paled at the news of Lucius outside, and he ground his teeth, shouting, "What? Forget everything I just said?" Andy burst open the window, his mind racing. "So soon? How can this be? Shouldn't he be conquering the tomb right now? How is he back already?" Surveying the scene, Andean trembled in fear. A bloody, devastating scene unfolds as Lucius and his newfound allies attack the soldiers guarding the building. Lucius has noticed him. He looks up sharply and clears his throat. "It's been a while, Patriarch Andean," and seems to be unaware of the situation, confidently issuing orders. "Are you insane, Lucius? Why would you attack clergy within your own territory? You dare abandon the campaign and cause trouble here?" Lucius remained silent, casting only a cold glare in his direction. His mind flashed back to Jafai holding the vial containing the violet eye, explaining, "This is the detection elixir. If you put a drop in your eye..." Lucius recalled Japhie's words. He would see the mark within the bodies of the Demon King's disciples. Following Japhie's instructions, Lucius's eyes could now see through the heavens. Before him stood the Demon King's forces, ready to strike. Lucius had always been confident in his abilities, but after meeting Jafie, something about him had changed. He chuckled bitterly, thinking, "My judgment of character is truly awful." Immediately after, Lucius thundered, "High Priest Andean Lasker." He raised his sharp sword towards Andean and declared, "I, Lucius Jonetti, will arrest you for heresy." Lucius gritted his teeth and vowed, "Deceiving the Temple of Light is an unforgivable sin, and you will pay the price." Knowing he couldn't hide any longer, Andean revealed his true form, laughing with sinister glee. Lucius points his sharp sword at Andean and declares him a heretic. "Andean Lasker's Crimson Pontiff, in the name of the Holy Light, I am Lucius Jonetti. From now on, I'm arresting you on suspicion of heresy." Andean, looking down from above, frowned in thought upon hearing this. Even Lucius's return was foreseen by the cardinal, just sooner than expected. With Lucius's experience and the Patus, there's no way they could have cleared the dungeon so quickly. Matthias must have failed. Was he discovered before even entering the boss room? And he revealed information about me? Useless fool. Well, it can't be helped. I'm cornered anyway. "Lucius, from the moment you returned to the temple, you walked into a trap." Thinking this, Andean rushed downstairs. The moment he saw Lucius's face, he began to reprimand him, asking if he knew how disrespectful he was being. "Why do you say the cardinal is siding with the heretics? What evidence do you have to accuse me like this?" Leona and Lucius saw Andean run down and speak, and they immediately cried out, "Bishop Alfonso, uncle!" Lucius worriedly thought to himself, hoping Andean wouldn't discover his uncle carried the seed, but not in Z's form. It must be the ability Jeff Pia spoke of, someone being controlled. Andean finally speaks up in anger, saying that no one should blindly obey, no matter how divine they are. But before he can finish, Lucius interrupts. "The evidence is right here, Cardinal." Hearing this, Andean's expression changes. He frowned, his fear evident, then looked at the letters, the evidence as Damchio pondered it. Let's rewind a bit. Deppy's group was searching for evidence when Deppy warned everyone, keep this item a secret. If word gets out about it, you'll be assassinated. No matter how safe it is, he'll use it as evidence. Leona, who was with the group, looked around and said, "The teleportation carpet is gone. How strange." The group continued on, learning that the Eurydica tomb was actually a massive labyrinth built on an enormous scale, stretching all the way to the third diocese's great temple. So they moved to the right spot, dug, and emerged outside. After digging their way out, the Zephyrs arrive at a place that Lucius reveals to be Matthias's former base. The cultists held gatherings here. Back in the present, Lucius presents Andean with evidence gathered from the abandoned house, revealing correspondence between Matthias and Cardinal Andean. Their plans to steal the imitation dragon heart, their acts of demon worship, it's all recorded here. He must have burned it after reading, but it seems he kept it as insurance, fearing a stab in the back. He certainly had great faith in his assistant. Andean was horrified and enraged, veins popping, sweat pouring down his face. But he quickly regained his composure and retorted to Lucius, scoffing as if it were all a delusion. Instead of denying it, he laughs and confesses. "Ha ha ha, I've been had, Lucius. I didn't expect you to be so thorough. Matthias must have spilled everything, thinking you were too righteous, right?" "Ha ha, fine. I am a servant of the Demon King, Andean Lasker, 11th on the list of devoted followers. So what if you know? Either way, you won't lay a finger on me." With that, he pressed a sharp knife to Sir Claudi's neck. Seeing the dire situation, Lucius called out, and Sir Claudi fearfully echoed his name. Seeing the drama unfold, Andean sneered, "Oh, calm down. Before you can even touch me, slitting your woman's throat would be no problem at all. I have a very special worm. Whoever swallows it will obey my every command. I've prepared a mind control worm especially for you." Andean held up the bug in front of Lucius, then challenged him, "Who's going to eat it? Choose. Your lover? Your son? Or you?" Lucius Andean said, holding the knife to Claudia's neck. "Decide before I count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Just as the words fell, Lucius gave his helpless answer. "I'll eat it. Just leave her and my child alone." Andean, waiting for this, grinned and said, "Very well. Then I'll let your lover eat it all." Andean makes good on his threat, forcing Claudia to eat the parasite. Lucius witnessed the scene, his mind reeling, and he cried out, "No!" Just then, Net managed to stab AL with his sword. Caught off guard, he wondered how he could have missed Net when he'd been sensing everything in the entire level. Meanwhile, Net wears a bracelet, the Mist Bracelet, which grants incredible stealth, detectable only by legendary-level detection skills. And with the element of surprise, Net defeats Andean and rescues Claudia, telling her to hold on tight. Seeing this, Andean's guard raised his sword and engaged Net, yelling at the scoundrel. And then, an intense battle broke out between the two. As Net fought the guard, he realized that the man was the Gold Knight of the Twin Knights. This was the first time he'd worn armor, yet his power was terrifying, the strongest on the 10 continents. During the battle, Net unleashed fire towards Andean. Seeing this, the guard rushed to protect. And while Net desperately tried to save Claudia, seeing this, Andean thought angrily, "What the hell is going on?" He was supposed to die at Lucius's hands, or at least escape on his own. Before entering the boss room, Lucius was fighting with the Brothers of the Church. Everything was going so well, but where did he suddenly come from? Did that Easterner deceive me, pretending to cooperate only to ruin my plans and cause my failure? The hostage has been taken, and whatever the Holy See does, they're still in danger. Protecting myself is the best option now. Thinking this, Andean tells the bodyguard, "Castor, cover me from behind." The bodyguard immediately agrees. "You can count on it." Soon after, the bodyguard approached Lucius, who scoffed, "Why come alone? Shouldn't you both come at me together? Only then would you be worthy opponents." The guard replied, "You're not worth both of us." Then he introduced himself. Second in the ranks of the Demon King's devotees. "I am the eldest son of Count Hugo Kader Hugo. Shall we begin with a few warm-up moves?" Hearing this, Lucius introduced himself. "Knight of the Light Church, son of an angel, Lucius Jonetti. I accept your challenge. Come at me. The knights are training, and for safety, ordinary believers are forbidden from entering, which causes the visiting dignitaries to frown in protest. What's going on? I came all this way to treat him. Meanwhile, far off at the mining camp, they saw smoke rising from the center, and one of them spoke up. What's that? Why is there smoke coming from the main building? What's happening over there? Leona also noticed the fire. She wondered how they could possibly talk about training under those circumstances, and then Phi left Leona's place. Seeing him off, Leona waved goodbye, telling Jeffrey, I'll stop by after the search and I'll bring the change. Definitely. Chu Phi, who was leaving, suddenly remembered something and turned back to Leona. Oh, right. Hasn't the mining area only been selling on credit all this time? I heard someone important is coming. Those illegal transactions might be in danger. What if they suddenly get exposed? It's best not to linger around the main building. Upon hearing this, Leona frowned and thought, does that mean the higher-ups already knew? Why are they running around like that? How annoying. Back in the main building, the knights are locked in fierce combat, Leona and Anzu on one side and Andian's knights on the other. Amidst the battle, the glutton unleashed 3 skills alone. First, the accumulation shield, inflicting the accumulation curse. The second move is the spirit jewel's slow, reducing the enemy's speed, and the third is the spirit jewel's curse, which weakens their abilities. Meanwhile, Leona uses the Darkstone bracelet to reduce skill cooldown by 50%. All while observing the knights and realizing the brainwashed enemies are priests from their own parish. The captain intends to eliminate the priests, but they might tear apart the opposing faction within the temple for no reason at all. Don't kill them, suppress them. And so, the slave unleashes his ultimate move, a one-time skill activated at both the throw and the target, and of course, his throw hits the mark. Hitting the knight directly, Leona was surprised and praised. How can you throw so well? The emotionless slave replied, I used to be a handball player back at the academy. Suddenly, he noticed something was amiss. The spire has fallen, and he quickly pulls Leona away from the destruction, both of them bearing witness to the devastation. They wondered how the protective spell on the main building had failed. Just then, they looked towards the main building. Above, Lucius and Castor clash in a fierce battle, as Castor fumes, realizing that the spear has the advantage due to its reach. Of course, for a master of my caliber, using a sword from a distance or dodging the spearhead and stabbing the chest isn't difficult at all, making it unpredictable. Immediately after, Lucius lands a devastating blow on Castor, who thinks to himself that Media Black Miro's ancient magic is activated upon an attack on the mirror. After that attack, Castor taunted Lucius, intentionally leaving an opening. Almost got tricked. You're good at pretending to be weak, aren't you? Lucius, not one to be outdone, immediately admits, so you know, the reason you twin brothers are known as powerhouses. Castor chuckles. That's so? As he spoke, Lucius seized the opportunity to attack, but Castor dodged it, leading to a series of intense blows from both sides, neither willing to yield. Finally, they were face to face. Lucius then declared that the reason was because a saint was a divine being that humans could never compare to. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be on the list of the 10 strongest. As he finished speaking, Lucius flew down with Castor, throwing him with incredible force into the broken ground below. Wounded, Castor gasped for air and coughed, as Leona and Anne, spotting Lucius, called out in relief. Don't come any closer, Lucius shouted, hearing their calls. Don't come any closer. The truth is, Lucius is no better off than Castor. He's also severely wounded, covered in a terrifying amount of blood. Lucius realized that when he used judgment, he was countered 5 times. No, wait, it was 7. Castor noticed the pain on Lucius's face, gently embraced him, and spoke. How does it feel when the damage is reflected back at you, causing even more pain? The reflection rate isn't even 100%, it's only 50 or 60%. Though I tried to stall you until Andian escaped, I've changed my mind. You brought this on yourself, so don't blame anyone. He growled, I'll send you to the goddess right now. Just as Castor was about to deliver the final blow, a voice echoed from somewhere. Castor, where are you? Come to me at once. This is the Queen's premonition. The one who possesses the Queen's insect can transmit it to the one who possesses the Princess's insect. Hearing the call, Castor froze, only to be immediately bound by chains. As Lucius prepared to act, the voice echoed once more. My location is here. Hurry over. On the other side, Castor watches as Andian is slashed by Defi, blood gushing from his mouth. Defi orders Andian to stand up so he can beat him some more, while Lucius's group taunts Castor, saying, Ha, what's wrong? Something's happened to your master, hasn't it? We intended to keep you here from the start, mainly to separate the 3 of you for capture, and you fell right into our trap. Hearing this, Castor was filled with rage and resentment. He never expected things to turn out this way. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You trash!" The demon's large hand toyed with the rubies, which radiated a great magical power. The man then asked, "You're entrusting me with transporting the dragon heart?" Odin bowed respectfully, hand over his chest, and replied, "Yes, your holiness. As you know, my power is mind control. With this ability, I can easily seize the third parish's grand shrine, and even hold the gods in the palm of my hand." A sly smile crept across Odin's face, expressing his belief that the safest transport was no transport at all. "The third parish has now become a nest of Beal, so we can safely store the dragon heart there, allowing you to come and transplant it at your leisure." Hearing Odin's words, the cult leader, though masked, revealed his satisfaction through his voice. "Very well, proceed as planned." But fate had other plans, delivering a harsh blow to his face. How did things end up like this? He wondered. Carried away by a silver knight, his face darkened with the realization that his meticulous plans had failed. Odin reflected. He'd planned for every contingency, the possibility of being eliminated mid-game. The disciple of Dongbang, perhaps Leonis's son, had foreseen his removal. Try as he might, he couldn't understand why his plan had failed so miserably. He pondered. He'd accounted for everything, so how could they have reacted so quickly? Indeed, there's only one explanation. Perhaps his dim brain is finally working, now that he's desperately fleeing. He immediately thought of Dongbang's betrayal. This elimination of disciples was a sham. So, they were just waiting for me to let my guard down to attack? If that's the case, everything makes sense. His mind raced, and a vile emotion began to consume him. He gritted his teeth, inwardly raging. How could he set me up like that? The bastard! The cloaked coachman spoke. "Please get in." Lord Odin, despite the summons, remained lost in his petty emotions. Lucius has been exposed as a demon worshipper, but for now, there are no issues. The cardinals of the Temple of Light want to abstain from the next papal election. Even if I'm not one of the 12 apostles, as the leader of the demonic cult, I will protect them. How can you protect anyone when you can't even protect yourself, old man? Old Odin was worried. The scale of the enemy was most concerning. If Dongbang has betrayed us, there's no telling how long the Jin Wang Ryu disciples can hide. If Dongbang himself, or his son Jin Chang, interferes. Pushing aside the complex thoughts, he convinces himself that he must first reach the base and escape, then bring reinforcements. But as the old man boarded the carriage, his hand touched a sticky green substance. Confused, he examined his hand, finding the green slime clinging to his fingers, and wondered what it was. "What is this?" Before he could think, Odin's body convulsed, his eyes wide as if he'd taken a potent stimulant. Odin clutched the hand that touched the carriage, screaming in agony, the pain so intense he writhed on the ground. The silver knight beside him cried out in alarm. For those who don't know, that's poison spirit fet 68th poison. Bellow, one of the 72 most potent toxins. The pain is excruciating. Odin trembles, gritting his teeth in agony. Damn poison. It hurts so much. As he screamed internally, horrifying tentacles began to sprout from his hands. The coachman lowered his hood, his face revealed in the light, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. He removed the white cloak, revealing a tall young man with familiar silver hair. "That's right, it's our handsome Zephyr." Odin, poisoned by him, his face contorted and veins bulging, said weakly, You're not my subordinate. Who exactly are you?" Before he could finish, Goatfy kicked him in the face, annoyed by the noise. The silver knight beside him frantically ran to Odin, shouting, "Lord Odin?" The knight turned to face him, sword raised, and said, "I'm one of the top 10 strongest on the continent. Aren't you afraid of the silver knight Bolak? If you surrender now..." It seems Mr. Goat isn't much of a conversationalist, since he tends to leave people speechless. The knight, struck by a poisoned needle, coughs up blood and collapses, his reputation as a silver knight shattered. With a contemptuous tone, Yefei points at the knight. "Isn't that a bit shallow? You should have brought a real silver knight instead of someone who plays dead from a single poisoned needle." So this impostor dared to act so high and mighty? Odin could barely stand, sweat pouring down his face, teeth grinding, veins bulging, his eyes flashing gold as he barked orders. "Castor, come to me at once, quickly." It seems Odin is stalling for time, waiting for this Castor to arrive. He began to ramble. Wait, let's talk. Who sent you?" As he sees the sword approach, Odin assumes he's been set up for money, raising his hand to stop him, saying, "It's all about the money. I'll pay you double what they're offering." "No, make it triple, please." Though he speaks with reason, his mind descends into chaos. I still haven't deciphered his seemingly immortal regeneration. This isn't ordinary poison. Wait, is there even such a thing as ordinary poison? Odin, though terrified, still tries to intimidate. Think again. I'm a cardinal. Instead of killing me, let's work together for mutual benefit. I'll give you anything you want. Though he speaks of a deal, his heart betrays him. He must buy time until the caster arrives. No, at least not until the poison is released. His mouth runs incessantly. That's right, why don't you choose me? I'll give you more than the one who hired you, Juefei said, as if reading Odin's mind. Waiting for someone? He held up the familiar silver helmet of the Knight's Order. It seems that helmet is stained with its owner's blood. With a piercing gaze and a smirk, he says, "You bastard." Upon seeing the familiar silver helmet, he was terrified, his eyes wide and sweat pouring down. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. What is this? That's definitely casters. Now back to 12 hours earlier. Early that morning, Japhie and his comrades had taken down countless undead knights, piling them into heaps, and it seemed he had beheaded Castor. His sword, drenched in blood, clattered to the ground beside him. Lucius closed his eyes, deep in thought. Dong-An's medicine. I was skeptical, but it really does identify demon worshippers. He sounded regretful, lamenting that the cardinal's escort was a demon worshipper. Meanwhile, back in the cave, Net recalls his master's instructions. Deliver the stolen dragon heart to the brothers waiting at the rendezvous point, including a priest who can remove the slave mark, then disappear. He hangs his head, realizing he was meant to deliver the dragon's heart only to be enslaved and killed. Moreover, one of those waiting is a silver knight in disguise, meaning his death is certain. He gritted his teeth, uneasy. He never imagined he'd trust such people to avenge him. Reality returns to a scene of carnage. Deefy recalls the vile acts this cardinal committed against everyone in his final days. Ned escaped the Silver Knight only to collapse after months of running with a dragon heart he couldn't absorb. His own brother then stole his dragon heart and threw him into a cave, and in his rage, he relentlessly slashed at him. Cardinal Yoden seemed truly wicked, using his mind control magic on Lucius. In a tragic twist, Lucius, now controlled by Bull, became a nightmarish enemy. Recalling Lucius's heartbreaking end, his final moments were spent in Sir Claudia's arms. Seeing her man about to leave her, she wept with heartbreak. The children, no. The memory is heartbreaking. Claudia wept desperately over Lucius's body, begging, "Please, just kill me too. I have no reason to live in this world anymore." The more he remembered, the more Zephyr resented him. All the tragedies Odin has wrought, that's why he must die here and now. He gathers his strength, raising his massive blade wreathed in blue lightning, as if pouring all his power into this one strike. The entire surrounding area lit up like a massive explosion. But the old man Odin had escaped the blow. His blade plunged into the earth, sending up plumes of smoke. Seeing this, Defy's eyes widened, and he frowned, thinking, "It's too small. Even if struck by lightning, it couldn't be this small." Lost in thought, he's ambushed from behind, but his senses and reflexes allow him to block the attack. But the blow was so strong, he was forced back, even while blocking. As the smoke cleared, a tentacled monster emerged. He laughed. "How long has it been since I've taken this form?" The old ginger was forced back to his original state by the hero, a grotesque, wriggling, talking mass of tentacles. "I didn't leave the fighting to the Twin Knights because I'm weak. I'm far stronger than them, but I simply choose not to fight." The tentacle monster rose from the battlefield, proclaiming, "Because I don't want anyone to see me like this." What an ugly, unacceptable form. If I saw that, I wouldn't die from being beaten, but from being scared to death. Jeffy senses the shift in power and hesitates, as a lightning strike cleaves off a part of him, reverting him back to Jiang That. "It's been 5 years since I broke the Heaven's Mandate Stone and became a demon." The grotesque monster spoke. "Through years of relentless training, I've gained the skill to disguise myself as a human, and the superior strength of a demon." The monster raises its tendrils, imbued with a toxic blue power, threatening J.F. Furthermore, everyone who has ever seen this form of mine has been killed without exception, so I'm surprised you forced me to reveal it. Odin grinned, but that was a mistake. He raised his tentacled hand, unleashing a powerful strike that sent rocks and debris flying. Green lines cut through the forest, cleaving the earth. Such powerful energy. Net and Claudia, deep in the woods, heard the commotion. It has begun. He is certain that the battle between Jeffy and Odin is underway. Net instructs Claudia, "Hide in this cave and don't come out until I call you." He then gave her 2 bracelets, saying, "Here. These are high-grade cloaking bracelets, so put them on." Claudia raised her eyebrows, worried, and asked, "If you give these to me, what about you?" A halo of light appears, and with a cool glance he replies, "I don't need it. And with that, Nate vanishes. Claudia, cradling her child in the cave, stares in stunned silence. Nate runs as fast as he can towards the sound, burning with the anticipation of the day he's been waiting for. Nate bitterly recalls the day he swore revenge on the beasts, remembering happier times with his beloved father, before the two Odin Temple Knights brutally murdered him. They were cruel, killing his father and stealing the family heirloom. He bitterly regrets killing only one, with two still remaining. His face radiates power, his eyes glow with a red magic, and his mind screams, "I will send you all to hell." At this rate, Odin's a goner. Anyone who wants Odin to be safe, please pray for him. As for me, I'm praying for his swift departure from this world, so he'll stop creating karma for all living things. The scout captain, clad in seemingly indestructible golden armor, unleashes powerful, fiery red slashes with each swing of his sword. The sword strikes fly towards Lucius, who raises a shield to defend himself. He's surrounded by golden light. Lucius defends, thinking that his opponent is constantly using the engraving bug's power, which grants high attack but reduces accuracy, making each blow less effective. Lucius realizes that they're blocking the attacks better than expected, making the enemy uneasy and creating an opening. Lucius calls out to Noe, who responds, "Yes, master," as the scout captain unleashes his power and chants, "Ariazio, grant us strength." As he chanted, he summoned a star ring, thinking, "This is my highest level buff skill, the light of battlefield revelation, greatly increasing the attributes of our entire army. The attack, light magic, defense, and recovery are all boosted by 120%. Meanwhile, Lucius just stares at No. Golden light, like glittering stars, enveloped Lucius. Leona stared in astonishment as the gem beside her seemed to be imbued with power, wondering if the jewel spirit was also being strengthened. Suddenly, the spirit stone swelled and glowed, leaving her stunned, just as the scout captain raised his sword to the radiant golden chains. Note: the light chains have been enhanced. No sooner said than done. The chains turned a blinding gold before his eyes. He swung his sword, hacking at the chains, cleaving them apart in bursts of brilliant fire. Suddenly, the golden chains flew towards him, forcing him back as the jewel spirit circled around to the captain's rear. He turned and blocked the incoming crystal, thinking, "Is that all? So slow?" Suddenly, a green gas enveloped him. He inhaled it, realizing it was poison, and thought, "What?" He felt strange, watching Lucius fly toward him, as if the world had suddenly sped up. The thought flashed through his mind, and he realized no, he was slowing down. Leona's gem spirit had struck, weakening him. Trivia. Shooting star? It's a gem spirit enhancement skill. Charging into attack, enemies who come into contact with the jewel spirit will suffer a debuff that slows their attack speed. Lucius's face flashed with determination, while his armored opponent, despite the helmet concealing his features, clearly showed discomfort and panic. Seizing the opportunity, Lucius rushed in and finished off the scout with his blade. And with that, boom! A massive explosion rips through a section of the tower. Inside, the reconnaissance captain had been cut in two, and Lucius breathed a sigh of relief, declaring victory. Suddenly, lightning flashes. It seems this battle is far from over. The building behind him is cleaved apart, and Lucius, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, is now stunned, gritting his teeth as he turns to see Leona staggering on the crumbling tower. At that moment, the dark elf was stunned, thinking in disbelief that the black aura had just rushed straight into the tower. No, it wasn't just that. Amidst the battle with the squad leader, the Golden Order's relentless attacks cracked the tower, startling him. Was the squad leader not the Golden Order's true target? The tower begins to crumble, its spires cracking apart, and the Academy headmaster, along with others on the verge of death, are paralyzed, forced to watch as massive stones fall upon them. Lucius, atop the tower, grits his teeth, thinking of the brainwashed priests below, and Neron, also bound, can only bow his head and endure. Lucius shouts as the tower explodes into rubble, smoke obscuring the sky. The scout captain clutches his wounded stomach, realizing half the worms in his body have been incinerated. Though clinging to his body, the damaged parasites have weakened his fighting ability, and he pants as he runs, thinking, "I must retrieve the parasites from Odin quickly." He fumes. "Damn it, that saintly bastard! How could he push me this far?" His eyes filled with murderous intent as he thought, "Even so, it's for the best. These guys are determined to stick to me like glue. With Hela's support and the anti-damage armor, it would take them 5 years to catch me." In the darkness, he thought it was best this way, Odin's safety being paramount. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two people knelt before a priest, listening to a mysterious figure who said, "Your sister has stripped you of your rights to inherit the title of Earl." So serve me, a priest. The mysterious figure revealed himself as Andean and continued, because the world is mistaken. He extended his hand and said to the two, join me in setting this world right. This world serves false gods. Let the world be ruled by righteous gods. Become a noble in a just world. Elsewhere, a sudden burst of light fells a lush tree, revealing the golden-armored warrior leaping into the air. In his mind, Odin had given their lives meaning, and no one could touch him. He flew faster, saying, wait for me, Odin. I'm coming to help you now. He flew like the wind, but a beam of light shot up and blocked his path, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Unfortunately, he's sliced in two again by Nayat's sharp blade. The blade of light. A mystical sword forged from magic, its length and shape shift to match its wielder. With eyes full of murderous intent, Nat advances, blade in hand. Nate stood on a mountain hill, sword in hand, looking incredibly dashing, while his opponent lay defeated on the ground. Alfonso, kneeling, managed to say, a disciple of the East Bang, it's you? Why do you keep getting in our way? I'm seeing you again for the first time since that day 12 years ago. Do you still remember my face? And Nita, enraged, shouts, so you've forgotten that you killed my father, Leonarder? At this, Anfoso trembles, but retorts, you've come to avenge your family. And he feigned ignorance, saying, I don't recall that name. I've killed hundreds. How could I remember them all? Net's eyes blazed with anger. Anfoso added that he had some good news. He was too annoyed to fight. As he said this, he discarded his armor. So Alfonso rose, sword in hand, his face grim, recalling the ambush where Nate pierced Andean's chest. He analyzed that the ambush was strong and his movements were accurately predicted. The stealth was perfect, bypassing his magic detection. He's no pushover. There must be a reason they chose to split us up and attack. Alphonsus raised his sword and stepped forward, thinking that his opponent lacked the confidence to face him head-on. He spoke. I'll give you 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Despite Alfonso's words, Net merely glanced at him and said, he's not interesting enough. If that's the case, this is enough. Alfonso raised his sword to strike, but seemed surprised. Suddenly, his face contorted in anger, and he yelled, you bastard! Why do you have that sword? The sword emits a blue light as Neat leaps and raises it high. It turns out that Neat and Alfonso's swords are symbols of the two knights bestowed by Odin. The Sun Sword, bestowed upon the Gold Knight, forms a pair with the Silver Knight's treasured blade. Net says, defeat me, and I'll tell you your brother's last words. Enraged by the mention of his brother, Alfonso declares he will grant his wish and kill him, triggering an explosion that devastates the area, revealing a terrifying creature with stone-like skin and a face adorned with glowing spots and tentacles. The creature remarked, this one's tough. Most knights would be dead after taking that many hits. He glanced at Zephy, who held his sword with a cool expression, and wondered, how can he still move so fast? He suddenly transformed into something terrifying. A sucking sound echoed as the horrifying thing grew, resembling a hand with countless fingers. He thought grimly, a skill that uses centipedes to transform the body. In a flash, the grotesque creature lunged at Juefei, forcing him to block with his sword. He retaliated with a powerful blue slash, followed by a barrage of lightning. With a fierce expression, Juefei Yang raises his sword, leaps into the air, and brings it down with immense force, unleashing thousands of lightning bolts and a surge of blue energy upon the creature's head. He believes that by focusing his magic into the blade, its sharpness can rival that of the monster itself. It seems the disgusting creature still doesn't know fear, reaching out as if to do something. Suddenly, it releases a substance everywhere. Thinking quickly, Ye-Fei unleashed a flurry of slashes, severing the monster's leg and sending it into a panic. A surge of blue power, immensely strong. The Van Long Dang Thien of the Sovereign Sword style tears the monster to shreds. Ye-Fei pierced through the monster with his sword, looking incredibly cool. But it's not over yet. The monster is still alive. It spews out corrosive mist, but Fei blocks it with his armor. The monster's parts begin to move, transforming into sharp weapons that surround Fei. The battle intensifies as white and blue energies clash, illuminating the sky. Unexpectedly, the monster's body parts began to reassemble as it smugly declared, I'm also known as the immortal Odin. No matter how many times humans cut me down, I will be reborn. The monster pointed at Goat Fatty, who was obscured by smoke, and said, in contrast, humans' endurance and magical power are limited. The result was predetermined from the start. He roared, but... as the monster grabbed Fei's collar, admitting, I actually like you quite a bit. Your strength, attack, defense, and combat reflexes are all top-notch. Raising a fist, the monster continued, "You're a truly great warrior, so after I cut you in half, I'll inject you with poison. Instead of dying here, you'll become my subordinate." With that, a blue fist came crashing down, hitting him squarely on his left side. He was sent flying, crashing through dozens of trees, and before he could rise, the monster leaped high and hurtled toward him. With a crash, the area where Goatfi stood was reduced to rubble. The power was immense. Cracks appeared across the ground, and he raised his hand, transforming it into a massive, blue energy blade. The monster then struck directly into the fissure, panting heavily as if exhausted. He reminisced, recalling a man kneeling in a castle, showing respect to the one on the throne. Suddenly, the person spoke. "Wealth and fame. Ambitions that everyone desires. You can enjoy everything as Marky Lasker, just like your father. If you swallow this, it will all be yours. I hope you gain unparalleled power. How interesting." As he spoke, Ohin presented some kind of pills. The scene shifts, and he continues. "Since birth, I've never seen a power that could grant such terrifying strength. It all depends on how you use it, so make the most of it and grow." He then thought of a centipede, musing, "Since that day, I've been madly using the power of poison to develop it. With this power, I've killed anyone who displeased me. So I combined the power of poison with the Revelation Stone, transforming myself into this current divine form." The monster continued, "All of my power is concentrated in this form." The scene shifts to Yi Fei, who has caught the blow with just 2 fingers. With a contemptuous tone, he asks, "Oh, is this all there is to 100% power? But are you really giving it your all?" Sweating profusely at the sight of him unharmed, the monster wondered how he could be unscathed after such an attack. How could a human be capable of this? Defi continued, "Even if you killed all 3 of you and the knights at once, it wouldn't hurt me. So why bother separating us like that?" He replied, "First, I have to avenge Net. If I were to kill you with overwhelming power, that wouldn't be revenge." He says, as he gathers his energy, "And one more thing. Demons are rare these days, but a golden light flashes." After that light, Defi transformed into a different form, saying, "I've reached the pinnacle of dragon power, but have nowhere to test it." The Dragon Clan's fire skill activates once a day, temporarily enhancing the Dragon Heart's energy for 1 minute, increasing power by 9%, which will gradually increase with time and proficiency. He then says, "In particular, combat experience against demons is invaluable. And you're immortal? Even better." The monster trembled, thinking, "A dragon heart? How can this be? He's not a saint nor a disciple of the Eastern Temple. An unknown. This is impossible, unbelievable." But before it could finish its thought, a giant hand lunged toward the monster, accompanied by blood-red eyes staring it down. The monster, terrified by the immense pressure, took flight. "I don't want to die. I can't die here," the monster cried. But before it could finish, a blade of energy sliced it in 2. As the scene shifts, we see the monster torn to shreds by 3 powerful golden sword strikes. Instantly, its remains fall to the ground. With disdain, Diepfei said, "Wake up. The examination isn't over yet. You won't die so easily." Just before the scene changed, a blue light appeared, and a sword flew out, piercing the ground. "Ah!" A groan escapes Nate as the sword presses against his neck. "Are you kidding me? It's come to this." With a grim look, the youth holding the sword to Nate's neck says, "Die." Nate raises his hand to block the sword, his hand already bleeding from holding on for too long. Ugh. In Net's mind, the words of Depai echoed, "So this is how to defeat the Knight Brothers. Really? That's the secret to the Knight Brothers' power? But it won't be an easy task. To do this, first, how much damage can the 3 of you inflict on the Silver Knights? Secondly, Jeff, I mentioned VSN, so Net. It depends on you. Your role is crucial, as there's a unique set of twins, the Earl's sons, whose magical power resonates with each other. When they're together, one using magic stimulates the other's magic as well. When apart, they act independently. However, when close, their movements and expressions mirrored each other. A rare phenomenon. The Master Mage Henrik told the twins' father, Count Hugo, that their innate magical power and sensitivity meant they could become powerful knights with proper training. Hearing the mage's words, the Count pondered, realizing he needed to act lest they remain isolated in their own world. And through the Count's heartfelt efforts, the twins grew into promising knights. Aladdin, ever watchful, secretly interfered with the Hugo family succession, turning the twins into his puppets to maximize their unique physical abilities, gifting them the resonating moon and sun swords. Through the moon and sun swords, the twin knights' infamous skills are perfected. Before moving to the next strike, there's bound to be an opening, a moment of vulnerability for anyone. But as if filling the Golden Knight's gap, the Silver Knight's swordsmanship is truly superb, During the eclipse, their magic is linked, allowing them to wield their swords and freely deflect their opponent's blade. The relentless storm of blades slaughters enemies with impossible precision and speed, leaving no opening in their attacks. So that's how they wield their swords and describe this technique. Zhu Feimen replies in the affirmative, stating it's similar to the flowing cloud secret art, a defensive method that balances yin and yang to redirect an opponent's attacks in battle with fellow disciples. There's a difference in power, whether it's electricity or the twins' own magic, but they're similar in that they instantly convert push and pull into attack or defense, making it a comprehensive technique. If you've mastered the flowing cloud technique, you can recreate the eclipse by resonating with the Golden Knight, using the moon sword, delving into the Golden Knight's attack rhythm and breaking its rules. Someone watching says that Led seems to know the secret of the eclipse, found an opening in the Golden Knight and struck, sending the knight flying backward. The knight is shocked that Led could exploit his weakness, wondering how he knew the secret of the eclipse, which only Odin knew. He is furious that his secret has been exposed. The knight, covered in blood and with rage in his eyes, roared, "What in the world is going on? Did Pox, my loyal brother, reveal the secret of this technique?" In that moment, all he could hear was, "Save me. I have 3 minutes, no 1 minute, to take him down." Those were the knight's words as a fiery figure rushed towards him from afar. Net was ready and waiting, deflecting the Golden Knight's blows, thinking, just as I predicted. If the Silver Knight's sword and secret arts are revealed, Odin won't be able to ignore it and leave, no matter how worried he is. If the Golden Knight is sent to Odin, he'll help him escape at any cost, and losing the Silver Knight will only make Odin more cautious. Net, still contemplating whether Odin will bring soldiers or his teacher, decides that if not now, there won't be another chance. He must be captured now. The Golden Knight's sword is at Net's throat, surrounded by pools of blood. Blood and scratches cover their bodies, hair disheveled, and Net's sword is now pointed at the Golden Knight's neck. The two are locked in a fierce battle, a life or death struggle, and now it seems he's transformed into a giant, bringing his sword down on Nate. The Golden Knight thrusts his sword, only for it to be sliced in two. The wearer of the Black Crow Cloak can split using magic and teleport short distances. It seems Net has donned the cloak to face the knight. He used the cloak to move behind him, and with a powerful hand, struck the Golden Knight's back. Thunder roared as the blow landed. That blow sent him crashing forward. Seizing the opportunity, Knight aims to exploit this opening, instantly capitalizing on the vulnerability. Ha ha! A beam of light strikes him directly in the head. But unexpectedly, the Golden Knight uses his sword to block the blow, stopping the attack. But his sword gets stuck, unable to move. 2 and 1, 1 and 2. His eyes dart back. He shouts that he's got him. The sun and moon swords attract each other. A giant hand appears in the air, and immediately, Net is struck by a massive blow to the gut and sent flying. The force of the blow sends blood gushing from Net's mouth, forming a large pool on the ground. How humiliating! Enough, you piece of trash! He plunged his sword into the ground, aimed it at Nate's neck, and screamed for him to die. Clutching his sword, Nate desperately tries to stop the bleeding, but the blood flows faster. He's caught between the pressure above and the fight to stay alive. Between life and death, Nate recalls a memory of his father, who says, "Nate, my son, one day you'll take my place and become a lord, inheriting the glorious duty of our family's master. You must become a knight worthy of this sword, understand?" "Yes, father, I will remember." Though his hands were covered in blood, remembering his father's words, Nate resolved, "I absolutely will not fall here." His clenched fist shot forward, striking the Golden Knight. Nate poured all his power into that punch, and the knight fell to the ground. That fist landed squarely on his eyes, and he desperately tried to shield them in agony. A huge surge of mana and lightning appears, as Net goes berserk. That power, combined with Net's fist, causes the knight immense pain, and he cries out, "My eyes! I can't see anything. Damn it, I took a hit and can't recover quickly." This time it's your leg, you bastard. I'll kill you. Where are you? I'll kill you. Where is he?" The Golden Knight wails on the ground in despair as the Black Crow Cloak reappears once more. The Black Crow Cloak allows the wearer to duplicate themselves with magic and teleport nearby. Too many traces. The knight searches in vain as Neat stands, sword in hand, swinging wildly. His screams and cries echo as Nit wields the sword with power, intent on ending the Golden Knight's life, declaring, "I will end it with this word." Lightning magic is a terrifying power, with sparks flying everywhere. The sword lies on the ground, and the body seems to have been burned away. The Hugo twins became known as two of the 10 strongest on the continent, as Neat stood victorious, a small sword in hand. In this moment, everything is empty. A ruined city from battle, smoke and fire scattering far and wide. The group chanted in unison as a nun in white, staff in hand, called out, "If you're stable, come help over here." The demon slave surveyed the devastating scene, relieved that the destruction of the collapsed buildings had mitigated the damage, thanks to his defensive skills. It was fortunate Odin had reinforced those buildings. He knelt beside a wounded soldier holding a rosary and reassured him. "I'll heal you now," the soldier asked faintly. "Oh, Sir Hela, why am I here?" Lucius thought to himself as he looked at the scene. So many centipedes, all dead at once, and so many people freed from mind control. That means Andion is either dead or neutralized. Everyone turns to look when someone calls Lucius's name. With a gentle expression, he smiled and said, "Thank you all." Sir Claudia ran over with the child, followed by J.F., their backs bathed in golden light. She leapt into Lucius's arms, and he held Claudia tight as J.F. smiled, watching Lucius place a gentle kiss on Claudia's forehead. In this way, we thwarted Odin's plot and located the third diocese, the Great Temple. After that, we were very busy for several days. Japheth recounts the scene. Priests using magic to heal soldiers in the infirmary, the mountain of tasks, finding and healing the wounded, shackled soldiers dragged away, and the capture of Odin's demon worshippers in the central diocese. Of course, among the important matters to resolve, Lucius raised a golden glass, initiating the feast, and the worshippers who drank were poisoned, spewing black blood. Exhausted, Jupi recounted the dizzying days of non-stop activity, including the troops' flagging morale, the feast that turned from joy to death in an instant, with everyone but Lucius vomiting blood and dying, and the purge of demon worshippers who had been hiding within their ranks for years. A new day dawns, sunlight streaming through the window as Alfonso sips his tea, lamenting, "It's horrifying. I, a priest, never imagined Odin could seize my mind and control me. Plus, those killers kept wriggling around, preventing my internal injuries from healing." Lucius asked, "Are you feeling all right, Uncle?" He smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm fine now." Then he turned to Nephi and Net, gratefully saying, "Nephi, Net, I don't know how to express my gratitude. I have received such great favor that bowing in gratitude is useless." He reached out his hand and said, "To commemorate your recovery, please accept this gift we have prepared." It was a blood-red iron cage wrapped in thorny vines, imprisoning a human head that groaned incessantly. This cage is Mimira's, Eurydica's burial object. Whoever's trapped inside can't use skills, and their condition remains as it was when they were first put in. Jufi says it's Odin's head. Seeing it, Alfonso paled and fearfully cried that it was dangerous and should be burned immediately. But Jeffy calmly said that he had already killed the Queen of Massacre, so its power was gone and it was now safe. He says that La scolded him so much that he listens now. Odin was a member of the Demon God Order, so they might be able to get useful information. Alfonso warily eyed the cage, then accepted it, saying, "Well, I should accept it with gratitude then." Jaffe then glanced at Nate. "Even if it's a secret, you can just give it to me?" Nate replied softly, "It's fine. He's suffered enough," having revealed what we needed to know. A sadistic smile spreads across his face. "Besides," he says, "I feel incredibly refreshed." He thought to himself that obtaining the information had become something he couldn't control. Weifei took out a coverless book, placed it on the table, and said to Alfonso, "First, this is the information we obtained after torturing him. Members of the demon-worshipping cult, other hideouts, and even the plans Odin had obtained." Alfonso took the book, saying, "Let's see." He turned each page, reading carefully, his expression growing more serious. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Is this real?" Alfonso read each plan aloud. The descent of the demon gods, the destruction and recreation of the world. The ones accelerating this plan are the Eastern Union. A map appears showing the continent looking like a lion raising its claws in the Kayan Kingdom, where two powers occupy half of the Aslan continent. The Western Alliance of Lords ruling the Eastern Union's territories once held equal power with the Eastern Lords. But after the Queen gave birth to the Saintess of Light, who carried the blood of Duke Jetty of the Western Alliance, the balance shifted. G says that due to some negative impacts, the Eastern Union has been continuously delayed since the Duen Buo Blake incident, even to the point of selling land to the West, further widening the power gap. Devi says that, as a result, the demon worshippers are infiltrating the Eastern Union's nobility like ink in water. And two of the world's 8 disasters, the Azure Dragon Attilus and the Ice Dragon Marenia, have begun to ravage the West. Lucius agreed, his expression grave, realizing the urgency of their mission. The West was running out of time, and the blue dragon was nesting in the continent's largest granary. The ice dragon has seized the West's central logistics port, and if these two dragons are left unchecked, the South will soon fall. Alfonso pondered this as well, knowing the dire situation in the West had left people struggling, displaced from their homes. Even the nobles are falling into a vicious cycle of devotion to the demonic cult as they grow poorer. It might even be a plot by the cult. The goat tapped his fingers on the table and said calmly, "According to Odin, it's not a place where the two dragons are cooperating with the demonic church, but rather a place where demon worshippers provoke and lure them. If that's the case, then all we need to do is hunt the two dragons." He decided then and there, "Ned and I will capture them." Alfo, hearing this, exclaimed in shock, "Are you in your right mind? Catching dragons is absurd enough, let alone with just two people." Lucius, standing nearby, said unhappily, "Humph, so you don't need me?" Zephi explained, "You need to stay and protect the Third Diocese. Losing our base is a disaster, and the attacks won't stop here. If something happens to you and your family, the war could turn against us." Hearing this, Lucius reluctantly agreed. "Very well. As the Saint of the God of Light, Lucius Jonetti, I hereby appoint G and Vanessa Scher as Divine Knights." Lucius added, "Furthermore, in gratitude for protecting the diocese, I will gift you gold and jewels. Here are 3 bags of magic stones for you." He declared that the Divine Knights could freely enter any territory under the Light God's power. "As the Holy Son of the God of Light, I will write a certificate allowing you to freely use necessary items and mobilize manpower. And," Lucius added, "my uncle and I will each cover half of the offerings you owe to the god." "Oh," Jeffy exclaims. Upon hearing this, Alfonso was shocked and turned to look at him, but G refused, saying, "I only need the title on paper. I can't accept anything else from the priests." Net adds, "I don't need it either." Lucius replies, "In that case, you won't be able to use the skills of the Temple of Light." He replied, "It's fine," thinking to himself that he didn't like being bound by the divine anyway. Lucius shook Phi's hand, saying, "I understand. If you change your mind, let me know. I'll do everything in my power to help you focus on your dragon-slaying mission." Alfonso, speechless, wondered what dragon-slaying mission he was talking about. Turns out he was worried that as a holy son, he couldn't refuse. Well, let's see what happens first. Lucius walked J. Phi and No out, asking, "When do you two depart? We must hold a send-off feast." Jeffy, not wanting to bother, refused. "No need for that." "But there's this." Suddenly, a scream echoed from behind them, startling everyone. They turned in horror to see the cage on the table erupt in a violent crimson-purple magic. Odin's head writhes within, emitting agonizing, piercing screams as his flesh splits open like worm-eaten wood, a voice echoing from the deepest, darkest abyss. Sensing Odin's life force fading, I tried to make contact. A pair of eyes emitting a dazzling purple light appeared within the opening flesh. The voice echoed, "Are you the ones who captured Odin?" Lucius demanded. "Who's there?" A blinding light suddenly appears, radiating intensely and forcing them to shield their eyes. The cage is destroyed, revealing something floating in the air, like a small octopus that says, "Kneel before you are punished." As if rotten insects were writhing together in a heart shape, the center opened to reveal an eyeball. It declared itself the leader of the demonic god sect. Staring at the grotesque being, the four thought the same thing. The leader of the demonic god sect. Lucius watched, thinking, Odin knew he would fail, so he came to end it all. Damn it. His eyes narrowed as he said, "So, that's how it is. A presence to be reckoned with." He stared directly at Zephyr, confirming that he was the master of the dragon heart. Defi warily eyed the figure, thinking, "Why is he already here?" He mused, "At this point, I know that missing the dragon's heart is no longer a major concern for the leader. After all, it was just part of the plan. Instead, he's reveling in his secret life." Zephyr thought to himself, that's why he could freely meddle with Odin and the knights. For the next 2 years, the leader wouldn't make a move. Meanwhile, we'll hunt them down one by one and argue with Lucius, wiping out all his underlings. He wondered, does the leader really have a special relationship with Odin? If so, why would he abandon him during the torture? Is it simply his erratic nature? He worried, wondering if the demon god had taken 2 steps forward. Net and Lucius stood before him, startling him. Net says grimly, "First, get away from his body. Somehow we'll buy some time." He thinks. Ignoring the skill nullification and physical limitations, the Cardinal is at least close to the Archangel level. Lucius knew it wouldn't be easy, but he had a secret weapon, a trump card. He raised his sword, determined, I can't let him steal the dragon's heart. Zephy stares blankly, wondering, do these guys even know how to use a sword? Lucius simply replies, follow me. Lucius unleashes a surge of electricity, planning to sever the magical link by destroying its source, Odin's head. 2 bolts of lightning, gold and red, streak forth from Lanet and Lucius. In a flash, they appeared on either side of it, swords raised to strike, both determined to destroy it in an instant. But as their blades neared, a magic circle appeared, and they were seized by dark claws and flung away. They struggled, but couldn't break free from the magic's hold. Lanet thought, I'll use the crow's cloak to launch a surprise attack. It's too fast. What is this skill? Lucius thought to himself, his magic power was constantly being dispersed, making it impossible to use his skills. It said, don't do anything foolish, you can't break that skill. The shadow skill of the ancient dragon. The skill greatly reduces the target's ability to use magic and prohibits the use of skills. The leader of the demonic cult thought to himself, not sensing her presence. I came to see if she had interfered and changed things, but it was a wasted trip. He thought, if that's the case, there's nothing more for me to do. Bright purple magic circles appeared and swirled around his tentacles. Then magic circles spread, followed by multicolored streams of magic like lightning. The circle of curse skill, the primal curse of disease, the primal curse of suffering, the primal curse of corruption. Lucius and Net, under the curse's influence, reacted adversely, experiencing unbearable pain as strange marks appeared on their skin. Clutching his cross, Alfonso cried out in terror, Goddess Alias! Goddess Alias! Faye, wielding his sword, struck a mighty blow, the golden light of his heavenly skill shattering the cult leader's magic. The cult leader was shocked, his pupils contracted, and he thought to himself, that. In Faye's hand was a sword made of brilliant light, his eyes dark with crimson pupils. He stared, thinking about the sword of light. He knew it required immense power, either the goddess's blessing or her entrustment. But I can't sense anything on that person's body. The curse circle is gradually weakening. The leader of the demonic sect predicts with interest. However, if he wants to break the curse circle, there's no other way than with the sword of light, but we'll see if he's capable. And G-Fi's choice is to strengthen his abilities. The Dragon Transformation skill temporarily boosts the Dragon Heart's performance by 9% for 1 hour, usable once per day. The Starfall Tear Elixir provides a surge of mana for 2 seconds, and H's ultimate skill enhances the elixir's effect by 500%. He muses that, combined, he could wield the Sword of Light for 10 seconds without the Light Goddess's aid, considering it the worst-case scenario. They've come to eliminate us on the orders of the demon god. Ye Fei warily eyes the leader of the demonic sect, knowing he'd be helpless if the leader attacked. If he could destroy Odin's head, he could repel him, but he would suffer great damage. How could he avoid a direct confrontation? He closed his eyes, calmed himself, and told himself to stay calm. He resolved to win while keeping himself and everyone else safe, to win without losing anything. Clearly, this was a critical situation. Zephyr recalls his battle with the demon god, who gloated, "For a mortal to last this long against me is commendable." He scoffed, "Only fools fight when they can't win, but those who give up easily out of fear are not wise, but weak." Then, in anger, "I am a demon god who has lived through 10 worlds, yet I was defeated by a human's blow. Don't make me laugh." "Absolutely not." He grits his teeth. "I can't accept this." "Wait for it." And in heaven, the high-ranking angel asks, "That guy will fight you again, and he wants a perfect victory. What will you do?" Fatty Goat returned to reality, thinking, Tartarus seeks a perfect victory. To defeat me in perfect condition, he'd first crush me. That's not what I want. He finally concludes that the cardinal himself has appeared, who suddenly says, "I thought coming here was pointless." He said, "But there's one very interesting person. Who are you?" "You're no saint, so why were you chosen by the goddess of light?" Zephyr said. "Curious?" The demonic god leader asked, "So I can tell you too." But he raised his hand and took out a coin. Zephyr flips it high, saying, "It wouldn't be fun to just tell you. Let's make it interesting, revealing what the other is curious about bit by bit." "So if I win," G says, "I'll reveal your true identity to my comrades, and if I lose, I'll tell you who I am." The demonic sect leader gasped. "What?" Lucius wondered. The leader's identity. Even Odin didn't know who he was, so how could Zephyus? The cult leader narrowed his eyes, thinking, "My magic detection skills can tell if he's lying or telling the truth." He realized, that guy really does know my identity. Zephyr says it's best not to dwell on useless thoughts. If you defeat me now, my comrades will also die. But if I run away alone and then find you, pestering you won't be difficult at all. I, too, want to protect my precious secret life. The leader of the demonic sect pondered in silence, and finally, Hata made his decision. All right, do it. Defi caught the coin and said, "Is this the right choice?" He flipped it again, watching it spin in the air. The three, Neth, Lucius, and Alfonso, were incredibly tense as Dufai covered the coin with his hand. The Grand Master calls tails, Dufai states calmly. Heads, he says, revealing the coin. Neat holds out his hand and says, "This is tails." The man across from him was stunned, unable to help but ask, "How could you guess correctly 10 times in a row?" He slowly explained, "I could guess correctly even 100 times. To a trained eye, the coin's movements appear in slow motion." He smiled and continued. Of everyone present that day, only Bishop Alphonse didn't see it. Net remembers the coin toss and Depi catching it. Which side was up before he covered it? That day, both Lucius and Net's hearts stopped as they clearly saw the coin land on tails. They anxiously watched Zephyr and the demonic god cult leader. Looking back, he still remembers the confusion. He pondered, saying to his opponent, "I don't understand. Are we leaving it up to chance? Or were they preparing a countermeasure? If not, then why?" His expression changed as he asked, "First, did we propose a game where the speaker could win unconditionally?" It was clear the leader had easily guessed the answer. So why did he ask? Even so, Zephyr unhesitatingly chose the opposite of him, then slowly raised his right hand, and the coin's light immediately flashed. I actually know the reason for sure. Suddenly, Zephyr unleashes his power, a red light emanating from his hand, accompanied by flashes of lightning. The light grew blinding, obscuring the coin's face, a clash of light and darkness, Goatfai's magic against the cult leaders. He hurled the coin again, triggering the cult leaders' rage, and a devastating battle erupted, their power colliding with terrifying force. He gazes at his opponent, lost in thought. The outcome of the coin toss will be decided when the hand covering it is fully revealed. Before that, after being exposed, the leader punched Defy in the face, and both sides prevented interference with the coin spinning in the air. He stomped his foot down, the ground shook, and his aura raged like a storm. Suddenly, the cult leader unleashed chains, binding his hands together, then hurled a massive, magically enhanced hand towards him. Until the hand is opened, neither side can claim victory, and he slams him into the ground, the impact causing immense pain. The ground around them cracks as they fight for victory with such simple rules, and the cult leader continues to press Goat further into the earth with his claws. Before his incredible power, the rocks shattered, scattering everywhere. The essence of the coin toss. Quickly, a deep pit appeared in the ground, the cult leader shrouded in dark energy. He hovered over the pit, looking down at him with disdain, his voice still even. "If we face each other without the will to decide victory or defeat, then both sides will only fight to a certain extent." With that, he couldn't help but sigh, realizing the man had set the game's rules to resolve this tension. With gritted teeth, Zephyr pushed himself up, repelling the sharp claws, and unleashed his power, summoning a golden light to shatter the ceiling shackles on his hands. Finally, the judgment is made, and he strikes the coin, sending it flying higher. The leader stares in disbelief as Faye's eyes flash, meeting his gaze with unwavering defiance. Then, they gathered their power, unleashing streams of golden and violet lightning, racing side by side, vying for control of the coin and their destinies. At that moment, a storm of electric light crashed into the cult leader's dark claws, and a white flower of light bloomed in the sky. He unleashed countless powerful bolts of lightning, and using their speed, Deepfi moved like thunder to reach the coin. The cult leader was secretly terrified. His reaction speed was too fast. He slams the coin into the ground, unleashing a blinding light as the earth trembles and explodes. Where the power passed, everything around it was destroyed by the gale, and one person screamed in terror. As everything settled, Defy landed firmly on the ground. His cloak billows in the gentle breeze, the game completed within the time limit. He says, "What a shame." His eyes fall on the coin on the ground, now broken in two from the punch. Notably, the two pieces don't match at all, because one is the front of the coin and the other is the back. He calmly continued, "It's a draw." Net then summarized, "In the end, only the building was destroyed and the leader returned without any major losses." Hearing this, Claudia praised Goatfai's brilliance, wholeheartedly agreeing with his statement. That's right. He accurately predicted the Grand Master's intentions. He needed a reason to end the battle. His goal wasn't a fight to the death. Claudia picked up her teacup, unable to resist pressing the issue. "So, how did the bet play out? I'm also curious who won. Did he reveal the cult leader's identity? That is quite the intriguing mystery." Suddenly, another voice answered her. "The result was a draw, and they'll have another match next time." She looked over in surprise to see Jay and Lucius. She greeted them. "Hello, you two." They quickly took their seats, eagerly asking, "Have you two learned anything more? What is the leader's purpose in appearing here?" He slowly replied that the person's motives were difficult to discern, and more clues were needed. Suddenly, the mark on his hand flashed red. He said, "Well, that's that. Until the second duel, I can't reveal the cult leader's identity. The bond has been forged. What you just mentioned is the Covenant's binding skill. It's proof of a pact made between two people. If one breaks their promise, the link to the other will be severed. And so begins the time of punishment for the Oathbreaker, a time when one of the 5 senses vanishes for 12 months. These senses would disappear in turn each month, and Lucius couldn't help but think that the situation was dire, and he was powerless to do anything. If this mission is under Zephy's command, perhaps a major shift will occur. Zephy smirks and says, "Let's conclude things here for now." Hearing this, Lucius looked at him in surprise, while Net seemed to have foreseen it. He thought to himself, "As expected." Then he smirked, saying, "I don't mind giving you riddles or hints to guess, but I won't say anything directly." Lucius was sweating bullets. Suddenly, Figoat's smile vanished, and he said seriously, "The leader's identity alone is far more dangerous than the Eastern Alliance story, so I don't want to drag you into a mess and danger that I can't even predict." Lucius and Net grew tense, silently repeating the words, "the leader," in their heads. Inside a lavish palace, adorned with glittering gold, a young man in a long red cloak carrying a large bouquet of roses slowly walks down a red carpet. He gazed deeply at the glowing red mark on his hand, wondering, "How strange. I thought he would spread everything about me, yet the Covenant's bond hasn't disappeared." His thoughts then turned. As a cult leader, I've been indecisive in that way. He thought the guy was a real lunatic, but recalling Yofei's words and actions, he decided to take a gamble, to reveal what each of them wanted to know. "What do you say? If I win, I'll tell my comrades your identity. And of course, you have the right to do the same." A display of arrogance, or perhaps a hint of hidden depths. Then he narrowed his eyes dangerously, a thought flashing through his mind, fueled by great ambition. He felt a sense of anticipation, hoping that whatever was about to happen wouldn't bore him. He now entered the palace's grand hall, where countless nobles mingled. His eyes fell upon a girl in a white dress with long black hair. As if sensing his gaze, the girl turned around, a beautiful girl but with a cold and distant expression. He stepped forward with the bouquet, smiling as he said, "Happy 20th birthday, Ante." She was Cayenne's first princess, Ante Justina Cayenne. Seeing who it was, she smiled faintly as she accepted the flowers. "I didn't recognize you without your priestly robes. Thank you for coming, brother." Hearing that, the corner of his mouth quirks up slightly. He is Cayenne's first prince, and the youngest cardinal in the Temple of Light. Polaris Anbeke has the ability to create patterns on the surface of bodies or objects until dispelled. This type of skill falls into 2 categories. One that's always visible, like a slave mark, and another that only appears when you want it to, like a holy mark, a priest's seal, a covenant link, or only when the skill's effect is activated. The patterns that appear on the body are how it works, and each skill develops differently depending on whether it needs to be visible or not. In a room lit only by flickering candlelight, Lucius cradles the sleeping Claudia, his mind racing with thoughts of the cult leader's identity. The demon god Zhao leader. Piecing together what Zephyros said, that person's existence is so powerful, I can't possibly fight them. He looked at Claudia, lost in thought, but neither he nor his family could back out of this fight now. So he gets out of bed, takes a cloth, and meticulously cleans his sword, resolving that there's no other choice but to fight and win. Silently polishing his sword in the darkness, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. His revenge was far from over. His master, his brothers, and all of Odin's henchmen, he wouldn't stop until they were all destroyed. His face hardened. He thought if it weren't for Jefai, he'd probably be regretting his foolishness, having been used and discarded by those demon worshippers, let alone getting revenge. This debt is greater than life itself. His hand tightened on his sword, his eyes resolute as he vowed to repay this debt, no matter the cost. Though one thing eluded him, his thoughts continued to churn. Meanwhile, in another room, Zephyr sat shirtless, eyes closed in meditation, enveloped in a soft blue light. Then, drenched in sweat, he opened his eyes, just like Lucius, both endlessly pondering the reason for the cult leader's appearance. Whether human, demon, or god, change doesn't happen overnight. There's always a reason. So if their actions suddenly deviate, it's because history has been altered by someone who knows the future. However, something still bothered him. If that were the case, it didn't seem like the cult leader had changed his thinking. After entrusting the final plan to the 12 apostles and leaving them to handle it, he didn't sense any killing intent when he attacked Ned and Lucius, as if he was just annoyed at having to chase away flies. Could he just be curious about who took the dragon's heart? Or... He lowered his eyes, wondering if there was something he didn't know, or something he'd missed. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from Zephyr's left hand, startling him. He decided not to dwell on the cause, and instead take action. He had to try something to find out. I still have something to take care of before I leave. Then, staring at the silver key mark on his hand, he muttered, "Silver key. It's the key to the Forgotten Castle. The key's owner can move to the silver room and store items there at any time. The key is now in your left hand." He suddenly remembered Mercedes saying, "I will increase the authority of the silver key. I have some information to convey, so please listen carefully once you've finished your business." He remembers clearly that this was what the angel said before disappearing when he threatened the gods in the main hall. The silver key continues to glow, and Zephyr wonders what all the fuss is about. Should I hear what she has to say? Then he picked up his shirt, intending to put it on. Then the blue light intensified and Gapey vanished from his bed, transported to another dimension. Before him stood a pristine white mansion, the only other color being the green of the trees. The combination of these two colors gives off a pure and refreshing feeling, he exclaimed in surprise as he looked around. Is this space connected to that place? Mercedes suddenly appeared and answered him. Indeed, what do you think? That key is connected to my drawing room. She led a beast with a long mane and approached him with a smile. Come in, Phi-Goat. He was surprised it was just a room in the mansion, but something else concerned him more, and he voiced his doubts. I wondered who gave me this silver lining. So it was you. Can angels like you grant privileges? Mercedes answers frankly, because I'm in charge of you, which is how you have the privilege. Even if the gods want to play around a bit, it would be a disgrace to me if you ended everything so anticlimactically empty-handed. Hearing this, his face turned cold, and he said sarcastically, Oh, really? I'm so touched I could cry. What do you want to say? Just get to the point. She smiled calmly and said, Why don't we sit down first? With a snap of her fingers, space shifted, and both Zephyr and she were teleported to a sofa in a living room. He marveled inwardly at the instantaneous teleportation as Mercedes leisurely spoke while manipulating her powers to brew tea. Then I'll get straight to the point, as you wish. We're here to discuss additions to the rules and rewards. While that was amusing, we can't continue to forgive such disrespect, like when you threatened the gods with your life. If you pull a stunt like that again, your privileges will be immediately revoked. From this moment on, you will be designated as prey, and all hunters will be granted a special privilege. Zephyr picked up his teacup, sneering inwardly, thinking that she was finally using her brain. If you don't want your enemies to take what's yours, be less reckless. Well, it's a trick that only works once. You can't call yourself a god if you get bitten twice. Crazy, he thought, before impatiently demanding the remaining information. So what's the reward? I'm sure I heard correctly. That the goddess of light would grant even greater things, so stop stalling and spit it out. Mercedes calmly took a sip of her tea before saying, You've already received something, haven't you? The ability to wield the sword of light. An exception among special cases not granted to anyone other than priests, the condition to use that sword is the permission of the goddess of light. She chuckled, emphasizing, That is, fulfilling the request entrusted by the goddess of light. But fearing he wouldn't understand, she carefully explained, Another new law. Fulfill the god's request. The added rewards are prepared not only by the god of light, but by other gods as well. This is the reward for the commission. Of course, we promise to only prepare the best, selected according to strict criteria. A white light flashed again, and she said calmly, I told you from the start, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Then she slowly fades away as Jufi, with iron gloves, steps onto the stirrup and mounts his horse. Mercedes's words echoed in his ears. Serve the gods through the trial. The setting sun cast its light on his determined face. He prepares to follow the angel's words. Prove to us that you deserve all the best. The Lucius family sees him off as he departs, and Andean says apologetically, Even though it's part of the plan, I'm sorry to have to send our heroes off through the back door like this. I swear on my honor as bishop that we will welcome you back in style. He quickly cut him off. I told you, you didn't have to bring that out. He looked at the mist bracelet on his wrist, a bracelet with powerful concealment abilities, its size changing to fit the user. He couldn't help but think, with the mission's completion date fast approaching, all the bishop's intelligence agents were guarding the temple. With this bracelet, there was no need to march at night, but it was still better to leave discreetly from the main gate, just in case. Meanwhile, Claudia handed Nate a basket, saying, Here's a basket for you. Since you have a long journey ahead, she trailed off. Seeing Claudia's food basket, his eyes lit up, for its contents could instantly restore stamina and mana. Though she can't use healing magic, her homemade food has restorative powers, he thinks, delighted that it could save him even if a golden knight pierced his stomach. So he sincerely said, "Thank you, madam." Meanwhile, Zephyr smiled at Lucius and said, "I'm counting on you for what comes next. Do a good job." Hearing this, he smiled resolutely, placed his hand on his chest, and said meaningfully, "Good luck." Soon, Dui Fai and Net spurred their horses and rode off. Lucius and his men watched them leave in silence, and he couldn't help but think that it wasn't just the demon cult, but also nobles, wealthy merchants, adventurers, and countless others who were after the dragon's heart. His job was to pretend to possess it, to mislead them and make things easier for Master Zephy. Thinking this, he quickly took action, announcing, "Close the gates, no one goes in or out." Quickly, the cathedral's massive gate slammed shut, and his voice echoed, "From now on, our third cathedral will be under indefinite lockdown." Meanwhile, in a dark and desolate place, Eurydica muttered to herself, "Zephy's presence is fading." Sadly, she wondered, has he left already? Georgia suddenly appeared, patting her head and saying softly, "Let's go too, to the place I need to be." Eurydica closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face, and softly replied, "Yes." She thought to herself, "My mission ends here, along with 1,000 years of solitude." Hand in hand, bathed in an intense green light, their figures faded away, her final thought resting on those who would carry on their mission. Meanwhile, Zephy urged his horse onward, as Eurydica silently hoped that her descendants would stand by him. A pigeon flew toward the White Palace. Ante takes it and gently removes the letter from its leg, reading it over and muttering in surprise, "Brother Lucius writes, 'Happy birthday to my cousin, Ante.' He apologizes for not attending the party due to a mission, and because of his own circumstances, they may not meet again, so he's sent a gift that he hopes will please her." Reading this, she sighed. So he's probably sent something weird again. Suddenly, she heard a commotion from downstairs. "He knows who I am, and yet, watch out, he's strong." She looked down to see Zephy stomping on a guard's head. Her eyes widened as Lucius's words echoed in her mind. "My gift is the one who will become your strength, as you have always wished." Just then, he sensed someone watching him and looked up. Lindell Palace was a vast and magnificent structure, granted to Ante along with the title of Duchess of Lindell on her 16th birthday. Now, Zephy and Net have ridden past countless guarded gates and stopped before the guards. He quickly dismounts, holds up the letter for the soldier to see, and says, "I am an envoy of Lucius Genetti, the Saint of Light." The guard quickly went to report the news, and one person asked in surprise, "An envoy from the Saint?" Soon, a butler came out to greet J. Phi and Nay. He said, "I will escort you inside. Please follow me." And so they followed. Nay looks around in awe, remarking on the palace's grandeur. He then focused on the matter at hand. Before they left, Lucius had given them a letter saying, "This letter bears my seal. Please deliver it to the master of Lindelow Palace. I'm sure she'd be willing to help you both." Even so, he worried, "We've come here as Lucius asked, but would a princess really help us slay a dragon?" Defi glanced at him, then suddenly remembered something, forgetting that he was born into a noble family. So he asked, "Do you know the princess?" He quickly replied, "No, I've only seen the princess once from afar at a royal palace event." He paused, then added, "From what I've heard, she's wasting her immense potential. I doubt she can do anything to help us." Suddenly, a man in full armor fell from the sky, startling him into silence. After a painful fall, the man lay slumped on the ground, bewildered, looking at him, then at the butler, asking, "What the hell is going on?" He was used to this and calmly said, "Oh, you seem surprised. As you can see," he gestured to the long line of people, all come from afar to propose to the princess. Hearing that, Net paled, thinking, "A proposal?" Meanwhile, Jeppy sighed with boredom. Is he not a gangster? Speaking of Princess Ante Justina Kayan, she was blessed with looks, talent, and lineage. A woman who had it all, the shining star of Aslan. So countless people wanted to marry her. Even someone as noble as Polaris was willing to give up everything for her. At that moment, he knelt on one knee, his expression sincere, and said, "I, Polaris Ambakayan, will relinquish my claim to the throne and become a light priest. I will also return the title of Grand Duke of Lindell to the Crown Prince. But what's more, even luck seems to be on her side, as the king has declared that the second prince is gravely ill, and he may have to pass the throne to Ante and her future husband. She was a lucky child, promised the throne without having to compete with her brothers. And because of this, more and more people plotted to marry the princess. They were always scheming, If I marry the princess, then I, or my son, will be. But whoever it is, their ultimate goal is the position of the next king for Ante. Faced with endless proposals, she scoffed, "Marriage is out of the question." She smirked. "I wouldn't waste my breath on the weak." And so, countless noblemen, seeking the mere chance to speak with the princess, challenged her knight, only to be repeatedly defeated and sent home in disgrace, an endless cycle of humiliation. At that moment, Ante's first knight protector, Ophelia Amlet, covered in blood, coldly called out, "Next." An eager voice calls out, "It's my turn." Uh-huh. Before he could finish laughing, the fight ended with his miserable screams, and she called for the next challenger. Witnessing this, Nate was left speechless. Utterly speechless. Sick, or should I say, I'm beyond surprised. He noticed the powerful figures radiating energy, and remarked that they weren't as weak as he'd thought. The butler stroked his beard, and added that most of them were hired by suitors hoping to woo Princess Ante. The princess will meet them if they can bring someone capable of landing a powerful blow on Lady Ophelia. Proof of their strength. Neth mused, "So that's why there are priests here too?" Zhu Fai silently muses that while they may not approach his level, they would still command respect anywhere. But he pauses, staring at Ophelia the Benevolent, their opponent being one of the 10 disasters. Thinking this, he smirked, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Ophelia, what would have happened if we'd met a little sooner? She still looks so young." Suddenly, someone called out in annoyance. As Ye Fei turned to look, the man questioned him aggressively. "Who the hell are you two?" he sneered, his face darkening. "The end of the line is back there. We've been waiting for 3 days. Get to the back of the line." He glanced at the emblem on the man's robe, speculating about his identity. Blue attire with a yellow-tailed bird pattern. He must be a cleric from the Sky Temple, the second most powerful force on the continent after the Light Temple. He guessed that the man was likely a stand-in for a noble who had contributed a great deal to the temple, but outwardly he coldly replied, "We're not here to propose marriage. Just do your job and leave me alone." Hearing that, the gatekeeper's face turned red with anger, his eyes bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What the hell did you just say?" He held up Lucius's letter and said sternly, "I am an envoy sent by order of Lucius Jonetti, the first saint of light. Step aside." He narrowed his eyes dangerously, emphasizing each word. "This is a matter of great importance. Can you bear the responsibility if this letter arrives late?" The man fell silent, gritting his teeth, before wisely putting on a smile and respectfully stepping aside. He gestured for him to pass, saying smoothly, "I understand now. Please, be my guest." Vi and Net quickly left, and he cursed under his breath at the trouble. Behind him, the others began to whisper, the brunette saying, "The first saint of light? Shouldn't he be in the dungeon right now?" The other clicked his tongue. "Maybe there's been a slight error in timing." "Even so, it's too fast," the hooded figure mused. "Could the princess be investing in this conquest as well?" He sneered. "Who knows? Once he leaves the dungeon, there are 3 levels of priority for sending letters. Third, the investors. Second, the affiliated temple. And first priority, he sneers, your lover, judging by your darkening expression." He turns, glaring back, and grits out, "What?" He smirked, saying, "Everyone in the royal capital has heard the rumors. Lucius is in an incestuous relationship with the princess, and they're even hiding a child being secretly raised in the temple." The others smirked knowingly, and fueled by their reaction, he continued, "And that's not all." Suddenly he was punched so hard his face twisted and his teeth flew out. Kane sent him flying several feet, his body slamming against the wall behind him. It happened so fast, his comrades could only shout, "Priest Jacob!" After the attack, he was still bothered, especially since the relationship between the Sky Temple and the Light Temple wasn't good. They probably don't care that they're under Lucius, but how dare they drag Ante into their twisted story? How dare you utter such filth about the woman who was with me until her last breath? A filthy relationship with your own family, is that what you want? Increasingly enraged, he scowls and beckons the 2 men over. "Hey, you two, come here now." His eyes flashed, and an oppressive aura emanated from him as he said, "Weren't you perverts waiting for 3 days just to get beaten to a pulp? You must be bored of no one beating you to a pulp yet, huh? Well then," he emphasized each word, "no more waiting. Get over here now." Hearing this, the 2 men were immediately terrified and broke out in a cold sweat, while Jacob, who was struggling to his feet, couldn't help but tremble all over. Moments later, in a pristine white palace garden, laughter rings out. "Ha ha, how long has it been? How long has it been since a brawl broke out in the waiting line?" Deefy's voice echoed. "Forgive me, I couldn't help myself, as they insulted someone I deeply admire. The butler quickly replied, No, I should be the one apologizing. As a butler, it was my fault for not escorting you carefully and causing this trouble. He suddenly felt that this was extraordinary. Usually, Lady Ophelia handled everything before a fight broke out, but this young man had taken care of it before she even realized it. He couldn't help but observe them more closely, wondering their attire wasn't the uniform of the Temple Knights, so perhaps they weren't ordinary envoys. Then, a soft female voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. What do you two think of my royal garden? As Defi heard the voice, he turned around, realizing that in the original timeline, Anta wouldn't have met him for several years. His feet involuntarily moved towards the person in the black high heels, his mind still in turmoil, thinking that he had spent a year honing his skills in the cave, and only after he left did the timeline resume. He couldn't help but sigh, never expecting that moment to arrive so soon. He stepped forward, took Ante's hand, bowed and kissed it, saying, "A pleasure to meet you, Princess." An indescribable feeling suddenly washes over her. This person? Pushing aside her strange feelings, she said, "I've read the Saint's letter. Though he recommends you two, I want to hear it directly from you. Japhie and Net, the Temple Knights." She opened her fan, hiding half her face, and asked him, "So tell me, what can you do for me?" Meanwhile, Net, who had been silently standing by, wondered if he was imagining things. His gaze fell upon Ophelia, who looked gloomy, and he puzzled over how the knight had been deceiving him all along. He endlessly speculated about the possibilities. Japhie was the troublemaker after all. Or have we met before? Under the golden sunlight, Auntie, Amlet, and Japhie face each other and talk. Looking into Auntie's eyes, Japhie thought her communication skills hadn't improved at all. She was still trapped by the confines of the palace. But, born with profound empathy, she can perceive others through her unique senses. Auntie seems powerful, seated on her gilded throne, with her capable assistant, Amlet, by her side. Japhie continues his train of thought, using his talents to sense and fight against the opposing factions of the court, where the most insidious schemes are employed. He remains torn amidst a myriad of thoughts about the beautiful and talented Ante. At first I was lost, blindly following my master's will, living without purpose. But then she appeared and showed me a grand dream. It seems Ante saved Jue Fei from a life without purpose. Memories flood his mind. Find me a steed, one who can lead the kingdom and its people to new shores of happiness. Because the demonic cult's influence still looms large, even Ante's power as ruler is greatly limited. But all he wanted was a powerful ally to rely on and exploit for his own purposes. With that thought, Zephyr began to activate his power, a light emanating from his hand. He said, "Forgive me, Princess." And with those words, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from him. "I can fulfill that. It would be better to prove it now rather than just saying it," he tells Anta. Witnessing the scene unfold, Amnet was stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. Even Auntie was taken aback. Could this be the power of a dragon? This man had a dragon heart transplant. Then Ante turned to Amlet and said, "Ophelia, can you spar with Mr. G?" Amlet respectfully agreed, "Yes, Princess." Amlet steps forward, drawing her gleaming sword, and confidently declares, "I'll only need 3 moves." Thus, the battle between Jai and Amlet begins, a clash of dragon power in black and gold versus a mystical jade green. Japhie's eyes turned a murderous black and red, and Amlet, not to be outdone, began her calculations. "He's facing me. His stance is perfect. If I attack without a plan, I'll likely fail. She must be careful." Thinking this, she gently shifted 1 foot to the side. Amlet also prepares to fight, pointing his sword at Japhie as a glowing blue butterfly lands on a rose. As the butterfly fluttered away, something flashed past it with incredible speed, startling it. The very techniques Japhie and Amlet were using to defeat each other. Amlet unleashed a flurry of attacks, but Japhie simply deflected each strike. Then came the second attack. Amlet tries to pierce the armor with his sword, but as expected, Japhie easily blocks the attack. The sword cannot penetrate the armor. The two exchanged blows, sparks flying from the clash of armor and sword. Amnet unleashed her third attack, but once again, Japhie remained unfazed. Her sword slipped from her grasp upon impact, and she suffered a significant blow in return. Amlet is thrown back, and before she knows it, Japhie is already behind her, seizing victory. With a cold voice, he asks if she wishes to continue. But Amlet, overwhelmed by his power, wonders when he moved behind her. Realizing Japhie's power was absolute, and knowing she couldn't continue, she replied, No, there's no need. I've seen your abilities. Your technique, skill, defense, and battle sense are all perfect. She wondered where he came from. Meanwhile, Defy turned to Auntie and said, "Two dragons have been wreaking havoc on the western continent, and you've been watching the match this whole time. I hear you're looking for a solution to this." In the idyllic setting of the palace bathed in warm sunlight, Defy continued in his usual tone. "Reclaiming new land for agriculture is the primary mission, but the demon gods faction will reappear like insects and they will destroy the new agricultural land, you'll see. But for that reason, the princess should continue to clear the Tho Mountains, in other words, expand the kingdom's horizons. That way, you'll be able to see other enemies and defense will always be proactive. If we can proceed quickly, everything will be completed in about a month or so," Zephyr declared, reaching out to Auntie. "I'll take care of the Greenlitten's head." Hearing this, Auntie asked, "What do you want in return?" Receiving Auntie's question, Jeffrey lowered his head, his eyes seeming to droop slightly, and replied, "Please reward me more appropriately. The process of attacking Eurynika's tomb is a bit troublesome. The Allied forces weren't properly distributed. There weren't enough healing priests. This time, please lend me as many healing priests as possible. He seems to want something even greater than power and status." Auntie, resting his chin on his hand, asked Phi, "Can you capture the blue dragon list?" Defi slowly approached, and Auntie placed a magic stone in her hand, saying, "That depends on the princess." Auntie stared at the red magic stone in his hand, muttering subconsciously, "This is from the last magic book, which systematically crystallizes magic, allowing you to learn any skill with the book in hand, and the stone also has a healing effect. This is the ancient magic of the Media Kingdom that Eurydia researched and recorded. To unlock the skill, you need to master the second level of Media's ancient magic. JVI thinks Auntie should have learned this ancient magic from the Old Kingdom when she was younger, but she ultimately said it was too difficult and time-consuming to learn, and the conditions wouldn't allow her to master it." Jevi thought, then told Princess Ante, "This is something the predecessors entrusted to me out of faith. Princess, they told me to remember and return this to you." Thinking of the dragon heart within him, Jufi knew that if Auntie obtained the magic absorption crystal, she would surely become even more powerful. His dragon heart would also have the chance to complete its assimilation with his body. As the meeting ended, Jafi told Auntie, "I must go now. If anything is unclear, please contact me." He left the lavish palace, walking down the road, deep in thought. Compared to his past life, this first encounter was so good it almost brought him to tears. G had a lot on his mind about Auntie, and as he walked, he thought, "I really miss her." Now, thanks to Lucius introducing us for this first meeting, it was indeed the right decision to show her my power and attract her attention. Jeffeth smiles, confident that she will seek him out. Don't keep me waiting too long. Meanwhile, Auntie is also drawn to Jehui's strength and thoughts, finding her quite interesting. Aunt turns to Amlet and asks, "What do you think, Ophelia?" Amlet replied, "This is very valuable. I was initially worried about Lucius's recommendation, but in terms of combat skills alone, he meets the princess's expectations." Amlet pondered, then added, "However, the dragon heart's master isn't as strong as I imagined." Auntie replied, "It's because the dragon heart hasn't been fully assimilated yet. He'll be stronger in the future." Remembering Jafi's words when he gave him the stone, Ante was lost in thought. He speaks as if he's actually met Eurydica. It wouldn't be surprising if a legendary mage like her was still alive in some tomb. If that's the case, Auntie suspects Princess Eurydica implanted the dragon heart into Jeffy, a theory Auntie is beginning to accept. Perhaps he's a skilled knight from the continent. He could be key to my plans. Suddenly, Auntie's eyes gleam with a hint of doubt. She pondered, still troubled by one thing. Auntie recalled when she met Jeffy, he kissed her hand, leaving her quite perplexed. The feeling of touching him wasn't warm or familiar. Auntie's eyes widened in confusion. The feeling of their hands touching was like a lightning strike, an inseparable bond that left Auntie wondering, what was that feeling? Cut to the dark heart of the demonic sect, where the demonic lord sits upon his throne, his subordinate kneeling below. "You summoned me?" he asks. "Master, that is Vice Leader Pa Damas, ranked second within the demonic god church." He continued, "What is it that you require of me?" The leader of the demonic sect coldly states, "The 12th apostle position remains vacant." Padamus is taken aback, thinking the 12th apostle position of the demonic sect is still open. After the question, he thought to himself, "So, Odin failed?" This seemed to anger the leader, who replied, "Do I need to repeat myself?" Sensing the leader's anger, Bout Damas remained silent as the leader continued, "You should understand the situation before you speak. Now let's talk about the next apostle." The leader of the demonic cult continued, I gave you 12 apostles so you could do as you please, but you must succeed in the plan I care about most this time. Don't let Odin's failure affect this plan of mine, understand? Not daring to anger his leader, Botdema quickly obeyed. Yes, master. Botdema sank into a spiral of thoughts, wondering if he had disappointed his master. Taking all the blame, Botdemus decides to do something to redeem himself to his master. He called out to his subordinate, Are you there? The subordinate responded, Yes, sir. Clenching his teeth, Bao ordered, Prepare the demon horse. I must depart now. Somewhere dark, with only a glimmer of light above, yet strangely sparkling. There, Auntie approached a large stone with a magic circle, holding the magic stone Jafai had given her days before. Auntie realizes she's finally obtained it. All the investments and efforts to decipher the ancient texts in the dungeon. Little did she know, aiding in the Eurydica tomb raid would lead her here. The magic stone grimoire emitted a captivating, sparkling light. Auntie realized the magic tome she sought to advance her ancient magic, which was stuck at level 2, was here. A magic crystal, a high-level tome created by crystallizing the origin of magic, allowing users to acquire skills through meditation. Within it lies the ancient magic of the Midia and Eurydica kingdoms. Auntie recalls the memories of the one who taught her magic. She stroked Auntie's innocent face, urging her on. My time is running out. I'm sorry, my dear Auntie, but this is all I can teach you. I'm sure that even without my help, you can discover a way to perfect that magic. And just as he told Auntie, she has now found the magic crystal. Auntie grasps the stone, placing it against her chest, and feels its blinding light. Her master's words appear, revealing the way to defeat him, to defeat the leader. A burst of light emanates from the gem, growing larger and larger, engulfing the entire area. Auntie opens her eyes, overwhelmed as she seems to have wandered into a place filled with mysterious magic, the very thing she longs to learn in order to destroy the demonic sect. She looks at the vast knowledge, wondering if it's another dimension. But Auntie answers herself, it's not the magic crystal, but the vast magical knowledge linked to her consciousness, arranged like nebulae. Auntie's eyes follow the immense knowledge, when suddenly a voice speaks. How beautiful, a voice said, startling Auntie. This is the magic of media that we constantly pursue. The figure of the god Eurydica appears, taking Auntie's hand and saying, Even as an ego left in the magic crystal, I still want to meet my descendant, my successor. Meanwhile, Jafai is still playing rock, paper, scissors to decide with Net. So Jafai won with scissors. He says, All right, I won, so I'll go to the party and you secretly hunt down the wind demon lords in this castle. Huh. Net, defeated, could only sigh and reply, Anyway, it's not like I wanted to go to that noisy place. Have fun, Net says, to which Jafai replies, Fun my foot, we're gathering intel. Net then produced a bracelet imbued with a powerful concealment skill, a collaboration with Back Vu, and asked, Are you sure you don't need this? Didn't you say it would be easier to travel if your appearance wasn't revealed? Jafai, adjusting his clothes, said, There are 10 people in one place in this mansion. Wouldn't it be better to wear it for stealth? With just one, you'll be caught immediately and suspected, Jafai said sharply, thinking of Amlet. Not to mention that woman seems quite interested in you. Yeah, I don't get it either. I've never even met her before. Southerners are rare enough, let alone one who's come to her territory. There's no way I wouldn't recognize her if we'd met. Could she have known me when I was still serving the Demon Lord? Then, as Net took out a magical drug that could reveal the dark mark within a person's body, he said, Or perhaps she's the dangerous one who's taken my place. Devi warms himself by the fire and says, Maybe she's not a demon worshipper after all. But no pressure. He believes that with this much information, Net will be able to take care of herself. Well, I should get ready, shouldn't I? With that thought, Davy put the staff aside and prepared to head to the party. He ran his hand through his hair, smoothing it back, then touched his face, seemingly making adjustments. In moments, Ye Fei had successfully used his disguise technique, transforming himself into someone else, entirely. He muses that an Eastern technique allows one to change their appearance by adjusting facial muscles and expressions, a mimicry of the mirror image disciple who will rise to become one of the 12 apostles in the future. After completing his disguise, Zephyr confidently entered the party, knowing his demeanor and bearing would have a greater impact on those searching for him. With his disguise skills, he could even make people forget they'd just spoken to him. Though his own disguise wasn't quite at that level, it was more than enough in this crowd of drunkards. He confidently strode into the crowded party in his altered form. A party held in Lindell Hall's annex. Scanning the peculiar crowd, Zephyr realizes that Ophelia's challengers are nobles and powerful figures from across the kingdom. VIPs who must be handled with care. However, Annex Castle is home to the candidate mages, They're representatives and guests, and it's also where parties are held. As Jae-fi said, it's a magnificent palace-like place, brightly lit and frequently hosting parties. Within the hall, whispers abound, all wondering about the princess's appearance. Could she truly be as beautiful as they say? Not only is the princess beautiful, but her magic is so powerful that even the Academy's headmaster has praised her talent as the greatest in history, declaring that she will become the hero who saves the world. Some are eager to meet the princess. I just want to see her once. Someone shut them up, calling them fools, saying the princess would never come to such a place. Some dream of traveling with the princess, while others whisper that she's unfit to rule. Do you think she's crazy? Her people are starving from lack of food. And yet, I'm not starving. Aina doesn't care about the rumors that keep popping up. Rumors spread of the princess choosing a stranger as her plaything, even bringing home a vagrant, while others spoke of the palace's exquisite delicacies. Others spoke of the earl's firm position in their respective places, as curses, squabbles, and discussions erupted constantly. Zhu realized his current task was to seek information and talented individuals. Those renowned in his past life would be ideal. Perhaps he should seek out those who died during his past life's cave training. Jae-woo listened to their conversation as a man greeted him. Where are you from? Jae-woo, using a fake name, politely replied, My name is Smith, a knight of the lady dancing over there. At the table, a man spoke up, saying that there had been no news from the Third Paris Temple for days. My brother went there as an investor for the conquest, but he says outsiders are only allowed in once the conquest is complete. And they still haven't let him in. The man next to him then said, What are those pigeons doing? And still, not a single carrier pigeon has arrived. A beautiful girl called out to Deefy by his alias. Where have you been, Baron? He cheerfully says, there was some good wine, so the two men are still discussing the conquest. It's rumored that smoke rose from the Third Paris Temple a few days ago. Could Hongjati be trying to take over the temple in the saint's absence? Why would he do that? He's supposed to be neutral in the Sun Palace. Or did he purge the demon worshippers within the temple? Does that mean both the Holy Sun and the Cardinal have joined? As people chattered, Yefe realized everyone was indeed interested in the results of Lucius's conquest. Everyone was discussing it, but no one knew what happened on the crusade or to Andean. The information was kept strictly confidential. He thought about it, then raised his glass with the men, setting aside the matter for now. But as he drank, the man beside him seemed lost in thought, staring at him. Then the man turned to Jeffy and asked, You're the same person I met at the other table, aren't you? A question that took Jeffy by surprise. Intriguing, the stranger said with a smile. Everyone at this table knows Baron, yet no one suspects you're an imposter, even though the real Baron was dancing elsewhere. He glanced at Jae-fi and said, Not bad. Up close, you're the one who defeated the priests of the Sky Temple, aren't you? Upon hearing that, Jae-fi was surprised, thinking, How could this effeminate guy see through my disguise? Just who is he? Meanwhile, on the palace's upper floor, a guard patrolled with a candle, peering through windows and into every corner, when suddenly an arm pulled him into the shadows and killed him. It seems Net has been lying in wait here for quite some time. Behind him are several corpses, each with a centipede crawling out of their mouth. It seems these are members of the demonic sect leader's faction. Net says the east side is completely cleared. Next is the north side, and he leaps across the rooftops. Standing atop the building, Net looked down, muttering, This place is too big. I can't believe one person owns all this. With a serious expression, Net surveyed the vast expanse, thinking, I never imagined I'd have to get used to this. Lucius's new home at the temple is similar in size to his old one, so he's quite comfortable there. Not just the size, but that warm atmosphere. His own home used to be like that. Remembering Lucius's warm, happy family, Ned is reminded of the family he once had, and the happiness he once knew. Nate recalls the last time his mother and sister left him forever, the last time he saw their faces. Lost in thought, he imagines his sister as a wonderful wife and mother, just like Claudia. But suddenly, a figure appears before him. His eyes widened in surprise. It was Amlet. She asks, What are you doing here while the guests are enjoying the party? Amlet frowned, asking suspiciously, Don't tell me you're taking a stroll in such a strange place. Nate is surprised that Amlet is being questioned, wondering when he became unable to sense her presence. How careless of me, Nat thought, clenching his fist. He has the full set of the combined divine armaments, so only a mythic-grade concealment skill should be able to find him. But she's Auntie's top guardian knight, one of the 10 disasters. She didn't get there by accident, did she? Amlet, sensing Net's unease, speaks first. Don't worry, I'm only here because I sensed something strange. And besides, I have business with you. Would you mind sparing me some time? Hearing this, Ned immediately retorted, How long have you been tailing me, you liar? Amlet simply chuckled in response. That hurts to hear. If that's the case from the second floor of the East District, then this is simple. Neth explains, The people I killed were all demon lord worshippers, and their corpses were covered in identical engravings. You can go and confirm it yourself. As for me, forgive my acting rashly without approval, but my superiors decided that a purge should take priority over an agreement. Amlet smiles, complimenting Net. Not a bad decision, however you seem to misunderstand why I'm here. As she spoke, Amlet launched a sudden attack on Net, catching him off guard, but he managed to dodge it. Amlet continued, mentioning her previous fight with Phi. Slaying the dragon has long been the princess's wish, and you've worked hard to gather outstanding talents to make it a reality. Jeffy's comrade has proven himself, but she draws her sword, her body radiating a mysterious blue light. Amit raises her sword to Net, saying, You haven't yet. Prove your strength to me. So she's declaring war on Net. Net was not to be outdone, immediately activating his own power, radiating a terrifying red aura. Net replied, So you insist on a fight. And so the battle between the two officially began, while near the third Paris temple, Elpdemus led his dogs through the forest. She looks around, thinking to herself, the traces of Andion's demonization, and even the burn marks created by Thunder Fury. Without a doubt, this is the residue of the Dragon King's secret technique. If I remember correctly, the Eastern Lord's disciple was dispatched for this mission. The last traces of the Silver Knight suggest at least 3 people fought there, and even remnants of the king's holy power were present. She stares at the blood-stained carriage before her. He boards, his hand brushing the blood on the frame, tasting it, continuing to deduce. More than that, there's something that shouldn't be here. Percy's deadly poison. She gritted her teeth in anger, a list of names echoing in her mind. The Eastern Sect Master, the Saint, and even that tarantula who's been frequenting the sect lately must all be in on it. They planned to assassinate Andion. They dare to cause such a stir while we're in the midst of a crucial mission for the future of our order. The third Paris temple is now sealed off, concealing its secrets behind a magical barrier that blocks all divination. Not only that, even the messenger pigeons near the temple are gathering elsewhere, as if they've lost their coordinates. The Paris Third Temple has shielded itself, as if hiding something of great value within. Eldamus once heard the leader say that there are likely 2 or 3 people on this continent capable of implanting a dragon heart into a human body. According to her judgment, one of them is the Pontiff, but what if one of the other 2 is in the Saints group? Or perhaps they're buying time to fully absorb the dragon heart's power? She racked her brain, conjuring evidence. That makes sense. If they're scrambling to absorb that immense power, they wouldn't care about a few words of reproach from investors or the main hall. Because they have all kinds of people who can interfere if any information leaks out. The information lockdown is really tight. The question is, who truly possesses the dragon heart, the Eastern Lord, or the Saint? If it's the Eastern Lord, he may be exploiting the ambitious Saint. But if the Holy Son possesses it, then it's highly likely the Eastern Lord has betrayed the Church. I must hurry. It's been days since the battle with Andion, and I have to find a solid lead before the dragon heart fully merges with him. As Apot Damas was lost in thought, a figure in black appeared behind her, startling her. All he could see were blood-red eyes peering from the bushes. This person was also speculating about his identity. A beak mask. Could it be the vice leader? His instincts screaming that the man is connected. He can't afford to lose. He commands his dogs to attack and capture him. After a chase, one of the dogs bites the man's arm. Elpidamus smirks, Good, we've got him. Before he could celebrate, the man unleashed the Zhao family's lightning palm technique on the beasts. Elpidamus was shocked, recognizing the Dragon King's secret art of the Eastern sect leader. She taunts him, saying, Perfect timing, disciple of the Eastern Master. Then, the short staff in her hand transforms into a long whip. I have some business with you. I wonder if you'd be willing to cooperate quietly? The man thought to himself, How troublesome. Meanwhile, on the city walls, lights flickered as red and blue energies danced, Ophelia Amlet and QWLT. QWRT raised his sword to block her attack, speaking with a hint of anger. Am I imagining things, or are you being a little too generous with your attention? It's getting a bit much. His eyes sharpened, questioning whether she implied that those unequal to her had no right to join the dragon-slaying campaign. No sooner had he spoken than several sword strikes came his way, and Amlet mercilessly thrust towards Let. As their swords clashed, his suddenly became supple, weaving around hers, an illusion sword, a phantom blade formed from magic, its rank and form dependent on its user. He knocks Amlet's sword away, but undeterred by the loss of her weapon, she lands a kick aimed squarely at his chin, a flurry of blows that stirs up a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a voice from behind Amlet startled her for a moment. Not bad technique. If that wasn't an afterimage but the real deal, that would have hurt. So he used the Raven Cloak. This type of cloak allows the wearer to teleport a short distance after creating a magical afterimage. A chill runs down her spine as he speaks from behind. "Since when?" he continued. "Even without actively seeking information, people will know of someone as famous as you. You still haven't shown your true power." "Am I right?" he said, his voice suddenly hardening. "You're not the only one holding back. If we play our trump cards, this won't end well. Why don't we stop here?" That's when Amlet spoke up. "A trump card, huh? Are you talking about the Dragon King's secret technique?" Hearing those words, he froze. "How do you know?" Amlet continued. "My greatest strength lies in my vision. Stealth and disguise are useless against me. Not long ago, I was entrusted with an important mission because of this very point." Back with Elpidamus and his pursuer, the latter goes to the riverbank to wash his face. He thought with relief, "Finally, I shook her off. The vice leader. Master was always wary of her, and facing her myself, she's definitely not someone to take lightly. Things are already getting complicated. By the time I shook off the princess's subordinates and arrived, the conquest was already over. I found evidence of betrayal from my master's disciple, who was added to this plan, not to mention that damn vice leader lurking around." She removes her hood, revealing a woman with pink hair. "Now, where should I begin to untangle this mess?" Amlet explained that the disciple of the Eastern Sect Master, one of the 12 apostles also known as the Smiling Woman, was a master of disguise whom he had prevented from participating in the plot to monopolize the demon god's dragon heart. "Her instant step aura matched yours. Everything was identical. You and that woman share the unique traits of those who practice the same martial art." The more Amlet spoke, the more indifferent her voice became, as if recounting a boring story. "After fighting you, I became even more certain. Goat Fi showed the same, but the princess determined he could be trusted." Amlet's tone fell, and above all, the shadow disciple, the smiling woman. Every trait about her was similar to him, as if they were blood-related. She emphasized the final question. "Are you truly our ally?" A question weighing a ton crashes down on Nate. His face darkens, sweat rolls down his cheeks, and he wonders, what the hell is she babbling about? Back before leaving the Third Paris Temple, the ground here was full of maggots wriggling around. And after being stabbed by Nate, he screamed in agony, then gasped, "Do you feel any better now?" And his entire body sprouted grotesque maggots, so disgusting they were nauseating. He continued, "Nate, son of my old friend Leonard, I'm sorry for what happened back then. But I was merely a low-ranking priest. I was only carrying out the temple's orders. I never meant to harm your family, believe me. You can't do this to me. You should be thanking me." Andean suddenly roared, a look of resentment flashing in his eyes. I sent you to the Eastern Sect Master because I felt sorry for you. A lonely, abandoned soul. I'm also the one who paid for that guy to raise you until now. Could you have become this strong without me? Have you ever considered how terrible things would have been if you had trained in that cave without proper care?" An continued, his voice rising, saying that children from fallen families would either starve to death, be sold into slavery, or worse, be butchered and eaten by nomads. He claimed to have made Net who he is today. "I am the savior who pulled you from that dark hell." But Net had already tuned out his grating voice. He grabbed his sword and stabbed Andean again, eliciting a scream of pain as the man desperately tried to reason with Net before dying. Reminding him, he said, "At least listen to me. Don't trust that man named Jafai. He's using you." After killing Andean, Net turned and left. At the time, he naturally thought Andean's words were just the ramblings of a madman, not worth paying attention to, a thought that made Net ignore them until now. Net stood before a mansion, stunned as he pieced everything together, wondering, but how could this be? Jeffy's words echoed in his mind. "I am the hidden disciple, in case one of you dies." And just recently, he heard something from Ophelia Hamlet, that the Eastern Lord's hidden disciple, one of the Tower's 2 great disciples, is also known as the Tiny Woman, a master of disguise. I stopped her from joining the demonic cult's Dragon Heart monopoly scheme. Every characteristic about her was similar to you, as if you two were blood-related. That's right, the hidden disciple I met had red hair and amber eyes like you, and was about 25 years old. Hearing this, he was moved, calling out in his heart, "Sister, my sister, whom I thought was dead may still be alive," And not only that, she's the hidden disciple of the Dragon King effect. He was confused, blaming himself, unsure who was lying to him again, falling into the same stupid trap. Looking up at the brightly lit window, he steels his resolve to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, the melodious strains of a violin fill the room. Someone hearing the music then said, "Oh, it's the sonata in G minor. If someone's playing that, it means the party's almost over, right? Let's get ready to leave." Oh, how time flies. The guests bid each other farewell and began to leave, some hoping to meet Deefy again another day. He said, "Let's drink together tomorrow, Mr. Zephyr." After taking a few steps, the departing guest stopped and stared at Zephyr with strange looks. Philip Pilgrim chuckled. "Ha ha ha ha, he's a formidable man. As a merchant, I've met countless people, but never one with such magnetism. He's almost too perfect." He then described Philip with admiration. "He's not just strong and decisive, but incredibly skillful. Even when you think you have the upper hand, he subtly extracts vital information without you realizing it." Another person listening in was also amazed, saying, "He looks to be only in his 20s, but I would have guessed he was twice that age. I truly don't understand how Lucius could find someone like that with his half-blind eyes." No, Philip Pilgrim denies it. Adding fuel to the fire, he says Lucius didn't seek him out. Rather, the young man sought Lucius. It seems their master-servant relationship is about to be turned on its head. His son, stunned by this, asked, "Is he really that remarkable, father?" Philip Pilgrim stroked his chin, saying, "Remember, Edwin, choosing the wrong side and daring to oppose someone like him will cost you everything. We are merchants. Unlike nobles, we have no one to back us up once we lose our value, so we must be extremely careful in how we treat people." Edwin, after hearing his father's words, suddenly had an idea. He smirked and asked, "Well, should we report to the princess that Jaffe isn't qualified for the observation mission?" No. Pilgrim immediately rejected the idea, already having his own plans. To lose such talent would be a great loss. We must have him on our side before others target him. Pilgrim adjusted his glasses as he spoke to his son. Ellis Brenta licked her lips and ominously replied, "I agree. While we conceal our identities and recruit talent, we must acquire him, or failing that, eliminate him." Meanwhile, Jeffrey is entering his room. As he walked, he racked his brain, knowing only what he'd seen, heard, and experienced in his past life. So, of course, he couldn't know those who died before he had a real role to play. Philip Pilgrim, leader of the Pilgrim Company, one of the 3 largest merchant guilds. In his past life, he amassed a fortune trading spices with the East. He was one of the 3 factors that made Ante a key figure for humanity, rising to fame as a patron of Ante, the so-called fallen princess. He recalled Philip Pilgrim telling Ante that loyalty was nothing more than support from allies. With the cult leader's interference, your activities will be limited. However, if you use your apparent depravity as a smokescreen, you can quietly build your strength. If you need it, I'll lend a hand. Juefei then summarized some information. He knew that's why he was one of the demon god's highest priority targets, and while Net was running from them with Long Tam in his past life, the anonymous disciple, the insignificant woman, killed Philip, as far as he knew. Even though Philip's son, Edwin, serves Ante well, his dedication has waned compared to when Philip was alive. With a hand to his forehead, Juefei grimaces, realizing he has even more work to do now. 1. Philip cannot die. 2. Stopping the elusive woman without any information will be tricky. He frowned, thinking, this elusive woman can transform into anyone she wants. Man or woman. Even with me, she's never revealed her true face, so I don't even know what she looks like. Thinking of this, Juefei gritted his teeth in frustration. Reaching the hallway intersection, he wondered if Net had returned. He glanced over, startled to find Net sitting in an armchair, holding a dagger. Seeing him enter, Neat slowly looked up and said, "You're back." But upon seeing Neat, Zephyr inexplicably stumbled backward. After that somewhat cowardly reaction, he suddenly realized, damn it, why did I instinctively back away? Am I afraid? I'm the stronger one here. Remembering this, Deepfi realized that Net had always unconsciously attacked him, when in that state during their training in the cave. Damn this conditioned reflex. I tried so hard not to do anything weird. After mentally complaining, he put on a cold, alert face and asked, "What is it?" Without hesitation, Nate spoke up. "I encountered her while investigating around the mansion. She said she once met someone who seemed to be my sister." Hearing this, Deefei asked in surprise, "You have an older sister?" Thinking to himself, "This is the first I've heard of this." Come to think of it, he did mention that the other members of his family were lost after his father passed away. Neat's eyes suddenly fell. "Can you believe it? My sister, whom I thought had died on that ship 13 years ago, is alive and she's— He paused, looking at Ye Fei with questioning eyes, and emphasized, the hidden disciple of the Dragon King. The one Ophelia stopped. Ye Fei was stunned, a barrage of questions clouding his mind. Net's sister is the hidden disciple? Could there be a mistake? I'm sure the hidden disciple's name is Nate trying to figure me out, or is this a test by Auntie? No, she wouldn't go this far. I know I can't hide the fact that I'm not the hidden disciple forever, but Net's sister— what is she really? At that moment, a few fragments of memory flashed through Ye Fei's mind. A red-haired woman. She spoke to him several times, once hostile, asking, "Who taught you this martial art?" Another time she was pensive and confided in him. "I don't remember much about my past. I was in an accident. My adoptive parents took me in after I washed ashore, and when they saw I possessed martial arts, I caught my master's eye. If my brother is the same, and possesses the martial arts, we'll meet again someday. I want to find them, and the memories of my family that I've lost. How strange. Why am I telling you, my enemy, all of this?" Recalling these memories, Goat-Fi was startled, screaming inwardly. How could I not have considered that until now? He then gritted his teeth in anger, cursing inwardly. He had heard directly from the Eastern Lord that limb mastery was incredibly rare and passed down through blood. The children of someone who possessed it were highly likely to inherit it as well. So, from the start, the Eastern sect leader and Andean were working together to destroy Net's family, only to cruelly abandon him when he became useless. Filled with rage, Zephyr cursed, "Eastern sect leader, you bastard!" Net seemed lost in thought. He says, "I don't know. I don't think Ophelia has any reason to lie to me, but it wouldn't matter if everything you told me was a lie." He thinks back to the past. "My father trusted Andean. I trusted my master, and we both fell into hell because of it. That's why I hesitate to trust anyone again. But even so, we've faced and overcome countless life-or-death situations together. We're brothers. I want to believe our bond is real, and I want to believe in you," Net said to himself, to his very soul. He then threw down his dagger and, with eyes full of hope and determination, pleaded, "I just need proof, even the smallest bit. Please, prove that you're someone I can trust." Jofei paused, then said, "We weren't supposed to meet for another 2 months." This surprised Net. He continued, honestly answering Net. After stealing the dragon heart, he, the one who uncovered the truth of the Thousand Colors Nights, fled from the demon church. No, the entire world was after him. After suffering grave wounds from his brother, the son of the Eastern sect leader, he was left for dead in one of the world's 8 great challenges, the Forgotten Canyon. He also stole the dragon heart from you. I, a slave at the temple, was hunting you and stumbled upon you in the cave after falling off a cliff. He then learned the Dragon King's secret arts from him, as it was impossible for someone so injured and weak to leave the cave. Nat was even more surprised, muttering to himself, "What?" Despair washed over Defy as he said, "I became the strongest through the power of being a foundation, reaching the pinnacle of humanity, yet I couldn't stop the world's destruction or protect anyone in the end." He then asked, anguished, "Who am I?" "I am humanity's last, a hero, a failure, and a regressor returned with the memories of 10 years from the future." At the same time, Ye Fei emphasized each word. "Master." Net, hearing these words, couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. Defi then recalled that before his regression, Net had a plan for how strong his disciple needed to be to escape the Obelivan Gorge, considering his physical condition. Considering all of that, he wondered how much time he had to train in that cave, driven by survival and a burning desire to avenge his master, the one who betrayed him. At that moment, all that filled Net's eyes was hatred. The cave walls were etched with dozens of marks, proof of the countless days they had spent training relentlessly. Those goals were the only things keeping him alive. But we had no choice but to leave the cave earlier than planned, because the Canyon Lord attacked and destroyed their training hideout. Jeffy has always regretted that, lamenting that if he had been just a little stronger, if he had learned just a little more, the outcome might have been different. As J-Fi was about to fight the monster, Net grabbed his ankle from behind and flung him away, catching J-Fi completely off guard. He thought they could have escaped together, that Net didn't have to sacrifice himself for him and abandon the revenge he craved. That day, after throwing J-Fi away, Net stood to face the monstrous beast before it ended him. Net turned to G and smiled, as if to say, "Watch closely, G. This is the ultimate secret technique that I could never pass on to you." That day, G saw his master's back, and he would never forget it. After hearing everything, Net rubbed his forehead, frowning with a headache. "I don't know. It's hard to believe, but what you're saying makes too much sense for me to dismiss." Nate considered. The fact that he can wield the holy light sword despite not being a priest, knows too much information, and everything Ji said is accurate. It makes sense if he returned from the past with the god's blessings. Ji-Fei calmly replied, "Yes, it may be hard to believe, but it's all true." Meanwhile, he thought to himself that he had avoided saying things he couldn't share, like his relationship with the young woman. He continued to apologize for approaching him with those lies, but he wasn't sure he could have made him believe any of this in such a short time. "So I thought it was better to make you suspicious of the demonic church." Then Zephyr hesitated and expressed, "I need you to fight against the demon lord, and more importantly, I want you to live." Net now realizes something. "That's right, I understand now. The reason I kept going wasn't just for revenge. I thought living as part of a family was a given for someone like me." His family's heir position, the responsibility of guarding the family's blood tiers, and everything else were stolen, becoming a shell of a man. Net's master told him, "If you become important to me, I will help you take your revenge," giving him a new purpose to live as his disciple. "For him, I risked my life to become stronger, to repay the master who took me in. For him, I gladly carried out all the dirty work. Because I believed there was only one reason for everything my master did. The master-disciple relationship. A bond almost like family. Though without blood ties, believing in family and helping each other is natural, but a pawn does not get its position." Nate now speaks, saying, "I've always blamed myself for living such a wrong life, but perhaps my life had its own meaning." He smiles softly. "Because I left something behind in this world." Then Net approached, placed his hand on Ji-Fei's shoulder, and said, "Thank you for avenging me in the past life and helping me in this one. A hero returning to the past to save the world?" Net smiled contentedly. "I've gained quite an absurd disciple. I never expected anything from my disciple." He then turned and walked out the door, saying, "I won't let you shoulder everything alone. Let's walk together in this life." With Net settled, he agreed to keep it a secret, as too many people knowing would surely be bad. If word of the future spreads, panic will ensue, and this knowledge is our only real advantage. Zephy carefully considered this. That morning, he and Nai had met with Philip's group. After they sat around a small table, he spoke. "Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are permanent members of Princess Ante's party." And indeed, they were Auntie's people. Things moved quickly as Philip continued. "The princess is very interested in the two of you. Since the princess isn't here, it seems we'll be continuing the conversation alone." At that, Net couldn't help but wonder, does it matter that she's not here? Fi quickly realized that her sudden disappearance meant she was asleep because of the magic book. Unlike book form magic, a star shard magic book creates a copy of its contents and transmits it directly into the user's brain, with the only drawback being its side effects. While the magic enters the brain, the user will fall into a deep sleep. The better the magic book, the longer the sleep, and symptoms like fever may occur. Deef believes she must be under the care of a healer, but since this isn't a physical wound, it won't help much. It will ultimately depend on how long Ante can absorb all the magic. He then chuckled softly. "Encouragement, good luck. Since Min went through hell with Eurydica, let me relax this time." Time passed, and they prepared for the Blue Dragon subjugation, finding new combat styles suited to their equipment and embracing their teammates. Leona opened her arms and said, "Come here." Zephy then reluctantly went to let her hug him, urging her to hurry. Leona then used the skill Angel's Embrace, which identifies the health and physical characteristics of the target you hug, using tentacles that grow from your back. The #1 medical skill on the avoidance list due to its electric shock sensation. As soon as she used it, Defy jolted and screamed, then cursed repeatedly. "Damn it, what the hell is this feeling?" Meanwhile, Ilona said, "Hang in there, Sir Knight. If you move, I'll have to start over." Then exclaimed, "Oh my, what a beautiful body." Seeing what was happening, Nate turned pale and tried to slip away, saying, "I suddenly remembered I have something to do, so I'll be going now." But Philip quickly stopped him, holding him back and saying, "Hey, where do you think you're going? I told you health checks were mandatory to join the party. We can't have sick people going on expeditions." Just then, Leona called out that it was Net's turn. He trembled and tried to refuse, but to no avail. After a moment of screaming, and after the examination, Net collapses to the floor, haunted by the tentacle. Just then, Ophelia arrived, looking down at Net, who was lying on the ground, and said, "You look pathetic." Hearing her voice, Net instantly recognized her, but was too ashamed to look up. Ophelia continued, "The princess has summoned you both. Follow me." Hearing this, Defy immediately jumped up, thinking with emotion, "Ante, she's awake." Net, however, remained still, awkwardly unsure where to look. On the way to meet Princess Ante, Daffy suddenly reconsidered. Because the magic crystal has Eurydica's remnant soul, he told me a lot of things, and we talked for a while longer. Could it be that he told Ante something about me? In this mystical space, a voice echoes, and 3 stars light up in a straight line. Congratulations, Ante. This proves your media magic has reached level 3. The basics of media magic are now within you. All that remains is to unlock it through practice and advancement. Each time you level up, a new star will light up. I doubt anyone, even myself, can reach level 8. Meanwhile, Eurydica sat silently, a faint smile playing on her lips. Forgive me. I've expended too much energy. I'll be asleep for a while. My words will be trapped in a magical vortex and forgotten until you reach the next level. Just remember to trust the Capricorn. Suddenly, Ante awakens, her face etched with terror. She sits up abruptly, alarming the attendants around her, who exclaim, "Your Highness, you're finally awake." Clutching her head in pain, a servant tells her, "You shouldn't move suddenly. You've been asleep for a week." Ante was surprised. A week had passed. Her eyes seemed to droop slightly. "I thought I heard something important, but I can't quite remember." With newfound resolve, she declared, "Summon Jeffy at once. In this great hall, allow me to introduce myself. Princess, I present to you Jeffy and Net." Ante sat on the bed, her voice gentle. "I would have called you both sooner, but I haven't been feeling well. I didn't mean to neglect you both. How much did Ante hear from Eurydice's consciousness? This isn't just about current relations, but also the conquest of the Azure Dragon and future battles." Jeffrey frowned in thought. Recalling his encounter with Eurydice, he wonders if she knows everything, or if she's mastered interlinked magic and can read the memories of anyone she touches. Like Eurydice, convincing Ante to join the battle would be much easier. He gently reaches out his hand. What will it be? This revelation leaves Ante stunned, as he realizes the man is testing his mastery of interlinking magic. Outwardly, she remained calm, flashing a confident smile. "To give me the magic stone at this moment. I thought you were showing off your skills to join my forces, but I was wrong. You're trying to use me by nurturing me." "Mr. Zeppi, regarding your plan," she said with a cold glare. Ante casually waved his hand, replying, "I still can't use it. Linked magic is an incredibly advanced skill. I'm only level 3, and I can't use it until I reach level 7, like my ancestors." Her voice echoed in the room. "Now, shall we continue the story we missed a week ago? Lord Zephi, if you wish to sway me and borrow my forces for a month, you must have a detailed plan on how to defeat the dragon within the next 3 weeks," Ante said haughtily. "Now try to convince me." Defi raised his hand slightly, releasing his resources. "All right, have you eaten yet?" Then he handed over the mountain of papers. Quite a long story for an empty shoe. This also astonished the others, and a few days later we rushed to complete our preparations. The Lindell knights and priests set out to slay the blue dragon, while Ante's official itinerary involved sightseeing and shopping, with the silver key and my spatial pocket filled with supplies. One of Ante's maids, disguised as her, traveled to tourist spots in a fancy carriage to create a false trail of the princess's whereabouts, leaving Jeffy to ponder Ante's cheerful demeanor. "She's so happy just to be out of the palace." He crossed his arms, frowning as he considered that he had intentionally only erased the traces of the dragon heart at the third parish. "Others in power will focus their attention on Lucius's hidden state," he thought, frowning. "That drug will last about a month. It won't last longer than 2. In the meantime, I need to acquire many things without alerting others. My first step is to conquer the Azure Dragons and establish a relationship with them. Another important thing. I've decided not to tell Ante about my regression yet because she hasn't learned connection magic and has forgotten her conversation with Eurydica. I recall that man saying, 'Think about it. A man you just met tells you he was your lover in a past life.' What would she think? She'd definitely think I was crazy or a pervert. You can't just go around saying things like that. The princess trusts you, maybe because of her abilities, so don't get on her bad side and be careful, okay?" Deefy looked serious, so I twisted my words a bit. "But why do you trust me? Is it because of Lucius? In my past life, Ante lost many important people, making her suspicious and cautious. Just then, a cautious voice spoke up. We're here. Beyond that valley lies the Danu Plains, the continent's largest fertile region, and the homeland of my father and I. The long-haired youth then spoke up. You're from here. I only traveled with my family when I was young. The endless golden rice fields are a sight to behold as the train wheels continue their steady rhythm. Really? In Danil, people can get a full meal just by knocking on any door. The least you can do is treat a guest with generosity. Is that so? The car door creaks open and a voice says, That's all in the past now. Look, everyone here is quite curious. The young man's eyes widened as if he realized something. Outside was a valley of horrifying purple, with a gloom that would terrify anyone who looked upon it. Inside the dilapidated cabin, a horrifying purple substance seemed to seep from beneath the floorboards, or perhaps it was some kind of vile mucus. The long-haired youth surveyed the scene with a grim expression. Truly horrific. The man next to him, perhaps the butler, continued. 3 years ago, this place became like this after the Azure Dragon appeared. Auntie quietly added, the Azure Dragon nested upstream of the river that flows through this place, poisoning it. We've mobilized many priests, but cleansing the land has failed. In just 3 years, 80% of the farmers have died. Objectively speaking, now is the golden opportunity, and if we miss it, we'll lose more than just farmland. They slowly approached, encountering a gatekeeper. Welcome, priests and pilgrims, the gatekeeper said cheerfully. I've brought some food. Ah, thank you, the man continued. What's the situation inside? The gatekeeper remained cautious as ever. Antia whispered, this is a relief station, a place for farmers who lost their homes to the poison disaster. As she spoke cheerfully, she added, actually, we were planning to meet Lord Danu's soldiers here. After all, the front lines don't have enough supplies. It wouldn't hurt to wait here, would it? Phi nodded slowly in response. Yes, that's fine. As he passed a house, he heard heart-wrenching cries of pain coming from within. Startled, he turned his attention to the source of the commotion, entering to find a knight writhing in agony, his body discolored and sickly. Defi politely asked the person sitting by the bed, you've been through a lot. Pastor, who is this man? The pastor scratched his head, replying, he's a knight named Greem. He's from the Lord's castle. He was on patrol when the monsters appeared. He killed them, but was wounded in the process. He takes the water and offers his thanks. Thank you for the water. Upon hearing this, Zephyrs paused in thought for a moment. The purple skin shows the blue dragon's poison has spread throughout his body, causing symptoms like wounds from monsters from the nest. Seeing Green succumb to the incurable poison in his bed, the priest could only ease his pain and await his death. Then, Ante whispered in his ear, I know he's a trustworthy and upright knight. Reinforcements from the Lord, perhaps? He could hardly believe his ears. Impossible. He paused, lost in thought. Still, Hearn is a soldier who will join our ranks. He asked cautiously, Princess, what's the security level here? Auntie nervously replied, I can push it to whatever level you want. A light seemed to emanate from Defi's hand. Very well. Even if it's the blue dragon's toxin that no one can cure, I still have a way. He produced sharp metal objects, fighting poison with poison, and said coldly, from now on, this is a level 1 security zone. This is called Absolute Poison Needle, a type of poison needle belonging to the Emperor's 72 poisons. The 72 deadly poisons of the Imperial Poison King were something he would encounter at the end of his previous life. Some of the main ingredients were too rare, and he had to gather some himself. The deadliest poison, Asmodeus, uses dragon's blood as its primary ingredient. He retrieves the deadly needles, knowing they contain a poison that burns the body's tissues from within. But if the concentration is properly adjusted and combined with a healer's treatment, it can burn away the poison and heal the patient's body quickly. Yifei quietly moves closer. Each time I grip your leg, cast a healing spell for 3 seconds, then step back and observe, quietly. Poison can be medicine. It all depends on how it's used and by whom. But will it really work on the blue dragon's poison when even healers are helpless? She silently watches with her arms crossed, but suddenly notices her mana detection array around the outpost reacting. Someone is approaching, despite the noise outside. Philip immediately turned at the sound of the voice. Greetings, I am Philip, head of the Merchant Guild. An army slowly approaches, led by Danakil's puppet knight, Captain Rigulus Danil, who arrogantly asks, Long time no see, how have you been? Philip was pleased and polite. Ah, Rigulus, seeing you here puts my mind at ease. Rigulus, seeing Philip's hand extended, said sternly, I've heard about the urgent letter you sent my father. Lord Danu believes you're preparing to conquer Azure Dragon, because for our Danu territory, the Pilgrim Trading Company is like family, having cooperated with us for so long. His face was grim as he spoke, and as the Lord's eldest son, I had to make my position clear. Who is deceiving you? Philip frowned, asking, What did you say? Rigulus explained softly that the dragon's subjugation was planned to occur in a year, and only if the Holy Son of Light found the dragon orb. So I planted a spy to gather intel at the Third Temple, and we've been in contact, but the Third Temple has been sealed off, and apparently Sir Lucius has canceled all plans and locked himself away. But I don't think the current situation is suitable to start a conquest. His eyes flashed sharply as he continued coldly. Not only that, As a matter of courtesy, you should have visited the Lord at the castle first, but you suddenly requested to borrow the army because you said you had completed the preparations. I'm honestly worried you're being deceived by someone's wicked scheme. Ha ha ha, yes, it's good to be cautious. I certainly received a reply from the Lord saying he would send troops. But did he order you to test me like this, or is this your own decision? Regulus frowned and said, President, stalling with nonsense is useless. Clearly, surround the relief station immediately. Before he could finish, a heart-wrenching scream echoed out. That scream. It came from the abandoned house, shocking them both. Regulus quickly entered and shouted, drawing everyone's attention. What's going on? His eyes widened at the sight before him. Gray writhes in pain, clutching his stomach and coughing up blood. His bulging veins and purplish skin are a terrifying sight. Grim. His eyes widened. What was that stuff all over him? Meanwhile, Defi is holding a poisoned needle, and Regulus, enraged, lashes out, attempting to strike him in free crams. But suddenly, a woman's foot slammed into his head, and she yelled, How dare you draw your sword before His Highness? Auntie was also stunned, and Regulus fell to the ground from the kick. He turned back, gritting his teeth. The Princess Ophelia's royal knight, why are you stopping me? Auntie then spoke up. Thanks to detecting mana, I overheard the gist of your conversation with Philip. Regulus Danil, your questions are reasonable. As she removes her hood, she declares that he has no right to refuse this expedition or harm any member of her faction. The letter your father, Count Danak, received wasn't a request for reinforcements, but an order from me, Princess of Kenna, and to Justina Cayena. A revelation that widened Regulus's eyes in shock. He immediately knelt, paying his respects to the princess. After a moment, Gre, seemingly out of danger, grasped G's hands in gratitude. Thank you so much. How can I ever repay you? Regulus also apologized, saying he didn't realize G was trying to save their elite knight. Grim, please forgive our blindness in failing to recognize our benefactor. He smiled and replied, Raise your heads. Someone thinks to themselves that he doesn't blame anyone when he apologizes, which is promising. Looks like I don't need to discipline him after all. Antia added, Regulus, do you remember our days at the academy? Jeffy was visibly surprised. So, he was also Auntie's senior at the academy. Auntie cautiously says, In group assignments, your group members were always terrified of you because you were known to be harsh. But you always noticed the details that everyone else missed, which meant your group never made mistakes and was difficult to beat, even for my group of so-called geniuses. She said, looking quite pleased even in this situation, as the young lord and captain of the knights. It would be irresponsible not to find out exactly what's going on. That's what makes you so reliable, you know. Regulus is quite unstable. Princess, no, young Lord Danakil, as the crown princess of Lindell, I'm making you a trusted member of my allied council. She points to Jefai, who is actually a noble being sent by the goddess Arya in an incarnation to save the Holy Sun in danger, as well as the entire world. Hearing that, both he and Anise froze in shock. Sent by a goddess? Antia, unfazed, remained calm. Blinded by desire, we were in grave danger, unable to distinguish the Demon King's followers. However, it was you, Jefai, who received the oracle from the goddess Arya and saved us all. Through her guidance, the dragon orb was entrusted to you, Jeffy, the prophesied savior, and we must heed the goddess's will and follow it. Lucius himself wrote this letter. With that, she immediately presented the letter for everyone to see. Regulus was deeply moved, hiccuping. From the saint himself. Oh, goddess Arya, so that's it. You've come to share glory with the gods. I, Regulus, will do everything in my power to serve you. Auntie glances at Jaffe and winks as he tries to contain his laughter. Truly a masterpiece. She's a master of fabrication without batting an eye. She even forged the letter. He doesn't know why, but he instinctively reaches out and strokes her head. Her ability to fabricate stories is truly unmatched. Oh no, not this old habit again. Annie is taken by surprise at the head pat, while a bespectacled figure watches them with unfriendly eyes, seemingly plotting something. And so, the guild members at the relief station accepted me as commander without much fuss, meaning I was now responsible for all sorts of tasks. I've treated all the poisoned patients at the relief station, but they're not fully cured yet. The poison will continue to spread in a few days, so we need to make an antidote as soon as possible. And those ingredients can only be found here. The Great Elpin Forest, a massive woodland stretching across northwestern Aslan. Net surveys the area, remarking that she thought the forest would be destroyed like the fields, but is surprised to see a place like this still exists. Phi agrees, saying it's as big as several territories combined. Auntie adds that it looks different from the outside. That's because the mana density is so high. Once we pass the distant village in the forest, we won't be able to ride horses anymore. The dense mana in the air will frighten the horses. another added nervously. Do we have to go into the forest? I'm scared. Can't I just provide support from the outside? Defy replied, dissatisfied. I told you it would be safer here. But how can I leave Grandpa alone when my daughter is still out there somewhere? He frowned, thinking seriously. If only he could get him into the silver lock. He recalls a conversation between himself and a woman. You're asking if you can put a living person inside? Of course, I don't care since I've already given you the key to the room. The high-ranking angel gently said, but I'll have you know that the esteemed owner of the silver key once complained about the comrades they kept inside this room. Her eyes glanced over. They turned into madmen, screaming like beasts day and night when they were brought out. I wonder why. I'm curious. Recalling this, Daifi couldn't help but feel serious and have a headache. Yeah, I should still keep my teammates by my side. This is the silver key that damn devil god gave me, Ante explained softly. The remote village, once home to 50 Dan, now serves as our forward base, where our comrades await our arrival before embarking on their mission. Go on ahead. The others nodded respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. Jafi, Ante, and the others mounted their horses and slowly proceeded forward. But he suddenly stopped, sensing something very strange. Ahead lay a grim scene, filled with an unsettling aura. What was that? It was fleeting, but I felt eyes on me from within the forest. Seeing his strange reaction, Ante asked, "What's wrong?" Defi's expression turned serious, his eyes slightly downcast. Princess, there's something I need to confirm. In this forest, Ante began to raise his voice. The first and last time was from a faraway village. 2 days ago, a carrier pigeon arrived while we were at the relief station. The other man replied softly, We're mages sent by the magic tower. We set up a spell so that if any problems arise, the village will send up red smoke. But this is my first time here. That's just what I've heard, another added. I've confirmed with my sight, but I don't see any signs of an ambush or stealth skills in this area. Regulus sighed. With so many strong people, there probably won't be any problems. G thought seriously. What I know about this place, the vast elven forest, reminds me of the events. My homeland wasn't all joy either. Do you still want to hear it? But now it's just a meaningless old tale, Jufei replied coldly. How can something you said in your sleep be meaningless? Whether it's meaningless or not doesn't matter, just tell me, he said. Let the flames burn. After that, whenever we were in hopeless situations, he would tell me stories about the forest by the fire, as if to ward off the darkness. And so he understood. Though beautiful, this was a demon forest, one that would swallow those entranced by its beauty. He fixed his gaze. Net, protecting the guildmaster means an attack could come at any time. Net nods slightly. Understood. Ante senses something amiss. A fierce scene ahead, with green trees forming a terrifying vortex. Realizing this, Ante cries out in horror. The forest's gate. It's a device to keep outsiders from entering. Her eyes widened in surprise. This used to be deeper in the forest, past the distant village. But we haven't even reached the village yet. Why is it here? The leaves and vines are gathering, distorting space itself, creating a never-ending wave of unease. Then a face emerges, accompanied by a deep voice, Turn back. This is not your land. Suddenly, the key appears in Defei's hand. She says the last news received was 2 days ago, right? Instantly, he summons his holy sword and declares, That's more than enough time for the enemy to occupy our base. His eyes are sharp, his face grim. Hey, what have you done with the people of the faraway village? The grotesque face remained silent. Ante dismounts her horse and raises her voice, commanding everyone to halt. She said sternly, Hey, forest dwellers, I am Ante, a human princess, and I've come to talk. The demonic face gaped in surprise. Speak, you bring armed forces and still want to talk? Your charades have always been ridiculous. Human princess, we sent word of our intentions by carrier pigeon. Any negotiated solution was rejected by your brother. That's right. This river will be the border between you forest people and us, he says, pointing to the map. The young man quietly said, Each side will establish a guard post and a village on its respective riverbank. Neither shall cross the river or interfere in the other's affairs. Thus we shall enter an era of silence, free from war, intervention, or communication. So, we have a truce, the young man said, holding the item. Since you've shown your sincerity with such a precious item, we have no reason to refuse. You should be happy. This is a very good deal for you. I hope you elves, the nobles of the forest, are pleased. Back in the eerie forest, the vines seem intent on attacking, surging upwards and sending the horses and their riders flying. The roots are moving. Jofei frowned. Elves, with their long ears, lifespans several times longer than humans, and a deep connection to mana. They are a race that built their own kingdom in the vast elven forest and have existed for millennia. For over 2,000 years, they have developed their own special magic and have adapted plants to create a comfortable habitat, as well as using the forest's surging vitality to turn it into an impenetrable fortress. With a sinister expression and a low voice, she says, "Turn back. The only thing you'll find here is death." The roots begin to move, attacking them relentlessly. Don't be afraid. Just do as you were trained. Imagine the horse's hooves are stepping on some kind of fruit. The plant seemed to glow, then suddenly exploded with a piercing scream. "I see," Auntie said seriously. "So that's what you thought." Her cloak billows, her eyes glow, and a radiant light emanates from the massive gate, bursting forth to create a long, arduous path. That's the watchtower where the elves monitor the forest's borders and control the magic trees, a sight that fills them with joy. "All right, did you get a lock on them?" One of the elves chuckled. "Ha, ha. Even the princess is no match for us. Any who try to enter the elven lands will face our wrath," one of the elves sneers. "Fool, don't take your hand off the spirit stone." The scene in the glowing orb immediately began to blur, as Zephyr approached and shielded Ante with his attire. That's a dragon-slaying cloak reducing damage from all elemental magic plus light resistance. Using holy power to block enemy attacks, the range and power depend on the user. The soldiers gasp in amazement, wondering if that's how effective the light barrier is. As expected of the head healer, Zhu Fei gently leaned down and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Auntie smiled and replied, "I'm fine, thanks to you." The elf guards controlled the forest gate, but they were just ordinary infantry. And they were struggling. "What? How are they not even injured?" "Even the best equipment won't be enough to stop me." Deep in thought, Ye Fei's eyes glinted sharply. "Open the gates, you weaklings. The dragonfish skill is unleashed, a unique dragon ability where power lies in words, limited by the dragon pearl." Light bursts forth from the gate, revealing the source of the gaze he felt before. The watchtower at the center of that tree. The elves on this side watched in horror. The forest's gate has opened. What in the world is happening? Instantly, the elves are blown away, and Kiara is grabbed by the collar. He coldly stares at the youth, who is probably over 100 years old. "I'll only hit you once." He lifted her up by the neck, saying they could talk after. Kiara struggled desperately. Let me go, but his eyes widened as he sensed something very different. "Huh? What was that?" "This elf? She looks a little different from the one I know. But those eyes, looking at Kiara's heterochromatic eyes, he immediately sensed a sharp object flying towards them at high speed, striking the target and exploding. Auntie screamed in horror as Mr. Fatty flew through the air, falling unconsciously. "You want to kill me and him too? How could you destroy the watchtower? It's too hard to control, so you should avoid it. Your roots are annoying. I'll send you the location again, so this time you must kill him." He just used that move, that skill, that power. It must be him. One of the 10 strongest on the continent, the greatest archer who will later join the human resistance, making the demons tremble in fear. Holy Archer Dariel has just fired an arrow from 1,015 kilometers away, and he intends to finish him off with this shot. With that, Dariel decisively fired an arrow at his opponent, the projectile streaking like a blade, radiating a green light and unleashing a terrifying power that made people tremble. Far away, in a dense forest shrouded by foliage and roots, the atmosphere was eerily silent and gloomy. Hearing the commotion ahead, the group couldn't help but murmur, "An enemy attack? Where is it coming from? It's so hard to find our way in this forest." At that moment, a young mage in the group raised her staff, and eyes sprouted wings, flying into the air at her command. This technique is called Gracie's Eye, long-range golem flight sharing video and audio information. The maximum number of golems is 3, and she commands them, determined to find him. One eye heads to Commander Defi, while the other follows the direction of the attack. Immediately, the golem eye soars into the sky, carrying out its mission. Her mind is linked to that eye, and a sense of unease washes over her. The trees are too tall. The golem can only fly within a 200-meter radius. As if realizing something, her eyes widened in surprise, and she began to wonder. She sees it. The golem's eye connects her to the image of Dariel's arrow hurtling towards her at breakneck speed, carrying a terrifying power that makes the surrounding trees sway. She wanted to get a closer look, but before she could, a stray energy blast from the attack sent her golem flying. The more she speculated, the more shocked and stunned she became. Magic? No, it's an arrow. The distance is absurd. It traveled from over a kilometer away. That immense energy drew closer to Zephyr, who stood firm, eyes fixed on the approaching arrow, his hands gripping his sword. Despite the terrifying attack about to hit him, he doesn't flinch, meeting it head-on, shifting into a battle stance, raising his sword high. With a sharp and serious gaze, Japhie deflects the arrow with his sword just as it reaches him. The arrow veers off course, the attack thwarted. Seeing him unharmed, Kiara's face betrays her shock and disbelief. Her pupils contracted in fury as she gritted her teeth, unable to believe Zephyr blocked such a dangerous attack. His teammates were equally surprised, observing the situation through the golem's eye, which reflected the battle. DJ held it up for her to see the unfolding battle, and her face couldn't hide her joy and excitement. Meanwhile, deflecting the arrow's attack wasn't easy for Japhie, and after stopping it, blood trickled down his arms and through his armor. He wiped the sweat from his chin, impressed. Not bad. Kiara, hidden behind a distant tree root, still couldn't shake her disbelief, her eyes wide with confusion and shock, thinking, he deflected the arrow? No way, it must have been a coincidence. Kiara's eyes fell on his heavily injured sword arm, his armor riddled with scratches, blood streaming down to the ground. Whether it was coincidence or not, his hand was injured. Seizing the opportunity of his grave injury, she pointed towards Zephyr, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. With a decisive tone, she ordered Dariel to attack, saying he wouldn't last much longer, and that she would support him if he used a stronger skill. Hearing this, he drew back 3 arrows at once, a blazing red light enveloping them. His face was now extremely serious as he locked onto his target, his brow furrowed, his voice low. Understood, Kiara. The 3 arrows quickly transformed into massive fireballs that soared into the sky. This was the Scarlet Meteor Arrow, a power that no ordinary person could hope to match, as Zhao Fei looked up at the sky, brave and indomitable. 3 blinding lights gradually descended upon him. This time he wouldn't evade, but face them head-on. His eyes gleam with excitement as a smile creeps across his face. These arrows, 3 times faster and stronger than normal, are the skill Scarlet Meteor. He glanced at his comrades, who were intently observing the situation not far away, within the attack's range. He considered his options. The arrows were too fast for Dragon Tongue, and dodging would devastate his troops. With no other choice, Phi gripped his sword tightly, black and gold light swirling around the blade, and muttered to himself, "Yeah, that's it. Then so will I." In that instant, his pupils turned a deep blood red, and his eyes clouded over with a dark haze, an aura of terrifying bloodlust. He's unleashing his full power, shrouded in a dark aura, transforming into a dangerous beast as Difei raises his sword, slashing through the air. A gray-haired youth watched the entire sequence, his face betraying shock and astonishment as he paid close attention. His movements seem slow. The sword's path seems slow, but it's less than a second. Yefei gripped his sword, watching his slashes transform into a majestic, radiant golden dragon soaring through the sky, confronting his opponent's 3 deadly arrows as the sword strokes became a dragon and took flight. Then, a massive explosion erupted, a resounding boom shaking the heavens as brilliant light spread in all directions, illuminating the sky. Gazing at the dazzling display, he was speechless with awe. As the name suggests, the Dragon King style symbolizes dragons, but only in the way the mana flow and martial arts resemble them. And yet, despite not being related to a real dragon, it still reaches this level. The green leaves, affected by the Dragon King style, fluttered and fell all around. Kiara was no longer confident. Her face was filled with fear and horror, her complexion darkening. She gritted her teeth, cold sweat pouring down her face. Is that even human? Or is he a dragon in human form? How can we possibly fight someone like that? Realizing she couldn't win, she bit her lip, torn. So many lives lost for the Azure Dragon. Kiara's mind flashed back to the day her mother died. Behind a curtain adorned with white flowers, she knelt beside her mother's cold body, whispering, "Mother, the fight is lost." Though deeply resentful, she knelt in surrender, seething. "We yield. We won't attack you anymore. Are you human or dragon? I don't know what you are, but we'll do whatever you want in exchange." Then, looking up at him, tears welled in her eyes, her face etched with pain and despair, her voice filled with sorrow. "Please, help us." At that moment, Japi's army rushed to his location, led by Princess Ante Justina and the Mage Knights. Not only that, but the spirits who participated in the battle also emerged from the lush roots. Their faces were filled with worry and panic, but standing between humans and spirits, he calmly agreed. Sure enough, after a swift peace was established, his legion was led to the elves' abode. The area was covered in the green of nature, with intricately designed cylindrical houses built close together, creating a cozy and peaceful atmosphere, completely in harmony with nature. In the Elder Elf's chambers, Heron gently touches Grimm's wrist, checking his condition as elves and Jeppy legionnaires look on. The Elder diagnoses, indeed, this human knight Grimm is recovering from the blue dragon's poison. Though the poison remains, I've never seen anything suppress it like this. I recall night games, consumed and bandaged, the poison rampant. He lay gasping in bed, his body gaunt and pale, yet he refused to succumb, clutching Jeffy's hand and begging to continue on together. Thinking this, Rigolous Dan couldn't hide the pride and joy on his face, thinking to himself, Sir Grimm, he's not just recovering, and if he keeps moving, the remaining poison in his body will spread faster. But he still followed us here to be living proof of the antidote. Truly, the model of a knight. With a warm and gentle expression, he gestured behind him, introducing each person one by one. I am Heron, one of the High Elf Elders. These are the elves who fought everyone, Dariel and a Gok Kiara soldier. Speaking of High Elves, his face turned serious as he pondered the distinct appearance of these beings blessed with extraordinary power. Within their eyes is a unique symbol, like a cross, marking them as High Elves, a dominant race with immense power, their pupils bearing a distinct pattern, a sign of innate ability. Thinking this, his eyes darted to the side, filled with doubt and suspicion. He thought, that's the theory. But then, Kiara looked over at him, unexpectedly meeting his gaze. Her face was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Kiara was so different than before. When I met her in my past life, she was a little more mature. His face grew increasingly blank and bewildered. Deefy wonders if an elf can mature so much in just a few years. Judging by appearances alone, it's impossible to tell how old they really are. Meanwhile, Kiara couldn't hide her discomfort and annoyance at his constant scrutiny, a million questions swirling in her head, until Heron's voice interrupted his thoughts. This isn't another guidance from the World Tree. I can't believe someone else capable of this has appeared before us. Heron's eyes softened with fondness and a touch of nostalgia as he recalled the past. He recounted that since their truce with Prince Polaris, they had only welcomed humans this deep into their forest twice, including now. Heron vividly remembers the courageous human venturing deep into the elven lands, a figure backlit like a savior cutting through the dense forest. Just one human risked his life to enter this forest and help our poisoned people. His scarred hands held long, sharp needles. They had never seen such a strange cure, using bizarre poisons and silver needles like you do. Heron could never forget his appearance. With black and white hair, half his face covered in scars, and a perpetually scowling expression, he was known as Flat, a human also known as VIP. Hearing that familiar name, Defay's face changed in an instant, his eyes wide with shock and surprise, pupils violently contracting. Heron's expression was incredibly gentle and kind, as he softly said, He's searching for his lost comrades. A friend of yours is a friend of ours, and I believe we can help each other. My friends, long ago, in the heart of the forest where the elves reside, a miraculous lake appeared, becoming the source of life for the elven race. The Lake of Life branches out, encompassing the great elf forest, its waters nourishing the vast woodland. Its vitality and healing powers are the foundation of their prosperity, and when its waters flow through a narrow stream into Danakil, that land becomes the greatest granary in all of humanity. The ancient tree, revered by the elves, thrived thanks to the Lake of Life. And that tree, drawing sustenance from the lake, is the Tree of Life. That tree held divine power and granted strength to the high-ranking elves, but that prosperity wouldn't last forever. Until one day, the elves discovered a terrifying creature, a massive, fearsome dark dragon carrying a mysterious toxic aura into their skies. Their kingdom, which had prospered for 2,000 years, was instantly thrown into chaos as the dragon plunged into the Lake of Life, claiming it as its lair. After the black dragon nested in the Lake of Life, the water became poisoned, spreading throughout the forest. Back before Jeffai's legion set out for the elven sanctuary, Princess Ante Justina convened a meeting of important figures at Lindelow Castle to discuss the elves' plight. Edwin Pilgrim, resting his chin on his hand, said, Then, according to Jeffy's plan, the Blue Dragon raid is only feasible if we and the soldiers from Danakil join forces with the elves. But will they cooperate with us? Hearing this, Princess Ante looked at him with a blank and doubtful expression, interlacing her fingers as she asked with a hint of majesty, Good heavens, Edwin, don't you believe in my abilities? Of course, he wouldn't dare harbor such disrespectful thoughts, quickly denying it in fear. That's not what I meant. But the scene shifts to the elven realm. where Dariel sits beside his mother, clutching her bruised hand as he watches the queen lying ill in bed. His voice filled with worry and helplessness, he said, "Her body is covered in the blue dragon's poison. My queen, mother, what are we to do?" And then, with a face full of sorrow, he lowered his head, biting his lip and telling himself that the elves were in crisis and had no other choice. Do you understand? That's not even the most dangerous trouble. What's even more terrifying are the greedy, disgusting people with eyes that want to devour every elf. But the real problem lies with those from the land of Danil. Edwin gestures, continuing to explain his point of view. Only those far removed from the elves romanticize them. The bard's tales of the elves' beauty are no joke, and the people of Danil see them as mere forest creatures, worse than boars, wolves, or bears. He then declared resolutely, his eyes serious, stating with certainty that they had recently become enemies, as the elven tribe had come to Danu to wage war in the past. They gathered elite forces, igniting a fierce war 5 years ago. In other words, a year before the Blue Dragon appeared, 2 high elves, Scarlet Moon and Break Moon, invaded Danil, wherever the waters of the Lake of Life flowed. That is our land. Because the waters of the Lake of Life flow through this farmland, it will be ours, you uncivilized humans. Just as they were about to achieve their goal, Prince Polaris appeared, raising his holy cross scepter high. Thanks to him, the land was protected from the elves' greed. They had been subdued by the elves and nearly lost their land. But at that moment, Prince Polaris, as cardinal, led his knights from the temple into battle. As he spoke, he planted the golden dragon banner, and the elves fled deep into the forest. Because the golden dragon had joined the battle early on, the outcome was decided after a fierce and lengthy war. Prince Polaris and his army had won a resounding victory, and he looked upon the elven forces with smug satisfaction. In the end, humanity emerged victorious, and though the elves seethed with rage and resentment, they had no choice but to accept defeat. With a ceasefire in place, time passed, and the poison spread, staining the land purple. A year later, the farmland was contaminated. Based on his understanding, Edwin continued to recount the events, including Regulus Danel's intervention to resolve the matter. The Lord of Danel and his son, Regulus, believed they needed the elves' cooperation to resolve this crisis, so they tried their best to suppress the rumors. But people believed the elves had spread the poison across the fields as revenge. He continued to defend his position, stating that more than just execution would be difficult. We'll be too busy worrying about backstabbing within our own ranks during the operation. Heh, that's where you're wrong. A mysterious, slightly menacing smile crept across her lips. Holding the queen piece, she glanced at Wynne. That's why this moment is perfect. He looked utterly astonished, asking, "What?" Danger will soon turn into opportunity. In the moment, it may seem difficult to handle. But we need to see the bigger picture. Our goal is to return to the present, when the Goat Lord's army still has a foothold in the Elven tribe. I inadvertently showed goodwill to the guru and became his disciple to learn about making poisons and acupuncture. That's the story I'm telling now, as he carefully performs acupuncture on an elf whose body is being consumed by poison. Under the watchful eyes of Heron, Kiara, and Dariel began to show me some goodwill, though I could see Dariel observing me warily from behind. Zephyr thought to himself. Although they were still wary of him to some extent, the poison slowly receded from where the needles were inserted, and after a while, the elf's arm began to return to normal. Seeing this, Kiara couldn't hide her surprise and exclaimed, "Amazing! You're even better than Fet. The effects are happening much faster." Zephyr said smugly, "After all, the poison I used is of much higher value." A smile crept across his face, a hint of joy in his expression. The formula is everything in this poison. It's never been done before. I was the first to concoct it, and no one else could have acquired the ingredients. In fact, even with the formula, it would have taken Fake years to develop. Suddenly, Guyop noticed how she referred to Fake, and he was extremely suspicious. Kiara called Fake by his name so casually. Could she be? Just then, she interrupted his thoughts. I think Fet would like to meet everyone too. Who is your teacher? Joe Fei, of course, didn't want to reveal that, so he quickly refused. I can't tell you that. His eyes were provocative, his laugh cold, and his tone icy as he spoke of where Jitsu, his master, and this Fet were. It fell into ruin due to internal strife incited by a traitor, and I can't say more until I've confirmed with my own eyes that he can be trusted. Where is he now? Kiara pressed, her expression shifting into something sinister, a smile playing on her lips. I'm not sure I can tell you, for the same reason. But Kiara's arrogance is short-lived as Dariel steps in, his eyes closed in exasperation, and reveals everything to him without hesitation. He's no longer here. It's been a year since he stopped in this forest. He heard rumors that this land was poisoned and came to investigate if his old comrades in Gun were involved. Seeing Dariel uncooperative and even betraying her, Kiara flew into a rage, shouting, "Hi, Dariel!" Dariel grabbed Kiara by the collar, lifting her into the air as she struggled, her face contorted with anger and frustration, blaming him for suddenly blurting everything out. As for Dariel, he refuses to let go and intends to teach her a lesson, remembering how she begged for help with pleading eyes, only to now say she's unsure. Is there something wrong with her? Stop resisting and sit still. Kiara refused to give up, screaming, "Let me go!" Witnessing the chaos, Heron clasped his hands behind his back, his face etched with helplessness and weariness, lost in troubled thought. What a mess. He gazed upon the bedridden spirits, their bodies riddled with needles and tinged purple, and fell into contemplation. Those poisoned by the blue dragon's blood were saved by the deadly toxin that Fet left behind. But remembering the empty vial, with only a few drops of red poison remaining, Heron's mood turned somber and dejected. And now, it's all gone. The more Heron thought, the more troubled and sorrowful he looked. His brow furrows as he says, "We must decide who will be saved and who will be left behind." It was fortunate that Japhie entered this forest during the crisis. Otherwise, this place would have collapsed from the internal strife. Not only can he cleanse the green dragon's poison, but his power rivals Dariel's arrow. No, it surpasses it. If we bring him to our side, we might be able to find it. The Queen's last sealed box, deep within the contaminated zone. 3 years ago, deep in the elven forest, a mysterious blue box floated in the air, held by a high elf, surrounded by an ethereal green aura, save for one in the contaminated area. This is the last one. The sealed box containing the power of the 12 towers, a power capable of building an entire kingdom. Beneath the shimmering moonlight, the high elves gathered, weapons in one hand, the mysterious box held reverently in the other. He boldly declared that they, the strongest of the high-ranking spirits, the ones known as the Moon, would leave this place and build their own kingdom. Like a bolt from the blue, Heron immediately tried to stop them, his face full of anger and frustration, using every argument he could muster. What in the world are you all thinking? You plan to abandon this kingdom and the Queen? You're alive right now because the Queen stopped the Azure Dragon with her own power. How dare you not let him finish his complaint? Clenching the object in her hand, she retorted, "Stopped it, you say?" Her face darkened, her eyes blazing with hatred and a palpable bloodlust. She gritted her teeth, emphasizing each word. Can you honestly say she stopped it after seeing the forest like this? Then she criticized the Queen's ability to rule the kingdom, ever since she was bedridden with the poison. Even the foolish actions of the 2 high-ranking spirit generals who started a war were met with disgust, as she claims the Queen never fulfilled her duties. Even before the green dragon's poison spread, she was nothing more than a useless invalid, bedridden and barely conscious. That's why she couldn't stop Scarlet Moon and Break Moon from mobilizing their forces. If she were truly a queen, she would have kept those bastards in Skilltown where they belong. Her hatred reaching its peak, her pupils contracted violently, and blue veins bulged on her hand, clutching the box. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "I should have done it from the start. I can no longer serve under a foolish queen. I will forge my own kingdom, one you will all follow." Scarlet Moon and Break Moon have shown us the way. Despite their exile for taking the blame for our failures, they destroyed the tower and fled with the sealed box, showing us just how foolish we've been. They finally left Heron standing alone in the lush grass, watching the high elves leave without knowing what to do, not forgetting to mock him. Farewell, you fools, who have decided to stay in a place with no future. Heron, if you change your mind, you're welcome any time. There will always be a place for you. Ha 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 ha. The flashback ends and he opens his distinctive high elf eyes, revealing ambition and calculation. The reason I didn't do what they did wasn't loyalty to the Queen, but because only a few boxes would go to me, the weak one in battle. I chose the wrong person to follow. After realizing Dariel's talent, I planned to nurture him and bring him to my side. He grew as strong as I'd hoped, but remained stubborn. He would never abandon his Queen. The Queen and the mystery box are secrets Heron will guard closely, for if Dariel learns of his plans to abandon this place after acquiring the sealed box, he would surely imprison him. So, for Heron, meeting G was truly a stroke of good fortune. How lucky indeed. He then led G and Princess Ante deeper into the house, turning back to talk to them as they walked. I understand. That dragon must be killed for the sake of humans and elves. You're absolutely right. This crisis can be solved once the blue dragon is slain. Moments later, his face filled with sorrow, he sighed with regret. Do I understand that correctly? But as you can see, most of the higher-ups are gone, and not many of us can fight. Plus, I was overwhelmed by my desire to survive and ordered the soldiers to cross the river to find a place to go 2 days ago. Just as Heron had said, all of Japhie's captured soldiers were safely released under the strict watch of 2 other spirits. The village beyond the river, what humans called a remote village. We will release all the prisoners we've captured for you, and I assure you they have not been mistreated. On the surface, Heron seemed benevolent, but in his heart he was already plotting to gain his own advantage. Thinking of the poisoned tower with its withered vines, he harbored an ambitious and malicious smile. Heron's tower is too polluted to enter, but if he can manipulate Jevi into retrieving the sealed box within, he'll finally become king. A moment later, outside the house, both Edwin and Philip Pilgrim turned to look in the same direction. Edwin happily announced, "The old elf promised to cooperate, and the other elves are grateful that our family was saved, as well as the person from Danil we were worried about." He trailed off, met only by Philip Pilgrim's helpless, speechless face, as he watched Princess Antejang, arms outstretched like a preacher, praising Jue Fei to the heavens. "The God of Light guides us. Believe in him, and we shall be saved." Jeffrey cooperated fully, his face radiant, but inwardly he was in utter denial. He just wants to get out of here quickly, and the soldiers in Danu are so gullible. They raised their hands and shouted in unison, "Oh, Almighty Arya, Supreme Savior, Lord Ye Fei." Seeing this, Philip Pilgrim asked in confusion, "Why do the Danu revere the God of Light so much?" Edwin Pilgrim smiled, answering his question. "They live off the elves' water and now worship the god." "Tsk, tisk. Well, the Temple of Light has always protected us for a long time, hasn't it?" Philip Pilgrim quickly retorted. "Protect? Protect only to deceive." Amidst the sun's rays filtering through the wooden house, Edwin Pilgrim said, "I don't think things will go smoothly anyway." "My worries were for nothing." Philip Pilgrim chuckled. "Ha, you're just scared because you're so short-sighted." With that, his expression changed. A sinister smile crept across his lips, and his eyes gleamed with cunning and excitement. "But the real problem starts now, so don't be careless and keep an eye on your surroundings." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Miria tugs at her purple glove, her tone extremely annoyed, sighing wearily, irritated that she was sent to such a remote village. Her face twisted with disgust as she furrowed her brow, constantly complaining. But what did she expect after being trapped and unwashed for days in that filthy prison? This is Milia, a mage from the Magic Tower, and beside her is another mage from the Magic Tower, DJ. She silently listened to Milia's complaints, her disgusted gaze slowly shifting to the side, her eyes filled with contempt and annoyance. "Not only that, I want to see that girl's face as soon as possible." Her eyes landed on Princess Ante. Bathed in sunlight, her face was beautiful and gentle, her eyes full of affection, her smile radiant, and her hair fluttered in the breeze. Milia's face became even more terrifying. Her pupils contracted, and she grinned with excitement, her cold, crazed eyes sending shivers down your spine. "Should I just kill her? To think she's been with her until now. Have you found any weaknesses yet?" Didge didn't respond, only glancing wearily at her expression. Meanwhile, the city of Veronia was bustling with activity, as crowds gathered in anticipation. Auntie's seal has been stamped on the contract, and her servant and the man joyfully hold the signed agreement. The two happily collaborate before a crowd, as the man exclaims, "Thank you, Princess Ante, for deciding to proceed with the thorn removal project with us, the Southern Architecture Association. Our association considers this a great honor, and the two sign the agreement amidst the congratulations of many. But the one signing is not Princess Ante, but her double, the imp Ketty, disguised as Ante." Standing before the crowd, she smiles brightly and waves, saying, "The autumn harvest in Danil must have been a difficult time for everyone. If I clear the mountain, I'll just turn it into farmland. Contact my assistant for land prices. I've said all that needs to be said. Thank you for listening." While we work with Auntie's demon kin to accelerate their mountain clearing plan, as she announces the contract signing outside, a Demon King sect member watches from the shadows, full of contempt. "Foolish princess, work hard to create new farmland. We evil disciples only need to pollute it. She's throwing money into a bottomless pit, a perfect smokescreen for our true purpose, just as planned." Meanwhile, Zephyr is growing concerned that a thorough investigation will reveal the Southern Auntie to be a fake. But then he recalls Demas and realizes that with a vacant seat among the 12 disciples and unrest rising in the west, the god of evil's followers are likely preoccupied with internal affairs. And that opportunity will come. One early morning in the forest, Milia, Kiara, Ophelia, and Net gather, lurking in the trees. They're using binoculars. Kiara says, "Can you see those words over there?" Through their binoculars, they search for a strange flower within the forest. This is a magic flower, a magical plant that creates food and water, and what it produces depends on what you put into it. Looking at the flowers, Kiara says, "We created these flowers for convenience." Then there's the magic flower, the manna flower. Its roots reaching the riverbank to draw life-giving water, and it releases manna into the air. They began to speak of the problems here, saying the flowers were no longer vibrant but withered. But now they're fueled by polluted water, and the problems here are starting to surface. The air here is becoming polluted, and they say terrifying monsters are being created. So the manna flowers spew toxic fumes, and the trees become monster factories. A truly horrifying sight. The knights begin to rise up and destroy the monsters, but Dariel prioritizes protecting the village from the creatures in the forest above all else. Looking at the map, Dariel thought, "We're stopping here because the poison keeps pushing us back from the center. If we're pushed back any further, there won't be a village big enough to hold our current population." Remembering his mother bedridden, he thought of the many others stabilized by Zephy's acupuncture. But his mother's poisoning was far worse. "You've been like this for 3 years. You're too weak to move. We have to stop here." Upon hearing this, Zephy understood the request and began assigning tasks to the group. "So, it's clear. We'll eliminate them while gathering magic stones and production materials." Meanwhile, they plunge into the forest, engaging in a fierce battle against the flower-spawned monsters. They use fire to burn them all, then Ophelia dons her armor and kicks the ground, causing it to shatter and explode. Next, he charges up his fist with powerful magic, then unleashes it forward. The punch was imbued with an incredibly powerful red magic, and upon impact it detonated the flower, its trajectory creating a blazing red pillar of light. Meanwhile, Jeff and Dariel were talking, and Dariel said very sincerely, "First, please allow me to express my gratitude for helping me protect the village and detoxify the queen and the other elves." Dariel, filled with remorse, spoke earnestly to Jeffy. "Even the high elves abandoned us. It's unbelievable that we received help from humans. I don't know how to thank you enough." Dariel then looked up. "I'm ashamed to tell you this, but the items you see, a branch cut from the mana-filled tree of life and the water of life from the lake, stored in a vial to nourish the branch. The 2 essential items you requested are key to keeping this village safe from pollution. I cannot give them to you. I hope you understand." Before he could finish, Jeffy cut him off, resolute and unwavering. "No." Dariel was confused as Jeffy started tearing at his hair, saying, "I'm so tired of this. I'm begging you." At this, Jeffy starts to get annoyed, saying, "Before you say you can't give it to me or that you hope I understand, just tell me what you really need, loud and clear." At this moment, Dariel began to get confused. "Huh?" Then the goat demon angrily replied, "If you won't release it, I'll just say it. A perfect cure to save the Elven Queen. 2 ways to restore life. The lake and killing the dragon." And so, he began to explain. "But for the first condition, the tree of life is the main ingredient. And for the second, we'll recover on our own if the blue dragon disappears or dies, thanks to the lake's vitality. Got it?" He was resolute, but with only the third option left, he was furious. "I said I'd kill it. What more do you need? Do you need me to set you up with a girlfriend or something?" Dariel tensed up at that, frowning in suspicion. "Are you 100% sure you can kill him?" he retorted. "The village will be poisoned immediately. Without those 2 items, I'll give you everything else." "I cannot give you those 2 things unless you are absolutely certain. I am the only one left who can fight, and I have a responsibility to protect the others." Hearing this and realizing Dariel misunderstood, he gritted his teeth in anger. "Don't misunderstand me again." Then, in utter frustration, Phi questioned Dariel. "So if not now, then when? When will you be ready? Who's waiting for you? The Azure Dragon? The Queen's illness? Or those human bastards salivating for your failure so they can swoop in and take everything? Every day I have to draw my own blood to make the antidote. How long must I keep doing this? Am I just a blood bag to you people?" He loses his cool and approaches Dariel. "Get a grip, Dariel. The 2 disagree, and a tense standoff begins." Jeffy is furious. This needs to be resolved quickly by squeezing every last drop of our power. This is no time to wait and see. Dariel's rage ignites as he glares menacingly at J-Phi. "Looks like you didn't understand what I said. Fine. If you want us to come at you, let our skills decide." The battle erupted, their power so immense that the light illuminated the entire area, as sparks of blue and gold collided, creating a massive shockwave. From afar, Auntie watched the battle unfold, hardly believing he would use his skills in a place like this. The dust and sand kicked up by the shockwave obscured their location. She peers into the smoke, searching. What happened to them? Dariel fiercely fires an arrow at G, as if victory is within his grasp. "I'm sure you understand now." Dariel says, "You said you'd let me be the main attacker against the 3 dragons, but my arrows—" At that moment, Dariel's arrow hit G, but he stood there unmoved. Dariel's arrows can't even pierce your scales, let alone a real dragon's. This is the limit of my skill. Frustrated, he clutches at the ground, wishing he could kill the blue dragon as soon as possible. Dariel, frustrated and helpless, gritted his teeth as tears streamed down his cheeks. But this is reality. As much as I want to, as much as I must, it's impossible. So what do you want me to do? At that moment, Zephy felt sympathy, saying, "Stand up. I'll tell you why you're weak." He suddenly approached, crushed Dariel's bow, and said, "First, your equipment is trash." Seeing the bow crushed, both Anta and Dariel were shocked, and Dariel cried out, "My bow!" Smiling, Zephyr says, "Since we have the best materials, I'll make you something. So don't cry because you won't be able to hold back tears of joy later. How could you break it? I appreciate you making Dariel a new bow, but you should have let another archer use this one. We're in a crisis where even the smallest things matter." Kiara angrily shouts, "By human standards, this bow is of hero rank. It's very expensive." Philip Bilgrim immediately snatched the bow, surprised. "A hero rank bow? Ellis appraised this. Hero grade, you say?" Ellis frantically grabs her lens, saying, "Just a moment." Elis's hands trembled as she spoke. It's definitely hero rank. And considering the reputation of its user, Dariel, it would be worth at least 50,000 gold at the Lauren auction house. As Elis finished speaking, someone gasped at the 50,000 U price tag, while others marveled. Now, let me explain the Lauren auction house's ranking system. The Light Temple, the Sky Temple, and the Adventurers Guild devised a ranking system for items, classifying them into 5 distinct tiers: common, advanced, rare, heroic, and legendary. Hearing this, Dariel speaks up. "Lord Zephy didn't ruin my bow. He freed me from my hesitation. 50,000 gold? I'm not sure how much that is, but it sounds pretty cheap." Hearing Dariel's words, Neat thought to himself helplessly, "This elf is unbelievably crazy." Dariel thought about the ancient weapon and the item that protected this village from pollution. He closed his eyes, realizing he could no longer rely on anything he once had. From here on out, he had no choice but to move forward. Dariel opened his eyes, his thoughts racing. What kind of weapon would he forge? Dariel recalled Jeppy's words. "Since the best materials happen to be available, I'll craft something for you." This made him think. Speaking of the best materials, could he have meant... Dariel immediately thought of the branch of life, a cutting from the tree of life, brimming with mana. Thinking this, Dariel wondered, something like this? He asked for it to be made into a weapon, but soon after, Dariel stood with his arms crossed, questioning, "But this branch is too small to make a weapon." "Is that right?" Everyone's gathered in the main hall. Dariel carefully took a luxurious water bottle to pour water into the cup that Kiara was carrying on a tray, next to the branch of the tree of life. Then, Kiara slowly carried the tray with the cup and the branch of the tree of life closer to Jeffy, as Dariel solemnly spoke. "Take it, this is the water of life and a branch of the tree of life." This beauty can't help but surprise Zephy, who secretly thinks his heart has become numb after experiencing the world's end. "So, I'm not as easily inspired by the world around me as I once was. But I can't help but admire this." The pure water in the glass shimmered, reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling display, prompting a gasp of admiration. "So beautiful." Dariel explains that the water is the last of their life-giving liquid. Dariel continued, "Of course, if the raid succeeds and the Lake of Life is restored, that won't be the last drop. Please, make it happen." Zephy calmly raised the glass and confidently replied. Of course, as soon as he finished speaking, Zephy quickly raised the glass and drank it all. Immediately, a powerful golden light enveloped Jeffrey, who raised his hand in surprise, gazing at the light surrounding him. He thought to himself, feeling refreshed and full of life, as Hemet's secret skill amplified the water of life. "It's even stronger than I expected." For those who don't know, the water of life is condensed water from the lake of life, brimming with vitality, and Hemet's secret skill amplifies the effects of all kinds of holy water by 500%. Jai tried to continue thinking, but he sensed a surge of power. He was gradually dragonizing, and the flow of internal energy visible from Defy's hand was gradually scaling over. It began to spread to Defy's shoulders and neck. Meanwhile, dragon transformation is a skill that temporarily increases the dragon heart's absorption rate once a day, granting the user a dragon's appearance and abilities. For every 1% of the dragon heart's average throughput, the skill's duration increases by 1 minute, with an initial duration of 3 minutes and a 9% increase in dragonification power. As for the flow of internal energy, it's a type of cultivation. a secret Eastern martial arts technique used to circulate mana through the meridians. The paths through which mana flows increase the ability to absorb internal energy, allowing control over the mana flow to heal internal injuries and increase the user's mana capacity through practice. And Juifei realized that certain conditions must be met to defeat the Azure Dragon. It's much harder than defeating Odin and entering the princess's dungeon to get the dragon heart. The land tainted by the Azure Dragon has an unresolvable level of pollution. That area extends 10 kilometers around the Lake of Life. Then, Juifei recalled the creature's terrifying gaze and continued to ponder. And at its center, a creature stood above all mythical beings, a dragon. Jeffy's large-scaled hand gripped his thigh as he realized the immense pressure. This was not a battle a human body could withstand. He needed to increase the duration and level of his dragonification skill. The only way to do it in such a short time is to use the power of the Water of Life to unleash the power of the Dragon Heart. Ante knew that considering the burden the Dragon Heart wielder had to bear, it would take a long time to extract and become familiar with its power. But time is short, and Ante immediately joins Juifei in the transformation. Ante uses the Mirai skill, the three goddesses of life, an ancient magic of media. To adjust the subject's mana, Ante skillfully connected the powers with her own hands, thinking, thankfully, all conditions have been met. The dense mana of the great elven forest, the vitality flowing from the Water of Life, and the dragon's power enhanced by dragonification. Using Mirai, she arranges everything, finally channeling all that power into the Dragon Heart, straining with the effort. And channeling it all into the Dragon Heart, Ante's support overwhelmed Zephy. Immediately, Juifei vomited blood. Ugh! Seeing this, Ellis volunteers to join in, saying, "I will heal you right away." And Ellis chants the Arya incantation. Juifei senses that the average absorption rate of the Dragon Heart is 5%, 5.2%. The pain causes Juifei to groan, but then he feels his power return to 5%. At 6%, Nate was exhausted, thinking that the backlash was too strong, that they were clashing violently, unwilling to mix. Meanwhile, Jeff was worried, feeling his power at 6%, 6.2%, 5.5%. The absorption rate was decreasing. 5%, 4.7%. Jeff thought helplessly, "Please, now!" A fiery hand joined in, adding its strength to the others. That person is Net, who supports Juifei from behind, pointing out that his breathing is erratic. Net's appearance surprises Juifei, but Net confidently thinks that the best support for a Master of the Wind and Thunder Dragon King is another master of the same technique. A tremendous power flows from Net's palm to Juifei. Net encourages him, "I'll guide you, so try to withstand the Dragon Heart's raging power." In this endeavor, not only was Juifei exhausted, but Ellis, Ante, and Net were also deeply concerned. Suddenly, Juifei opened his crimson eyes, and a blinding light erupted from him. Dariel shielded his eyes, and when he could finally see, disbelief washed over him as he thought, that form. What Dariel saw was Juifei successfully transforming into a dragon, and someone exclaimed, We did it." Net and Ellis collapsed to the floor, exhausted. "Ha, I thought I was a goner." Meanwhile, Ante leaned on her staff, sighing with relief. "Ha ha!" Ante smiled up at him, then slowly spoke her praise. He looked amazing. Hearing that, Zephyr smiled back at Ante. The average Dragon Heart assimilation rate has increased by 10.1%. The second dragonification skill temporarily increases the Dragon Heart's absorption rate once a day to achieve the appearance and abilities of a dragon. Duration: 10 minutes. Absorption rate after increase: 19%. Once the average absorption rate reached 10%, the skill's duration increased by 2 minutes, with an additional 1% increase each time. Zephyr felt the power in his sturdy wings and thought to himself, "It's still far from the power I possessed in my previous life, but I finally feel more unburdened." Until now, the lack of power has been frustrating. Looking at everyone around him exhausted, Zephyr thought, "They've all worked so hard for me. I can't waste any time." He then said, "Dariel, give me the cloth." Dariel quickly responded, "Yes. Oh, let me wipe your sweat." But Zephyr refused, taking the towel not to wipe sweat, but to bite down on it, declaring, "From now on, I'll start mining weapon materials immediately." Then, Zephy used his claws to scrape off his own scales until they bled. In his eyes, beyond the pain, was an unwavering determination, but he could only manage a gasp. "Ha!" The bloody scene shocks Dariel into paralysis. He's speechless. "What?" Dariel could only whisper in shock that Phi was tearing off his own scales, but Phi calmly tore off his scales and said, "Ordinary metal can't pierce dragon scales. But what if it's also made of dragon scales?" But Phi still had to calculate. The success rate was below 20%, but these were scales inherited from the strongest dragon. We can definitely make a few effective attacks with a bow and arrows made from these. Phi seems determined to tear them all off and create his first dragon-powered bow and arrow set in this life. In the crafting room, a large cauldron bubbled, seemingly forging something. The Elven Queen's attendant, Noel the blacksmith, spoke up. Dragon energy, huh? I've never had the chance to try it before, but with an item of this caliber, the choice of auxiliary materials must be extremely careful. Incompatible materials can degrade the quality tenfold. He then presented the magic alloy he had been forging, proudly introducing it as the finest magic alloy our fairy race boasts. Stardust Gold. With this, I'm sure it can resonate with the Black Dragon's power. Dariel analyzes it intently. Starry gold, scales from the ancient Eurydica, crimson jade needles made from moon hand monkeys. Almost all the necessary materials have been gathered. After a moment's hesitation, he thinks of the ancient media spell formation, creating a circular area around the caster, enhancing the power and duration of all spells within its range by 100%. What's more, these materials include dragon transformation, the blood of a flying goat when transformed into a dragon, and even the flesh of a wheel dragon to create a bow with overwhelming power, while the scales form the tip of each arrow. Finally, it is reborn. Dariel gazed in awe at the shimmering light before him. It was the Black Dragon longbow, also known as the Black Dragon arrow. It can fire 3 arrows at once, making it incredibly powerful. With 2 weeks until the subjugation, both humans and fairies are ramping up their preparations. The warriors will be split into 2 teams, alternating daily between hunting and training, led by Temple Knight Mr. Net. He watched them, marveling at their intense training over just 2 weeks. How nostalgic. These 2 weeks will feel like a month. The hunting team will clear the path and eliminate monsters, heading 1.5 kilometers east towards the Pool of Life. They have 10 days to complete it, and the daily hunts have caused the amount of mana stones obtained from the monsters to increase like crazy. And then, they all disappear in the blink of an eye while everyone is working hard. What is this? The mages report to the commander, covered in sweat. The golems we've created have met the quota. Commander, the mana stones crystallized through magic are useful in many ways, such as golem cores, fortifying the base, and setting up magic circles. A magic trap to protect the base, a matrix to defend and heal our allies, and most importantly, a spell formation to create a safe zone. Meanwhile, Ketty was also hard at work, instructing Kiara and Mealy on how to create a safe zone. If we establish a safe zone using fragments of the world tree branches as the formation's eyes, the poison bones won't be able to harm them. We'll place it on the path the hunting party cleared. Ketty will mobilize all the mages to help, while Kiara and Melia take notes, though Melia doesn't seem to like this matrix very much. She cursed inwardly, thinking it was impossibly difficult. No one stares at the commander's notes, on the verge of tears, never having seen this matrix before, let alone used it as a material in the magic forge to create items. This much, and you want me to create something like this? He laughs wearily, but knows he must persevere. Clutching the notes, he steels himself, determined to succeed. And I'm burning with the thrill of the challenge. Noel, in the name of the greatest elven blacksmith, will prove that there's nothing he can't do, while Zephyr diligently practices swordsmanship alone. He trains relentlessly, drenched in sweat, refusing to rest. His Dragonheart's average limit is currently at 10.5%. I've just reached the second stage of dragon transformation. But at this rate, the battle will be over before it even begins. The power of the Dragonheart slowly spreads through his body, and the more power he uses, the faster the spread, and the higher the average limit. Here's a breakdown. From 1 to 9%, the dragon transformation limit is 9%. The duration of dragon transformation increases by 1 minute for every 1% increase in the limit, and with 10 to 19%, the post-transformation limit is 19%, and the duration of dragon transformation is increased by 2 minutes for every 1% increase in the limit. Finally, the average limit from 20 to 29%. The post-dragonification limit will be 29%, and the effective dragonification time will increase by 3 minutes for each 1% increase in the limit. With determination, he knows he must increase his limit as much as possible while he still can, ideally reaching 19% and maintaining dragonification for 28 minutes. If not, at least 17% in 24 minutes will do. Though the training is arduous, it cannot extinguish his iron will. If he could reach that level, he might stand a chance against Azure Dragon, but if not, all hope would be lost. Again and again, he pushes his power to the limit, breaking through the night before the conquest. In the camp, the squads call roll, construction, and final inspection of the frontline fortress, a mere 1.4 kilometers from life itself, is complete. All is normal and supplies are sufficient. Good, eat well, sleep well, ensuring they are ready for tomorrow's conquest. While some enjoyed lively dinners and others noted his hearty appetite, weary soldiers leaned on each other, heading back to rest. It feels like 2 months, not 2 weeks. At the dinner table, Phi eats with great relish. Seemingly needing to recharge after a long day, he wolfed down his steak in just a few bites. As Net rambled on, Phi noticed his empty plate. My mission wasn't strenuous at all. Where's your food? Having eaten his fill, Phi excuses himself, saying, "It's been a while since I've rested. I'll turn in for the night." With that, he turned and left. Auntie watched him go, then, after a moment's hesitation, bid everyone farewell and headed home. My skin is terrible after all that work. I should get some rest too. Good night, everyone. Seeing this, Ophelia Amlet, sitting nearby, offered, "Let me go." Before she could finish, Nate grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Wasn't she supposed to be my training partner? Lady Ophelia was bewildered by his words, but let Auntie go anyway, while she and Net began to argue loudly. "When did I say that? Let me go." Ignoring her screams, Net continues, saying he has a few things he wants to try before tomorrow's conquest. Hearing the two arguing in the tent, Ante smiled, thinking, "Good luck, my disciple." In the quiet night, Ante walked back to his quarters. As she walked, she pondered how her past self from a year ago would never believe what was happening now, that preparations were complete, and they would attack the Azure Dragon tomorrow. All the letters she sent requesting aid for this insane war were rejected. Dragons? Are they insane? How can humans possibly destroy such a thing? We must decline this request, and we sincerely apologize, but our coffers are already stretched thin supporting our troops on the Eastern Front. We're short on manpower. Please understand, we can't offer any assistance. Is the princess insane? Why would she try to slay a dragon? Hey, Your Highness, I heard you're having trouble with the Danaku Plains. Should I introduce you to someone who can handle it? And there's another letter. That swindler ran off with a fortune. This is a big problem. Speaking of that, if you're worried about the farms, what about this land? I understand that in just 3 years, its value will be 5 times what it is now. So the price is worth it? Among them was a letter from the leader of the demonic god church, Cayenne's first prince, her brother Polaris. Rumor has it you've been increasing your armaments lately, little sister. If this continues to spread, you could be accused of treason. Don't act recklessly. Sincere advice from your dear brother. Looking back, no one helped me, not the powerful nobles, not the strong adventurers, no one. The only people I could rely on were those I trusted. But since he appeared, everything has been working like a charm, almost like a joke. Others might call his arrival luck or destiny, but I don't believe in such things. She entered Jay's resting room and kissed him passionately before he could react, sensing something was off. He widened his eyes in shock at her actions, mouth agape. His tongue bears a strange magical mark. The Dark Knight's kiss skill. Median sorcery. A kiss from the caster places the target under mind control, weakening their combat abilities and forcing them to reveal whatever is asked. Auntie then pushed him onto the bed, her hands on either side of him as if to keep him from escaping. Apparently shocked by her actions, Zephy asked the princess what she was doing, but she cut him off before he could continue. He's not in a position to ask questions. Then she begins to voice her suspicions. Isn't everything going a little too smoothly? Patients are being treated, we're managing, and we can even work with the fairies. And the blue dragon subjugation I never dreamed of will happen tomorrow, all thanks to you. For a month I've watched you with suspicion, but I saw your dragon form, fierce with crimson eyes. After witnessing that, I couldn't suppress my suspicions any longer. You have a grand ambition. Otherwise, you'd never sacrifice yourself to this extent, sacrificing your blood, even tearing off your own dragon scales daily. Nothing in this world is free. If you're plotting something sinister or serving a dangerous entity, no one can stop you, and everything will end. However, I need to know your purpose. Answer me, she commanded, her eyes glowing with magic. Who sent you here? Zephyrs remained silent. He closed his eyes and said, I wanted to come here myself. After a pause, he opened his silver eyes, looked straight at Ante and continued, It's also for you. Upon hearing this, Ante is surprised, but she knows he's not lying. Her ploy worked. She asks Jeppy why he did it. This question gives Jeppy pause, and he lowers his eyes, saying, You once died for me. So, to change all of that, I went back to the past. With that confession, broken memories surface, Ante holding his hand, shedding tears for him. Ante's eyes widen as a crimson hand grips J-Phi's throat, the dark magic she wields. Disbelieving his words, Ante responds sternly as J-Phi, choked, refuses to yield. He tried so hard to convince her she must be shocked, She knew it all along, didn't she? Under the effects of the dark kiss, I can't lie. The completeness of the skill maximizes the effectiveness of ancient median magic upon activation. Those who use skills can immediately tell if they're effective. Even a novice can tell if someone is telling the truth. Suddenly, Japhie grabs Ant's wrist. He's been waiting for her to use these skills for that very reason. He believed this would make Ante trust him, as she wouldn't believe such words otherwise. He leans in close, a slight smile playing on his lips. Ask me anything you want. I'll answer everything truthfully. I've wanted to do this for a while now. At this point, Ante couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye, her gaze shifting away as if to avoid him. Seizing the moment, he asks, "What's wrong? Why are you silent?" If it takes too long, the skill will wear off. But that's okay, right? After all, she can reuse this skill until she's satisfied. With that, Japhie's other hand supports Ante's back. He leaned down and kissed her lips, while elsewhere Melia was frustrated, pulling at her hair. Oh, this is so frustrating. What am I even doing here? DJ, who was chiseling stone, turned and asked, "What's wrong?" Melia grinds her teeth. "What is going on? That guy's playing me. She orders me around like a slave." So the her Melia was talking about is Ante. Deus tapped his drumstick on his forehead and sighed. "Melia, you must know that we are paid by Lord Danakil to work here. And Lord Danakil is just a figurehead. The one paying for this entire war is Princess Ante, our client." Melia shouts back, saying she knows, which is why she hates being ordered around by her. Da patiently advised, "You must know that if we don't follow orders, we could die, right?" Then came Melia's ear-splitting screech again. "I already knew that. I've always been angry with her, even back in the academy. I wanted to become strong. So I pushed myself to the limit, foregoing sleep, as Melia recalled Ante speaking with the professor. The professor told Ante, "If you're careless, you could fail." "Princess Ante," she sighed, replying, "But I go to the professor's often, and besides, his class is a bit boring." "Oh, how about we have a magic duel? If I win, I won't have to participate anymore, and we all know how that will turn out," Melia continued, her anger rising. "She just coasts along and gets everything. Money, power. Does she even understand those of us who actually try? I don't like people like that." Dee quietly retreated, fearing she would ruin their entire plan. But she's doing a great job. The problem is she just feels inferior. "Yes, we were asked to do this. I have to make her happy so our efforts bear fruit." After a moment, Deej continued. "By the way, Melia, this is a secret, but I'll tell you. If you do well on this mission, you might be nominated to be a private mage in the capital, for Duke Jonetti or Marquis GR, if I'm not mistaken." Daijay shot up, stammering, "Really? Really?" "The Duke and Marquis asked me to find a battle mage," Digi said, gesturing. "However, the requirements are a bit complicated. They have very high standards for age and ability. They didn't like the previous candidates, so they want someone who can fight well in this raid party. But I'm just a support mage. You're the one who can fight, and besides, I'm more interested in theory than actual combat. When all this is over, you might get recruited." Melia was stunned to hear this. Becoming a private mage for a famous noble? Hope flickers in her eyes as Melia regains her spirit. Throwing her arm around Dee's shoulder, she excitedly says, "Now that we've finished inspecting these golems, we should go back and sleep as soon as possible. Get some rest, because tomorrow is a very important day." Daijay nodded in agreement. "Ah ha ha, you're right." Hidden behind a rock, High Elf Elder Heron Noob eavesdrops, secretly pleased that the noisy group is finally leaving. Heron continues to carve something into the stone, thinking that the golems move based on the ancient characters on their bodies. "If I change and add a few characters, all the golems will obey my commands." He stood before the stone, satisfied, and exclaimed, "I can't wait for tomorrow." Elsewhere, drums and horns echoed across the field, and a great shout reverberated throughout the area. Everyone returns to their positions. No words are needed. I can feel that today is the most important day. I will change the future. That's what Jeff Phi thought as he stepped onto the platform, facing Ellis Brenta, Kiara, and Auntie. As the ritual to bless the night, Jeff Phi began, the three raised their scepters in unison. The brilliance of the goddess of light, the compassionate tree of life. Jeffy told himself that even if the road ahead was stained with blood, giving up would only lead to something far worse. Remembering his conversation with Ante, the two sat back to back, Jaffe placing his hand on Ante's. He asked her, "How should I walk that thorny path again?" Her question shocked me. If she's this prepared, things won't go that way in the future. "I can do this. I'll be by your side until the end. We'll overcome these challenges together." Back in reality, Ante raises her scepter, her voice soaring. "Stars, grant strength to these heroes. Remove all obstacles from their path. Help them defeat all their enemies. This is her blessing for him." Zhao Bai once kissed Auntie's hand and solemnly said, "I will bring you everything. When the time comes, let me be your king, my queen." A blinding white light flashes, and mighty black wings sprout from Jai's back, horns emerging from his head, his arms transforming with the characteristics of his race. And so, the first step in fulfilling his promise to Ante, the subjugation of the Blue Dragon, officially begins. To conquer Azure Dragon, Ji-Fi assembled a mighty team of 225 members, including a rear attack squad, a support squad, and a defense squad. Surprisingly, of the 225 people, 224 were in the rear guard, leaving Ji-Fi as the sole vanguard. Before charging in, Ji-Fi glanced back. There, Ante looked at him with trusting eyes, and fueled by this, Ji-Fi took flight. He pondered the battle formation he had arranged. The disparity between the vanguard and the rearguard, which included a long-range attack squad, was too great. To others it might seem foolish, but for Ji-Fi it was the only way to successfully raid the Azure Dragon. This is because the closer they get to Azure Dragon, the thicker the poison bone fog becomes. The other members can only last 5 minutes at most, even with buffs. But Goat-Fi is different. It turns out he possesses 3 golden items. A secret elixir made by grinding branches of the Tree of Life with star tears. Found in the Urukita tomb, it shields the user from negative effects for 2 minutes with immense energy, and he possesses a unique perk. Its secret skill boosts the effectiveness of all elixirs by 500%. Furthermore, with his dragonification greatly enhancing his poison resistance, he's essentially the only one who can fight effectively in the poisoned Lake of Life. In other words, he's the only one who can fight in this environment. To gain every second against the Azure Dragon, he uses Thunderclap Flash to rush toward the Forest of Life, where bizarre, towering demon trees loom in the distance. The closer he got, the more bizarre and enormous the monsters became. But Ji-Fi was fearless, drawing his sword and cutting them all down with a single strike. Flying through the air, he gazes upon the land shrouded in poisonous bones, for he is close to the Lake of Life. Surrounded by colossal plants, he decides to use the special item in his left hand. He decided to deploy his monolith golems from above, rather than waste time clearing the monstrous trees ahead. With their unique form, steely golems can disperse any mana wavelength within a 70-meter radius, and when placed 100 meters apart in a straight line, their areas of influence overlap. When that happens, they'll resonate and create a mana path, channeling magic from the base to its endpoint. But due to the distance, the magic's effectiveness is halved, while back at the base, Dais leads the expansion of the mana path. She announced that all combat golems deployed in the forest were still operating normally and requested the mages to enhance them with magic, as Dais secretly rejoiced. She recalls Ante asking her to complete the design mentioned in the thesis, the one rejected by the magic tower for being too expensive, and now that ambitious project has been realized before her eyes. Jiang's dream, once buried as a mere blueprint, has now become reality, a masterpiece that will serve as their eyes. So, Daisy's dream was a giant mobile camera golem, a Cyclops. Cyclops can transmit images and sounds collected within a 500-meter radius to 16 smaller models, the Greys, which can be about 1 kilometer away, allowing Cyclops to transmit information to a maximum of 16 Greys. Dariel and Kiara each hold one of the 16 Greys, and Dariel confirms he's spotted Jeffy. He's flying, and next to Dariel, Kiara is praising this wonderful creation. She realizes its importance, understanding that with the information it provides, they can calculate coordinated attacks. From that, she showed her appreciation for human creativity, while on the other side, Ante expressed his concern for Grey. Before her, the Lake of Life was polluted, the Tree of Life withered, and the Blue Dragon submerged itself in the lake's waters. Kiara wondered about the Blue Dragon's differences from what she saw 300 years ago. It used to growl when enemies entered a 1-kilometer radius, but now it's silent. She recalls her conversation with Zephy. He had asked her why the elves never questioned the Blue Dragon's strangeness. Dragons are highly territorial creatures. Its territory is vast. The great elven forest is but a bedroom to it. Why could the elves survive, hiding within its territory? Indeed, they were too busy trying to survive to consider the strangeness of it all. But now perhaps Kiara has realized the reason. The reason the Blue Dragon came to the Lake of Life. Deep within the Forest of Life, Jeffrey hides where the Blue Dragon can hardly perceive him. Just as he suspected, Jeffrey approached undetected by the Blue Dragon, who remained completely oblivious to his presence. But at this moment, Jeffrey was concerned about something else. He could only move through the poisonous mist for a maximum of 28 minutes. But with the time it took to move and prepare the golems, 2 minutes have already passed, leaving him with a maximum of 26 minutes of free movement within the poisonous mist. He knew he had to act fast, and Jeffai retrieved a special weapon, the Black Dragon Chain. The chain, forged by Noel from Jeffy's scales, is swung, latching onto a branch of the World Tree, as he lunges toward the Azure Dragon. He recalled everything he knew about it. The blue dragon wasn't a venomous dragon, and the world had forgotten what it truly was. The average lifespan of an elf is only 300 years, and even high elves rarely live past 500. But the last time a blue dragon appeared was 600 years ago. The Life Lake possesses a powerful healing effect, surpassing even the prayers of priests, the reason the blue dragon appeared here in such a battered state. It was then that the blue dragon noticed him, its golden eyes fixed on Gaipi. It lunges, mouth agape, ready to devour its prey, leaving the soldiers in the rear terrified for Jeffy. It seemed the blue dragon's actions would affect Ye Fei, but he easily used his power to open the monster's jaws while continuing his train of thought. It turns out the reason Azure Dragon came to the Lake of Life was because he was poisoned by a demon, and he's slowly dying. The beast in this lake is here to heal its body. The demon's poison was still eating away at Blue Dragon's life, which is why Fei chose it as his first target. For now, it's the only dragon he stands a chance of killing. Though weary from forcing the dragon's jaws open, Jefai summons his strength to pierce the beast with the black dragon scale, causing it to roar in agony. Now its jaws are bound by Jefai. He achieved his goal by using himself as bait. The black dragon halberd, forged from Jefai's scales and imbued with dragon words, is the ultimate weapon. And as expected, Doofy, before Blue Dragon's disbelieving eyes, easily reels the great dragon out of the lake. Blue Dragon is now being pulled from the lake by Jefai. It turns out Blue Dragon wasn't poisonous at all. It was poisoned by a demon's toxin and trapped in the Lake of Life. That's why Ye Fei is pulling the Azure Dragon out of the Lake of Life, so the poison will spread and prevent it from healing. As it's dragged from the lake, the dragon roars in agony. But the mighty beast refuses to yield, fighting back with all its strength. His grip tightened on the black dragon chain, knowing that if he let go, all his previous efforts would be for nothing. Indeed, the giant dragon's strength was immense. Even with 19% of the Dragonheart's power, Dai Fei was losing the battle of strength. Even with the monster weakened, Ye Fei refuses to give up. He was determined not to be thrown off by the blue dragon and pulled even harder. The attack further wounded the blue dragon, and Jefai successfully ripped out its tongue. Its mouth, however, is far more vulnerable than its impenetrable scales, teeming with vital blood vessels and nerves. Jufei decided to maintain close range and inflict damage, but a strange look suddenly appeared in his eyes, as if something dangerous was about to happen. The blue dragon had opened its massive maw, aiming directly at Jefei. He sensed it, but it was likely too late to dodge the point-blank attack. At this moment, the dragon's massive jaws clamped down on him. But that wasn't all. A blue light suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, Gui heard strange and terrifying sounds as the blue dragon unleashed its ultimate attack. Dragon's breath. Seeing the blue flames in the monster's mouth, Kiara and Dariel lose their composure. Their faces change. Kiara cries out, and Dariel's usual calm demeanor vanishes. That blue flame is what burned down the elves' forest, and Auntie orders everyone to prepare for another attack, because she realized Jefei was safe. But Ante wasn't the only one who realized the truth. So did the dragon, its mind clouded by the pain of the poison. It knew it no longer felt anything between its teeth, only a throbbing ache just before unleashing its breath. The prey it had just held vanished without a trace, all thanks to the miraculous item in Jefai's left hand. The silver key, a key to a room within the Forgotten Castle. The key's owner can freely move anything into or out of the silver room, including themselves, a tool previously used to transport the golem at the start of the game. When Jefei activates the key, the place he enters and exits is one and the same. So that's why he baited the dragon, to activate the key from inside its mouth. Having dodged the surprise attack and dragon's flames, the chance for a counterattack immediately presents itself, allowing him to easily strike the giant dragon from within. Now the time has come to fulfill his purpose, using another of his special techniques. Thunderclap palm, of course, while inside the blue dragon's mouth. The attack caused the monster unbearable pain, and it roared out in agony. But the monster wouldn't give up so easily. Inside its mouth, Jefai noticed its fire sac beginning to activate. Of course, he knew that was the sign of the dragon about to breathe fire, and Jefai wasn't about to let that happen. He used a skill similar to the dragon's breath, unleashing a red flame from his mouth to incinerate the monster from within. The blue flames had barely ignited before they were extinguished, and the dragon roared in agony once more, a plume of black smoke rising from its mouth. Its massive body must be charred inside. Yes, its breath sac has burst. Even with its incredible regenerative abilities, the blue dragon can't breathe fire for the next 10 minutes. Seeing his chance, Fi shouts, declaring it's time for the next wave of attack. At his command, the rearguard launches their assault, mages unleashing powerful spells like magic thorns and frost. It was then that the golems, strategically placed at the start of the battle, revealed their true purpose, delivering attacks to the battlefield where the team members couldn't reach due to the toxic environment. Not only that, Dariel, an archer, uses arrows laced with poison to attack the giant dragon, hitting it with ease from a great distance, his powerful arrows causing the dragon even more pain. The surrounding soldiers were astonished by the arrow's accuracy, cheering at what they saw through Gray and praising his masterful marksmanship. Kiara was stunned by the attack that struck the giant dragon, but Dariel remained calm, showing no signs of joy or celebration. His face is pensive, recalling his conversation with Jai. Jeff Fi once told Dariel the reason he wasn't powerful was because he lacked combat experience. Dariel and his tribe had never faced an opponent strong enough to awaken their true power, and G's words resonated deeply within him. Dariel pondered Jeffy's words, recalling a conversation with Kiara afterward. Unlike Dariel, Kiara found Jeffy ridiculous and laughed at him. After all, Jeffy was even younger than Kiara, yet he spoke as if he had vast combat experience. Kiara thought Jeffy was just spouting nonsense, claiming something would happen when fighting the dragon, that it was an opponent who could awaken their power. But now she sighs in frustration, not doubting Jeffy's words, but simply lacking the motivation to fight the Azure dragon. It drove them from the Elven Forest after taking everything 3 years ago? What's the point of fighting it now? Dariel felt differently, believing they would soon understand Jepai's intentions. Kiara seemed surprised by Dariel's peculiar words. He continued to voice his opinion, sensing that this battle and even the future was tied to his own mission. Now, more determined than ever, he's made up his mind. The Azure Dragon isn't the ultimate goal, but merely a stepping stone to overcome. Dariel steadies his hands, draws his bow once more, and now his eyes reveal an indomitable will. Seeing Dariel's resolve, Kiara sees a glimpse of the Dariel she thought she had lost. Unlike his childhood, he'd become cautious, burdened by the responsibility of protecting the village and his mother. But it seems he's finally found his drive again, just like in the past. She silently wondered if the zeal of the goat demon had rubbed off on him. The one most connected to the Lake of Life in this generation has inadvertently foreseen his destiny, just as he did in the past. She suddenly recalled a childhood conversation with him, where he insisted he would never become king. In the Life Pond, the intense battle between the Azure Dragon and Jeffy rages on, with Jeffy striking at its weaknesses like Dariel's arrows piercing the dragon's scales. These weaknesses are exposed everywhere, but they aren't fatal, and Jeffy doesn't know where that spot is on the beast's massive body. Though Jeffrey's attacks have some effect, the Azure Dragon possesses an incredible life force, and the blows don't seem to be doing significant damage. At this moment, Jeffy attempts to enter the dragon's body, but suddenly a blue light erupts from Blue Dragon's wounds, blocking his arm, an unknown power immobilizing him as if shackled. Jeffy understands what's happening, though he's surprised it's happening so soon. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, Auntie, through Gray, also realizes something's amiss in this dire situation. Her expression changed as she ordered everyone to cease their attack and prepare to defend, for the mana flow was shifting, and those around her now grasped the situation. So, when planning the attack, Jeffrey had warned everyone about this situation, believing the key to the battle was dealing massive damage in a short amount of time. He instructed them to redirect the mana flow when they saw this situation, because the golem's principle was to enhance the skill's range with the mana flow and release mana waves from its 4 magic circles. When we use all 4 magic circles on the monolith, the energy consumption of magic skills is minimized. But then there's a risk that the enemy's attacks will also pass through it and advance towards the base. If that happens, Jeffy wants Ante to disable one side of the golem stone, preventing enemy attacks from reaching the base but weakening our skills in the process. But before they can disable one side, a massive enemy attack ensues, creating a perilous situation. Realizing the gravity of the moment, the support mages, soldiers, and healers like Brenta all use their full power to defend. DJ informs everyone of the golem's status, stating the Western Magic Circle is deactivated and the mana flow will change in 5, but she doesn't even get to 1. A surge of violet-blue energy from the magic circle strikes her, its immense power shattering her glasses and disfiguring one side of her face. That energy created a massive resistance, nearly blowing everything away, and at that moment, Defi knew the decisive moment was near. That's when the water began to erupt for no apparent reason, when he was suddenly thrown backward, when the black dragon chains couldn't withstand it and shattered. At that moment, Azure Dragon would officially unleash its power. A unique power possessed by none other the ability to translocate objects, moving anything without touching it. And if a dragon with near-infinite mana were to wield such power, it would be a cataclysm, a horror, and the agonizing screams of despair from Blue Dragon's enemies. At this moment, Zephy's dragon form can only be maintained for another 20 minutes. Jefei sat back, legs crossed, exuding power as he coldly questioned the man before him. If the poison was potent enough to affect azure dragons, why didn't humans or elves die immediately upon exposure? Dariel nervously explains that it's likely due to the poison being mixed with the water of life. Zhu Fei Men listens intently, agreeing, indeed, the water of life heals the damage caused by the poison, but then the poison begins to spread again. That's why they don't die right away, but they'll be in so much pain they'll lose consciousness. That also applies to Azure Dragon. It'll be stunned by the pain, a perfect opportunity since it won't be able to use its ultimate skill right away. Meanwhile, Kiara was deep in thought, picturing the dragon beast unleashing its fiery breath. She deduces that they've tried attacking it 3 times since the dragon turned the lake into its lair, but its attacks have become more predictable. Is it underestimating them because of their weakness? That's the window to attack, but it won't last. If it suddenly feels intense pain, it'll snap out of it. That's when the real battle begins, the dragon's eyes burning with murderous rage as it glares at its opponent. In its eyes, it sees a human wielding a sword wreathed in red flames, and with each movement, the fiery blade grows sharper. The dragon seemed to realize something, exclaiming in surprise, "That sword! That sword! It's you again!" A cross-shaped pendant is raised, surrounded by a brilliant aura. Chaos erupts for a moment, but the rearguard quickly returns to formation, thankfully unharmed. The priest holds the cross in his hand, moving it back and forth in front of an injured couple, and the mana flow is successfully redirected. Mana flow is the connection of mana waves, creating a current. Skills used within the mana wave's range will be transferred downstream. A 2-way flow transfers 50% of the damage, while a 1-way flow transfers 30%. This will keep the rearguard safe from the Azure Dragon's attacks. But Melia's face grew uneasy, disturbed by the thought that even the aftershock of the skills could wipe out the rearguard. He said that, and while it's infuriating that he looks down on us so much, what's worse is that he's right. Kettai muses, gazing into the distance, staff in hand, calculating how much her skills will be reduced from now on. Aside from Dariel, the only one who can launch ranged attacks on his own, we all need to unite to provide the most effective support. Meanwhile, Dariel is just as tense. He thought to himself, the problem is that if the arrow flies over 1.5 kilometers, it will take 4 seconds to reach the dragon. Even if he uses his strongest move, Crimson Meteor, other moves will take 12 seconds. Jeffy needs to stall the dragon for at least 4.5 seconds for his arrow to hit its mark. The Dragon Gate, once opened, is an ironclad gate that connects to the world where the dragon is imprisoned. It seems to be closing, and everyone is waiting for someone who can open it again. The flow of energy is incredibly powerful. The purple light dominates, interwoven with yellow and hints of black, emanating from the dragon's tail. As they collide with the branches, they are too small to resist and are shattered into pieces by the violet energy. It was Dieu Fi who controlled that energy, his eyes a chilling mix of red and black. The violet energy was incredibly fierce, continuously striking the massive ancient tree and creating long cracks. Blinding golden light erupted from the cracks and the dragon began to rage. Dieu Fi flew around the tree, assessing the situation. Suddenly, the black branch stirred to life and attacked, catching him off guard and sending him flying. Jaewi grits his teeth, annoyed and angry, and unleashes a destructive energy at the branch as the dragon lunges, gaining the upper hand. Despite its immense size, he appeared small and vulnerable. Yet the energy he wielded rivaled the dragon's power. Using lightning movement, he flew past the dragon, drew his sword, and slashed it, causing it to roar in pain before falling into the raging purple river. Miria, shocked, exclaimed, "It's diving into the water! What should we do?" "Is it trying to heal all its wounds?" Kiara replied, equally tense. "The lake is poisonous, so it won't recover that quickly. It will feel pain when the water touches its wounds, so it will surface soon. The bigger problem is the lake's violent poison waves. These plants will create byproducts with the water of life, and their strength will be determined by how much water of life is used to create them. After absorbing the violent poison waves, they'll create a flower that absorbs the rising water, splitting open to reveal something glittering. So it will create powerful enemies, Mthame. The bizarre beasts will be born. They will wreak havoc and cause chaos everywhere, from multi-eyed spiders to snakes that can grin malevolently. Change of plans. We'll support the golem and eliminate the monsters. The beasts have begun their rampage. Through her glasses, Dee speculates that a series of monsters are appearing. Then her tone changes as she orders them pushed toward the lake so they don't impede Lord Zephy, and to kill any monsters approaching the camp. Diege looked exhausted, bending over and panting. Recalling the grotesque beasts being created, she thought to herself, the magic tower. The elf and the golem princess created by the union of 3 mages were stronger than most adventurers. The appearance of these powerful monsters was predicted. No, we were definitely prepared for this. But suddenly she cried out, "What? What's going on?" Half the monsters are running away, moving with incredible speed. They can't be controlled remotely, but where are they going? At that moment, the High Elf Elder spoke, his tone grave and serious as he stared intently in one direction. It has begun. Dariel was shocked by the Elder's words. His eyes widened, and he realized something. Is that a blue light speeding towards him? Dariel's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly retaliated, unleashing a stream of power to stop it. It flew in and collided with the initial surge of dangerous energy, then scattered, destroying an entire region. Ketty took a battle stance, her eyes firm and determined. She thought to herself that their position had been exposed, and it was likely tracking their skills. If Dariel hadn't blocked and changed the attack's direction, they would all be... Kiara broke the silence, stating that the distance between them and the monster that launched the attack was 700 meters, and they needed to be vigilant as it was definitely on the level of a dungeon insect. In his past life, it took a year and 4 months to attack Azure Dragon, losing the Black Dragon's heart and the St. Lucius card. But Anti didn't give up, gathering items from his comrades to challenge Azure Dragon again. But now Dariel is fighting with all his might against the Blue Dragon's attack, sweat beading on his face, his expression tense, his eyes fixed forward. Meanwhile, the maiden fought fiercely, her relentless strikes tearing scales from the dragon, combining with Dariel to unleash a devastating force. As the Azure Dragon dies, a grave error costs them its dragon heart, corrupted beyond saving, leading to failure. That was the only way to describe the outcome. Meanwhile, after leaving the lair and returning to the temple, blending into the ranks proved difficult, especially among Net Andean's enemies in the 3rd parish. To have a chance at revenge, he must become a temple knight and get close to him. These were Jafe's thoughts as he eavesdropped outside. His face was tense as he realized he needed to find weaknesses, as much information as possible. Suddenly his eyes lit up, utterly surprised by the words he overheard. So the princess failed, as expected? Ha ha ha, excellent. Inside the room, Count Hugo and Andean are having a pleasant conversation. Count Hugo speaks up. "You didn't send any subordinates to the fairy forest, did you? How wonderful, sir." The other man cheerfully replied, "Well, yes, but that wasn't my idea alone." Zephyr grew even more tense, wondering what did he mean by that. Setting his teacup down, Anne said, "Because of this incident, the princess has lost her army, money, and reputation. Even if she participates in the Ice Dragon subjugation planned by the Alliance, she will have no say. The hearts of the Black and Blue Dragons already belong to the Church." Tus listens intently, unaware that Luxus is being brainwashed by Andean. Holding a book, he smiled with satisfaction, as if he had everything under control, and said, "If we also obtain the Ice Dragon's heart, the Church's ambition will become a reality, and I will surely reward you handsomely. Just wait and see." A black hand with sharp claws touches the floor, oozing a messy purple liquid. The image of a strange figure surrounded by dragon bodies appears as he lands on the ground. The situation inside the Silver Key is different this time. I know what kind of trap they've set. I know everything. The world they desire will never come to pass. In the lab, vials of potions lay scattered across the floor. Healing potions, mana restoratives, and golden tears to protect the user from harmful effects, lasting from 2 to 10 minutes. Their duration extended by Het's secrets. He snaps his fingers, thinking to himself that he's recovered, and wonders what's next. Defy, in his half-human, half-dragon form, with blazing red eyes, clutches a sphere in his hand. Gray connects the video, allowing the golems to transmit visual information to each other. While the main golem relays his situation to the others, he needs to use Gray to check on the camp. A tower appears in the image, and after observing it, he thinks, "As expected, I can't connect from here, so I'll stop the transmission." So, what are the others doing? It's chaos out there. Energy surges erupt, and the beasts begin to rampage, destroying everything in their path. Giant snails began to crawl, adding to the already horrific scene, as branches carrying monsters flew towards Kiara and Doriel. Kiara asks, "How many black dragon arrows do you have left?" He replies, 24, just enough for the dragon whelp. I can't waste them on these monsters." He then puts his bow away, preparing to fire the hippogriff's feathered arrow, while Kiara raises her hand, summoning radiant branches. The tail of the arrow is adorned with jewels, known as seed gems. The arrow, now surrounded by the seed pearls, shoots forward as flames begin to bloom on the branches. The orbs begin to dissolve. Blue storm, fire rain. They incinerate and obliterate the monsters as Men carefully observes. Daryl thinks to himself that he and Kiara are coordinating perfectly, and the others are holding their own, but there are just too many monsters. On the other side, Daryl, though cheerful, was incredibly tense, firing arrows and thinking, "Come on, whether it's dozens or hundreds, I'll take you all down with my arrows." A massive, ferocious beast stood before them, surrounded by a blue aura. But then, everything suddenly began to vanish, shocking everyone nearby. Just when the battle seemed over, another wave of monsters suddenly appeared on the other side. "They're here! The monsters are here!" Everyone screamed, "They're in the barracks!" Their sudden attack left everyone defenseless, and many lost their lives. A beast rides a horse, trampling people underfoot until a girl suddenly stops it in its tracks. She uses only one leg to block its massive warhorse, causing a soldier to exclaim, "It's Lady Ophelia!" Her eyes sharp, she tells the beast its head is a little too high and demands it sit. She reminds the soldier, then unleashes a flurry of attacks against the beast. A chaotic battle ensues, screams erupt, and they hold on tight, refusing to let them take the camp. Loud growls and desperate cries for help echoed as 3 men stood outside, witnessing the chaos. They knew the situation was growing dire. Regulus Dan gritted his teeth, letting out a frustrated curse. Then, recalling Ante Legolas's words, his mission was to protect the fragment of the World Tree. This small fragment is the core of the magic circle, meaning if we lose it, Regulus Dan'l exhaled wearily. Yes, the barrier will disappear in 10 minutes, and the poisonous fog will flood in. He realizes that even though he knows this is an important mission, he can't believe he has to stay here while the knights are screaming. This is cruel. The man beside him spoke up, reminding him, "I know it's frustrating, but you have to endure." Hearing this, he immediately retorted, "I know." His face twisted with resentment as if he was angry and uncomfortable. A notification appears. The Danakil family's invincible fortress skill has deployed a powerful barrier capable of protecting the entire building, but the caster cannot leave its range. This defensive skill has been passed down through generations of my family. The smaller the area, the stronger the barrier, and if the confines are violated, it can even block attacks from mythical-grade weapons. Regulus Danakil appears ready for battle, his eyes filled with determination as a thought crosses his mind. "Most importantly, if I don't open it, no one can enter. No one is better suited for this task than I." He gripped his sword, a red flame radiating around his hand, a reflection of his spirit and resolve. That's why cries for help echoed everywhere. "Save me!" He affirmed to himself that he must endure, no matter how difficult it became. Suddenly, the door creaked as if someone was banging on it, and a voice cried out, "Legolas, please open the door. I'm injured." Suddenly, he recognized the voice. "Princess?" The voice on the other side pleaded, "Please, let me in so I can be healed." One of his companions, Grim, spoke up, "Don't do it, Legolas. It could be a monster's trick." He quickly replied, "I know that, GM." But he gritted his teeth as the cries grew more intense. "Hurry, the monsters are closing in. Open the door now. That's an order, Legolas." The screams outside were unbearable, and he cursed, "Damn it!" Unable to take it anymore, he stormed to the door and threw it open. If the princess dies, all the knights will be executed. He rushes out and calls out to her. But standing before him was Elder L, and he couldn't understand what was happening. The elder stared into his eyes, and he realized he's using the chestnut to mimic the princess's voice. This is a mischievous chestnut, capable of memorizing the voices of others when held. When bitten, it can emit a voice it has memorized. He points the light staff at him, closes his eyes, and says, "Flash." Instantly, the light seared Legolas with pain, and he cried out, clutching his eyes, "Oh, my eyes!" The elder passed by him, saying, "This light will only blind them for 3 seconds. That's enough. I've been granted accelerated power." He raised his hand, a golden light appearing, its target unmoving. Meanwhile, Ophelia fought fiercely, when suddenly she heard a piercing, urgent alarm. The magic circle's core had been stolen. "Fall back. We've succeeded. Accelerate. We have 10 minutes until the barrier collapses." Ante, hearing this, said, "Did you hear that, Zephy? We're in deep trouble. I'll restore the magic circle with a backup I've been saving. But wouldn't it be safer if that dragon died quickly?" Deepa smiled. "You're telling her to kill it in 10 minutes? That's quite a demand, Princess. But perhaps things could change with a reward." "A reward, you say?" the princess mused, closing her eyes. "A reward?" She reached out to touch the orb before her, and with a refreshed spirit said, "All right, if you kill it in 10 minutes, let's continue what we didn't finish yesterday." Joufei was taken aback by her words, replying, "What? Good luck to us all." The talking ends here. He stands on a black branch, holding the orb in his hand. Blue Dragon has healed his pleura. Once the wound heals after diving into the water, he can use his ultimate move. And in that moment, its distraction caused its enemy to freeze. He launched a massive cross into the dragon's head, then angrily said, "Get out." A yellow notice appears. The epic tier item, Cross of Faith, is the indestructible pillar of the current pope. Rent from Lucius for 10,000 gold, 1-year term, 10,000 gold deposit, 1 month overdue. Joufei touched the wall, then said to the person opposite him, "Yeah, that's right. Can I use the deposit first and pay it back later? Just deduct the deposit for the overdues." The girl replies, "What are you trying to pull?" His eyes grow even more fierce. "It's okay. I'll pay you back later." His anger frightened the girl, and with tears in her eyes, she asked, "You will pay me back, right?" Meanwhile, as Leona fought with all her might, an announcement rang out. "Rear guard, listen up, change of strategy." Joufei smirked with sinister confidence. He clutched the orb, convinced he could do it in 10 minutes, and commanded absolute obedience, certain the dragon would die. Ha ha. A loud laugh erupts as one of the riders on a beast says, "Did you really think we'd get out that easily?" Another replies, "My heart's still pounding. I almost died." Suddenly, the girl in front shouted, "Silence! I'm trying to maintain the magic circle." Her outburst silenced the panicked group behind her. She contemplated, observing the entire spellcasting process within a 2-meter radius, the condition to activate her copy. Luckily, I helped set up the magic barrier at the camp, so I could copy the purification magic circle, but its effectiveness is halved. I can only use this copied skill once, and I have to constantly pour mana into the copied barrier to maintain it. So, hurry. This is our only chance. A blue box appears, the final seal. We must quickly obtain the seed of the world tree inside, for the future of building our own new kingdom. The others chimed in, "It's nothing, Elder Heron. It's only natural." Another added, "He speaks the truth. You are our leader, and we are honored to be with you." Hearing this, he remained silent and watched them. Here beasts clash with the people, and as the elf elders flee, cries of pain echo. Inside the mana-protected shelter, a voice says, "The elven forces are faltering. There's nothing we can do." An observer with binoculars replies, "But I've prepared well. No one has starved yet, and we have one of the top 10 strongest warriors." Ophelia unleashed a flurry of attacks on the monster. Leonathete is focusing her energy, a reliable bone restoration. Mr. Jaffe, wielder of the dragon's heart, and even the powerful princess are defending the Fayaya battlefield. They could even strike at the heavens. He continued, "Compared to them, the elf elders fled, so it's inevitable that their warriors' morale would be hit hard." The young man beside him asked, I don't understand. Are they really that demoralized by the elders fleeing? Isn't Dariel doing a good job leading?" "Ha ha, you still lack observational skills." He replied, then proceeded to explain. "Dariel is strong. No wonder he's ranked higher than Lady Ophelia in the top 10. He's also the queen's son, but right now, the power center of the elf kingdom isn't Dariel. In truth, the elves rely on their elders, and their king is both high priest and partner to the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life is the true selector, and only trained high elves are fit to receive its power and become candidates. The Elven King connects to all elves in the forest through the World Tree, dominating their minds and forcing their loyalty, the secret to maintaining the Elven Kingdom for 2,000 years. The current queen is Zilvestia, also known as New Moon. She was born blind and unable to walk but was a loving and wise queen, until she was completely paralyzed after giving birth to Kiara. Edwin Pilgrim was shocked to hear this. He spoke up saying, if she was completely paralyzed after giving birth, how could she have given birth to Dariel? He replied while still observing the situation. Rumors swirled that Kiara was a half-elf, born from the Queen's affair, which is why she wasn't treated like a true elf. Compared to her, Dariel was born perfect and beloved by all. But from a young age, he wanted to be the Queen's beau, not king, the only path for one so destined. When the Elven society was stable, Dariel's humility wasn't an issue. But with their kingdom threatened by disaster, the elves needed a leader who could handle the situation. Even so, Dariel wasn't ready to take the throne, or even fulfill the role of village chief, claiming it wasn't his place. His face grew even more tense, for after the other high elves left, all that remained for the elven tribe was a leader who could barely manage the role of village chief. Deep within the forest, the group continued their journey, while the one who abandoned the faith struggled with guilt, his face etched with torment. Annoyed, she thought to herself, this is the right thing to do. There's no need to feel guilty for leaving the others behind. There's no way we could have defeated a dragon. We didn't all need to die together. She gripped the staff in her hand. We did what we could after Dariel abandoned us. 4 years ago, when the Crimson and Obsidian Moons invaded the human territories and ignited a war. When they lost their precious artifact and a portion of their forest. 3 years ago, Lin Long claimed the lake as his lair, polluting the forest. She recalled dark images of the past, a mistress holding a blue box, resolutely saying, "O two helves, we of you in our honor, will leave this place and create a new kingdom. Farewell to those who decide to stay in a place with no future." In the distance, the elder had heard everything. She continued her train of thought, recalling the moment her fellow elves left, unable to bear the increasing pollution. Dariel did nothing and abandoned us all. This is the result. The human army storms the forest, allies in name only. We lack the power for a fair partnership. Tears stream down her face as she realizes that whether they defeat the dragon or flee, their kingdom is doomed. She squeezed her eyes shut, unable to accept reality, biting her lip. Dariel had abandoned them. No, from the start, he hadn't understood the reality of their situation, and they had foolishly placed their trust in him until the very end. An echo resounded. "We apologize, Queen Sylvestia, but we can no longer endure this. We must seek a new hope." And with that, they departed. Before them stood an ancient tower. The elder gazed upon it, his mind racing. It was there, at the tower's peak, the seed of the tree of life. "I'll plant the seed far from here, in a place where the new tree can thrive. I will finally become king." Suddenly, a voice from behind says, "Wait, what is that?" Catching the elder by surprise. He stared straight ahead at the building where a red beast stood, its sharp claws digging into the fortress. Then it revealed its true form, its mouth full of fangs, its eyes full of rage. Everyone was terrified, not knowing what it was. Edwin Pilgrim turned to his companion and asked, "What's going on?" He raised his hand in thought, sensing that something was definitely amiss. 2 elves left to retrieve the seed of the world tree, claiming they would build a new kingdom, especially Hao Yu and Hung Yu. If they had built an elf kingdom elsewhere, merchants like us would know about it. But we've never heard of any new kingdoms, so where did they go? Just then, the red beast began to go berserk. Standing before it, the elder remained calm, telling everyone to let him handle it. He then unleashed 2 strange, bird-like figures, golems, one to distract the monster, the other to help seal it away. The golem flew through the monster, drawing its attention completely, and it gave chase. This is standard procedure. One golem will distract the monster, and after the other throws explosive bullets to break the tower's barrier, retrieving the sealed box will be easy. Indeed, the sealing box was in the elder's hands, but their plans were cut short as heads suddenly rolled. The box they held was what the monstrous being had craved for 3 long years. So, that monster is actually Hong Yue Masa, a candidate for queen 60 years ago, and the one who caused the war with Danu 4 years ago. She underwent demonization and lost her mind. All she remembers is her hatred for the elves, the stolen throne, revenge, and words she can no longer recall the meaning of. Time turns back to 3 years ago, to a cave filled with a terrifying red aura, where a mysterious figure in black stands. He sat in his chair and began to speak. "It's a pity. That hideous appearance really belongs to 2 who once made mankind tremble in battle. July and Red Moon, do you 2 know why I invited you here?" He presents them with 2 red stones, his eyes glowing crimson. These are revelation stones resonating with the eyes, used to annihilate individuals. 3 years ago, Padema solemnly donned his attire and said, "Do you know? The vice leader uses the resonant stone and insect eyes to turn people into demons." The vice leader held a red stone in his hand, saying, "Every test subject is implanted with both the resonant stone and the eye parasite. But why are the forms and powers of each subject different after demonization? And why do some demonizations fail?" he asked, his face emotionless and cold. The answer lies in the distortions of their hearts. Grudges, anger, greed, and countless inherent corruptions, all because they were born under the wrong circumstances. All of which have been materialized through Black Kai Stone. The greater the depravity, the stronger the demons born from it. Remember that? Crimson Moon, Obsidian Moon, your hatred will be directed toward the elves. He has sown the worst in their hearts. And slowly, the currents began to creep into their minds, turning them into monsters fueled by hatred. They never forgot those who stole their beauty and their future. A blinding red light appears, a smear of blood across his face. He says it's wonderful. So beautiful? Now, Black Moon and Red Moon have become horrific beasts, their hearts filled with hatred. Red Moon, Mesa the demon, and Black Moon, Jamie the demon. Their forms twisted into savage beasts. Bautdamus questioned Ngako about her plans for them. The vice leader beside him replied, "A plan? I don't have anything like that. I'm just making things more interesting." Then he ordered the two elves who came up with the plan. And now, let us welcome them with applause. With a snap of his fingers, he summons two figures. They also wore bizarre uniforms as he continued, "Let us celebrate the birth of these new demons." The demon god sect's executive branch, the 12 Apostles. It's been 3 months since the two demons were created, and they've been killing anything that crosses their path. They stand upon the bones of countless innocents, monster and human alike, as they grow accustomed to their newfound power. Good, it seems you're ready. Let's move on to the next phase of the plan. Odin asked the two demons if they wanted to destroy Azure Dragon. "I'll lend you my troops." At Blue Dragon Atalas's original nest in Mount Gala, Hak Nuyet stood with her arms crossed on a large rock. She figured that because they were both born and raised in the fairy forest, they knew better than anyone how troublesome it was to deal with the elves protected by the Tree of Life. Even if she didn't like it, Andean was right. To wipe out the entire elf race, they needed an even greater power, like the heart of a dragon. Hong Yu and Shane Yue landed right next to the dragon, waking it up. "This is ridiculous. I'm at a loss for words." Powerful gusts of wind tear through the dry branches, shattering their forms as a free-for-all ensues. Black Moon muses that it's been quite some time since such lowly creatures dared stand before him, wondering what reason they have to cherish their lives so dearly. The dragon's rage ignites, yet Black Moon and Red Moon remain eerily calm. Meanwhile, in a tranquil home, one extends a drink to another. Does Andean think they have a chance of winning? Andean replies, "Those two elves?" The other man voiced his concerns, saying that even with the warriors the cult had lent them, they were still careless. He didn't think they could defeat the dragon. With that, they clink glasses, and Andean lets out a laugh. "Ha ha! Master of the East, do you intend to fight that dragon? I apologize for not adding the date to my plans sooner. Indeed, the day is right. They're no match for that dragon, they're just food. But I have my reasons for sending them. Did you know, both of them are candidates to rule the elves?" Hearing this, Andean was a little confused, but the man continued. "The moon, in the title of the strongest high-shelf warriors, symbolizes the brilliant color of mana. A moon-like glow emitted from their backs when they surpass their limits to unleash ultimate skills. Every two-shelf with the title Moon aspires to one day become a ruler, and they take great pride in themselves." Andean smirks, but the chosen queen is a disabled wretch they despise. The World Tree chose a new queen, and while everyone cheered, Red Moon was furious, unable to understand what had happened. "Sylvestia was chosen over us, that good-for-nothing who's only friendly with the humans. She wasn't even trained to rule." From then on, Black Moon and Red Moon lost their wisdom due to the side effects of demonization. Because they were proud warriors, they couldn't accept this reality. The other person removed his mask and said, "So that's why they started the war? To make others recognize how powerful they were?" The other person smiled and replied, "Essentially, yes, but they lost miserably and were thus exiled from the elf race. But in their desperate final act, before their exile, they managed to steal a seed from the Tree of Life. They were defeated by a young elf who hadn't even earned the title of Moon. However, they managed to escape death with the help of my subordinates." Andean looked at the man before him, then asked, "What would you do to the kid who humiliated you if it were daytime?" "Those who abandoned me." He sipped his wine. Then his face tightened and he roared, "Kill them all, no matter the cost." "Yes, that's exactly right." Andean nodded in agreement. On the other side, the dragon is completely enraged, opening its jaws to reveal rows of sharp teeth and letting out a deafening roar. Faced with its power, Black Moon was terrified, and it clamped down on her, trapping her between its massive teeth. Andean calmly states they will do everything in their power to avenge the elves, no matter the cost, as the dragon spews a mouthful of blood. Andean continued, stating that if they were to be eaten by the dragon, then so be it. Because Black Moon had developed a unique poison and petrification ability through countless battles. I'll use those skills to poison Blue Dragon through its stomach. After all, it's just a race against time. Will the Blue Dragon succumb to the poison first, or will Black Moon be digested by the dragon's stomach acid? Andean then placed his glass on the table. Of course, before it's all over, the nest's mission will be complete, because the Azure Dragon will surely fly there, hoping to heal its poisoned body. The Lake of Life, with the strongest healing powers on the entire Aslan continent, also provides water for the forest elves. Meanwhile, though Lamlong is oblivious in its pain, Masa continues to cling to its tail. She'd lost the ability to think due to the side effects of demonization, clinging purely to instinct, perhaps even fate. Drawn by an energy source, Masa was spurred by faint memories and leapt toward the tower, but her diminished senses kept her from entering. Those who witnessed it were shocked. "What is that?" She then crushed his head. Andean continued, explaining that Mesa had instead slaughtered the guards making noise nearby, but everyone's attention was focused on the dragon's sudden appearance. Amidst the spreading corruption, no one noticed the tragedy. From that day on, Masa unconsciously clawed at the tower walls, ravenously devouring them, starved as she was. The blood and flesh of the elders filled the aquatic life, helping Masa gradually recover the meaning of words within her ruined mind. And within her consciousness she recognized the distant palace, the Crescent Moon Queen's bedroom, and the bloodlust within her began to awaken. The eye worm allows its host to borrow the power of demons, and the user evolves to wield that power. When the user of the eye parasite stops growing and begins to evolve, they will gain a special ability, as did Crimson Moon Mesa. And the unique ability of the parasite she nurtured is gluttony, a power that steals the strength and skills of living creatures she devours. Masa, now nothing more than a demon, a monster. Driven by instinct, hunger, and bloodlust, the monster now inches closer to the Elf Queen, using the skills of those it has devoured. It uses the Elf Elder's acceleration skill, which allows elders to strike enemy weak points and grants the user incredible speed to move to a desired location. Now, like a missile, it hurtles toward its target, the sleeping Elf Queen, who is as precious as the very structures nestled in the elven village. It has now found the Elf Queen's chamber with its terrifying blood-red eyes, staring at the peacefully sleeping Queen Crescent Moon. But that peace was not meant to last. In the monster's mind, it only wanted her dead. Using all its might, the monster seemed intent on crushing her room and her along with it. This monster only desired the death of Queen Crescent Moon. It opened its massive, terrifying maw and roared, lunging toward the queen. But before it could reach her, blades suddenly tore into its flesh. It was none other than Zephyr's master, Nate, who had intervened. Defi foresaw this and asked his master, Net, to protect the Elven Queen. Net should be on the front lines, but his damned disciple asked him to protect the queen, forcing him to the rear. Net decides to use his ultimate skill to ensure none of the attackers ever return. He uses his ultimate move, Lightning Wrap, to prevent the monster from reviving and continues to fight it. In the Forest of Life, the intense battle between Jephi and the Blue Dragon rages on. Jeffy has used almost all of his strength, but the dragon still stands tall, and there are only 8 minutes and 20 seconds left before the camp's purification magic wears off. Auntie had asked Jephi to kill the dragon before this time, but to ensure safety, Jephi needed to kill it even faster. Because this conquest won't end with the Blue Dragon's death. After the Blue Dragon dies, the Black Moon Ramian, who is inside the dragon's stomach, the owner of the poison that can contaminate the entire Forest of Life, will awaken after the petrification curse is lifted. This is why Zephyr and his team failed in their past life. Now, Zephyr recalls his memories from before his regression in the Forest of Life. After the Blue Dragon was defeated, everyone cheered, and through Grey, Princess Ante congratulated him on his victory. In that moment, he was proud and confidently spoke with the princess about their promised reward, the dragon's heart. In that moment, as he reached for the Blue Dragon's heart, an unexpected event occurred, preventing him from claiming his prize. It was as if an immense power was holding him back. Of course, he had no idea what was happening. They had defeated the dragon, but a barrier appeared around its corpse. Unbeknownst to them, a demon resided within its belly. Before him, the Black Moon Jamian's petrification of lightning suddenly dissipates as he reaches out, piercing the dragon's corpse, and seizing the dragon's heart that O sought. The sudden appearance of the demon left everyone in shock and fear of this unknown entity, while he was stunned by the arrival of Black Moon Jamian, unsure of what it was. Now, noticing what it holds in its hand, the dragon heart, the prize that should have been his, Ramian, instead of shock, wears a cunning and insane smile. And then it expressed its gratitude to those who helped kill the Azure Dragon. For now, the time had come for Ramian to fulfill his ultimate goal. Because no one can stop him now, Ramian combines the power of the dragon heart with his inherent poison. He revels in the immense power coursing through him, and without hesitation, draws his sword, aiming it directly at Ramian. He wanted to destroy this cunning demon, but Defi stopped him from doing anything foolish. Then Ramian exploded with power. His poison has become many times stronger now that it's connected to the power of the dragon's heart. Ramian's vile poison spreads like an explosion, engulfing the entire Forest of Life. Realizing the dire situation, Auntie quickly ordered everyone to retreat, trying to minimize casualties. But from that moment on, the Blue Dragon subjugation team lost sight of the dragon's heart, and the Great Spirit Forest became more corrupted with each passing second. There, the Forest of Life was lost, becoming a hell where no one could survive, for no one knew a demon resided within the Blue Dragon. Aside from that, the strategies, legion size, and countermeasures against the dragon were actually not bad. Even the detoxification methods were thoroughly prepared. At the time, there were even 2 vanguards who could fight freely in the poisonous mist, but they failed completely in the face of that unexpected situation. But right now, the more important question is how to defeat the Azure Dragon, and Ye suddenly recalls a conversation he had, asking how he managed to defeat it. He once said that the Azure Dragon had a fatal weakness, a spot where wounds would linger, unable to heal. He said that attacking that specific area would gradually weaken it, leading to an easy victory. Apparently, he found Blue Dragon's weakness because it would awkwardly try to protect a part of its body during battle. The place it deliberately protects is its fatal weakness, but Japhie couldn't find it as he battled the monster. He's furious that his information seems to be wrong, and Japhie abandons his search for the dragon's weakness. After all, his subjugation of the Azure Dragon in his previous life wouldn't happen for another year and 4 months. Perhaps the toxin's effects worsened over time, affecting the old wound and creating a weakness for the dragon. This means the dragon isn't as affected by the pain right now, so Japhie decides to inflict even greater agony. Japhie retrieves a special item, a poisoned ice shard, a toxin that will slowly spread through the dragon's body, inflicting the excruciating pain of a demon. Zifei plunges the poison ice shard into the dragon's body, using a critical strike to drive it deeper, causing the blue dragon to roar in agony. Not only that, but a voice demanding everything to stop suddenly echoed. Japhie realized the dragon had used its ultimate technique, the blue dragon's dragon word, and his entire body was immobilized. Even the raindrops and falling leaves seemed to have completely stopped. Japhie witnesses the true power of a dragon's dragon tongue, a world apart from his own. He, a human at heart, yet possessing the soul of a dragon. Faced with such immense power, even the Silver Key artifact was useless. However, with such a vast range of control, the dragon tongue's effect could only last for about 7 seconds. Even when used by a true dragon, 7 seconds was all the time the dragon needed to recover its breath and flames, ready to attack once more. In that critical moment, just when it seemed Japhie was cornered, he refused to give up so easily. In reality, Japhie had been preparing for this situation, using those brief 7 seconds while the blue dragon recovered and prepared to attack again. In that moment, Dariel fired 2 volleys, and unexpectedly all 4 arrows struck the giant dragon. Dariel was also incredibly surprised, hardly believing he could hit the Azure Dragon so perfectly. Dariel pressed his attack, firing again, corroding the dragon's neck and finally destroying its air sac. Seizing the opportunity of the blue dragon's grave injury, Japhie raises his sword once more, cleaving down upon its neck. A fiery dragon devouring the monster's wounds, intensifying its pain. Japhie and Dariel succeeded in preventing it from spewing its deadly breath. Jai's attack further wounded the Azure Dragon, but it also exhausted him. Now back in the rear, Dariel is exhausted after firing a volley of arrows, and he only has 17 black dragon arrows left. Since each meteor chain skill uses 3 arrows, he can use it 5 more times, plus 2 normal skills. But to kill the dragon with the arrows he has left, every shot must hit its vital weak points. On the front lines, Zephyr is doing his best to evade the dragon's attacks. Meanwhile, he recalls memories from before his regression. This isn't his first fight with the Azure Dragon. He fought it once before in his past life, when the demonic sect stole and absorbed its dragon heart. The Azure Dragon took control of its body within the demonic sect's ritual space and fought his party. It took them a whole month to end that battle, an event that allowed him to familiarize himself with its attacks and nearly defeat it before losing consciousness. Apparently, he's fought it before. Based on his memories of fighting Blue Dragon in its prime, he believes he can win here. After all, it's not at its best, and its power is nothing like it once was. The battle between man and beast rages on. As Jahui lands a blow, the Azure Dragon retaliates with a punch, locking them in a stalemate. Zephyr retreats, preparing another attack, and uses his item recall skill. He miraculously summons the shattered pieces of the Black Dragon Sword from the bottom of the Lake of Life, quickly restoring it to its former glory. And once again, it becomes his weapon. With his weapon returned, Ye felt a surge of power, but suddenly, Blue Dragon's claws appeared before him, poised to crush him. Of course, Goatfi couldn't ignore that attack. A flash of silver light and Goatfi vanished without a trace. Disbelief flashed in Blue Dragon's eyes as it stared at its hands, unable to comprehend how its prey had vanished so easily. It now notices the silver key, seemingly recognizing the item. Using the special key, Jiffy summons a massive sword and slashes at the dragon's neck wound, then brutally drives the blade deeper, causing the dragon to roar in agony. From afar, 3 arrows from Dariel soar and strike the dragon's body, leaving him with only 14 black dragon arrows. Dariel treasured each one, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike with precision. To say he's tense would be an understatement, as every missed shot diminishes his chance of victory against the Azure Dragon. Focusing as much as possible, Dariel once again uses yang energy to fire an arrow, leaving him with only 11 arrows left. But with intense focus, he manages to inflict a major wound on Azure Dragon, severing its right arm. The dragon is no longer as mighty as it once was. Before it stands Defi, who appears as nothing less than a demon wielding a massive sword. The dragon now notices the sword in his right hand. Seeing the sword, it seems ancient memories are awakened, and it remembers its master, Lord Kaiserus, a mighty dragon. In its ancient memories, the beast recalls a figure. The one it remembers is Eutychila's husband, Georgius, and the sword in Jeff's hand is the dragon-slaying sword, Ram, Georgius's beloved blade. So, a millennium ago, a man and a dragon were once old friends. 1,000 years have passed since the blue dragon last saw Georgius when he slew Kaiserus. That day, the Azure Dragon offered his thanks and farewell. He thanked Georgius for lifting the curse on his master. But it couldn't leave that place, and so couldn't send Kaiserus off to the afterlife itself. Hearing those heartfelt words, Georgius looked at him with sad eyes and gently called out his name. Atalis. In the past, Atalis had asked Georgius to return. As a vassal of Lord Kaiserus, it could not forgive him for Kaiserus's murder. Atalis saw it as its duty. With that thought, despite the sadness in his eyes and the tears streaming down his face, and despite truly considering Georgius a friend, he still demanded that he leave, warning him that if he ever appeared before him again, he would kill him. Deep within Georgius, memories stir. He begins to recall the events of 1,000 years ago. Kiara was shocked by Atalis's sudden change, questioning his abrupt actions. She asked her teammate, Dariel, to coordinate an attack, but he refused, seemingly noticing something. He warns her of the imminent danger, sensing the trembling of the Tree of Life. Indeed. On the battlefield, it seems the Azure Dragon is preparing to unleash a skill. The shot unleashes a massive surge of energy, and looking at Jipyong, it seems to see the image of Georgius, the dragon slayer it swore to kill upon meeting again. It seems he's confusing the two of them, and Ji doesn't understand what's happening or what Atalis is saying. The blue dragon slowly withdraws the sword from its neck, ancient memories stirring within, causing it great pain. Now, after 1,000 years, tears once again fill its eyes. Gazing at the figure of its old friend before it, it repeats the old words once more. He must not be forgiven, Georgius says. The Azure Dragon reached for its severed arm in the lake, silently chanting an incantation. "O my life force, become my sword." The broken arm then began to take the shape of a sword. At this moment, Atalis cast aside his personal feelings, never forgetting his lord. Kaiserus, this is the moment it fulfills its duty to its master. Blue Dragon Atalis is determined to defeat its foe. Jofei realizes what's happening. Atalis is using dragon words to convert life force into power. He understands the dragon wants to end it all, but he's not afraid. He welcomes it, for this dangerous situation is also advantageous to him. He was ready to fight the blue dragon, unafraid to provoke it. Come on, there are still 12 minutes before dragonification ends. But now JPI no longer cared about those numbers, focusing only on the enemy before him. Blue Dragon Atalis. Neither he nor Atalis would back down. Man and beast locked eyes, each determined to kill the other, and unleashed their ultimate techniques. Azure Dragon Atalis summoned the Death Dance Sword, a weapon forged by burning vitality with dragon language. Jeff Phi wasn't backing down either, deciding to ignore the remaining dragonification time and focus solely on the immense power before him. He also activates his unique skill, Berserk Dragon Mode, which consumes a massive amount of mana to maintain dragonification, boosting his physical abilities by 200% for the remaining duration. But after it ends, Ji will fall into a temporary slumber. With the skill activated, his dragonification lasts only 3 minutes. Atalis and Jeff Phi are both employing a strategy of inflicting 10,000 wounds on the enemy while sustaining 800 themselves. Because if the skill ends before the fight or the enemy remains, defeat is certain. Now, Azure Dragon Atalis doesn't hesitate to strike first. He swiftly brandishes his sword, attacking the enemy before him, the strike closing in on Jeff Phi, but he won't easily let it harm him. He simultaneously parries with his sword, and in mere seconds, the two blades clash countless times. But it seems the Azure Dragon is gaining the upper hand as Zephyr is gradually pushed back. Seizing the opportunity, the Azure Dragon uses its massive yet agile body to unleash a secret technique, its sword emitting a fierce blue light. Defi dodges the blow, but the Tree of Life is not so lucky, and the blue dragon's attack cleaves it in two. The elves witness this through gray, and their faces are filled with shock, dismay, and fear. In this desperate situation, Jae-fi recalls his master's teachings, that their martial art isn't about finding refined techniques, but understanding and controlling the flow of power. Net believed that only by engraving this into his very being could Jae-fi transform a small amount of power into something far greater. And only then could he use that small amount of power to fight against an even stronger foe. Remembering this, Jufei understood Atanas' flow of power and successfully dodged its attack. More than that, by remembering Net's teachings, he understood the movement of all things, the flow of power from one place to another, a power like a rushing river. By understanding the movement of all things, even a leaf could become a weapon capable of easily defeating a dragon. Using this knowledge, Jeffrey successfully used the Dragon Slayer sword to create a massive wound on the giant body of the blue dragon Atanas, but he also felt a tremendous resistance when trying to slash across its body. A bone color? An ancient weapon has been there for a long time. Jefei suddenly recalled his conversation with Oi, who mentioned an old, unhealable wound on the blue dragon's body. That's its weakness. Jefei realizes this is the place he's been trying to find. Zephyr aims for the fatal weakness, but Atalas won't let him achieve his goal so easily, parrying his attack with a sword-like swing of its tail. Suddenly, before Jeffy's astonished eyes, the dragon turned towards the Lake of Life once more. It seemed Atalas was trying to escape into the water to cover its tracks. To prevent this, Jeffy used the black dragon chain to hook the blue dragon's tail and was dragged down into the Lake of Life by the massive dragon. Even underwater, the battle between Jeffy and Atalas intensifies. Jeffy strikes with his sword, but Atalas easily whips its tail, slamming him against the lake bed and leaving him severely wounded. Meanwhile, back on the front lines, Kiara was disoriented, and the rear guard struggled to support Jeff-Fi. They didn't know where or when to strike, but guided by instinct, Dariel drew back his bow and fired. He sends a prayer to his parents, the World Tree, and the Elven Queen, to guide his arrow true. How could those 3 arrows hit the World Tree directly? The others thought Dariel had missed completely, but he saw an opportunity there. If the remaining 8 arrows strike the Tree of Life, his father will surely guide him. And after all those arrows, a part of the Tree of Life, once cleaved in two, has been severed. At the bottom of the Lake of Life, the intense battle between man and beast rages on, while something slowly sinks from the surface. It turns out that a piece of the Tree of Life, struck by the arrows, had pierced Blue Dragon Atalas, causing it to cry out in pain, giving Zephyr the chance to approach its fatal wound. He successfully struck the old wound, and now the Azure Dragon can no longer hold on to the Violet Feather Sword. In that moment, Atalas fully recalled its memories of the past, the time it told Georges to get lost, vowing never to forgive him and promising to kill him if they ever met again. That day, after apologizing to Atalas the Blue Dragon, Georges turned his sword on his old friend, declaring he couldn't simply return. As Princess Eurydica's companion, he couldn't ignore a potential future threat, and so a brief battle ensued. More accurately, the Blue Dragon was caught off guard and utterly crushed, its horns severed by Georges. Blindsided, the Great Dragon was furious, wondering how Georges dared to cut off his horn. Taking the opportunity, Georges plunged something into the Blue Dragon's body, the finger of the White Queen, a stake made from the bones of the first queen. It concealed the target's power, and due to the curse, the impaled cannot remove it for 10 years. Before leaving, Georges had a few words for it. Due to the White Queen's finger being lodged in its body, the Blue Dragon's power would be sealed for some time. With a sorrowful voice, he asked her to stay in her nest, at least until the Red Dragon awakens, and sincerely asked Atalas if he had never killed her lord. Kaiserus and he were unaware of the world's secrets. Could they remain friends? But alas, they had no power to turn back time, and before leaving, Georges asked Atalas not to see him for as long as possible, and he sends his best wishes to his old friend, hoping for his good health. Atalas Lamlong. Atalas has fully recovered his memories from 1,000 years ago, and he finally understands everything. Now that it remembers everything, it realizes what happened 1,000 years ago, so this man before it isn't Georges. At this moment, it realized Jeff-Fi was merely Georges' successor, and the wretched dragon narrowed its eyes, trying to etch the image of its old friend's heir into its heart. This time, it tried to clearly see Jeff-Fi's face, the face of the new dragon slayer. Inside the blue dragon's belly, it seemed its end was near. That moment had finally arrived. The dragon heart would be his. With eyes full of resentment, Black Moon is suddenly struck by an energy blast from Goat Fi, sending her flying. Goat Fi's gaze is sharp and merciless as he destroys the tree in front of him, a key appearing in his hand. This is the silver key. He thinks to himself, he's protected the blue dragon's corpse, and that monster won't be able to get the dragon heart now. In the previous timeline, a terrible event occurred. Black Moon absorbed the dragon heart incorrectly, leading to disastrous consequences. Dragon heart, grant me all your power. Black Moon was incredibly cunning and greedy, seizing the most violent power to satisfy her desires. Any creature wishing to absorb the dragon heart must be thoroughly prepared, possessing power equivalent to that of a dragon. Only then could the absorption process proceed as desired. It can be inferred that dragons are mysterious creatures with unfathomable power and magic. Since Black Moon didn't have the power or magic to match the Azure Dragon, it was killed by the backlash. After Black Moon's death, the dragon heart and Ramian's magic were taken away by the vice leader of the demonic sect. From beginning to end, the Black Moon was just a pawn in the Demon Way's scheme. Are you happy now? Seeing her enemies and those she hated dead, the survivors wandered, becoming lost Yang nomads without a home, all in the blink of an eye. Jeffy delivers his final judgment. The children of the Order deceived you, only to use you and discard you without a second thought. After Jaivi's strike, Black Moon fell into the raging, molten river, her heart still full of hatred, thinking that the scent of a dragon mixed with the scent of humans was indeed interesting. When I left the blue dragon's belly, I expected to meet the fairies, but I never thought I'd meet a dragon person first, she said with a sinister smile. Meanwhile, Jaifi watches her intently, his brow furrowed, his eyes burning red. She remains confident. I'm quite pleased to meet you. My name is... Before she can finish, Jaifi unleashes a binding cord, then impales her with a massive cross. The cross began to spin, and suddenly he was gone. Vanished without a trace, Black Moon wasn't killed by the cross. Instead, she broke free and floated high above, looking down on him with disdain. Ski, is that all you've got, brother? You think you can corner me with that? But little did you know, that rash move revealed your weakness. It's a mistake to attack an enemy without knowing their true strength. You could be countered and put in danger at any moment. Why rush into an attack like that? Black Moon asks Goat Fi, you're almost out of time using Dragonheart, aren't you? I'd say you can only maintain it for 2 more minutes, tops. Looking back at her, Yefe cursed under his breath, realizing he couldn't fool her, this terrifying woman. He wiped the blood from his mouth, thinking that she was right. He only had 48 seconds of Dragonification left, and because of the side effects, he would fall into a deep sleep as soon as it ended. After the long battle with Azure Dragon, my stamina is nearly depleted. My Dragonification time and strength are running out. Even so, he doesn't know what will happen, but he'll do his best to do what he thinks is right. Black Moon stands high above, pointing at him and says, I have a proposition for you. If you give me the dragon heart you possess, I'll let you live and leave this place. She wore a dangerous expression. The enemies I want to punish are only the elves here. I don't care about those dragged into this battle. Hearing this, Defi was furious. You're just too shy to come. He then raised his hand, summoning a circle before him. This is Dragon Tongue, a unique skill of the dragon race. The words of God hold unfathomable power, but the Dragon Lord's strength depends on the one who wields it. Words from the circle begin to rise, binding her feet. Black Moon cries out, What is this, you bastard? I can't lift my feet. What is this? From afar, Tranchu, bearing the cross, lunges toward her. Their powers collide, and he's surprised by her strength. But as the cross's tip neared her destruction, she realized it was a magic shield, and on the verge of collapse, she cried out, Let me speak. Stop. Let me finish. Sweat dripping down his face. Tranchu was ready to unleash his final attack. He thought to himself, after using Dragon Tongue, his strength was nearly depleted, and his body was as tattered as an old blanket. But he would endure to use this last move. This is the Light Sword, a divine artifact imbued with the power of the Light God, a blade of unimaginable strength. Anyone who lacks the strength to control this sword will be burned alive. To wield the Light Sword, one must be granted permission by the Goddess of Light. With this last bit of strength, I won't let you escape. What's wrong? His entire body is engulfed in red flames. His eyes narrow as he wonders, why is this happening? I used the Light Sword before, and now both my Dragonification and mana are far stronger than they were then. Could it be that I don't have enough magic to use the Light Sword? If not, then what could it be? He roared, That goddess of light is a real bitch. Meanwhile, Black Moon prepared her defenses, her face tense. She didn't know what had happened to him, but I had gotten lucky. Dispel magic freed me from petrification, but I'm still not as agile as before. I can't rush into battle without knowing what's going on. I need to buy some time to recover, and talking to him to distract him is the best option. But she raises her hand. A black aura surrounds it, forming a sphere of magic. She shouts, "Your biggest mistake was chaining my feet. Even if I can't move, I can still fight back. Taste my deadly soul poison." It's a skill Black Moon mastered as a high elf, and now, in her demonized state, her soul poison skill is even more refined and enhanced. It's a terrifying skill. Black Moon's unique Venom Fang skill, condensing poison into a spear. It's rigid and sharp, capable of piercing dragon scales. The black energy pierces through Ye Fei, causing him immense pain and a roar. He grimaces in pain as she laughs gleefully, reveling in his screams. Ah, such delightful sounds. Who could possibly be stronger than me? I'm in awe of the power I possess. Dragon or human, they all sing the same mournful tune when faced with my venomous claws. Becoming a noble was the right choice. I raise my clawed hand. Though I wish I could savor this sweet feeling a little longer, I still have much to do. So, I'll just end you here. The smug look and contemptuous tone appear as the energy surrounds her. You will die peacefully, without pain. Farewell. Suddenly, a loud sound erupts, leaving her wondering, what is that? From beneath the riverbed, tree roots began to emerge, piercing the Black Moon assassin and eliciting a cry of pain. What is this? Roots? Impossible. On the other side, Capricorn, nursing his injured arm, remarked, "Didn't you know? It was you who poisoned the roots of the Tree of Life. You absorbed all the surrounding toxins to create your poison wound. But because of that, the Tree of Life was cleansed of all toxins, its roots growing ever higher, causing Black Moon endless pain. The demonic stone of Black Moon and the dragon heart, taken by the vice leader of the devil sect in her previous life, were the cause of the miasma here. Of course, Black Moon is the master of the magic stone, so of course she can use the poison scar skill," Ye Fei thought to himself. "That's why I intentionally let her use that move. When she uses poisonous wounds, all the poison in the Lake of Life and the Tree of Life will be cleansed. That's the fastest way to restore the Lake of Life and the Tree of Life. Although the lake isn't completely purified, the toxins have been transferred to the tree and are slowly being drawn out of the lake. If things continue this way, the forest will be cleansed of all toxins. Only now can Zephyr smile. I initially intended to use the Quan sword to end her, but due to a mishap it turned out for the best, as it also restored the Lake of Life and the tree. Now, as Black Moon is dying in agony, she realizes that the poison is invading my body. Damn it, the poison has reached my heart, and I need to focus my magic to expel it. Sifi steps forward, saying that before the likes of her poisoned it, the World Tree protected the elves and the forest with its roots. Someone as consumed by ambition as you never imagined it would end like this, did you? He placed 4 fingers on her forehead, and a stream of golden energy appeared. He continued, a being who does everything for their ambition. Regardless of right or wrong, your life has only been a chain of suffering and darkness. Now you must pay for your sins. With that, he unleashed his final blow. The battle ends. Ramien's magic stone, a crystal containing demonic power and potent poison, can harness the power of the Black Moon if handled correctly. Ramien's shattered corpse, the body of a noble completely corrupted by poison, could be used for many purposes. Before Defi's message could be sent, the guard sensed something, a vortex emanating from the lake, where the Tree of Life was bathed in golden light. Ophelia turned in surprise, thinking the World Tree had been reborn. And that also meant that Kiara, Dariel, and Princess Ante were incredibly surprised and delighted, gazing at the Tree of Life. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The Vanguard reported that the Azure Dragon had been defeated. To reiterate, the Azure Dragon has been defeated, and I've obtained the Dragon Orb. Now, everyone, give it your all to wipe out the remaining monsters, over and out. Hearing this, everyone raised their fists to the sky, united in a powerful display of resolve. The princess, her face drenched in sweat, smiled as she looked at the communication device. The crowd erupts in cheers, for he has truly defeated a dragon. "We've won, Uncle." "Long live Jeffy, long live," the princess said. "Jeffy, can you hear me?" Cheers erupt for him, but what is Jeffy doing? He lets himself fall into the rapids below, only to be caught by the roots of the life tree. He expresses his gratitude, thanking the dragonkin child profusely. "Because you helped me revive, I will save you this time. The roots of the Tree of Life have been purified, now rising from the most barren lands, which also means you've succeeded, goat." Standing nearby, Net observes and ponders, I wonder if this is enough to pay for your meal. He looked down at the monster beneath his feet. So that was the dark side of our sect. I can't believe that monster could copy skills. He touches the wound on his chest. I've lost too much blood, and my medicine is gone. If I can't miraculously recover, then vines suddenly appear, catching him by surprise. He wondered, vines? A voice echoed. Don't be so surprised, Knight. These vines are like my limbs. You protected me when I couldn't move. I am truly grateful. From within the vines, a captivating girl stares wide-eyed. I am Sevestia, Queen of the Elves. That dark energy must be healed immediately. Come here, Knight. The girl emanates a pure and radiant energy. Traveling back to the past, a voice echoes, That's a fine name, Jeffy. All right, your father is gone forever, but I know you can do what he always wanted you to do. So you'll come with us. Holding J-Pill close, his mother silently vowed to raise him to be normal, safe, unlike his father. Perhaps she should have just left him with the man. I don't even know anymore. What's the right thing to do? I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. These are a mother's last words to her son. Pick up your sword, J-Fi. From now on, you must protect yourself. Jeffrey awakens with a start, finding himself nestled in a bed of vines, his wounds being healed. Then he reached up and rubbed his head, wondering if he'd been dreaming about his mother. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? He sits up, his mind still racing. But before that, where is this? How long has it been? A voice echoes. Don't try to move just yet, Dragonkin. Your body is recovering. This is the space within me. Luminous vines once separated are now gathered in one place, and a young man appears. He is Joe, the Tree of Life, and this appears to be my avatar so I can communicate with humans like you. Zephyr was taken by surprise. This is the Tree of Life? After the failed raid in my past life, I heard the World Tree and the Elf Queen didn't survive, so I never met this avatar. Well, I'll hear more from Dariel then. At this moment, the Tree of Life spoke. Only my wife can see this incarnation. An avatar of this size can't be extracted from my main body, so the children outside must have never seen it, the goat said with a tense expression. Can you read minds? The Tree of Life responds, I'm simply interpreting the signals of doubt emanating from your body. That's one of my abilities. If it makes you uncomfortable, I can pretend I don't know anything. Deep down, Defy thought, this is eerily terrifying. Those eyes don't belong to a normal being. I can't read his emotions. Across from him, the Tree of Life raised its hand, summoning a halo of light as he felt a twinge of anxiety. As if you no longer need to feel. I have no intention of harming you. Instead, I am deeply grateful. Suddenly, a vine offers him a fruit, and he wonders what it is. He then picked it up as the Tree of Life told him to eat it. My fruit is a quality product. It will help you recover even faster. I initially thought you'd be in a coma for a week, but you woke up after just 24 hours. I'm bound by the Blue Dragon's dragon word, and I can't move because I'm poisoned. But through my children, I saw you. You helped me help my children and even kept my wife safe. This is reciprocity. What I receive, I must give. That is the foundation of social order, and I am the one who tries to convey that order. Upon hearing that, Juhaeon was a little stunned. Inwardly, he's confused, conveying what to whom. In short, he's grateful because I saved him, right? His face grew tense as he considered this. The man certainly wasn't hostile. Besides, Dariel said so in the previous life. Dariel spoke of my father. To put it simply, he's a demigod, an entity close to divinity, but not quite there. He conjures a golden light, his rippling muscles and blue eyes a dangerous combination, like playing with fire. Phi smiles, thinking that if such a being exists, it would be convenient to strike a deal. Of course, I have the upper hand. He spoke. Mutual benefit, you say? I like the way you think, but hasn't my treatment been inadequate? I don't understand either. I not only woke you from your slumber, but also guided you. And the dragon heart within you. Did you experience no side effects after forcibly implanting it into your flawed body? Hearing this, his eyes turned bloodshot. He saw everything when he died? The Tree of Life calmly replied. That is my ability. Each time your performance increases by 10%, you'll need to fine-tune your body. But after defeating those demons, your heart rate skyrocketed by 23%. No wonder your body was in such bad shape. That's why I've been regenerating your entire body for the last 72 hours. Looking at his hands, his body was now strong enough to receive the Azure Dragon Pill. Defy was instantly surprised and confused. With that, the Tree of Life reached out its hand, saying, I think it's a fair price. Instead, let's make a new deal, Dragonkin. He reached his hand toward Kale's chest, expressing his desire. He would implant the Azure Dragon Orb within him. In return, heed my request. 998 months, 27 days, 12 hours, 119 seconds ago, a seed began to sprout. The first time the seed sprouted, I understood the meaning of those words. Prepare yourself. The voice of the world tree echoes, and I understand its meaning. I knew it was my mission, the reason I was born, to prepare for that day. The first step is to change the air quality and spread magic power. I have absorbed and purified the world's inherently malicious water. My brethren on other continents will do the same. Many see the world tree as their god, kneeling before it to beg for peace. Millennia passed, and the world was completely transformed, becoming a place where all creatures could thrive. I created a race of deer to be my followers. Everything was going according to plan. Now I've completed my mission and am only waiting for that day. But Sevestia holds the newborn child in her arms. What to do? This small, warm child? Our precious child. She looked up, her face still wet with tears. Thank you. I'm the happiest person in the world right now. In that moment, I swore to my soul. The tree of life embraced Sevestia and the child. I will betray my mission, no matter the cost. The tree of life and Japhi sit in silence beneath its roots. The world tree told W, I will graft the blue dragon heart onto you, so please agree to help me. Japhi worried, wondering just what he was being asked to do. With such a huge condition, what he's asking can't be easy. The tree of life continues to persuade him. And that's not all. While the dragon heart is being implanted, I'll be completely defenseless. That's not something I can entrust to someone I don't trust. I still suspect Vigoat. I need to know what he's plotting. The tree of life hesitated, then asked mournfully, Wow, what kind of pathetic death awaits me? Capricorn's eyes widened in shock. What? Unbeknownst to Zephyr, the tree of life took action, and his actions are all that I can discern. So, to find a clue, I entered your dream, and from within, the tree of life found a faint trace. At first, I suspected the girl was involved, but I was wrong. Their paths crossed long ago. The tree of life's eyes held deep despair, so I couldn't directly find the clues I needed from that girl. Compared to that, the doomsday landscape appeared vividly, and it was a face I recognized instantly. The world tree looks at Zephy with hopeful eyes, awaiting an answer. Of course. So you foresaw the future through prophecy or a prophetic dream, and in great detail. After a moment of contemplation, he realizes the tree can analyze signals from his body to read his thoughts or dreams. Much like Andean or Eurydica's empathy, there's no use trying to make excuses. He nodded, replying, Yes, my future colleague blew up the forest under the pretense of the apocalypse, because the poison couldn't be cured while you were unconscious and were destroyed. Although he told the truth to the tree of life, Zephy still kept some secrets to himself, not needing to reveal that I am from the future. Both regression and prophecy reveal the future, but their burdens differ, and it's best not to share them widely. The tree of life senses that Zephyr is still hiding something, the most important thing of all. Indeed, one must be that wary, he says. Yes, as I suspected. I will die before the end of the world. That is my prediction. The tree of life raised its arm. If you see me survive until the end of the world, don't let me live. The patterns on his hand writhed, forming a circle on his arm. Phi's eyes widened at the sight of the markings. Zephyr quickly recognized the contract seal, the same one that would be etched onto Uncle Moon's hand after defeating the cult leader, forcing him to keep their secrets. It clearly includes that mark, quite similar, but it must be much more powerful. Phiny grits her teeth and cries out. With a groan, the tree of life conceals the mark on his arm, warning that his spirit can't endure a prolonged encounter. He told Ye that among the compulsory actions was keeping secrets, and to please understand his situation as he couldn't speak frankly. Even the tree of life has its burdens. I and the 7 dragons are bound together by an absolute destiny. Because of this mark, I can't escape that mission, not even in death. Devi's eyes were frightening as he replied. I understand. You can't resist your destiny, which is why you can't kill Asgir Dragon. The tree of life reveals its inner thoughts. If those dragons live until the end, my mission will change to losing my mind and destroying everything. I will become a demon, invading this world. That is the future I foresee. Zephyr asks, wondering if that means it will become his enemy, like the dragons. The world tree sorrowfully closed its eyes, never once doubting its purpose. I've never felt like a special being in this world. I only do what I must. But it's strange indeed. The tree of life seems to be blaming Liu. Why are you hesitating? Liu has always been waiting for that day. But then he tells himself, I understand. Her body wouldn't be able to endure childbirth for long. He thinks of the gentle girl before him, her frail body, and how she was always alone before she gained the ability to hear hearts. Ligo was also filled with so many emotions, memories between me and Lord IG. That's why we lived together in that dream. I wasn't afraid because that dream had come true. She pleaded, asking for just one thing. Could she be a little greedier? Don't use that cup on me. Let's make a child another way. The cup she speaks of is the conception chalice, a special cup for the elf queen or king. Drinking from this cup can bring forth new life, she said, grasping the tree's roots as if holding his hand. Teach me about love. As a man, caress my face with your hands, my IG. The tree of life seemed moved, just a girl, yet she suddenly made the world so precious. The tree of life looked at Jafei and said with a moved tone, "If it's you, you'll understand my heart." Jufei suddenly remembers Auntie Justina Cayenne. He closes his eyes tightly, trying to dispel that thought as a glowing stone brings extraordinary power. The tree of life is controlling it, and I will grant you the power to face the apocalypse. I will help you with everything I can. His eyes were filled with sorrow as he made a condition with W. In return, when that day comes, kill me, so that I don't end up killing my wife and children for the sake of my mission. Immediately, the tree of life helped Defy accomplish what he wanted. My request. It is done. Defy sighs, realizing he almost threatened him with Ramien's magic stone and the dragon's heart. I have to play the villain. He sighed, looking up at the sky. That's right, if I had a different agenda from the world tree from the start, he could have done anything to my body while I was asleep. But he didn't. At this point, he had no choice but to believe it. Everything would go smoothly from his perspective. The world tree told Zephyr, "Your lover, the princess, is still alive. Grafting the Azure Dragon's heart to her will take time, as she needs to mature. Grafting it to you will speed up my plans." He said that in that case, X-Ray could handle the heart transplant. Defy grasped the burning sword in his hand, knowing he had a price to pay. He looked forward with determination, knowing this was his own consciousness. If he couldn't defeat the blue dragon's dark thoughts here, even a successful heart transplant would lead to the body's destruction or loss of control. His mind raced with worries. His previous fight in this space lasted a month. How long would this one take? His gaze sharpened into a challenge. Show yourself, this is quite the surprise. Oh, are you in your perfect state? He calmly observed the unfolding events, finding them worthy of his attention. But something shocked him, widening his eyes in surprise. Huh? A voice echoes. Surprised? You'll have to fight with all your might. Those eyes are still fixed on Zephyr. Aha, so you find this form of mine strange. Atalis, the azure dragon, sat cross-legged in the air, leisurely saying, "Come now, dragon slayer. Enough with the hacking and slashing. Come and pour Atalis a cup of tea." Defy couldn't believe his eyes. The blue dragon? Him? No, more than that. Is he a girl? 'Tis Zell's small incarnation. X-Ray's human form only appears within the tree, but its animal forms sometimes appear in the forest, the largest known form being a deer and the smallest, a butterfly. Besides the current kings and queens, Sylvestia could hear the voices of the incarnations since she was young, becoming their only friend. Dariel tries to reassure everyone, telling them to rest easy. Jovi is with her father, but the others are still in a flurry of discussion. Ketty wonders if it's the king. Could it be the tree of life? Miri is equally worried. If not the man-eating tree, then what else could it be? Dariel countered, how could a carnivorous plant make such a terrifying sound? He glanced at Kiara and said, perhaps JPI is being healed. Philip Bilgrim had been silent until now. He silently wondered, is that even possible? If JPI is taken hostage by the Tree of Life, things will get complicated. Even Dariel senses something is wrong. It wasn't Jeffi, but another source of power, something within his father's body. Could it be the dragon heart? Dariel wondered with a look of doubt. Perhaps when G appeared, he imagined the scene would be completely different than before. In Azure Dragon Atalis, Jeffy said, it's an honor that the great dragon would show me polymorph form. Polymorph is the skill to transform into another creature. And he can't believe he's seeing this form, which he never saw in his past life. Any creature is most comfortable in its original form, changing its appearance to suit the situation. 1. To show respect to a superior. 2. To respect an equal or inferior. Or 3. To deceive in order to achieve a goal. G carefully observed the Azure Dragon Atalis and concluded it wasn't the third option. Her hair looked strange, but she didn't seem like a deceiver. Atalis calmly sips her tea, saying, think of it as a compliment. You defeated me because my poison weakened. She calmly sets down her teacup, adding that the aura of Lord Cairo fills this space, making her feel at ease. She looks up at Defi, saying, as the heir to the monarch's power, there's no reason for me not to be close to you. A light begins to appear in the dark sky, growing more intense as voices echo, it seems my monarch is injured. Yes, my liege, so that's it. There's no reason for you to acknowledge humanity. Is that why you revived Atalis? Ha ha, Atalis laughs. Ha ha ha, how cute. Zeepy gritted his teeth in anger. Amused, are you? Damn it, I can't adapt. How did it come to this? He clearly remembered becoming stronger in his past life when fighting it in the consciousness space, thanks to a different opportunity. But it was truly critical back then. The reason I won was because of the dragon's erratic nature. This dragon valued its opponents, giving him chance after chance to win. Those memories still haunt me. For days, it pushed me back and forth between life and death, kneading me like dough until I finally won. When I awoke, my combat abilities had greatly increased. In a way, you could call it a teacher, but its methods had him cursing up a storm. What kind of teaching is this? It relentlessly attacked, giving him no time to defend. Too slow. Move in again. Net continued to attack and threaten. If you don't master martial arts, I'll tear you apart into jerky. Until you're worth more than jerky, your name will be Jerky. They make DeFi suspicious. Do they all have personality problems? The disgruntled man gritted his teeth. I hate humans. Seeing Yefei's height, Atalis asked, What's wrong? Seeing his pained expression, Gepi retorted angrily, How am I supposed to be happy about that? Atalis casually propped her chin up and said, Of course not. This body has now been freed from that boring mission through death. Compared to the others, I joined the Monarch earlier, so now I can sit back and enjoy your talents. She raises her head proudly, for as a warrior she has no regrets, having had an epic battle at the end of her life. In contrast to Atalis's satisfied expression, Capricorn frowned in an unsightly manner, continuing to say that hands reveal a person's soul, the strokes of a painter, the fingertips of a musician, and even the swords of people like them. After training and accumulation, it will reflect personality and the ability to adapt to adversity. Whether it's an artist, someone achieving their life's dream, or reaching their desired position, it's all reflected in their hands. The image of a soul is something that cannot be faked, and it seems Atalis is quite serious about this. Therefore, the outcome of the battle pleases me greatly. This body is dead. With more power, I won't have to live a life I don't want. She hesitated, her eyes deep as if gazing into the past, bearing the marks of experiences and thoughts imperceptible in this person. Jeffa made her wonder what this human body was fighting against, but brushing aside those doubts, she thought, Monarch. I have high expectations. After all, if it's this person, they might reach the end that we could not. Atalis channeled the stone's magic, saying, No need for tedious training. The Monarch and I will rest within you. Accept this body's power, but control is key to mastering it. She handed the stone to J-Fi, adding, I'll be watching to see what you achieve. So don't die a pointless death. Holding the stone, Jeffy smiled with satisfaction, surprised at how easily it cooperated. With so much to do, he was grateful for the help and the time it saved. And Jaewi couldn't help but wonder what she saw in him during the sword classification, but he could roughly understand what she was trying to say. She was like him, unable to live a life of deceit. Its life would also crumble if it had to wield a sword with regret. I can't hate it. Jeffy turns to Aladdis and asks, Stop drinking tea. What would you like? I can cook. I'll make you a memorial meal. Aladdis smiled and replied, There's no need to ask me that. A flash of blue light, and she vanished. You'll know what suits me soon enough. A golden light erupts from the tree of life, its roots stirring with power. Everyone is confused by this strange occurrence, perhaps none more so than Auntie Justina. Jufi emerges from the roots of the tree of life, staring at him in stunned silence. With a blank expression, Juefei asked, Has something else appeared? Auntie Justina smiled faintly and replied, I've been waiting for you. The roots of the tree of life slowly recede as Jeffy and Auntie Justina embrace. The gods watch on as another piece of the ancient god finds its new master. The goddess of fortune says, The future of this world will change even more, ancient master, as you wish. At the Light Temple's 4th parish, Kevin Reeder angrily shouts, Why haven't we contacted Cardinal Odin yet? The terrified knight stammered, I apologize. I'll send more men. Suddenly, someone rushed in with a letter for the head knight. After reading the letter, he flew into an even greater rage. What? A girl? Sir Odin has been harmed, and rumors begin to spread throughout the parish. Have you heard? I'm dying to know about that rumor. But Odin's holy knight is missing? No, it seems he's dead. Rumor has it he died on his way to the 3rd parish. But if it was the 3rd parish, suspicion would be inevitable. Could St. Lucius be the killer? The rumors spread like wildfire. The Holy Knight was 10th among the continent's 10 strongest, though due to religious reasons, the saints are not included in that ranking. But if he defeated a saint who killed a Holy Knight, he must be one of the top 10 strongest. Let's go to the 3rd diocese. Death and angels stand opposed. A seat of power, a seat of strength, a seat of sacred supremacy, holding all things in its grasp. That seat remains vacant, and the blades of those who covet it will stain the land with blood. The angel breathes in the warm air, destined to appear 1,000 years from now, as the tree of life sits still at its roots, freeing us from tragic ends. The sword is plunged into the earth, a harbinger of destruction. In Lindelow, the domain of Ante, people stagger back in fear of the blade. Could it be? Oh, DS laughs. How boring. You'll have to win first. He looked up at the sky, defiant. So, does that mean I'm qualified to meet the princess now? While Japhie was living in the world tree, everyone else was quite busy outside. Ex-Racel was detoxified by injecting activity-enhancing code into the mana grass, a magical plant that easily penetrates rivers, storing and filtering the water of life, increasing the magic power in the air, thus purifying everything around it. The remaining forces eliminate the remaining monsters and make their way to the world tree. The princess's eyes widen in surprise as she says, "This is the capital of the Elfenheim Elven Kingdom." Tears of joy stream down their faces as they embrace. "We're back. We never thought we'd see this place again. Thank you, everyone. Thank you." Just then, a voice cut through the elves' joy, leaving them confused. It was too soon to celebrate. That voice spoke again. "The queen has returned." The crowd erupted, their joy amplified as they chanted, "Queen, queen, queen, she's awake." From afar, two tearful spirits couldn't contain their emotions, crying out as they ran towards her, "Mother!" The three embraced, the two spirits weeping with joy in their queen's arms, as the search for the missing and those left behind began. Along with the treatment of the wounded, the burial of the dead, and the disposal of the war's refuse that plagued the village, everyone pitched in, knowing they couldn't leave it all to Exril, who was busy purifying the entire body. Besides, physical labor was a way to overcome the pain of war. The spirits gazed upon the war's wreckage with heavy hearts, murmuring amongst themselves, sadness etched on every face. They embraced, wept, and encouraged each other, asking why their home was now in ruins. Though the Blue Dragon's threat has vanished and hope is rekindled, the peace only deepens the awareness of the war's terrible cost. Countless sacrifices were made for this victory, and now they must face the aftermath, burying the dead, accepting the sorrow, and slowly forgetting the pain. The sight of countless graves, a testament to the war's toll, is both heartbreaking and somber. The war against the Azure Dragon is over, the declaration echoing within the council chambers. The Queen of the Elves sits on her throne, Princess Ante by her side, as she speaks with a solemn voice. "We thank Princess Ante, the Temple of Light, and the Dan territory, especially the Dragon Slayer, Mr. Japhie. Thank you all for saving the Elven people from disaster. The Tree of Life, and we will forever remember this. As direct descendants of the Tree of Life, we will always maintain this cooperative relationship, and we will repay what our kingdom has received." The Queen reached out and took the princess's hand, sealing their pact with a handshake. The Queen continued, "On behalf of the Elven race, as allies of Princess Ante and Danu, we swear to share hardships and joys and establish an inviolable pact." Her words were met with thunderous applause and cheers. The atmosphere is electric with excitement. Gentle smiles graced the faces of those present as one of them said, "Yes, this is what I've been hoping for since we started preparing for war." Humans and elves have always hated each other, so this operation will not only be difficult, but we'll have to worry about betrayal. "Isn't it too early to attack?" Edwin asked the princess with a worried and serious expression. The princess smiled faintly, answering calmly, her noble aura radiating her beauty. "Ha ha ha ha, I wouldn't know about that either, Edwin. So this is for the best." The princess's eyes sharpened, reflecting the gravity of the situation. The princess continued, "There's a saying that danger is opportunity. This may seem like a headache, but we must look further ahead. Our goal is to meddle and seize both the spirit realm and the Danu territory." Edwin responded with a look of panic and surprise, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard from the princess. "Is the princess planning to conquer them while they're weak?" Another person interjects. "Not at all. Polaris was revered as a great hero in Danu during the war 4 years ago. He drove back the Black Moon and the Red Moon." The princess, with a profound look and a knowing expression, continued. "But when Danil began to be poisoned, Polaris didn't help because he lacked the ability. Sell all Danil-related stocks and territorial bonds. Polaris can't resolve this situation. Danil is abandoned, and any help is desperately needed. The elves, who severed diplomatic ties with humans centuries ago, would any alliance help them?" Here, the princess's voice grew strong, resolute, her eyes deep. "That's our chance. Their savior isn't humanity or the Kayan royals, but Princess Ante, an opportunity to erase Polaris's influence on the elven race in preparation for a long war to come. So, we now have the power of the elves, the abundant food of the Danu grain region, and the infinite recovery of the Lake of Life. That was Anne's goal. Things are looking up. It seems ID Grace and the Elf Queen had the same goal as us from the start. The Queen has awakened, possessing the ability to control spirits with her mental powers. The forest spirits bound to the Tree of Life will never betray us. Let us raise our glasses and celebrate together. Let us all drink tonight to celebrate our victory. The clinking of glasses and laughter filled the lavish elven feast. Everyone feasted, laughed, and celebrated together. But in a hidden corner, a dark elf watched the revelry with a grim expression. Dariel, munching on an apple, spots her and wonders what's wrong. What could that expression on her face mean? She quietly slipped out of the noisy party, sitting alone on the stairs, her eyes vacant as she drifted into thought. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled her. "Sister, what are you doing? You look so sad." Startled, she turned to see her younger brother. "Why aren't you inside?" she asked, surprised. Her mischievous brother lazily replied, "Because someone ran away." At the same time, he tossed an apple to his sister. "Are you trying to get us killed? Don't throw food." The sisters sat together, sharing fruit and conversation, oblivious to the party still raging in another part of the castle. She looked at her brother with bewildered eyes, saying, "It's unbelievable, isn't it, Dariel? It's only been a month and a half since Deefy arrived, but it feels like a year has passed. Blue Dragon has fallen, and we've returned to the Penhen Straits. I can't believe this day has finally come. It's like a dream. I'm just glad you're happy, and that Mother and the Tree of Life are healthy. Now I can do what I want as the Queen's Bow." Dariel frowned, breaking into a cold sweat as he listened to his sister, feeling confused. "What's wrong with her? Why are you acting like this? You're making me worry." His sister stands up, sticks out her tongue, and playfully teases her younger brother. "At least this will be the last time I worry about you." Dariel looked even more bewildered. "What?" "That's right." She straightened up, walked forward, and turned her head slightly to tell Dariel, "I'm leaving the forest now." It was 1 a.m. The party was over, and while everyone slept, someone couldn't. Filled with regret. A man walked toward a castle door, muttering, "The most important thing to me is behind this door." Inside, a girl in a white nightgown, back exposed, stood gazing out the window, stroking her long, flowing hair. Outside, he knocked. Knock, knock, knock. She turned, her alluring eyes and flushed cheeks betraying a hint of intoxication, or perhaps bashfulness. Princess Ante reminisces about being surrounded by men with red roses, all vying for her attention. "Everyone wants me for my looks, talent, and the blood I carry. Everywhere I go, I'm surrounded by longing gazes. Some even say they'd pluck stars from the sky for me. Some even boldly claimed they'd risk their lives to protect her. But she only sneered, wondering if they even knew what she truly desired. Who would protect me when all those cowards would run at the first sign of trouble? Now, alone and barefoot, she treads through the thorns, a knife in hand, ignoring the blood as she frees herself. Before I become an adult, I must quickly learn, but it seems no one can walk this difficult path with me. I need friends who share my purpose. They're all good people to me, but they're all rational, so I can't drag them into this. By now her feet were badly injured from the thorns. I'm destined to be alone my whole life. It's fine. I don't need a man's love, but a sharp sword." At this moment, she recalls the sight of Paul being enveloped in purple demonic energy, his body becoming viscous and agonizing. Trembling, he reaches out to her, uttering heavy, strained words. He reached out to her, as if to crush her beautiful face. Pale with fear, she trembled and screamed. "I ta you, I ta pi." The man's last shred of reason screamed before being defeated by the demonic cult. Go. In any case, my ordinary life ended that day, and I chose an impossible goal to defeat an enormous enemy. Affection is a luxury I cannot afford. Love only creates weakness. I thought that as long as I chose someone who could lead me to victory, like a political marriage, it would be enough, until that day. That day, from the castle heights, she saw a man beating soldiers who cried out in pain and cursed, "Who do you think you are?" "Ugh, watch out!" That jerk. The more the soldier cursed, the harder he stomped on his head, grinding him into the ground. Princess Ante's eyes lit up as if she had found what she had been searching for. "I've found him." His eyes were sharp and cold, devoid of human emotion. How pathetic. Ophelia Amlet's face flushed as she cradled something in her hands, muttering to herself as if she heard her teasing words. What is that? She's not going to start spouting nonsense too, is she? Two imps who enjoy teasing young people? What have you done with the Elf Queen? If she's not Dari Sab's mother, then why does Ophelia Amlet look so troubled? Frowning as she says, The princess has changed since Jevi appeared. Of course, I can't always be by her side because of my duties, but the two of them are always together. In the village outskirts, Ophelia happily tells the princess, "I'll talk to the village chief, so please watch the surroundings." Ophelia Amlet awkwardly replies, "But I'm a guard, so why Mr. Jeffy? What's with that look? What about me?" With a flushed face, the princess excitedly says, "Don't worry today, the Tree of Life will protect us, so we're perfectly safe. It's been so long since we've had a banquet. Now don't worry about me today. Just go have fun. You don't need to protect me. Go enjoy yourself." Ophelia Amlet lamented, hugging a barrel of wine and drinking herself into a stupor to console herself. "We grew up like sisters, and now the princess doesn't need me anymore. I'm so pathetic that all I can do is drink my sorrows away." Standing nearby, Netta grimaced, clearly annoyed by Ophelia's lack of tact. Is it just that she doesn't like Deefy? Sorry, but I have to help him. Drink up. If you're stronger tomorrow, the princess will seek you out again, so don't cry. She listened, but asked again to be sure. Is that so? He could only sigh in dismay as the girl behind him struggled to drink. I wonder how Jaffe is doing. Well, it's his second time, so he should be fine, right? Worrying won't change anything. Meanwhile, Jaffe is more tense than expected, right after arriving at Auntie's location. He recalled her words. If you can kill a dragon in 10 minutes, finish what you started with Jiangzuo yesterday. Annoyed, he frowned, raised his fist, and silently retorted. He caught me in 10 minutes, and while I was excited then, I'm uneasy now that my opponent is Auntie. What tricks does he have up his sleeve? So from the very beginning that night, was she only doing one thing? Auntie used her skill to interrogate me. The Dark Kiss skill, an ancient magic of the Medicis, allows the user to control the mind of the recipient, weaken their combat abilities, and force them to speak the truth. So I told her about our past life. We'd kissed countless times, so the atmosphere shifted, becoming sweet and suggestive. But he was interrupted as she covered his mouth and whispered. It wasn't clear if Auntie liked him, but from her perspective, she hadn't seen him in a month. She doesn't remember our past life, so she can't feel the same intensity I do. He rubbed his temples, trying to reassure himself. It's a shame. But all right, I'll skip the cute flirting for now and collect with interest later. Right now, I'm here for a strategy meeting and to check the dragon's heart. Those are the priorities. Pulling himself together, he knocked on her door. Tap, tap, tap. As the door creaked open, he stood frozen for a few seconds, his face stiff, sweat dripping, eyes fixed on the room inside. Auntie steps out, her face flushed, wearing a delicate and alluring white nightgown, its thin straps, thigh-length hem, and plunging neckline adorned with soft lace, creating a feminine and seductive look, especially since the fabric is so sheer. Shyly blushing, she smoothed her hair and turned away, her eyes both fiery and bashful, full of invitation. Faye the goat swallowed hard, thinking his expectations had come true. Anxiously clasping her hands in front of her chest, accentuating her figure, she said in a soft, apologetic voice, "What do I do? I thought so much about what to say, but I'm too nervous to remember anything." She looked up, meeting his gaze in a close, tense, and romantic moment. Her face flushed with embarrassment. The soft light and warm colors created an intimate atmosphere as DFE leaned in to kiss Auntie in a closed room, bathed in golden light. They share a kiss with Zephy initiating and Auntie seemingly enjoying the moment. The room is filled with a warm, romantic atmosphere, and their every glance and expression speaks of intimacy and affection. Overcome with emotion and a hint of shyness, she whispers, "Ah, it's so hot," and their passion intensifies. Her hand rests on his shoulder, the close proximity creating a tense and sensual atmosphere as emotions surge, and he lays her on the bed, his body pressing against hers, kissing her neck with fervor. In this moment, she thought to herself, I thought I would be alone forever. Love and I have nothing to do with each other. That's what I believed, but I received love from him, and I loved him in return. I thought I'd walk a thorny path alone, but now I have someone to walk with. His hand clasped hers on the bedsheets, soft sounds escaping as they drew close. That night I heard about our past life. It was then I realized I'd been running away all along. The truth is, I was in agony from the loneliness. If that's the case, everyone is dead, and he's the only one left. How painful, regrettable, and heartbreaking. I kept thinking about it and couldn't sleep. I couldn't bear to do nothing for him. And that's when I realized something else. I was in love. I loved him too. Day 44. The barrier sealing off the third sector has been activated, trapping everyone inside. A sword pierces the ground near the girl's face, and she trembles, thinking, this is it. What do I do? The man thought to himself, he came for one thing, but gained another. His voice was cold, as sharp as the blade at his side. Tell me, who gave you this poison? 2 arrows strike the bullseye. In the distance, a shirtless young man with a bow stands ready. He exhales softly, his blonde hair, long pointed ears, and toned body glistening with sweat. Once again, the young archer takes aim, thinking to himself, when I was 15, Mother briefly awoke, and that's when Dariel appeared. His mother had said Kiara was born with a destiny different from others, that one day she would have to leave the forest. He remembers the image of the girl with pointed ears turning back, smiling. It's great. Going out alone is a bit boring, but if I go with Defy, it will be lively. Wouldn't that be fun? If you go outside, you might even meet someone new. Is that really all there is to it, Kiara? Then why did you look so sad at the banquet? His face was full of concern. So you do care about the rumors people are spreading about you, don't you? The curse, those eyes, that mottled hair, surely a child born with human blood. So the queen was punished, and that's why the forest is withering. That child isn't allowed to stay in the forest. Kiara had an unhappy childhood, growing up with constant criticism. The arrow flew swiftly, once again hitting the bullseye and knocking the other 2 arrows out. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Well done. Dariel turned around, immediately recognizing the person who had arrived. He said, Mother, why are you out here? It's cold. The bird on his mother's shoulder chirped, and Dariel quickly said, Ah, Dad and Mom are beautiful elves. She replies, I sensed your presence. Am I disturbing you? Ah, no, I'm finished anyway. His mother said your father told me you practice every day from early morning. I want to hear and feel our son's voice directly. Actually, it's the most wonderful thing in the world. She imagines Dariel hugging her legs, saying sweetly, Mom's awake, and in a few decades, Dad's reincarnation. The mother thought to herself, it's so good to be together like this. Thank you, Mr. Goat. Dariel looks down at his mother, who pokes his stomach as she speaks. But aren't you a little tense when you shoot? He replied. Me? Yeah, it seems the flow of magic power is a little scattered. The accuracy is good enough, but if you relax a little more... No, just shoot as you see fit. Dariel's mother said with a gentle smile, looking up and raising her hand, You're not fighting alone. Trust those around you. As his mother's warm hand touched him, countless images flashed through Dariel's mind. The plump bird, his father's avatar, also moved to comfort him. So shoot and relax, you have things to do. Dariel, his mother suddenly said, Leave the forest with Kiara. Dariel's face is filled with surprise. Thump, thump. Footsteps pound on the ground as a man with glasses and slicked-back hair frantically knocks on a door, shouting, Princess, urgent message! Princess, the door is ajar, and behind it stands a tall, handsome man with white hair. None other than Zephy. He asks, What is it? Urgent letter? The man was startled, stammering, No, why is Lord Zephyr here? So that's it. Congratulations? That's not important. He presented 2 letters with a serious expression, instructing that they be given to the princess when she awoke regarding the emergency meeting, while Zephy's sharp eyes quickly noticed the seal on the letter. The scene shifts to a long table surrounded by people as one says, Everyone's here. A dark-skinned girl sits beside Elisbrenta, looking unwell as she props her head up with her hand. It seems she hasn't recovered from last night's drinking. The host says, Thank you for coming so early. Ante continues, Before we begin, I have an announcement. After an agreement with Queen Sevestia at last night's banquet, this has been decided. Kiara and Dariel will be permanent members of the team. Let's give them a warm welcome. Dariel and Kiara stood up and said, Please take care of us. We'll do our best to learn. Please take care of us. Dariel whispered to Kiara. What? Leave alone? What do you mean? Didn't Mom ask me what my intentions were? As Kiara's thoughts flow, we return to the morning when she visited her mother, and Kiara said, Why are you giving me this? Why Dariel and not you? The woman in the chair replied, Kiara, do you remember what I told you long ago? You were born with a destiny unlike others. One day you will leave this forest, and you must create life. This is the last seed of the tree of life. Try planting it as the last queen of the elf forest. This is your first task as the queen of a new generation. The queen continued, Leave the forest. Plant it where there is no life and build a new kingdom. Only then can you create a new opportunity. In the terrible future to come, this is how to end this cruel fate and save our kind. Her mother takes her hand, which holds the seed of the tree of life. She can do it because her connection to IGU is weak, and only she, born as an empty vessel, can receive the power of the newly planted tree of life. Do you understand? Your connection to your father is weak, and the reason you're so small and weak is because your parents intentionally made it that way. Their foreheads touch, and Kiara's tears begin to fall. I am the miracle born of my parents' hopes. I'm glad you're awake, Mother, but I'm also terrified. terrified of hearing the truth from your lips now that you're lucid. I feared the rumors were true, so I planned to leave without a word. Mom and Dad think of me this way, so what am I even worried about? Thank you, Mother. I won't have such foolish thoughts anymore. Dariel felt relieved. People around them said, "It's an honor to have you join the Dragon Raid team. We're the ones who need your help." With 2 more of the 10 greats joining us, we'll only grow stronger. Dariel thinks as Auntie says, "From now on, treat each other as key members of the team. You'll be attending meetings and carrying out missions. After reading the documents, request what you need for the mission, and we'll provide maximum support, including supplies, information, personnel, and advice." Now, let's get to the main topic of today's meeting. She pushes 2 sheets of paper forward. Both sides are in chaos, and I don't even know where to begin. Philip Bilgrim raised his hand and said, "I'll explain. First, this is a letter sent by our merchant guild members near the Third Parish. As you all know, after attacking the catacombs of the depraved princess, one of the world's 8 great mysteries, St. Lucius sealed off the entire Third Parish and disappeared. He's just throwing up a smokescreen to hide the true location of the Dragon Heart, the ultimate prize. Lucius absorbed the Dragon Heart and is recovering, secretly selling it off and destroying the evidence, or he never had it to begin with and is just stalling for time to gather information. Whichever side it is, the investors are going to go crazy. If the Dragon Heart is put up for auction, it'll reach an all-time high. But it's also possible he absorbed or disposed of it before the appraiser arrived, or that it's just a myth from a book. Whichever side obtains the Dragon Heart, a fierce battle will ensue for years to come, as the Temple of Light used it as bait to recoup massive donations and investments. Therefore, the temple could not evade responsibility or offer further compensation, leading the investors' legal team to express deep concern about potential profit skimming. At the same time, the temple will place all the blame on Lucius, whose investors include the Light Temple's financial council. Lucius borrowed legendary artifacts and hasn't returned them, so the temple's relic management team was sent to retrieve them and confirm Odin's status. The one who lost contact with the temple. How dare that saint speak of Odin that way? The Temple Knights commander of the Ben Maiden Parish was sent to confirm whether Odin, who had previously lost contact with the temple, was still alive, amidst rumors of his death along with the Twin Knights. So, vying for the top 10 spots left vacant by the Twin Knights, the imposters sought out Lucius for a challenge. Now they're all gathering at the Third Parish, and it seems they're preparing for a siege. The crowd roars, "Open up! Open the gates, you swindlers! Saint, come out here and open the door!" Nesser thought to himself that the Third Parish was in a precarious situation, having lost many warriors in the tomb raid. If a siege broke out, even a saint wouldn't last long without reinforcements. He asked Philip, "What about the others? Is the situation more serious than in the Third Parish?" Philip replied, "The remaining letter is from Lin Guanhua. Another knight has taken the place of Lord Ophelia to carry out the duel for courtship, and the final victor can only be one. But the weapon he wields is quite famous, and we have quite the connection to it." Jafe's expression changes as he realizes it's RQM, the weapon of the continent's top powerhouse, the legendary sword of the Sword Saint from Lindao City in the Anti-Territory. "Please, wait here, Mr. Jofe." The elderly man with glasses and a white beard spoke respectfully. "Thank you for arriving so early. The guest is this way." Jay felt that in his past life, RQM was his ultimate equipment, but even if he obtained it now, he wouldn't be the Sword Saint. He pushes open the door and steps inside. It's Dias, the Sword Saint's last disciple. Diaz, with his crimson-white hair tied back, enjoys the company of 2 girls, asking, "Huh? Not the princess?" He looks at Zephyr and asks, "Who are you?" Diaz found Zephyr to be an eyesore. Is this brat the leader here, or should I just kill him now? The title of Swordmaster is an honorary one, originating from a knight. 5 years ago at Cayenne Castle, a crowd surrounded a blonde-haired man congratulating Duke Lucas on his victory. You finally defeated the mercenary leader Gladys. Not only did you command brilliantly, but you also overwhelmingly won the duel. How do you feel about being the strongest on the continent? Lucas replied, "I'm not the strongest. That title belongs to Aaron Lucas, captain of the Sen Kingdom Lion Knights." Lucas continued, "Of all the strong opponents I've faced, aside from the sons and daughters of gods and demons and monsters at best, I'm only 6th, and the mercenary leader was 9th. The crowd gasped. Who are the 5 stronger than the Duke? And who else could possibly be below them? Just then, King Leo III of the Cayenne Kingdom spoke up. "I'm curious too. Who could it be?" Lucas replied that since His Majesty asked, he would answer. The strongest person he ever faced was the Sword Saint, John House. Second is the Master of the Magic Tower, the Archmage. Third is the Holy Knight Ron of the Temple of Light. Fourth was the Blue Sword King Kana of the Osa War tribe of the Sapama Desert, and 5th was the Witch of the Kalatia Inferno Forest. Sixth is the demigod, and seventh, the son of the forest goddess queen, Dariel. The eighth was Domenico, the saint of faith from the Temple of Light. The ninth, Gladys, leader of the mercenaries once called the rival of a god. And the 10th, the twin knights of the Wygo family. Before G left Lindell, Philip said, Duke Lucas was admired by many knights, so the list of strong individuals he recognized spread like wildfire. Anyone with any skill on the continent sought them out, only to be crushed. By defeating so many knights who challenged them, they became legends, and the list became known as a ranking of the continent's strongest. This is the origin of the 10 greats of the continent. Duke Ophelia defeated the knight duo and took 9th place. Behind the mercenary leader who was executed for treason, the rankings haven't changed in 2 years. Dariel recalls, 7 years ago, during the conflict at the edge of the forest, I faced a rather strong human knight, so it was someone so well known. He added, besides, I'm also a top-tier fighter, but that knight seems weaker than you, Jeff Phi. Is this ranking list nonsense? I don't see any rhyme or reason to it. Dariel was a little skeptical. Jeff Phi says, that list was created last year when I was still unknown. Besides, we're still suppressing information. Too many eyes would make our actions inconvenient. Nate holds his teacup, saying, no matter how it starts, to get your name on the rankings now, you need to publicly defeat one of the 10 greats, or at least appear with an artifact of one of them. It's an unwritten rule. Jeff Phi's eyes narrowed. So, in his past life, chaos erupted after A's appeared. According to him, his master passed away and bequeathed the sword to him. Challengers appeared en masse, all aiming to fill the vacant spots among the top 10. At the same time, Neat was officially wanted for stealing the Black Dragon's heart and had to flee. It's heartbreaking to say how insane he'd become. Auntie, holding the paper, says, so, the wielder of the Sword Saint's blade, a legendary figure no one could defeat, has appeared, claiming to be the Sword Saint's last disciple. If this is true, it's a more pressing matter than anything else. Sword. Saint John Ha, also known as Medosa el Bererin, is the demon god's greatest threat, the one most likely to foil his plans. Her ancient title is the White-Clad Sword Saint, and her true form is the White Dragon Emimosai, the master who taught me ancient media magic. Auntie's words successfully surprised everyone around him. Illis Brent had to cover her mouth to keep from gasping. A disciple of the White Dragon. This is the first I've heard of it. So it seems he learned the ultimate magic from the White Dragon. As expected, the Princess of Opportunity is everywhere, Driel whispered to Kiara. Isn't John a boy's name? Do humans have different surnames? She replied, I've heard of an undefeated swordsman among humans named John Howe. I thought it was just a fabrication, but I'm surprised to hear it now. Edwin said, if it's the White Dragon, wasn't he killed by the Black Dragon 1,000 years ago? That's what the ancient texts say, Ante interjected. He wasn't killed, but sealed away, and every century he reincarnates to find and nurture talent. The problem is my master's reincarnation, who raised me, ended his term in a human body 6 years ago and returned to his true form. But this person claims to have been taken as a disciple by the Sword Saint 6 years ago. What's going on? Kiara speaks up. An imposter, perhaps? Auntie remained silent, thinking to herself, of course I know he's not an imposter. This Ayas is truly Master's disciple. Javapi told me about it. But if I don't suspect Ayas at this point, it would seem unnatural, considering some people already know who my master is. Knowing the future is limited to myself, Jeffy, and Duke Nat. If more people knew, it would be dangerous, so I have to react naturally and guide them to the necessary conclusion. Philip said, the problem is that sword. If it's fake, no problem, but if it's real, we absolutely can't let the demon god's leader steal our QML, a sword with special power. Why would he want to duel for a marriage proposal? With so many eyes watching, how can we stop the rumors? Moreover, the sword could be a fake. Defi suddenly said, the timing is strange. Anne quickly said, please, go on. Duke Jevi. Ryong thought to himself, good, it's starting. Jefi explained his thoughts. Let's try to think from the perspective of the demonic church. The plan to steal the dragon heart failed. Odin and the knights died in a battle between me and the demon god church. Even the saint's friend, Matthias, was drawn into the church and received information about the third parish. So who could unravel such a meticulously crafted plan? They've baited the demon god worshippers into suspecting each other, first turning the blade of suspicion inward. But those under suspicion will surely try to find the real culprit to prove their innocence. As Zeppi continues, the demon worshippers don't believe Ned alone could have done this. Suspect number 1 is, of course, Lucius, but a smarter person would want to consider other possibilities. Someone with influence over the demon worshippers' leadership, someone who could manipulate the saint and Net so skillfully as to make this scenario a success. Is there truly no hidden hand? Auntie chuckled. Indeed, I must be suspicious. Philip stroked his chin. So is the Duke suggesting that, regardless of the disciple and the Sword Saint's sword being fake, this could be a trap to lure the princess in? Everyone's expression changes as they begin to grasp the conspiracy, and Zeffie turns to Auntie. Indeed, why would it appear at this moment? It's highly suspicious. Now that the princess has completed Lindell, it's quite dangerous. Is there any way to verify the truth about the Holy Sword? Auntie replies that RQM is said to react to the dragon heart. If Duke Zeffie touches it, he can tell the difference. Zeffie, with a sharp gaze, looked at the princess and said, Ga has decided. I will go to Lindell immediately. If the sword is real, I'll retrieve it. If it's a trap, I'll deal with it. And so I arrived in Lindell before sunset. Oh, isn't that the princess? Who are you? Looking at Dias's arrogance, Deefy thought to himself, the rumors about this guy had already reached the pontiff, so it wouldn't be difficult. It's true that the pontiff was wary of the white dragon sword saint, but for some reason the pontiff didn't act. Only observed until 2 years later when something else made me rush to meet this guy. The pink-haired girl immediately speaks up. What's this? Edry won the duel fair and square. If you have something to say, try stopping her. Stay put, will you? He's getting up. He looks tense, but in reality, he has to look up to even see Dias's chin. Dias laughs. I truly must thank my master, for it's only here that I can fight interesting opponents to my heart's content. We've got a big fish right off the bat. How about we move this fight somewhere else? I'm not too concerned about that, Ares replied. Fine, but suddenly a divine aura emanates from you. His words change. Crawl like a dog and follow me. That's Dragon's Echo, a skill unique to dragons. Imbuing power into words. Usage is limited by the dragon heart. An unseen force is pressing him to the ground. What is this? Damn it, what is this? My body won't obey me. I can't even stand. He had to accept being left behind by G-Fi like a dog. How cool he was before, how pathetic he is now. What the hell is he? With Jeffy gone, only the pink-haired girl and the blonde remained in the room. The pink-haired girl frantically asked, What do we do? Let's go, thanks to a strange skill. Let's retreat. Did you see the look in his eyes just now? It was dangerous. The pink-haired girl is none other than Baron Richard's daughter, Nina Richard. No, that's not it at all. In contrast to Nina, the blonde girl reacts differently. She says he must leave to settle things, so as not to hinder him. Does she not remember when he first arrived in Richard's city? The speaker is Hati Hoang, a holy maiden sent to Baron Richard's estate. Rewinding a bit, it's been a month since then. I'm sorry for keeping you in our city for so long. You still need to go meet the princess, as your master wished. Nina spoke to IAS, who replied, It's all right, I can always go later. With the monster still lurking around here, how can I just leave? Nina said, Yes, he single-handedly protected Richard, which was almost destroyed by the monster wave. He may seem a bit roguish, but he has a very warm heart, which is why I fell for him. She shyly clasped her hands together as she spoke. The blonde nun sighed, You're blinded by love. Hatai thought to himself, the stronger and more numerous the monsters, the more excited he became, fighting without eating or sleeping. Eventually, he went alone to the monster boss's lair, the source of the calamity. A week later, he defeated the boss monster. No, he toyed with it before finally killing it. His rebellious madness clearly made him a good person who helped others, but his crazed fighting form was terrifying. After half a year, the monsters around Richard were wiped out, and the Baron said, Thank you for protecting our land. At only 18, you're so strong. Marry my daughter. Nina called out from behind, Father. The Baron continued, I know your goal is Princess Ante, but you won't regret this. Diaz scratched his head, having almost forgotten his goal. Princess and the Duke. I must be going. Farewell. Wait, let my daughter lead you there. Let's go together. Let's go. Haiti, you come too. Yes. In the room, Nina is now holding up a weapon to threaten Hati. The two lean in close and Hati speaks. In short, he's a foolish man who only knows how to fight. Once he starts, he flies into a berserk rage. Nina bit her lip and responded, I see. So what should we do? Let's sneak over and peek at the fight. I think it'll be okay. Outside the arena, the silver-haired, silver-bearded man offered water to Zefei, saying, This is cold water, chilled with ice magic. While next to him, IAS was bound by magical shackles. He struggles to his feet, finally breaking free of the magical shackles, and shouts, I've broken free. Zephyrs watches him, thinking, Humph. It takes a normal knight about 30 minutes to solve the Dragon Gate's Follow Me command, and he solved it in just 12 minutes. Not bad, considering he has a mythic set. Diaz said, How surprising. I've fallen victim to someone else's dragon tongue. This feeling. I miss my master so much. A blue light emanates from his hand. Are you related to the Dragon Clan? Or perhaps the master of the Dragon Heart? Space-time manipulation, a skill of the White Dragon, ruler of the land, able to hide any item in underground space. The power can only be used with the White Dragon's blessing. And a blue-white sword appears in Daius's hand as he pulls down his hood, revealing only his mouth. No matter who you are, it doesn't matter. If my master met someone like you, he'd say show no mercy. He immediately gets into a battle stance. My name is a disciple of Sword Saint John Hugh. JVI believes there are 3 reasons why IOS is so much stronger than others. A renowned master, innate talent, and mythical equipment. The Silver Lion Mist Armor is a unique defensive item that nullifies all adverse effects like ice and fire, poison, curses, and halves. The skill Cooldown Time of Dragons. Thanks to the set's effect resistance, IOS can fight through water and fire, and even contend with dragons without needing a dragon heart. With a mythic set, just how powerful will he be now? In Daffy's hand, a strange key appears, and he reveals the sword's name. RQM. Well, that's something new. And this is Graham, a dragon-slaying sword forged 1,000 years ago. The rather strange, reddish-brown sword appears in his hand, plunged into the ground. Recently stained with the blood of the Azure Dragon, IOS's expression tightens as Defi points to himself, continuing, and what's more, this contains the dragon's heart, while this is just ordinary water. Nothing special. He takes a cup of water to quench his thirst before fighting you. If a single drop spills, I lose. At that point, the Graham sword and my dragon heart will be yours, a condition he clearly looks down on. He's making it simple. If you win, I hand over the RQM sword. Jai responds, go ahead and use it, you beggar. If I win, I'll rename you. White Dog, Spotted Dog, Mutt. Pick one of the 3. How utterly arrogant. BFE says words that could drive anyone mad, continuing, my dragon words should have you crawling for 12 minutes. With your abilities, calling you a mixed-breed dog is already giving you too much credit. Got it? Odios, enraged, charged forward, his sword aimed at Graham. You lunatic, I like that. If I lose, I'll be your little dog. The 2 clash violently, streaks of blue and red light erupting in the space as their mighty swords collide. Fighting with one hand, impeccable swordsmanship, and such strength. To wield that great sword with a single hand is truly remarkable. Daius is no fool. He's a true warrior, analyzing the situation as he fights, but the real battle is yet to come. The roar of the lion, the Silver Lion Armor's special skill, coats his body in powerful magic, maximizing defense and temporarily reducing all physical and magical damage by 50%. Zephyr's Graham slashed across, slamming into Ios and sending him flying. Cough. Blood splatters from Ios's mouth. That blow really hurt, sending him flying into a boulder, shattering it to pieces. The earth trembles, the land crumbles, and the area is leveled. Hati and Nina could only watch from afar and cry out. The white-bearded elder thought to himself, he's become stronger than when I last saw him. But that wasn't enough to bring Odios down. He emerged from the rubble, soaring into the sky, his face covered in blood. One eye squinted shut, roaring, your strength is considerable. I'm impressed. This should help. The sword, raised high with a red and blue light, slashes down with terrifying force. G raises the Graham sword as he continues to hold his drink, while Odios shouts, this battle excites me. That may be so for him, but not for Zephy. He still fights with one hand while holding his cup with the other. Behind him, a massive, ethereal blue hand appears, and Orios is sent crashing to the ground. What is this earth? Why is it suddenly so heavy? I can't break free. He growls, his mind racing, unable to move as if his entire body is weighed down. JVI still holds his glass of water, not a drop spilled, his hair flowing in the space. Dragon transference of space-time draws power from the Dragon Heart to manifest a portion of the Dragon Heart's master's strength from when they were alive. The manifested entity inherits the original dragon's power and attributes, with the strength displayed dependent on the level of synchronization with the Dragon Heart. The current Dragon Heart compatibility is 23.1%, reanimating the inherent attribute of Blue Dragon telekinesis. JVI raises a finger, and a stream of light emerges, binding Ios's feet. He points to the sky, sending Ios flying into the air, the same Ios who was known as the strongest of the 10 great warriors in his past life. His talent and strength made him a prime candidate, so I tested him, but his power was still lacking. This isn't the power I witnessed in my past life. He must have grown significantly stronger after some turning point. That turning point. With that thought, Defy continued to ponder. Luckily, this brat can't focus on anything. If he gets bored and remembers to go see the princess and leaves Lindell, I won't be able to test his full strength and ability like I can here. iOS remained suspended in the air, helpless. But this time, things are different. You're on your own, facing a powerful foe for the first time. The reason for your defeat is that you're up against me, a regressor. The head of a giant blue dragon emerges from the earth, clamping down on iOS. The battle is over. My predetermined time is up 6 years too late. John Howe stroked Ante's cheek, comforting him. I'm sorry, Ante. My disciple. This is as far as I can teach you. If it's you, even without my help, you can find a way to perfect this magic and defeat that man. With that, the white dragon transformed into a source of blue light and soared into the dark night sky. It has been 25 years since this incarnation was formed, and this time I have been active for quite a while. Indeed, the day is approaching, so I too am changing. There have been many trials and errors. I've taught many talented children, but some gave up or went astray along the way. Ante, I'm glad that I met you at the end. You didn't give up on this world and you continue to fight, becoming everyone's hope. White Dragon departs, leaving Ante alone. Yet, sadly, I couldn't heal your wounds in the end. I hope you won't be alone when I return to my true form, that someone will be there to share your sorrows. White Dragon, who was flying straight, suddenly plummets downward. Huh? What's going on? Where is my soul being dragged? Is this a trap? There's no resisting. She's in grave danger. No, it can't be. The light pierces the earth, creating a massive explosion. Blue light fills the void as the explosion sends debris flying, and a pair of feet slowly approach. And so, the mighty white dragon's spirit, having ended the cycle of an incarnation and about to return to its true form, found its mind in utter chaos. Huh? What's this? What's going on? Whew. The dust is stifling, and she suddenly realizes something is wrong. How can she feel stifled in soul form? Suddenly, a hand snatches the white gecko, the very form Bailong now inhabits. It's young iOS who raises Bailong high, declaring, "My dinner." Somehow, I've possessed the body of a small gecko. Odios licks his lips hungrily. Roast it up and eat it. Or should I just cut it up and eat it? Meanwhile, White Dragon looks absolutely terrified. I was almost eaten by an orphan. How absurd. Back to the present, yes, with such karma, I became the Sword Saint's disciple. After that, my master taught me swordsmanship when that body's lifespan ended, and about half a year ago he returned to his true form. At that time, he told me to bring my sword and armor to help Princess Ante. Idios, now kneeling on one knee, respectfully kneels before Zephi. Ios, bruised and battered, pounded his chest and continued. Having joined the fight, I won't go back on my word. From now on, I will serve you like a dog. Please, command me as you see fit. He sounds honorable, but something feels off about him. Phi Goat chuckled. I don't understand him either, but I guess I have no choice but to accept him as he is. He thinks the only thing that moves him now is the thrill of battle, meaning he's a born warrior, a disciple of White Dragon who only trained hard in the mountains, so he must be bored to death after coming down. He bows his head, pondering. I thought I'd go crazy from boredom after coming down the mountain and defeating monster bosses, fighting knights or bandits. It's all too weak. Did iOS really find fighting so boring? Shouldn't his heart be pounding? My master has departed, so where shall I find excitement now? I sighed every day, but at last I've found my answer. The answer was the man he was looking up to. He thought to himself, this guy's just toying with me. He hasn't shown his true power yet. He wants to know what skills he's hiding, how powerful he truly is, and one day, he wants to defeat him. Odios is truly determined. He looked up and said, But sir, what about raising dogs? Not just chasing thieves or herding sheep. JV asks, you want to play around and have snacks? iOS grins and replies, yes, that'll give me the strength to work harder and do my job better, right? What an unpredictable man. JV waved her hand dismissively. Fine, come here. But as Odios stepped forward, he was flicked hard on the forehead. His face contorted, teeth clenched, and the force sent him flying backward. Juefei scoffed. Who's your brother? Keep your distance. As you said, the White Dragon Sword Saint can no longer incarnate. In the end, all you'll hear are your master's last words. Serve the princess. Jeffy's eyes were cold. How could someone entrusted with his master's dying words be so reckless? Dios then realized the white-bearded elder beside him was harboring secret intentions. Zephyr says, I'm not happy with your nature, however. I don't know if I should accept you here. Even if I could give you some advice, I have no right to dismiss the winner of the princess's courtship contest. Then I'll keep you for now. iOS's face lit up, and he quickly replied, Enough, but Jupai interrupts. Safety gear is essential. His hand emanated a blue, magical power, a truly dangerous sensation. 2 days later, the heavy footsteps of the army echoed. The third parish of the Temple of Light prepares for battle as Net watches from the distant branches, observing in silence. How interesting. Despite belonging to different branches, the temple's soldiers have gathered together. These eye drops can reveal the parasites within the bodies of demon worshippers, and he suspects many are hiding among them. Beside him, a figure cloaked in black says the demon worshippers are likely being incited by the demon church, or that some of their members have become a cult following. That person is Ophelia, and as she continues, their high status prevents them from protesting the Holy Church like the other fanatics. But for now, it's just the armed demonstration phase. The attack will only begin after they obtain justification with concrete evidence. Duke Defi told me about the murder of Cardinal Yoden and the theft of the dragon heart. She flips her white hair back, saying these fools can't even forge evidence properly. Neth replies, "It has to be timed right, but it's fortunate for us. As the vanguard, they were the first to arrive, tasked with observing the battle, coordinating with Lucius on the front lines, and relaying enemy information to their forces. One of the 10 strongest warriors, plus someone skilled in observation and stealth. Theoretically, a perfect team. But there's a problem. Their hands tremble as they clasp together, slick with sweat. They share a single thought. How long do we have to hold on like this?" Back before leaving the spirit forest, the chubby bird in the magic circle, Driel's father, the spirit queen's attendant, chirped, eyes gleaming as a magic chain intertwined Net and Ophelia's hands. The queen said, "It's done. The bracelet's power and skills have been enhanced, so even if split into two, its abilities will activate as long as you hold hands, granting you the same stealth as when wearing a pair. These are the words of the World Tree," as Net says with embarrassment. "Is this really necessary?" Ophelia agreed. "I'm enough as the vanguard princess," Ante said. "We already discussed this in the meeting," Ante explained. "We must be wary of a potential all-out war and prevent the infiltration of individuals with special abilities, especially someone like the Xiaonu who only Ophelia can recognize. Therefore, she must go there, but the Third Wind is currently following countermeasures against infiltration. By designing all the crush traps with magical items acquired from Lord Uid's tomb, it's nearly as impenetrable as a dungeon." "Who helped Lucius design the dungeon?" Ante asks, awaiting an answer. "God knows which items to install and where." "Very well, we'll choose Duke Net. Then you two knights, I have high hopes for you. Go to the third diocese and return. Of course, we don't know if there are any masters there, so at least until we get inside the temple, don't let go." Her words left them both in an awkward position. What's going on here? This pair looks as sweet as a real couple. The spirits of the forest. Ante shouts that the mages of the Magic Tower and the Danakil territory are stationed in the forest, and Hell Team 5 will remain to help with the recovery. Beside her stood soldiers clad in incredibly sturdy armor. "My capital's noble letter of introduction. Melia, wake up. This is my chance. If I become close with the Elf Queen, I could secure a position in academia, like headmaster of the academy." Melia is feeling invigorated as Ante says, "We'll need these magical artifacts in the battle against the Ice Dragon, but can we make it?" "Of course, Princess. I just so happen to have an idea. Please, allow me to see the blueprints." The Elf Queen says, "Using our machinery and production facilities will greatly increase efficiency." The orange-haired girl pushes up her glasses, looking mysterious. This is her chance. A man once deemed useless and scorned in the Magic Tower. To miss this chance would be to forsake the path of a mage. "I will be loyal to you for life, Princess," she said, placing a hand over her heart, tears streaming down her face. Due to a labor shortage, Melia is working at full capacity, while on the other side she's finding her role as head of the academy quite interesting. The rest departed for the third parish, the soldier's resounding reply echoing through Lindell. Ios wept, tears and snot streaming down his face. Above his head is the silver lion diadem of Mitrin, the educational form, a diadem made by White Dragon for his disciples. If you memorize the transformation spell in Dragon Tongue, you can change forms. The education form, which forces the wearer's actions with a control device. The battle form is a dragon's head, while the education form is a golden band like Sun Wukong's. He looks up to the sky, thinking, "That damn guy. I was almost free from the education mode after Master left. How does he know the mode-switching incantation? He's cutting onions, which is why the tears and snot keep flowing. And why am I cutting so many onions anyway?" Holding a red gem, Daefi says, "Slowing down, even a mongrel could do better. That's a lion's blood on your hands. This gem is engraved with the silver lion circlet, separated during the training phase to become a control device. It punishes, commands, and tracks location. With just a thought, the circlet on iOS's head will tighten, making him scream in agony. He can breathe a sigh of relief for now. With this, he can control iOS's actions, preventing him from acting arbitrarily. Defy sighed softly. A purely berserk fighter. Though that's his nature, it's not the whole story. Like a fully grown animal that looks completely different from when it was young. In a few years, he'll show another talent he possesses. But for now, he's still peeling onions. And many unfairly blame him for his actions. In the end, we all suffer the consequences. iOS declares resolutely, I will take responsibility, but you couldn't bear the weight of that action. If you screw things up again with your crazy antics, I'll kill you before it's too late. Zephy made up his mind. This is my responsibility. You know everything. He poured a bottle of wine into the pot and stirred it, thinking as he worked. In any case, the vanguard should have arrived at the third parish by now. I need to prepare quickly and welcome the new guests as well. Before reaching the third parish, there's one problem I must address. Why couldn't I use the Sword of Light against Silver Moon Ramien? If it's a limit on my abilities, shouldn't it have been unusable against the Cardinal as well? Besides, the voice I heard back then said, not allowed. I need to know why. In his hand is the symbol of a strange key, and I can't enter the Temple of Light without knowing anything. An axe and a hammer appeared as weapons. A purple axe and a golden hammer, both radiating divine light. Dios watches on, thinking, oh, weapons. Jeppy says, hey, you mutt, do you know how to use any weapon other than a sword? Odios replies, yes, please. His face immediately lights up. Is he really going to give it to me? He was, right in the face with the hammer, deforming him, then hacking him from head to toe, clenching his teeth as blood spurted from his nose. He lay on the ground, spitting out blood, as Jeppy mused that an axe would have been better. He said, all right, here, play with this. A celestial hammer. Zephyr glanced outside, noticing the tree he'd given the axe to earlier was now carved into a cute squirrel. He'd given iOS an impossible task. No axe could carve a tree into the shape of a squirrel. With a grave expression, Dios wonders, carving with a hammer, why can't I? How strange, everyone else can do it. Is carving impossible without instruction? Strange. Is it that I can't adjust my magic properly? I can do it. I can use share. The fish took the bait. Deefy said, I'll check back in a few hours, so make it cute or else. Also, you're not allowed to leave the city. He orders them to stay put, and magic is inscribed on the golden band, forcing chaos to obey. The Silver Lion's band, the educational command, stay put and do not leave the designated space. Inside iOS, a scream echoes, damn it, how did he know? Zephy ordered, begin immediately. Yes, master. With the pot in his hands, he knew it was time to leave. Activating the silver key, he vanished into thin air. The third parish, the Temple of Light, and the underground waterway. The third parish's grand temple was built on a massive scale befitting its name, a fortress with sturdy walls and divine protection. Thanks to its ever-abundant food supply, it could easily withstand being closed off for a year. This time, to prevent the intrusion of demon worshippers, especially young women, I've completely sealed it off so nothing can get in or out. Not even carrier pigeons. Net and Ophelia stand before an iron gate, peering inside. The sewer carrying wastewater cannot be completely sealed. Net reaches in to unlock it, explaining that this is the only way for intruders to enter. So he pushes his hand to open the door, his hand gradually entering an invisible wall like the surface of water. Strangely, as soon as it enters, the hand comes out again. Net explains, this magical tool is a spatial key that distorts space. If you don't enter using the designated method, you'll be thrown out. Because it was taken from Eurydice's tomb, it's nearly impossible to break, and the installation point will be hidden. Neat glances at Ophelia. The way to enter is as I said before. Okay, she replied. The two suddenly began a strange dance, then mimicked the movements of cats. Net's face was grim, while Ophelia's was incredibly cute, followed by a hip-shaking dance with her hands behind her head. Ophelia asks, who is it? Who set this condition? Nate responds that it's Deefy, and he'll be sure to have a word with him. Oh, just tell him that. The entry and exit method leaps and bounds, passing the test. They moved into the designated position, satisfied. The two struck a pose like Japanese samurai. Blushing, Ophelia says, this is his idea. If you don't stop him, I'll kill him. Ophelia said as they embraced, heh, but this was my idea. It's a couple's dance entrance, but Ophelia suddenly stomps on Neat's foot, causing him pain. A green light flashed, illuminating their embarrassed faces, and Ophelia cried out, what? This is the portal entrance. I stepped on his foot and we got thrown off course. We have to start over. This is a disaster. Ophelia feels like the world is ending. Starting over again? Lucius looks out the window, a knife suddenly pressed against his back. warning him not to move. Lucius calmly replied, "Not bad. I put a lot of effort into setting up those traps. Didn't think you'd dig your way in. Many have tried to intrude, but you're the first to make it this far." He turned and continued, "So, what business do you have with the saint?" Lucius was standing with his hand clasped, looking out the window, when suddenly a knife was placed against his back, and a warning voice rang out. "Stay still, don't move." Lucius smiled and said, "Ha ha, not bad. I spent a lot of effort building a protective barrier to keep strangers out, yet you managed to find your way here. Many have tried to infiltrate, but all have failed. You're the first to accomplish this." He smirks, tilting his head back slightly. "Did you need something from me?" Brandishing his blade, the thief demands, "I'm a robber. Hand over everything you have now." Lucius replies, "Huh, a robber? Looks like your luck has run out." He turned and struck the hand holding the knife, startling the thief. Sir Claudia was then embraced by Lucius, who held a knife in one hand and wrapped the other around her waist, saying, "Everything I have, I've given to my lady. What more could I possibly give you?" "All I have left is this body," he said, kissing her cheek. "If I were to offer you my body, would you spare me?" Claudia giggled shyly. "Ha ha, let's go eat dinner." That tickles, that tickles. Ah, stop it." Her voice echoed from the room, and soon after, the head butler grumbled at the table. "Why does the Holy Son always wait until the food is cold before coming?" He scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "Ah, ha. Perhaps it's not the food that's cold, but the outside?" A lavish spread is laid out on the table. Lucius and Claudia happily dined with their young son Marius, and afterward the three of them relaxed with tea. Lucius sighed, wondering how long it had been since they'd had such intimate time together. No work, no visits to the temple, no guests. He vaguely felt like he was enjoying a vacation. This is what it means to live. Claudia says he never has a moment to relax, and he thinks to himself, "I have been busy." After the demon worshippers in the parish were purged, the number of high-ranking priests was cut in half, and many knights in the temple also lost their lives in the attack. Reorganizing the administration has also been a difficult task, he thought, smiling happily at his wife and children. "So, being able to spend time with my family is a great happiness for me. Sooner or later, another fierce battle will begin. We won't be able to leisurely sit down for dinner like this then." Furthermore, Lucius frowned as he recalled speaking with that person, and what they said. "So what do you intend to do?" "If you clean the tomb of that treacherous princess and bring all the offerings to the temple, I will suspend the confinement of the woman you brought from the Twilight Mansion. Until then, stay in the third parish and directly supervise her." He continued, "Don't forget that I went out of my way to help you. By the book, she should be locked away for life in the temple's dungeon." Then Lucius wondered, but why? A living being in that place for over 100 years, not aging, yet growing stronger? Is that truly human? He thought of the woman who was assigned to lose weight and live in a designated place under the supervision of the priest in charge. To be released and returned to a free life, she would need a letter of recommendation from the priest and more than half the votes of approval from the religious court. "If you can cleanse that princess's tomb, I'll give you a vote of approval." Lucius pondered, recalling those words. That was the Pope's promise, but I shouldn't get my hopes up. The temple will never let my wife go free. The high-ranking positions in the Temple of Light have been seized by the demon god believers, so I won't be getting any endorsements. Lucius worried that it was already fortunate if they didn't vote against him. If things go south, she could be taken hostage and find herself in a life-or-death situation. He held Claudia's hand. Safety was more important than freedom. Then, looking at her, he said, "I'm sorry, just wait a little longer for me, Claudia." Before Lucius could finish, Claudia slumped from her chair. Someone had been celebrating a birthday here. He rushed to her, pulling her into his arms, frantically calling her name, Claudia. Then, he caught a strange scent in the air. "Is that a sleeping draught I smell?" Someone's infiltrated the place. Lucius presses the cross, emitting a brilliant golden light, sensing the heavy presence of demonic energy. Instantly, a spear materialized in his hand. Lucius looked around angrily. These poisons couldn't harm a holy son like himself. Where exactly is this? Just then, Fett appears, casually putting his feet up on the table and says, "Take a seat." Lucius was unnerved as Fett smoked his cigar and coldly stared at him. He sensed no malice, but how had Fett gotten so close, sitting so calmly, without a hint of fear? This guy's no ordinary Joe. He glances at the tattoo on Fett's hand, thinking, "That tattoo, I've seen it somewhere before. The legendary assassin group with the serpent tattoo, Persephone. He must be one of them." Lucius wondered who sent him, and why they came here of all places. The assassins of Persephone are known for their deadly combat and poisons. It wouldn't affect me, but what about my family? But why use sleeping gas? Lucius pondered. If the goal was assassination or intimidation, using sleeping gas made no sense. If they were going to take my family hostage, they should have used a poison. Even I couldn't cure. And why attack now? Did they think they could attack whenever they wanted? How confident of them. Then he smirked. Ah, no, I figured it out. Someone's testing me. Lucius asked, Did my father send you? Fett replies, It only took you a minute to figure that out? Good. I thought you'd been brainwashed and become stupid. Duke Cesare Gionetti, Lucius's father and the Queen's brother, heads the Western Alliance of the Cayenne Kingdom, a nobleman of immense wealth and power, whose estate values talent above all else. There, he was receiving dozens, even hundreds of passengers, rumored to include royalty from fallen nations and even assassins with a price on their heads. I'm under the Duke's orders. My son suddenly went missing, and I want to know what happened. He exhaled smoke and continued. Actually, I've been searching every nook and cranny of the temple since last week. I also have a grasp of the situation. I've given the priests truth serum, and they cooperated very honestly. I've also checked around here. As you slept upon hearing this, Lucius was incredibly alarmed. Huh? I really didn't know that. Then he said, spit it out. Tell my father that I can make up for the loss of the dragon heart by investing power in the princess's faction as soon as possible. Fett replied, All right, I understand. I'll pass it on. The hypnosis only lasts 6 hours, after which your wife and children will wake up. Don't worry, you won't even need purification. As smoke billowed from his cigar, he continued, But that's trivial. Now for the personal stuff. Where is that bastard Zephyr? Fett demands, as Lucius, surprised, asks, How do you know that name? Zephyr exhales smoke. You don't need to know that. What you need to know is what will happen if you don't answer my question satisfactorily. He then reveals that 50 priests in the temple have unknowingly ingested a slow-acting poison, and because there are no symptoms, no one has used purification. Now they're going mad, and if they follow the scent of the poison, he's spread everywhere. Outside, the priests are on their hands and knees, sniffing the ground, following the scent. They'll soon escape through the sewers, pale and lifeless like walking corpses. Lucius thought furiously. The sewer was a free-for-all, and if anyone escaped and spoke of what happened here, their words would be the ultimate proof. Without evidence or witnesses, the outside forces can only watch. But if these men become witnesses, I'm done for. They'll use it to attack me now, he thought. And one more thing. Even if you defeat me, I won't hand over the antidote. If you want to quickly solve this poison, tell me everything you know about Phi. A single second could spell disaster. Let's begin. Lucius begins to tell everything, starting with the third parish's underground waterway. A space-warping distortion field expanded with the Labyrinth Maker magic tool. The essence of the field is asymmetry. Only those who know the proper method can enter. Otherwise, the distorted space will eject them, though exiting is unrestricted. If they're blocked from the inside, they can't release the wastewater, facing traps and guards one after another. Beyond the space distortion field, security measures were in place to control access, including cleverly hidden ancient glyphs and a linear magic circle connecting them. They overlapped each other throughout the tunnel. The function of this magic circle is simple, but from afar, a group of madmen are rushing this way. They stepped on the ancient seals, triggering the intrusion alert, and Lucius gritted his teeth, knowing what was coming. If it senses someone trying to escape, it'll trigger an alarm, and the increasing frequency means there are a lot of them. Lucius gripped his weapon, turning to look back and observe, as Vetch opened a vial of poison, its scent carried on the wind. He asked grimly, Well, do you see now that I was right? The beeping grew louder, and Vetch warned that they only had a few minutes left to escape. The information I wanted. However, Lucius scoffed and interrupted. You must have already destroyed the traps placed there. His eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent. Lucius, holding Claudia, looked up and continued. But it seems you weren't aware that we stationed knights near the drainage exits as a precaution, so they could easily subdue the priests who were incapacitated by your poison. His weapon shifts as he continues to ramble on. There's something strange about your words. If there were only a few minutes left, the priests would likely already be outside. So, after hearing everything you need to know from me, will you help detoxify them? He paused, then pointed his weapon forward as golden lightning-like power surrounded him. Lucius smirks. So there is a way to detoxify from afar. Even if I defeat you, it's not like I can't find the antidote myself, am I right? But his eyes were piercing, his tone interrogative. Now I ask you, who are you? Why are you looking for my allies? He asked calmly, reaching into his pocket. Can you really afford to ask such trivial questions right now? You think the knights are going to buy you time? He tossed a large rosary with a cross, sneering, "But they're all fast asleep, so I doubt it." Lucius stared in disbelief, realizing with horror that these were the holy rings of the knights. In the guards' break room by the sewer, dozens lay scattered, creating a chaotic scene. The venomous calmly says, "Fight me for the antidote, but time is not on your side. You'll be at a disadvantage." The saint's knife spins theatrically in the air. He then firmly plants the knife, revealing a snake tattoo on his right arm, and warns, "Don't think about useless things." From out of nowhere, a hand secretly rests on his back, radiating a fiery orange glow. With a thunderclap palm strike, his body contorted in agony, as if all his strength was being torn apart by the continuous lightning strikes. The imposing aura of Net gradually became clear through the thick dust of the palm strike. Wretch contorted like a monkey, twisting his head to look at his attacker with utter bewilderment, screaming inwardly, "What?" I was already on guard. Is this the saint's ability? He glances to his left, speculating. But seeing Lucius even more shocked than he was, sweating profusely, Net realized it wasn't him. The scene before him was distorted, and he suspected someone undetectable had launched a sneak attack, a strange scent permeating the air. Suddenly, a small spark ignited in midair, and a flurry of attacks rushed towards Net, forcing him to struggle to defend himself. The mist bracelet symbol appeared on Net's wrist, a bracelet with powerful stealth abilities. If they wore a pair, or two people each wore one and held hands, they could maximize their stealth abilities. A fact that filled Net with awe. Even with just one, the effect is outstanding. He can't even detect me right in front of him. But unexpectedly, Fet was no pushover. His eyes filled with anger as he calculated every close combat move. Perhaps he was hiding weapons, but for now he was fighting barehanded. Judging by his attack trajectory, his position must be... After a moment's thought, he decisively brought his sword down with great force. He barely dodges, carefully avoiding each blow while remembering the warning, "Do not touch the poison master's blade. Hit and run. If I use my items right, I can create some distance safely." Suddenly, the joint between the blade and hilt burst open, and he knew danger was near. With continuous strikes of immense power, Net had to leap and dodge to avoid being hit. The sword had become an iron whip, and he radiated an eerie, malevolent blue light. The whip lashed forward, shrouded in that strange blue power, as one man lashed out and the other desperately dodged. The surroundings became shrouded in dust and widespread damage. Net carefully remembered what An had said, so my former teammate must be heading to the Third Order Parish, which Net found incredibly suspicious. "You want me to go to DKS and convince that person to join our group? I'm not so sure about that." Deefy smirked and continued, "No. The one who can do it is someone who doesn't listen to the weak. First, fight him a few rounds, then Antilo will do the persuading. As a poison assassin, his specialties are poison, hidden weapons, and stealth. And he will, of course, use poison everywhere, so be careful." Phi also mentioned that one of his attack skills is physique enhancement, using poison on a body trained to accept toxins, which will temporarily unleash explosive power after receiving combat-enhancing drugs. The blue liquid is now seeping through the veins of his body. Depending on the type and amount of drug used, the effects will vary, but the maximum effect of body enhancement is to approach the power of someone who possesses the dragon heart. His entire body was enveloped in a blue aura, his sharp eyes piercing through everything. Recalling the instructions, he smirked and replied, "You're making me do something absurd again." Even as Defi's staff tried to explain, "Yeah, this time he won't use precious drugs in battle to approach your power. That material is quite rare," he said, looking at him calmly. "In short, if it's humanly possible, he can do it." Remembering this, Nate silently affirmed, because he was the only one in the world who could maximize this stealth technique. Because Net is the one blessed by the Fairy Queen. And thinking about this causes the sword in his hand to glow, and a strange symbol appears on his face. Lucius is visibly worried. If Duke Net is back, that means the Azure Dragon has fallen. So now, I must watch these two figures clash, their fighting making him incredibly tense. The demonic Scar fought, his mind reeling with confusion. Why did he stop hiding himself? It would have been more advantageous to remain concealed. And that fighting technique, could the dense white smoke have frightened them into unconsciousness? Ophelia Amlet, sword on her shoulder, thoughtfully surveyed the bodies scattered on the floor. Memories flood back of Net scolding her to stop talking if she had nothing to say, that he couldn't take it anymore. She worried about their decision to split up. After stepping on each other's feet 12 times to get through the sewer, things have turned out like this? Luckily, I've made it to the entrance. She frowned, lost in thought. It's been an hour since Duke Net left. He must be inside the castle by now. Time for me to infiltrate as well. The seed I received from the elves. With that thought, she dropped it to the ground. She infused it with more magic and released it into the water, and suddenly, sprouts began to emerge everywhere. They gathered into a giant tree, its branches lifting the group of people. It shouted, "Boo!" Ophelia Amlet approached the tree, instructing it to prevent anyone from entering or leaving. It obediently responded. Bah! She worried if it could stop those trying to escape, but now she was uneasy, unsure of what was happening inside. Her eyes filled with determination as she told herself, I have to hurry. This situation might require my insight. Meanwhile, Mercedes frantically ran towards the door. She flung it open, anxiously peering inside as Phi struck the ground with her trident, asking, "You've arrived?" He says, "Long time no see." Mercedes asks, puzzled, "What are you planning to do now?" Aunt Phi, explain. He casually replies, "Can't you tell by looking? The interior's a mess, so I thought I'd liven things up a bit. Shouldn't this place be more spacious and cozy?" Suddenly he slams his trident into a chair, demanding it be removed, leaving her speechless. And this too. With that, he smashes the table in two. Her face darkens as Mercedes grits her teeth and gasps, "What the hell are you doing? I care about you, so I've arranged only the best for you. Stop it now. Do you know how valuable those things are?" "Precious. Expensive," he raged. "I'll destroy it all and replace it with something better?" Suddenly, the alarm clock blares. Whoa! The alarm blares, and he turns, suddenly remembering something. Jufai throws down his trident, saying, "It's time," leaving her bewildered, and then, eyeing the concoction, he thinks, "Now to add my grandfather's secret Southern-style soy sauce for the azure dragon rib roast." He then unveils his masterpiece, a colossal rib. Its enticing appearance makes him recall how tough it was, so tough that even a blade couldn't pierce it. But thanks to Ramien's poison, the protein has broken down, making it irresistibly tender. The skill of Banam Spears, Ramien. He concentrates the toxins to create a poisonous film on the surface, but I used Ramien's magic stone to completely remove the poison. Using his power, he releases the poison, then liquefies it and stores it in a jar. He skewers a small piece of meat, explaining that when preparing it so meticulously, it's important to cook it slowly over low heat. And if two people eat it together, one of them might die. She smells the rich aroma of grilled meat. She thought to herself, "It smells so good." Immediately after, she told herself, "No, I can't fall for that jerk's trap." Mercedes avoids the question, saying, "I came to see what the commotion was about, but it seems I was mistaken. You seem to be enjoying the room I prepared for you. Enjoy yourself, Hui Fei. Feel free to eat or destroy anything in this room, but don't think I'll always indulge you. Don't do anything pointless." "Why meaningless?" he wondered, cutting the meat and feeding it to her. "This dish could kill you." Mercedes bites into the meat, a sense of self-reproach clouding her mind. I can't resist." He continued, "Isn't dragon meat delicious? Are you satisfied? The taste is quite good, isn't it? That is the taste of faith and trust." Suddenly, Zephy grabs her mouth, his face close, growling, "But why does it seem you have no faith in me at all? Why is this happening?" He frowned, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "The Sword of Light is mine now. I was planning to use it for a special occasion. Are you disagreeing with me using it? You, Supreme Commander? Don't make me laugh." Now, her face drenched in sweat from fear, those words drive Mercedes mad as she shouts, "Supreme Commander!" "You misunderstand, Zephyr. There are things we cannot know." He cursed and threw her down in pain, and she screamed. He turned away, saying, "Who would believe your nonsense? If you want to do something foolish, go ahead. I'll do as I please." Davy sat down and continued. "From today on, the times are changing." He threatened loudly, "I will put an end to you watching others fight for you. There will be a time when the gods will pay the price and witness my wrath. If the gods wish to meet me and have me do something, they will pay 5 times over." His eyes burned with rage as he growled, "Do you understand?" Mercedes's face darkens as she retorts, "Shut your mouth, you impudent fool. There's a limit to your rudeness." As she emits a golden light, she threatens, "I'll teach you some manners." Suddenly, beams of gold and blue light shot toward Mercedes, their impact shattering the floor. Seeing this, he worriedly asks, "What is that?" She looks down, wondering to herself, "Not this again?" Suddenly, the 2 beams of light have transformed into letters of similar colors, and she grits her teeth, exclaiming, "How could the divine being accept your foolishness?" Suddenly, she says, "Congratulations, J-Pi, you've achieved what you wanted." He asks in surprise, "What?" Mercedes picked up the 2 letters and began to explain. These are letters personally delivered by the gods, containing explanations and rewards, detailing what you wish to see. She continued, of these 2 letters, you may only open one. Once you choose, the other will vanish. Mercedes asked, which letter will you open? He hesitated, wondering whether to choose the god of light or the god of the sky. The blades clash, creating a fierce metallic shriek. Determination etched on his face. Fett doesn't flinch, engaging him in intense combat. Staring at his opponent, he wondered, he's using martial arts I've never seen before, and recalling his previous encounter with Defy, he realizes he injected himself with poison to enhance his combat abilities. His name is Defy. I don't understand. That was the last time I saw him following the Saints' raid party to slay the dragon. Damn it, all that effort to build up my confidence. As he smoked, he pondered. That silver-haired Defy and Red Mane. I've fought them both, so I'm familiar with their background and power. Suddenly, Fett lunged at him with lightning speed, striking down with his sword, but Net blocked it just in time. Unexpectedly, he said that it wasn't the kind of ability one could master in just a year or 2. Confused, he asked, You've been practicing this for 4 years, haven't you? Fett pressed. You used Eastern martial arts back then, didn't you? He continued his assault, slashing past Net's head, his eyes burning like fire as he unleashed a threatening spell. Well, let me beat you, and you'll find out. With reflexes like the wind, Net swiftly dodged the spell. Then, Fett dripped essential oil into his pipe, and suddenly blew poisonous smoke towards Net, who stubbornly clasped his hands together, using his magic to block it. Thanks to his powerful magic, the poisonous smoke gradually dissipated, leaving Fett in disbelief as he exclaimed, an attack generated by the force of 2 hands touching, using that to repel the poisonous smoke? Suddenly a noise catches his attention, and he turns to see the door slam shut. He realizes with alarm that the Saint has fled. He took a puff of his pipe and muttered angrily, was he just here to give the Saint a chance to escape? What a cowardly Saint. In a 2-on-1 situation, he just ran away. Meanwhile, he muttered in doubt. The Saintess was right to flee. Even if she's strong, even if she has incredible speed and support skills, fighting him would be pointless. Protecting his wife and children and getting them to safety is the right thing to do. He frowned, realizing this man's combat power was greater than he'd thought. He'd have to use that to win. But in a 1-on-1 fight, it'd be difficult to use. He'd have to stall until reinforcements arrived. With sword drawn, he asked suspiciously, Are you seeking revenge? Were you ordered by Qinhuang Liu or Dongfang Zi? With conviction, he replied, 4 years ago, I was undergoing training and punishment, forbidden from stepping outside. His face hardened as he continued, and after I was betrayed, my brother and I followed the Saint. If you share my goal, shouldn't we share information instead of fighting? Do you think I'd believe that so easily? If that's true, then you've been deceived. The man now living as the gluttonous goat was once someone everyone sacrificed for in war, a survivor named Fett. He recounts that to him I meant nothing, so he could simply discard me. He continues, heartbroken. He once promised, even to comrades he'd shared life and death with. 4 years ago, on that day, he betrayed us and joined hands with the Easterners. That's when he saw the man's true face, leading to the demise of the Perphone Society. Since then, I've traveled the world searching for him, chasing rumors of the poison and whispers of the Eastern Syndicate. Any shred of information, no matter how faint, I pursued. At that moment, he was determined. I've finally found a clue. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Just then, an unusual change occurred in Fett's arm, and suddenly, flames appeared. Realizing Net's plan, Fett says, You're stalling for reinforcements? Futile. I'll lock you away and torture you until you beg for death, extracting every bit of information. A strange weapon appears on his left hand as Fett draws his sword, contemplating the punishment for a traitor. Performs final mission. Staring at the weapon, he exclaimed in shock, What? That weapon, that strange hidden weapon in his arm is suffocating me. I'm so dizzy. That weapon hurtled towards him like a gale, and he stood frozen in fear. Then, Net suddenly remembered. Ah, that's right. He'd felt this way once before. This monster corrupts the human spirit, a bioweapon of the demonic sect. Seeing this, Vet recalls that feeling, the same overwhelming fear. Then a blue light erupts. Ophelia Amlet appears and kicks Vet. He glances at her in pain, thinking, the silver-haired woman. Does she also have stealth? She looks at him with arrogance, her eyes turning red, burning with fire, and suddenly she screams, a bizarre sound emitting a red light that engulfs the space. Vet flinches in fear, trying to resist. He trembles, thinking his left hand is stiff and cannot move. No, it's like my entire left side is paralyzed. What's happening? Is my body reacting to that sound? Looking up at Ophelia Hamlet, he wondered, could that woman be like him? Golden chains appeared, and with prison and paralysis skills, Vet was bound and immobilized. Suddenly, the saint appeared, saying, I want to try chaining him up too. The others chimed in. Wonderful saint. Now, Nert, please step aside. Net approached and placed her hand, brimming with power, before him, recalling his conversation with the queen. You wish to bestow a blessing upon me, your majesty? How could a god be so lucky? She replied. Zephyros told me I had to grant it to you. Please consider it a reward for saving my life. The queen explained the conditions for its use. Maintain contact for over 30 seconds and face your opponent. She continued. This skill has a gentle power, but it's also quite dangerous. About 6 million years ago, humans ventured deep into the forest for this power, but none could obtain it. The queen instructed, promising me, never abuse this power for evil purposes. I will follow Jipai's words, to only use it when recruiting allies and protecting humanity's survival. And he placed his hand on Pete's shoulder, using the skill on him. This is the blessing of the Fairy Queen. Using her power, she can control the minds of her targets, causing them to lose their will to fight and believe in their opponent unconditionally. With only one use remaining, it was last activated a month ago on a moonlit night when Jafai and his allies were preparing to strike down the dragon in a cabin hidden deep within the forest, one of Odin's communication outposts. It served to transmit information gathered by implanted subordinates or to relay Odin's commands. Compared to the 12 apostles, Odin's combat abilities were lacking. Andion's sinister face appears. His nationwide network of communication outposts and political acumen allowed the cult to rise to power. But now, that's all in the past. Through the doorway, an arm swarming with insects twitches with an eerie sound. It was a man whose face and head were completely infested with larvae, as a voice echoed out. Odin, the man's head is crushed, blood splattering everywhere. Rightsterosa calmly states, there are no survivors here either. Picking up a larva, she continued, with Odin dead, the insects are out of control. We don't need to check the other stations. Some nobles, feigning illness, have probably gone into hiding. Retesterosa pondered this as she was told. Do you understand, R? Only you can resolve this situation now. R listens intently as the person before her continues. Never trust outsiders. They'll only deceive us. The order is the same. Investigate everything yourself and punish the traitors of the sect with your own hands. His face darkens. From now on, you'll be my direct disciple, no longer a disciple in the shadows. Take my needle with you. It will be your proof. The disciples will listen to you. R accepts the needle, saying sincerely, This is a great honor, Master. I will do my best to uphold the reputation of Jin Wang Ru. Then, drawing her sword, she says, Then my first task as your direct disciple. I will free you, Master. You've been imprisoned unjustly. She casts a spell on her sword. Janong says, Aren't you thinking of my reputation? Breaking out of prison when you can't prove your innocence is even more humiliating. Go and punish that traitor. Well, I have a reward for you. Jian Kuang's eyes sharpened. By the time you return from your mission, the disciples searching for your lost brother will also be on their way back. Good news for you. Back in the present, R holds the locket in her hand, lost in thought. As a child, I lost all my memories in an accident. All that remained was the name R and a gift from my brother. Inside was a birthday message to Rai and a drawing from her brother, and R realized, Master, you didn't forget your promise to find everything for me? Ri smiled and told the person next to her, Take anything useful with you. We'll move to another location in 2 hours. Yes, senior sister. The other person responded. This situation is definitely an unforeseen variable that no one in the cult anticipated. Ri smiles, knowing that victory lies in finding and eliminating that variable first. And victory, her eyes flash with killing intent, means protecting her master's reputation and position, a matter of life and death. Rai thinks, no one else can interfere. I will protect master myself. Outside the palace, a voice echoes. So, outwardly, the Eastern Lord fostered 2 direct disciples and had them fight, but he also secretly trained others in the shadows in case one of them failed. Net said sternly, Dufai, who was once a disciple in the shadows, unlike me, he learned dark arts like poison and disguise. Net nervously thought, I hope I didn't give anything away. Then continued, I don't know when he learned about poison. I only heard that he studied it, but something is bothering me. Vet, hearing Net's words, was puzzled. Nate continued, the first time I saw poison similar to what you or Defi use was 8 years ago. Back then, I secretly used poison without my senior brother's knowledge, but my master found out and locked me in the penalty room for a month. At least my master only acknowledged martial arts, not other techniques, and I never heard anything about that poison. So it's been connected to our group for at least 8 years? Fet frowned, thinking, maybe it's not that far back? Everything Master Dongfang taught me originated from Dongfang Z, including acupuncture, meridians, and pressure points. Acupuncture charts appear as net ponders, but why does Person use acupuncture like his own sect? When did their relationship begin, and how far does it extend? Net continues to ponder, but that ability is too frightening. The blessing of the fairy queen can perceive other personalities. That's a tough one. Since when did we have to talk in secret like this, and even accept Susungan's request for help? Net is startled. Wait, now I see the red scar on his face. It's spread since the fight. Or am I just imagining things? An army stood under the sun for days, as the standoff with the enemy outside the city continued. Ophelia stood guard day and night atop a tall tower. There were no signs of an impending attack or siege weaponry being prepared outside. So we continued our monotonous watch. Besides training the soldiers, there was nothing else to do. The soldiers trained hard. Lucius believes we've even caught the attention of the Azure Dragon, and we must take advantage of this situation. Preparations for the Ice Dragon raid have begun, but one final piece is needed to perfectly set up the next attack. And so too does the enemy wait anxiously. As the moment arrives, everyone is on edge, and finally the soldiers suddenly turn, one of them saying, "Inspector, look!" The inspector exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What? Why is he here?" The first thing to shatter the balance, footsteps that drew every eye. Through the glass, Lucius saw a look of shock, sweat beading on his brow as he thought, "It can't be." Huff, huff. Esteemed junior, nobles, lawyers, and representatives. This person continued breathlessly, "We are finally all here. A heretical diplomat from the third parish of the Church of Light. The tall, long-haired black man is also the vanguard general of the Holy Sun's assault and Holy Son Matthias Grimer's confidant of 20 years. A soldier thinks to himself that Matthias was removed from the list of potential saints as a child and only followed Lucius to leech off of him, while the blonde worries that the boy Odin has been caring for is a fake. The scene of Matthias turning into a demon appears. Matthias became a demon in that dungeon and died by my hand. Matthias, now a demon, was shot dead by Lucius, and his body turned to ash, never to be found. Ophelia, arms crossed, gazed out the door and replied, "Yes, he's a fake. The confirmation that Matthias's body couldn't be recovered was just a trick by those villains." She frowned and continued, "It might fool others, but it's too obvious to me. The secret weapon the Eastern Church hid from the Order, possessing transformation magic to become anyone, often called the smiling angel Restarosa, appears beneath Matthias's body." A thought sparked. Could she have disguised herself as Matthias and appeared? Matthias told the soldiers, "My brothers and I are members of the Saints' attack team, but we were abandoned. The Saint's sinister plot has been exposed. To silence everyone, he attacked his own team, imprisoned us, and fled. That cruel plan was to steal the dragon's heart, the dungeon's ultimate prize, and funnel all the profits back to the investors." He clenched his fist as he spoke, and in the process of stealing the dragon's heart, he joined forces with a demon worshipper named Nashira, Matthias declared, brandishing his sword. "I, Matthias Grimer, as the former Inquisitor of Heresy, hereby make an accusation against the St. Lucius Gornet Neti and the Third Parish for harboring him. His crime is blasphemy against the gods." Before the terrified face of St. Lucius, Ophelia and Fet saw the cold glint in Matthias's eyes, hidden behind his perfect facade. Confident that his plan has worked, Matthias exposes Lucius, the Holy Son, for colluding with the head of the demon church. Meanwhile, the third sect protects and hides him. I will report his sins to the church for punishment. This tense confrontation leaves Net frozen, visibly confused, wondering why he feels so disoriented. Matthias is the only one he sees. Net hesitates, unsure if that's really his sister, and she's accusing him of colluding with the demonic god church. He couldn't help but recall his nighttime conversation with Zephy, where Zephy spoke of Net's past. Having lost all his memories in an accident as a child, not even remembering his own name, Neat couldn't help but worry. "No, sister. On the battlefield next to R, a member of the church tells Rai, the son of the god of light is accused of colluding with the apostle of the demonic god. No one would believe such a thing." Beneath his disguise, Matthias refrowned slightly, glancing over, offering no opinion as he continued to listen to the old priest's sermon. In the church, inquisitors have the authority to hunt down and arrest heretical believers, but even as a high-ranking inquisitor, you shouldn't have the authority to arrest the Holy Son. Your authority here only extends to reporting the saint to the church and awaiting their judgment. But if more than 3 high-ranking priests share your accusations against the saint, you have the right to immediately detain and interrogate the suspect. So, he's Benjamin, a core member of the Citadel Ruins management team. To the right is Gach, the bishop in charge of the church's 4th district, and to the left is Conwell, a senior investigator from the Temple of Light's financial council. Benjamin smugly said, "Fortunately, there are already 3 high-ranking priests of the church here." Then he sternly pointed out, "But you need to be aware of one thing, Matthias. If your accusations against the Holy Son are false, you will be immediately arrested and punished for slandering the Holy Son and disgracing the church." At the same time, he raised his index finger, revealing a ring with a blue gem radiating energy. Rai couldn't help but wonder, is that a spatial ring? Suddenly, a golden object flashed from the ring on Benjamin's hand, a stand topped with a heart-shaped bow, flanked by 2 pairs of wings, one large and one small, stacked on either side. This is a hero-ranked relic, the Judgment of Zimis, a tool used for judgment since the Holy Kingdom, automatically firing an arrow into the heart of a false witness, with 3 uses per day. The arrow is knocked and ready. Benjamin shouts, "The angels are watching, kneel and face judgment." The bow is aimed at R, who is Matthias, kneeling on the ground. Benjamin asks, "High Inspector Matthias, is it true that you accuse the Holy Son of colluding with the apostles of the demon god?" R, head bowed and eyes closed, searches through the information he's gathered. To avoid unfair judgment, Miss Kwan, the ring's original owner, blinded himself. But in return, he developed a sense of hearing far more acute than anyone else's. He could perceive the faintest vibrations of sound, heartbeats, breaths, subtle tremors in the speech of those he scrutinized. Before him, those judged would tremble, their words and actions betraying them with subtle tremors. From these, he could deliver his infallible verdict. But R is confident in his own abilities, controlling the movements of every muscle, and thus he can control his emotions, a special ability of his that no one knows. Here, even the holy artifact, Zmis's Ring of Judgment, cannot perceive the truth. Under the light of judgment, R looks up and decisively says, "Yes, what I speak is the truth." Hearing this, St. Lucius's expression changed, and he broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. Before the eyes of everyone, the arrow, having received R's words, trembled violently, energy radiating outwards. But then, it suddenly vanished, and the surrounding soldiers cried out in fear. "Gods, the arrow has disappeared. Does that mean he spoke the truth?" Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the foot of a colossal knight statue, clad in armor and wielding a spear and shield. R, leaning against the statue's leg, said with a mournful tone, "It's truly regrettable. History has seen corrupt holy sons colluding with demon cults, but I never imagined such a thing would happen here now." The old man frowned and declared, "As a senior investigator of the Temple of Light's financial council, I accept Mr. Matthias's accusation against the Holy Son." At the same time, Benjamin solemnly announced, "Benjamin, a core member of the Holy See's relic management team, I accept your accusation against the Holy Son." The surrounding soldiers buzzed with anticipation, like a siren announcing an impromptu trial. Amidst the clamor, R closed her eyes and smiled faintly. She mused to herself that it was a comedy. No other word could describe the situation. R sank into thought, quietly calculating, if the current saint was accused of betraying the church, then all those around the saint would also be guilty of blasphemy. For money, they abandoned their faith and devotion to the saint, waiting for someone to open the gates and destroy everything for them. She smirked coldly. "How interesting. It's all of you," the foolish soldiers whispered, demanding the saint's trial, and a fire ignited within Rui. "You're all so happy I'm here, aren't you? I have come as Matthias, and I will condemn the Holy Son and burn him at the stake." Her eyes narrowed as she turned to Gochut. "Gochut, deliver your final verdict." Gach, sensing something was wrong, thought that he didn't care whether the saint was accused of blasphemy. He was only there to check on Odin's safety. Gach hesitated, about to announce, "I also," when a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Thunder descends upon R and Gach, and as the dust settles, before Benjamin's eyes a figure emerged, declaring, "What in the world do you think you're doing? The saint's judgment? What a joke." A cry of disbelief echoes, "It's him!" The surrounding soldiers buzzed with shock, and a burly bearded man exclaimed in surprise, "It's one of the 10 strongest." Another man asked suspiciously, "The strongest man on the continent is here?" With a hint of surprise, "Why is the princess's guard here?" The one beside her was equally astonished, eyes wide, wondering, "And who is that beside her?" Looking somewhat familiar, Ophelia frowned and asked Benjamin, Pastor Benjamin, what is the accuracy of the Zemis judgment ring? Benjamin retorts angrily. It's a high-level relic. Of course it's 100% accurate. Ophelia presses. What if the person questioned by the ring is being influenced or can't control themselves? Is the judgment still 100% accurate then? The old priest paled, unable to speak. Seeing this, Ophelia declared to everyone that he was lying, that this was a trap he had set to frame the Holy Sun. As she spoke, she gestured towards Nest, who was standing silently beside her. Nest Chai here was sent by the princess to assist the Holy Sun, and also my attendant. How could a low-ranking cultist who slept in the stables for the past 12 years be accused of colluding with a demon god apostle? She continued. How could this be? It's all slander. The figure standing behind her paled, speechless. Ophelia, ignoring him, announced loudly, Listen closely, everyone. The one who made such baseless accusations against this saintess, it couldn't possibly be you, Matthias. R panicked, sensing something was terribly wrong. His armor was burning, and his magic was scattered from the Thunder God's attack. My body is returning to its original form. The surrounding soldiers panic, screaming in terror. A girl, not Matthias? How could this be? They look at R, questioning, Who exactly are you? That was a brilliant move, Ophelia, R said, laughing and looking up at her. You're good, Ophelia. You've completely ruined my plan. He couldn't help but look at Net, saying, And you too. Net couldn't help but wonder. You know me too, R says angrily. Of course I do, you traitor, along with those two masked figures behind you, holding a flute. At least for today, I'll take your lives here. The flute in his hand is called an ocarina, an instrument that controls shopgoths, issuing different commands based on the sounds the player makes. It can also protect the user from unwanted mental effects from the shopgoths. Suddenly the flute plays, and a black monster with many eyes and mouths appears on the ground, its mouth full of sharp fangs, its voice full of surprise. Seeing the Shop-G in the vortex, Net became uneasy, and there was also the evolution of Shop-Galistic, a long-bodied, two-headed monster covered in eyes, mouths, and spikes along its spine. It opens its massive maw towards the soldiers below as R, a top S-Jew, coldly gazes down upon them like insects, rips off Matthias's mask, and smirks, Showtime. Join me in the dance of death. Before the immense form and power of the Shopgoth monster, cries of terror spread far and wide as waves of energy from its shriek traveled through the air to Satis TP. Those without magic resistance are suffering severe dizziness, but the old nobleman's eyes remained wide with terror, as if everyone already knew what skill was coming. The ground trembles in the distance as small black dots surge from the forest with terrifying speed. Monsters, on the ground and in the sky. Roaring and trampling, they rushed toward the battlefield as screams echoed through the air. Monsters are coming. A voice whispers from the depths, controlling the horde. Basiliscus means little king, and this power lives up to the name. The soldiers didn't have time to think and frantically scattered in every direction, screaming for their lives. Seeing this, Pastor Benjamin angrily said, Fools, no matter what happens, you must not scatter like this. But it's too late. The noble Viscount and the mercenary were enveloped by the shadow, trembling as they looked up, their faces filled with terror. Hundreds, thousands of eyes turned to those fleeing, eyes so fiery they could turn anyone to stone. But then, a staff emblazoned with a cross and wings appeared, emitting a rainbow light accompanied by a chant. Repel the darkness. That staff is a rare holy relic, the staff of benevolence. When the staff is planted, the purification barrier will spread. Planting multiple staves will create a resonance, expanding the barrier. Beneath the purifying magic, the stone encasing everyone shatters, revealing those within. Pastor Benjamin, staff in hand, addresses the crowd. The purification barrier has spread. Within it, the cleansing effect will be continuous. First, let's capture the basilisk. I have a way to catch him, so buy me some time. Hearing this, Conwell chuckled and replied, All right, Benjamin, leave the attack to me. As he cast his spell, he thought to himself that this was originally meant to pierce the city gates during a siege, the bell of the goddess with the spear. The revered statue of the Holy Knight, when imbued with divine power, will move and attack enemies. And with Conwell's power, the colossal knight statue advances, spear in hand, to strike Basiliscus. The spear radiated immense energy, slipped from the knight's grasp, and pierced through Basiliscus's gaping maw, causing the monster to roar in agony. It lunges toward the knight, but is quickly stopped by the shield as the knight behind it lowers, preparing to strike. Fists fly, colliding with the monster's body in a series of massive explosions before the knight swiftly retreats, retrieves his spear, and prepares to strike. The basiliscus is capable of evolution, making it a monster with highly dangerous attributes. Its skills include mental contamination, inducing fear, hallucinations, and madness. Once the mind is 100% contaminated, reason is lost, and allies are slaughtered. Immune to physical attacks, only elemental or magical attacks can inflict damage. It consumes people, turning their lives into magical power. Basiliscus also has a new skill: eyes that emit petrifying beams which only affect living creatures. Reverend Benjamin surveyed the battlefield, thinking to himself that most of it could be compensated for with the temple's purification skills, and that their light attribute attacks wouldn't be a problem. What worried Benjamin the most was what always appeared during the basiliscus rampages: the second mouth on its tail. After being enchanted for a minimum of 5 minutes and a maximum of 1 hour, it can use its strongest skills. He quickly calculated that if its second mouth successfully used its skill, the opponent's mortality rate would rise to 80%. Moreover, each one can use different skills, making them hard to predict. We absolutely can't let it use that. With that thought, Benjamin turned to the soldier beside him. "So what if they're monsters?" the man with the binoculars replied. "In 10 minutes, the land monster will arrive, followed by the shallow-flying monster in 2 minutes. Hearing this, he sighed inwardly. So fast? "All right," Benjamin commanded. "Protect me at all costs for the next 3 minutes." At the same time, a mirror appeared in his hand, the legendary sacred relic, the golden light mirror of the Holy Family. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the Artifact Management Bureau headquarters, 3 figures stood gazing at a massive mirror, radiating intense magical power, one declaring, "The signal's here. Benjamin has used the golden light mirror. It's time for Cardinal Hong to step in." The 3 then raised their swords together, creating a magical orb, the Holy Family's legendary relic, the sword ensemble, which amplifies the wielder's magic. Then, from the orb, a surge of magic races toward the mirror before them, the legendary grade sacred relic, the silver light mirror of the Holy Clan, which transmits magic displayed by the sword troop. Meanwhile, Benjamin was sweating, clutching the silver mirror, his face contorted in pain. This was the power the cardinals had bestowed upon him. A power on another level, so strong he could barely maintain his stance. Reverend Benjamin worried, cursing inwardly. He brought this item for the siege, and while he could use it freely as a pillar of faith, borrowing the silver light mirror to complete the mission was excessive and would be severely punished. Damn it! 40 years of climbing the ranks all for nothing. Benjamin grits his teeth. Whatever happens, I have to survive first. But little does Benjamin know about her obsession. From behind, Gichut's massive form approached, holding the old man's head and hands. Looking down, Gichut coldly said, "Follow the rules, Benjamin. You must aim it at the city gate." Benjamin gasped, "Lord Gichut." Chut turned his hand, directing the mirror. A massive surge of magical energy is unleashed, hurtling towards the heavily fortified gate. Even if the journey there is a bit troublesome, the demon worshippers have infiltrated, and Gichut's obsession with Odin will turn the prospect we want into reality. Next to him, the 8th apostle in the list of demon worshippers clicked his tongue. "I wanted to crush them myself," Baven replies. "Too bad. All-out war is the final resort." He paused, his face shadowed, and chuckled. "The reason is to build a reputation. Declare war. Negotiate repeatedly. Robbing under adjustment, the conversation ending all those processes is the ultimate failure, and total war will break out to justify our actions." Baven marvels at the logic of adhering to the laws of war, gaining the aid of powerful allies and immunity from the kingdom's dragon guardians. While Othol laughs, knowing they'll be exploited by the Holy Sun, who seeks to protect his position. Win. Hemina smiled. "The lives of the upper class are like this, Othurlu, and to bypass those rules, my disciples have climbed to very high positions in the Temple of Light. Now, brothers, let us gather our strength once more." Together, the 3 raise their swords, creating a magical orb, and for the second time, a piercing scream echoes. "Leave it here, far away." Hearing this, the child turns around in fear and asks, "What are you doing?" Benjamin Gu. For the 3rd time, energy surged from the golden mirror as the pounding of hooves echoed in the distance. An eyeball-shaped orb floated in the air, observing from afar. Reinforcements from the 3rd parish were expected in 30 minutes. Near the 3rd parish, a cavalry unit speeds toward them, launching their attack. The great temple's wind barrier is faltering. They must hurry. The Lindell Temple healing mage captain, Elise Brenta, turned to Auntie Justina with concern, saying, "It's definitely the golden light mirror. Use instant firepower to burn magic or divine power, then use momentary power to create a windless zone. At this rate, the Mytica barrier created by the relic will be in danger, Antigena said with a glance. Before she could finish, Holy Knight Dariel drew his bow and said to Kiara, "I'll provide cover fire. Sister, calculate the coordinates for me." Kiara, holding the reins, anxiously spoke into the surveillance orb, "Give me 15 seconds." Just then, a light flashed in Dariel's eyes as he shouted, "Everyone, charge on my mark of 3. Kiara anxiously called out Dariel's name. 3, 2, 1. As the horses charged, trees were hurled at the cavalry from both sides, and chaos erupted. As the dust settled, a scene of devastation emerged, with trees felled and soldiers scattered, their fates unknown. The horses, panicked, whinnied and strained at their reins, needing to be calmed and restrained. Auntie Justina turned back, startled, when suddenly a voice rang out from ahead. "Oh, you're still alive. You're lucky." A man with blue hair, dressed in black, holding a sword behind his back, coldly says, "But your luck has run out." He raises his sword, twirling it, and assumes an attack stance as he introduces himself. Jin Wangru's top disciple, Jin Gong, his face filled with murderous intent, said, "I'll send you to the afterlife." In the battlefield of District 3, the clash of swords ignited sparks. 2 against 1, Ri easily blocks Net and Ophelia's storm of attacks. Net anxiously says to Rai, "Sister, please remember, I'm Net, your brother." Narrowing her eyes, Ri couldn't see Net's face and thought with disdain, "Impossible. Someone like you could never be my sibling." Then, without hesitation, she slashed at Net, causing him great pain. Rai coldly thrusts her sword forward, saying, "I don't know where you got your information, but if you're going to use bait, at least bring someone with a convincing face." Hearing this, Net says in disappointment, "Sister, how could you?" Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the area. The temple gate collapses, and Net and Ophelia are stunned. Rai smirks and speeds forward, empowered by electricity. Ophelia rushes after her. "You're going into the temple? Stop right there." The bearded man quickly said, "Cover me, I'll handle this side." The swordsman drew his blade. "Yes, senior." Meanwhile, the bearded man played his ocarina, thinking, "Our role is to aid our junior's mission, so what we must do now is ensure the basiliscus hears this sound, its second mouth opening like a signal for the horror to come." He forcefully activates the second mouth skill. Because it's a forced activation before the spell is complete, its power will be weakened, but it should be enough to hold back the light priest. From Basiliscus's second mouth flowed ancient texts, twisting together to form a magical sphere. Energy from the Basiliscus's mouth shoots into the sky, spreading into a massive magic circle before the eyes of everyone on the battlefield, from which droplets of black liquid begin to fall. Everyone trembled in fear. What in the world is that? The liquid fell faster and faster, like a black rain, as the soldiers looked up in dread. Black rain? But events were about to take a rapid turn. The soldiers exposed to the rain quickly changed, clutching their heads in pain, their eyes bloodshot as sinister voices echoed in their minds. Die, die, die. A frenzied battle, a bloody massacre ensued. They slaughtered each other. In later reports, that day's black rain was called the Cursed Rain. In other words, anyone caught in it would instantly go mad. The staff-wielding wind disciples were in a panic. This mental attack was too strong, and even with the purification barrier, it was difficult to withstand. Another disciple frantically shouted, "Quick, get over here, near the staff. The purification aura is stronger here." Before he could finish, he was crushed in midair by a monstrous bird with a lion's body and a human-like face. At the same time, giant green monsters with mouths full of sharp fangs and venomous spiders joined the fray, creating a bloodbath, and 3 of the 4 staffs were stolen. The range of the purification barrier has decreased significantly. Use the purification skill quickly. Amidst the agonizing screams and the thud of bodies hitting the ground, Neat races across the battlefield, gritting her teeth. For in this storm, only a few can move freely without succumbing to mental corruption. Only I, the demon worshippers with ocarinas, and Ophelia are immune. Net worriedly thinks, "Many will die here. Should I ignore them and chase after my sister?" Nate couldn't help but think of Zefei. If it were him, he'd eliminate every last one of those deserving of death. But beyond that, we need to save as many people as possible. The more people who can fight, the more we can accomplish. Yes, that's the big picture, but the specifics must be judged based on the actual situation. I respect your judgment. With that, Net turned to Ophelia and said, "I'll go ask the smiling girl for help. Ophelia, if I use disguise magic to change my face, no one will recognize me. I'll stay here and fight the monsters." Ophelia acknowledged, "I understand." Meanwhile, Neat vowed to chase after his sister. restrain her, and have the fairy queen persuade her with blessings. Strategically, it's not a bad choice, as my sister is a formidable foe. However, Ophelia and R are still in the middle of a fight. Meanwhile, at the edge, a demon follower plays an ocarina, controlling the basilisk to attack and ensnare Ophelia, as R smirks and vanishes. Ophelia frowns, looking around. The smiling girl has vanished. Where did she go? Suddenly from above, Rhea appears, sword in hand, striking at Ophelia, who is entangled by the basilisk, the blade crackling with lightning. Rhea looked murderous and wreathed in lightning, but a long whip suddenly lashed out, breaking Rhea's attack. Rhea looked surprised as Fett, with one eye closed and a half-smoked pipe in hand, calmly retracted his long whip. On the other side, Long, gripping his sword, thought, "I'm fighting alongside strong allies. I trust them. It's time to put aside my personal feelings. I'm not here to please anyone." He held his sword forward, his eyes full of determination. "What I need to do is pave the way for Depee." Then, he thrusts his sword and rushes to fight Basiliscus, telling the furnace, "Eventually, you and the princess will be called heroes. You must become heroes to fulfill your dreams. We absolutely can't let the enemy stand by and watch the high priest be slaughtered. We must end this battle with a perfect score." St. Lucius stands on the west wall, wielding holy equipment. This is the echo of an angel, amplifying the user's voice as he shouts, "Follow the light, my lambs." To the astonishment of the enemy, the almighty goddess Arya has cast infinite light upon us and placed the lives of our enemies in our hands. Before the astonished eyes of the clergy, I, Lucius Jonetti, the son of light, have fasted and prayed for 50 days. The goddess has answered, and I will relay her words to you. Lucius's voice boomed like thunder, awakening hope as the fighters trembled in awe. The saint has appeared." Lucius's words rang out, dispelling all doubt. "Treat the goddess's son as you would the goddess herself, and the light will protect those who believe." At that moment, a ray of light flashed, and Lucius, with a cold expression, declared, "Behold, today you will witness a miracle." As he spoke, a sword in the shape of a cross descended from the sky, piercing Basiliscus. The monster roared in agony as Zephyr, in his dragon form, appeared, with shining black scales, dragon wings, sharp horns, and the sword of light in hand, cleaving Basiliscus in two. In Depee's mind, words appeared. The almighty goddess has crossed this world of darkness, bringing light with her, a light that illuminates the entire world. The letter of the goddess of light has been opened. Depee stood in the sky, looking down proudly, sword in hand. Reverend Benjamin looks bewildered. The light sword is an ancient ray of light shaped like a weapon. It has immense power and is a legendary artifact capable of dispelling even the highest-level curses. The old pastor lamented, "You can only wield this sword once every few hundred years, and only a special priest chosen by the goddess can do so." Investigator Conwell worried. Who could it be? The light sword was dragon-shaped, even as menacing as the royal family's guardian dragon. Zephyr coldly thought, with blood-red pupils and blackened whites, that in his past life he went unnoticed for years because the world was focused on a rising star. But that became my chance, as the enemies were so focused on US that they didn't pay any attention to someone like me. While they were off guard, I found opportunities here and there and became stronger. With that thought, Jeffy smirked, realizing he had intended to hide in the shadows of those already famous, like Lucius or Dariel, until he was strong enough. But now, that was no longer necessary. No, that's not right. Now is my chance to step into the light. In the goddess's letter, the light is described as white as snow, carrying the light of the sun, and right before the silver key, the spokesperson of the high-ranking angel gods. Mercedes told Jaffe that the voice that stopped him from taking the sword of light wasn't Arya's. Someone who isn't a holy child like him wouldn't hear the voice of a god directly. Jaffe recalled that Mercedes had told him, "Just a little longer, and I'll show you something very interesting." Then relayed the message. "You're quite the interesting human. I apologize for making you wield this trash. Because I didn't recognize your abilities, this sword is yours, and I'll give you something better from my treasury." Mercedes explained, "He told me to relay those words to you." Zephyr thought to himself that it was just the voice of an angel relaying the message, not the direct voice of a deity. At the time, I thought only Arya could inhabit the Sword of Light. I didn't even know what Arya sounded like. As if reading his thoughts, Mercedes calmly says, "Master, that voice is the Sword of Light. You met the requirements to wield it, but the sword rejected you." At that moment, holding the Sword of Light, Zephyr couldn't help but recall Mercedes's last message. "Arya only felt sorry for the inconvenience you faced. So she granted you a reward and a second request, the light goddess's plea, the blessing of protection. Protect your charge for 10 months and you will be rewarded. Area's first floor treasury. You may choose and take one item from the first floor treasury's collection. Defi thought to himself, so in the end, I can use the Sword of Light as I please for 10 months? The reward is one thing, but the request itself is the main issue. While fulfilling the goddess's request, the Sword of Light will be forced to obey me. He calculated that after the 10 months of the request, it probably wouldn't listen to him anymore. But anyway, the promise to catch Yuriaka and his 4 dragons would take place in 4 weeks, so 10 months was more than enough. With his decision made, Zephy coldly extended a dragon claw-tipped index finger, conjuring a magic circle filled with ancient script. All humans, kneel. Monsters, halt where you stand. This is Dragon Tongue, a dragon's skill that imbues power into words, usable within limits thanks to the dragon heart. The cultists, bewildered, knelt down. What is this? My body's moving on its own, and Net and Ophelia can't resist either. The followers falter, and the monsters from the forest are frozen in place, like statues. Moments later, Jeffy raised his sword, his killing intent almost tangible, and charged towards the monsters, cleaving them in 2 without hesitation. Before his overwhelming power, no one could resist, and Ryo could scarcely believe what he was seeing. This is all wrong. That's not the Holy Sun who summons dragons. She realized in shock that it was him, the one slaughtering everyone before her, and Rai grew worried. This is bad. No ghost shop, no brothers who can turn into demons. Retreat is the best option. She secretly rejoiced that in the chaos after that person appeared, she had transformed and stood far away from Ophelia, so, after reorganizing. Before Rai could think, an arrow ambushed him from behind. Sweat poured as he staggered, gritting his teeth. What is this? Is it poison? He wondered, from atop a pile of monster corpses. Fet praises Rai, revealing, you have a remarkable ability to steal another's cloak and completely change your aura in such a short time. If I were tracking you with my eyes, I almost wouldn't have recognized you. Fet secretly admired himself, having deliberately laced his weapon with a unique-smelling poison. While blocking Lai's attack, her clothes and hair were soaked with these microscopic poison droplets. Following that scent, I can easily find what I'm looking for. But only someone with a sense of smell like mine could pull this off. R turns and gives a forced wry smile, saying, you truly do have a remarkable ability. I don't see. Then, right in front of her, Fida couldn't bear it any longer and collapsed to the ground, while Zephy fell into thought. At least for the next 10 months, the Sword of Light will be mine. Initially, Yuridaka refused to implant the dragon heart, citing safety concerns due to my insufficient abilities. But thanks to Zeal's help, my abilities have increased significantly, and I've been able to stably carry 2 dragon hearts, the Black Dragon's heart, a Black Dragon's magic stone restructured with my core body, thanks to Zell. The current usage rate is 24 Nyor, and the Blue Dragon's heart, a Blue Dragon's magic stone, has also been implanted. With the core's support, the compatibility index is rising, and Jeffy decides it's time to reveal his power. Now that I'm prepared, revealing myself will guarantee what I couldn't obtain before, loyalty that eluded me in my past life, no matter how strong I became. A slave by birth? Impossible, a noble sneered, pointing at him. Nobles like me would never listen to such a lowly person. They gave their opportunity to another. The nobles whispered, is that man really the disciple of that famous figure? Let them in. The 2 contemptuous gestures of a soldier from the order will be granted power first. Though it's not ideal, these 2 words are a terrible blow to my official relationship with Ante. How laughable. Only I can save them right now, but those fools with their petty crowns would never acknowledge me, even in death. And those with nothing who started like me hate the crowns they wear. If we don't join forces, we'll all face death. I didn't realize so many people would risk their lives to sabotage others out of pride. So I won't associate with those who hate me anymore. Even so, he desperately needed people. Defi couldn't accept that the enemy was too strong and united. A small number of elite soldiers can't win a large-scale war, so someone with power and recognition can attract many people and turn the tide. Goatfi secretly resolves that the Sword of Light is the only key to instantly elevate his status. Proof that he is chosen by the gods. Under the fiery sunset, Goatfi gently descends upon the city walls. The Saint Lucius humbled himself, kneeling reverently as he said, welcome. I have been awaiting your return. In response, Zephyr chuckled, it took a while, but I finished the task you gave me before returning, Saint. Then, raising his left hand, a blue key of light appeared on the back of his hand as he said, now you won't have to. Then, A massive dragon's head suddenly appears, as Zephyr confidently continues, worried about Danu's corruption any longer. Old Pastor Benjamin and Investigator Conwell cried out in fear, "It's the blue dragon's head!" That day, Lucius stood before countless priests and advocates praying, and like a white dove taking flight, his prayer instantly spread throughout the continent. "Listen, the goddess has sent this man to us, and he has accomplished great things. Behold, the book in his hand is the light the goddess bestows whenever the world descends into chaos. Hearing the prayers, you came to me to save the people from suffering. Offering the dragon's heart to the goddess's messenger is like offering it to the goddess herself. Those who bear great responsibility, listen, how can you value money more than the goddess's will?" The old lawyer held the scroll, his worries growing. This is legally problematic, but if the saint mentions the goddess, things will get complicated. Moreover, he felt that things were going south. Some priests had witnessed this miracle, so if the court or investors complained about the loss of the dragon's heart, they would be branded as traitors. The old advocate sighed deeply. "So you really are Duke Jonetti's son. Child of the saint, you've won big. Our advocate is now powerless. And congratulations, silver-haired youth." He recalls the Sword of Light, realizing that from this moment on, he has become the protagonist of this world. Everything is created within the goddess's calculations, her will carrying compassion. Submit and prepare for the time of chaos. The light will guide you. O almighty goddess Arya, save us with your eternal light. Gazing at the power in his hands, Jin Chang tells himself he's the most outstanding of Jin Wangru's disciples, easily winning even when blindfolded. Born into a family of martial artists, he quickly grasped the secrets of combat. Jin Kong couldn't help but recall the past. Even after being infected with the alien imprint, he had made it grow rapidly and gained greater power. Strength and power, Jin Chang takes pride. This name suits him, stronger and more precise than anyone. His father's figure suddenly appeared in his mind, always standing with his back to him, babbling about returning to the East someday to reclaim the throne. Jin Chang scoffed inwardly at the foolish Westerner who stubbornly refused to use the power of the mark. Everyone was wrong except for the Ming. The blade emits a pale light. Jin Kong thinks to himself, the world is about to fall. What is the point of humanity's golden cage? What is the point of being complacent with power you gained without using the engraving insect? At that moment, the murderous aura around him materialized, and a tremendous power was about to be unleashed. Jin Chang coldly thought, with the age of demons dawning, what I need is power beyond humanity. To transcend humanity's weakness and adapt to a new body, one's body and spirit must be steeped in demonic energy. That's why Father couldn't become a dragon and was banished from the East. That weakling is the same, and that kid has no hope either. Jin Chang proudly declares that only he can become a dragon. The clash of these two forces creates a massive explosion, and a bewildered Jin Chang thinks to himself, I was right, I've always been right, so why is this happening? Jin Chang had failed. He was bound by strong vines, facing an army ready for another attack. Covered in cuts and bruises, Jin Chang couldn't believe he was restrained. Princess Ante, covered in dirt, thought to herself that this was Net's senior brother, Jin Kong, whose combat abilities were indeed much stronger than Net and Xiao Nu. Looking at the fallen enemies around her, Ante sighed, adding that dozens of Jin Wangru's disciples had fled into the forest, making it very dangerous to be alone. Ante, staff in hand, looks up at Jin Chang and calmly says, You should have brought a better team. You should have brought some hells and mages. Ante, in an abnormal state, uses magic attacks, the Black Hand skill, draining the opponent's stamina and magic. The Ghost skill clings to the enemy, slowing their movements and disrupting their senses. Facing him, Jin Chang gritted his teeth and tried to break through, but Kiara, the Protector, wouldn't allow it. She unleashed two skills in quick succession. First, Iron Vines, which ensnare the enemy and drain their magic to become stronger. And the second skill, Pollen Allergy, controls poisonous pollen and forces it into the enemy's respiratory system. For normal soldiers, it causes sneezing or swollen airways, rendering them unable to fight. The enemies who inhaled the pollen writhed on the ground in agony, while behind them, Ellis, the healer and protector, cast Angel's Trumpet, boosting attack power, attack speed, and movement speed up to 3 times. Furthermore, Dariel's weapon, the Dragon Bow, can fly 1.5 kilometers in 12 seconds. Thanks to Elise's support skill, Dariel's draw and aim speeds have greatly increased, enough to keep up with the speed slowed down by multiple skills. Ante says softly, Why do you look so relaxed? Why don't you use your power or something? Shouldn't you have attacked before we finished setting up? A surprise attack is meaningless now. She sneered at Jin Chang. You died because you were too stupid. Jin Chang roared in anger. You bastard. But before she could say anything else, Dariel's arrow pierced her head, killing her instantly. A strange silence fell. Auntie closed her eyes, calculating that even as a hostage, he was worthless to the demon god cult. And if the Zhao NV commanded that level of force, it would be a headache. She should eliminate her when she had the chance. She glanced up at the twilight. Long thought that Dongfang Ziyu's son was on their side, just like Jiaonu was with Lucius's faction. Then she remembered the light that flashed across the sky. It must be Jeffi, so there's nothing to worry about. Auntie, her face flushed, smiled faintly, realizing they were about to meet. Then she ordered a thorough sweep for reconnaissance, and the response came back. No ambush detected. Auntie shouts, beginning to heal her fellow disciples. After we regroup, we'll head straight to the 3rd district. As the sun set, Auntie's group arrived at the 3rd district, where Zephy greeted her in the city. He kneels, gently kissing Auntie's hand as the surrounding disciples whisper at the sight of Dariel. An elf? It's really an elf. It's been centuries since one left the forest. What is Investigator Conwell thinking? Princess Ante bringing an immortal is quite a surprise, and they seem close to the nobility. Anyway, the pipe smoker looked and quietly said, "That guy is Zephy, so he's not the one I'm looking for." The man next to him smiled and said, "All misunderstandings cleared up? All right, I'll introduce you, so say hello, and no need to shout with that vein-popping face." He then turned to Jeffy, pipe in hand, and gritted out, "Though this is our first meeting, I hate his name." Ophelia opened one eye, thinking, "Did you just dance your way in here?" Suddenly, Vet froze as he saw red hair and long elven ears behind Elis Brenta. It was Kiara, blushing and looking shy, clutching Ellis's dress. Kiara then looked at Fet, her eyes sparkling as she softly called out Vet's name. Seeing this, Fet's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's you again?" Then, Kiara and Net vanished before their eyes, shocking them. Elsewhere, a group marched. The 10 great challengers, led by the man with the braided hair, who lamented, "We're doomed. If we challenge the Holy Sun like this, we'll be burned alive." The person in the helmet quickly retorted, "But if the twin knights win from the start, that means they're stronger than the Holy Sun, right?" The man with the top knot said regretfully, "We came for nothing. Let's go back." In the corridor, Gchut's screams echoed through the 3rd sanctuary. Bound by magical chains, Gchut thrashes and cries out, "This kind of trap! Lord Oin, wait for me! Gchut will come for you!" The commotion draws the attention of the soldiers outside, who shout, "It's Gchut! Capture him alive!" Elsewhere, in the 13th district of Grand Duke Freezer, laughter echoes from the highest floor as Polaris Anbach Kayan, the head of the demon god church, first prince of Kayan and youngest cardinal of the Temple of Light, reclines on a sofa reading a report with glee. "Oh, really? That's quite unexpected." He then sat up, closed his eyes slightly, and said seriously, "Jeffy, I must go and see him soon. He's piqued my interest." Polaris Amb recalled past events, saying with amusement, "I want to play with him some more." Then, looking toward the guardian dragon of the Yellow Dragon Kingdom, Duke Magnus Freezer, who was gazing out the window with his hands clasped, Polaris asked, "What should I call this second round? What do you think?" Duke Magnus looked back silent. The next day, the forces that had surrounded the temple hastily withdrew from the 3rd district. The Sacred Relic Management Team recovered the Pillar of Faith, and the Finance Council received a new investment opportunity. Plump goats. The dark-haired old man smirks with satisfaction. "Dragons, you say? Ha ha. Opportunity knocks for the Temple of Light once more." The blonde elder, however, seemed lost in thought. "Blue Dragon Slayer? Then the scope of the existing forces preparing for the Ice Dragon raid will change. I must return as quickly as possible to discuss our future strategy with our clients. The legal team also has news to deliver. The Knights of the 4th Sect, along with Chus, who came searching for Andean, are imprisoned in an underground jail, awaiting judgment for heresy." Seeing the grim situation, Leona looks down from above and says, "How frightening that we killed Andean, the demon god worshipper. How do we explain and resolve this? It's such a headache." The 4th Sect and even the Lasker family offered no objections, and instead sent congratulatory wreaths for the appearance of the Apostle of God. What is this? Sudden amnesia? The attendant could only listen and laugh it off, saying, "It would be a big problem if we released evidence of their provocations and that Andean is a demon worshipper. Even if that's not the case, we can eliminate the 4th Sect's role in the upcoming raid. For now, until we're sure of our hand, let's pretend we don't know and take a step back to observe." Leona, filled with anger and frustration, exclaimed, "Ugh, this is so annoying. That feeling of having solved everything but also having solved nothing at all. The aide smiled faintly. I understand. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Attorney Lucius, you said life, honor, and money were all protected. Such a victory is rare indeed. The two turn around, startled. Captain, you think this is truly a rare occurrence? The moment the maiden and her lover appear, things become more dangerous. It's been a long time since the angel last appeared, telling him Lucius to accept this letter. The angel departed, reminding him that the goddess always protects him, so he shouldn't forget to thank and praise her. The pork rib lunchbox is mine now. But he only caught bits and pieces. It seemed the angel said something strange at the end, but it must have been my imagination. In any case, the moment I read the letter from the angel, I knew something was about to happen. A messenger of the goddess will descend from the heavens bearing a divine artifact. The goddess herself sends a letter and guidance. Indeed, Mr. Jew was the noble personage sent by the goddess, and through him the goddess will fulfill my wishes, so I must serve him faithfully. But Lucius is unaware of a certain truth. The high-ranking goddess Mercedes has returned, and as she eats her ribs, she says, "Yes, I'll help deliver your letter to Lucius's guardian angel. But only this once. Don't think you can always bribe me with meat." Drefe, with a bribe of ribs beside him, begrudgingly begins to write. Mercedes continued, "Or perhaps she finds it crude, Mr. Van. If you give me 3 more portions, I'll refine the wording for you. I'll write it exactly like a letter from the goddess herself." Drefe worried, wondering if he even knew the angel's letter was fake. The others are calling for him, and he can only apologize to Lucius in his heart. "Forgive me, Lucius. I will repay your loyalty no matter what. The most important thing now is deciding what to do next." Vake held the letter, his face contorted like he'd eaten a chili pepper. It was the Duke's reply, saying he would visit the 3rd District soon. Lucius asked in surprise, "Father?" Fett replied, "Yes, and he asked me if there was anything he could do to help you." Lucius was taken aback. "Oh, you'll help? If you could lend your strength in the Ice Dragon raid, it would be much more secure." With an unfriendly look, Fett warned him, "Let me tell you, I'm not the Duke's subordinate or anything. It's just an exchange of goodwill, and I won't take orders. My own goals come first. There's no reason for me to get involved in your dangerous affairs." As the two discussed matters with tension in the air, a voice appeared before them. "The young lady has already given you useful information." "It seems that's not the case. If you had information on Poison Spider, you wouldn't have left without a word at dawn." Vate remained silent, observing Defi from behind, just as Defi said something was wrong. For some reason, the Fairy Queen's blessing wasn't passed on, but it's not because of the demon god's curse either. Even though I've used the truth serum on all but one wing, I still don't know where Poison Spider is. Nayet grows more concerned. All he knows is the location of Jin Wangru's headquarters. Aside from that, all I have is information on Jin Wangru. I have no memory of anyone called Spider Venom. If it's a secret army like the Dark Followers, tracking them down will be quite difficult. And now, senior brother Jin Kong is dead. Perhaps only Dongfang Zi and Di Fei know anything about him. Suddenly, Di Fei's voice cut through Neat's thoughts. "Let's make a deal. If you help us with this raid, we'll help you catch your enemy. You can refuse, but I advise against it." Because at that moment, Neat lunged at Di Fei. He thought for a moment and said, "I understand. I'll try doing as you ask for now." Inside the meeting room, discussions buzzed as a new platinum-haired member with a hint of red was introduced. "I am Dias, a disciple of White Dragon Mneosai and the sword Saint John Hoff, head of the 10 strongest warriors, as proven by Requiem, my master's sword." He seems smart and lively. After introducing himself, he smiles brightly, saying he's here to help and asks for everyone's support. Auntie praises him. "Excellent, Dias. We are fellow disciples who have both received instruction from the same master. Now everyone please give him a round of applause." Then she turned and said, "Duke, this is our first collaboration, so there's bound to be things you don't know. Why don't you accompany the Duchess for a while to get some experience? Are you all right?" Dias bowed his head. "Yes, as you command." He seems pleased, but his thoughts betray him. A trainee, am I? Is he telling me not to be arrogant and to understand the situation? If I'd arrived sooner and participated in the Azure Dragon raid, I could have made a grand entrance. It seems I won't have much say in the meeting for now. But something is better than nothing, I suppose. If I'd arrived sooner, I might have slain the Azure Dragon myself. He recalls his master's warning that on the day of the demon, God's descent, all dragons will become servants of the demon god and destroy the world. "You must exterminate all dragons. Remember my words." He's conflicted, lost in thought. If I follow that order, Does that mean I have to kill my master's true form while he's sleeping somewhere? He ponders. I don't want to. The focus isn't on killing dragons, but on stopping the descent of the demon god. If so, the princess's plan will succeed, and he may even be able to live with the dragons. He looks towards Ante, realizing that joining forces with the dragons would be even more effective. Demon worshippers are nothing. How could the princess who spent time with her master not see that idea? It's clear they're acting out of fear, gathered here to slay dragons, eliminate demon worshippers, and even battle a demon god. The truth is, fear prevents them from making rational judgments. He watches, displeased, but decides to observe for a while to see if any of the members are worth understanding. G watches this guy with suspicion, thinking about his angelic embrace. Checking the physical characteristics and health of someone you embrace is a skill most avoid due to the sensation of being electrocuted. After the health check, everyone looks half dead. Diaz collapses, exhausted, while Kiara clutches herself, complaining uncomfortably. How could joining the association involve something so bizarre? Ellis Brenta, seeing everyone exhausted from her examination, encourages them with a face that makes everyone shudder. Oh my, as a scholar, I find this quite beneficial, examining rare specimens like elves, heroes, and dragonkin. Oh my, joining this society was the right choice. Everyone. Diaz frowned, annoyed by the old woman. He snaps, "Hey, lady, don't try to be so intimidating." Elise Brenta feigns regret. "I regret not being able to examine the Lord. He screamed at me to stay away. I'm not an official member of this group." Then, in just 3 seconds, the Archduke vanished. Auntie steps forward seriously, asking, "Have you investigated the young woman yet?" Alice suddenly turned around. "Ah, Princess, it seems we need a more thorough examination to understand the Elven Queen's blessing that Net received. The mind control power the Queen uses, limited to one target at a time. The activation conditions are either maintaining contact for over 30 seconds or looking at the target, but even when met, it doesn't work. Kiara muses that Net's blessing may have been altered or lost its power. I thought she had received a blessing or a curse before, but that's not necessarily the case." Ellis points to her brain and says, "The equipment was also taken from her body, so the cause may be an unexpected problem related to her body." "Actually, it seems like her brain is a little strange," Ante says, her face cold and unapproachable. Ellis continued, "High-level healing skills can restore severe illnesses or injuries to their original state. For example, a severed finger can be reattached instantly, but if the finger was lost years ago, there's nothing that can be done. As a child, the maiden was in a shipwreck, likely suffering a head injury that went untreated, and she's lived with it ever since. It's possible she perceives the world in a way completely different from us. Because even looking into his eyes, she can't recognize him. The conditions for using the blessing haven't been met. If this hypothesis is correct, then in her eyes, no one is recognizable as human." Suddenly, Goat Phi sat before Xiao Nu, and they gazed at each other. Flashback to 13 years ago, a woman lay unconscious. After being swept away by the waves, I awoke for the first time, unable to see anything. My body burned with pain, surrounded by an endless, swirling darkness. I screamed and screamed. I didn't know who I was. My head was pounding and the pain made me think I was dying. But one day a strange fragrance stilled my swaying world. A blue-haired man said kindly, "You can only distinguish shapes, you still need some adjustments. Don't be afraid, I will heal you." That was my first encounter with my master. Every day, that scent would appear at just the right moment, and I learned Eastern script from my master. Every day I would chant the mantras my master taught me and meditate, finding peace. Just by meditating, my eyesight gradually returned. But in my eyes, humans looked like terrifying black monsters. The only thing, all I see in human form is my own reflection. I'm tired of living among monsters. I want to see my sister. Though I can't recall its face or name, it must resemble me. So I'll recognize it in human form. Then one day the girl's eyes widened in surprise. Every day I did as I was told, and I chanted the incantation perfectly. But why is it like this? Why? A faceless figure appeared asking if she wanted to eat. Things were getting strange again, Fett said, smoking a cigar. That's the minor oho that most junior members of Persephone's association go through. Destroy the brain with poison or physical power, and after inhaling the poison, they will begin to hum incantations that control the flow of magic. So, 9 out of 10 people die that way. Net seemed to have something on her mind. The survivor, Fett continued, experiences unique sensations from their altered brain, a faceless one calling out for brilliance. Peculiar senses. You mean an unusually sharp sense of smell, taste, or sight, simply to heighten sensation, or perhaps to alter the way the senses receive information? Ah, I see. So those arrows were guiding me. I can create faces and bodies based on those instructions and transform into someone else. My master cared for me as I went mad in the darkness. He told me that even if I lost my memories, I could still be useful. Master didn't just say empty words, he actually taught me martial arts and even found me a sister. Pyuk sits watching the imprisoned girl, her face filled with determination. Therefore, I must repay his kindness. Though the Dragon Heart plan failed, I must find another way to save my imprisoned master. I have to find a way out of here, no matter what. There has to be a way. With that thought, Xiaonu looks at the guard and asks for a favor. Hey, don't you think sitting there silently is boring? Even if you let me go, I'm as good as dead. I've already revealed all my secrets. Can you grant this dying person one last wish? Just let me bathe, I feel so uncomfortable. Just let me bathe, and I'll listen and do everything you say. She wore a provocative expression. Can't you? If you can't release me, then bathe me. It's okay, Zafei said softly, stunned by her words. He approached her, gently lifted her chin, and whispered, Just stay still. The girl smiles as the man before her seems to have fallen for her ploy. Indeed, men are all the same. When one suddenly gains great power, they desire a beautiful companion. No matter how many others there are, I'll be the prize you can't forget. Chufei touches Leah's full red lips, stroking them gently. She simply closed her eyes, awaiting his touch, as his hands delved deeper into her mouth, wreaking havoc. Just for a moment, before I escape, it's the only way to create an opening against an opponent with a dragon's heart and a light sword. Leah's eyes flutter open, her golden pupils gazing at the man before her. Even you can't defeat human instinct. The fiend goat called out to her, and his demeanor instantly shifted, becoming somewhat unhinged as his grip on her chin tightened, as if he wanted to crush it. His red eyes flashed with fury as he spoke with a commanding tone. Enough games. Hand over the mark now. She opened her eyes to meet his cold gaze, and a wave of fear washed over her. Never did she imagine facing him like this. Suddenly, the centipede within her is triggered, causing agonizing cramps that make her break out in a cold sweat, as if thousands of them are crawling all over her body. He knows what she's enduring, but ignores it, tightening his grip and forcing her head back. Her neck muscles strained, and she could only manage a few garbled words as the sounds grew louder and her throat became increasingly sore. She roared for a long time, blood gushing out and splattering everywhere, finally prompting him to release her chin, not wanting her blood on him. She retched painfully onto the floor, her body aching all over from being tightly bound. He just stood there, coldly looking away, unconcerned and even satisfied. He sighed, a nostalgic curve forming on his lips as he recalled their earlier days, trying to ease the present awkwardness. Even if Leah could go back and meet her past self, she wouldn't change at all. Under the moonlight, two figures, one large and one small, stood close, exchanging tender words. Leah gently touched her lips to Defee's, whispering, It's almost over. Just this one thing, and we can be together. Defee's eyes grew more affectionate, enough to captivate anyone who looked at her, making them long for her day and night. She asked him, You'll believe me, and do as I say, right? But the truth was a slap in the face for him back then. She just wanted to use and discard him. Back in reality, Leah had finally vomited the centipede that had been tormenting her stomach. As soon as the centipede was out, Defy mercilessly crushed it. He lowered himself, sat down, and said to her, Honestly, I want to kill you, but out of respect for your sister, I'll give you a chance. She glares at him, her eyes filled with hatred, yet she's helpless in his grasp. He rises, extends his hand, and a green light emanates towards her as he says, Whether I kill you or spare you will depend on your actions from now on. Deepy grabbed her head, a numbing sensation washing over her as tears welled in her eyes. He held her head firmly, forcing her to look up at him as he roared, Open your eyes! After a while, the sturdy iron door slowly creaked open, letting rays of light flood the space. Defei stepped out, ascending the endless flight of stairs, surrounded by torches illuminating the path. Auntie was already waiting, her dark hair flowing, wearing a long, pure black dress accented by 2 flowers on her shoulders. Her sharp eyes asked, Are you finished? Seeing his love waiting, he hurried to her, replying, I used the Dragon Gate so she can slowly return to normal. If the brain changes too quickly, there's a risk of side effects, and it'll take a long time for her to fully regain her senses and memories. She listened and nodded in understanding. Her steps slowed, and she turned to him, asking, That took longer than I expected. He nodded in agreement. Yes, minimizing the side effects takes time. The two walked, their shoes clicking in rhythm. He said, I thought you'd object more to healing the laughing woman. Didn't she and Ophelia want to kill the Xiaonu? Auntie hesitated, but her eyes began to change. Her voice was the same, but her demeanor had changed slightly. Honestly, I wanted to make things difficult for her, but taking this opportunity to exploit someone as talented as her isn't bad either. I'll use her, just as she made things difficult for us. She's the family Net has been searching for, so of course I'll help her. He listened to every word the girl said, a little surprised, but quickly dismissed the thought, placing absolute trust in her. What a two-faced answer. Anyway, she's passed out and sleeping, so let's use this time to create some protective gear. For now, I'll use it to focus on other things. In truth, I never wanted to see her. I only wanted to kill her, but she's a main character, so I couldn't. But not killing her makes me uneasy, as I don't know what she'll do, so it's better to avoid her. After meeting her, I can't control this anger and resentment, not even until death. Even if I were to die and be reborn, I still wouldn't understand why you chose to stay with the demonic cult after knowing the truth. What exactly were you to her? But I can't ask her now. That future will only exist in my memories. As Yo Unman was lost in thought, a shoe suddenly flew from somewhere, grazing his cheek. He looked at the shoe falling down the steps, surprised. A shoe? How did a shoe suddenly appear? Lost in thought, he'd forgotten Auntie had moved further up, reminding him of her presence. Oh, what's wrong? My shoelace came undone. She reclines on the steps, her eyes beckoning him closer. Beneath the burning torch, something even hotter awaits. Auntie. How could he resist being captivated by such beauty? This scene feels surreal, as she massages her slender ankle and sighs. Yeah, the other side's completely broken. It's no good anymore. The stairs are dark, the air is a bit cold, and only her pale skin seems to glow. Zephyr approaches her, gently caressing her foot, sore from the high heels. His hand then wanders higher, and he leans in to kiss her. He chuckled at Auntie's adorable reaction. How can jealousy be so cute? Her eyes met his as she gently lifted his chin and replied, "Jealous of what?" Her alluring words and captivating beauty draw them both into a sea of love, her lips trembling slightly. I'm seducing him. In my past life, I met many good and bad people, was deceived and exploited, and hurt to the point of near death, making me unable to trust anyone. I once thought the whole world was nothing but lies. In that deceitful world, only Auntie showed me true sincerity, not with fleeting lies, but with her actions. That's why, no matter how many times I start over, I'll always choose you, Auntie. He reached out and took her hand, their eyes meeting in a deep connection, for perhaps they had each found a place in the other's heart. The great temple of the 3rd District was no longer sealed. They've officially announced the end of the tomb raid, and at the after-party, Auntie declares she'll join the Frost Dragon raid. Expectations were high for the treasures to be brought back from Eurydica's tomb, bolstered by the dragon-slaying team. A high-ranking elf, the strongest of the top 10, and even a saint. Everything was perfectly prepared to please the investors as Jeffy, holding a glass of wine, mingled with the partygoers. This place is extravagant and magnificent, filled with powerful and influential people. He marveled, thinking that if the atmosphere remained perfect, they would gather enough funds. Suddenly he froze as his eyes landed on the one person he never wanted to see, the cult leader, who was approaching and clapping. What a surprise! Auntie, you, who only knew how to have fun, possess such great power. This older brother is so proud of you. The saint has done well, a vital task indeed, and as he approaches, he applauds even more, you our protagonist, the man who has brought us all this glory. Zephy, let me see your face. He screamed inwardly, surprised. A cardinal? What the hell is he doing here? Polaris Anbesh Kayan, first prince of the Kayan kingdom, the youngest cardinal of the temple, a light unlike the sickly and reclusive second prince, had become Aslan's noble star through his beauty and intelligence. The gaze Jepai gave him held no joy, only murderous intent. Even so, he's just putting on an act. That scoundrel, the leader of the demon worshippers? What is he doing here? Polaris returned the look with a triumphant smirk, mocking him. After all, his power still holds great value at this party, First Prince, and his arrogance is natural, with no one daring to oppose him. Lucius steps forward and says, "Welcome, Cardinal Polaris. Thank you for visiting my humble abode despite your busy schedule." On the surface, he was welcoming, but inside, he remained cautious and vigilant. The man before them was unreadable, capable of striking or plotting at any moment. His intentions were unclear, but surely not good. Jeffy doesn't know him well enough to be deceived, and as the host, he has to do something. Polaris chuckled, seeing the less-than-friendly looks from Lucius, Jai, and Auntie. You don't need to be so tense. I'm just a normal priest. His crimson eyes glowed with an eerie charm. If you don't like seeing my face, how about this? He snapped his fingers. The closed iron gate creaks open, and the hurried footsteps of many can be heard from within, quickly drawing the attention of everyone around. The children burst through the door, their innocent faces beaming with smiles. Innocent faces. Everyone is stunned. Children? Polaris stood up, the eerie sarcasm gone from his voice. He spoke to the children with affection. Do exactly as we practiced. The children seemed to adore him, their eyes sparkling as they nod in unison, lining up in a row. Each child closes their eyes, their clear voices rising in a sweet song. The children clasped their hand in prayer, circling the obese goat as their sweet voices filled the room. He froze, unsure of what to do, cursing inwardly. What the hell was going on? Polaris Anbeck steps forward, introducing a young boy wearing a wreath, a refugee from Danil, to share his story. She lost her entire family to the dragon's curse. He points to 2 other children. This girl lost her entire family to the zombie monsters from the princess's tomb, and these 2 are the only survivors from their village. He pointed to Zephyr, saying he was powerless, only able to rescue and care for these orphans. But you stopped those tragedies. You put an end to them. On behalf of all these children, I thank you. Lord Zephy, he says. He bowed his head, appearing utterly reverent. But words can lie, and his eyes told a different story. But eyes cannot lie. Cheers erupted around the room. Oh, holy Ari, long live Japhi. Auntie should have felt proud, but she didn't. Her eyes were sharp as knives as she looked at Polaris Amb. That liar. He's not just here to congratulate me. What's he plotting with this charade? He closed his eyes, his voice as smooth as sculpted marble. Do you know? The dungeon bubble that burst 12 years ago was caused by fabrications about the dungeon, and the entire continent was shaken by the economic crisis. To prevent a repeat of that economic disaster, many dungeon-related laws were enacted. He raised the slender baton that musicians often use to conduct orchestras. He continued, reciting the articles of the law as if he knew them by heart. Article 4. Section 1 of the Dungeon Act states that all equipment, items, and valuable spoils obtained during a dungeon raid must be appraised and valued. Because certified national appraisers are obligated to report to investors as well as to the king and his aides, the results after conquering dungeons are usually reported to the lord or the dungeon management under the lord's authority. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, he continued. Article 4. Section 2. Valuation must be based on market conditions. False reporting will result in a maximum of 3 years in prison, or a fine of up to 5,000 gold coins. But when I checked the Black Dragon Heart report, it was 0 gold coins. Polaris Anbeck's voice was a little hurried, with a hint of anger, and she spoke louder, as if to shout directly at the people there to intimidate the 3 of them. Article 4, Clause 3. The Order has no right to dispose of any items obtained from the dungeon without first complying with Clause 1, including selling, transferring, or using them. In the event that healers or exclusive items must be used, the Order must use profits to pay for the items used. The price of the dragon's heart was 0 gold, so the price paid for using it was also 0. This is undoubtedly a false report. Lucius angrily retorted to the cult leader, but before he could finish, Polaris laughed maniacally, a smug look in his eyes, saying, "Someone almost said that. But it wasn't me. It was the world." Ha 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 ha. He reached out, shouting for all to hear and remember, how can money be valued above the will of the goddess? Of course, its price is not gold coins, but why would a dragon heart, used to carry out the goddess's will, be valued with human currency? The goat deity's messenger is simply following the goddess's will, a truly noble act, and would never be tempted by worthless gold. Lucius frowned, clearly displeased. What was he planning? Auntie felt the same way. The more he listened, the more uneasy he felt. Was it praise or veiled sarcasm? Something just felt off. He snapped something in his hand, beads of sweat already forming. He did it all for free, to save us from tragedy. Those are the words of someone who wants to seize the dragon heart, aren't they? I knew he was up to no good. He'd never praise someone better than himself. In his heart, he only wants to tear him down to take the throne himself. The bastard. After his long speech, he looked up, satisfied. Never have I been so happy to be born a prince and the leader of the Hongwai Church. Hearing the news, I rushed back to complete my request to His Majesty, my father, that this was the work of the divine, not of man, and begged him not to arrest Mr. Japhi. Then I sought out the bishops of the dioceses. The bishops of 9 dioceses, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, and my own diocese 13, along with the assistant bishop of the missing bishop of Diocese 4, have given me their signatures. These 10 bishops and the assistant bishop acknowledge that Mr. Japhi's actions are a miracle of the goddess, a special case, and that he cannot be punished by law. We respect and support Zephyr for helping and sacrificing himself for humanity without asking for anything in return. Our bishops pledge to provide military support and supplies, as we've created a fund to use all profits from attacks to aid those in chaotic situations. I knew he'd cause trouble, but I didn't expect this. We avoided legal issues through religious means, but now religion itself is holding us back. Helping others for free. If we refuse, he'll bring up the dragon's heart. But if we agree, we'll lose everything. He glanced at her and saw her less than optimistic expression. And he understood. Perhaps Ante would have a way to solve this, but the problem was that Polaris was the one causing it. As the left-hand man of the Yellow Dragon, he abandoned his claim to the throne to become a priest, only to become a bishop in the Yellow Dragon's territory, Magnus Frere, giving him even greater power to challenge Polaris. It's as good as challenging the Yellow Dragon who cherishes Polaris. No one can stand against him unless we find a way to make Polaris back down. The surrounding people dispersed, saying, "Let's go, it's hopeless." But look at the situation. Cardinal Polaris is planning to embezzle all the profits of the association under the guise of establishing a relief fund. If we invest here, we won't get anything back. Polaris whispered mockingly in his ear. Surprised? I'm not here to start another war with you. I'm here to beat you to a pulp. He scoffed inwardly, wondering if the man was crazy, spouting such nonsense. Oh, I can't do that. That's hilarious. Is this cult leader stupid? Countless thoughts raced through Theo's mind as he realized he knew exactly what was going on. This was a familiar tactic. These large guild temples are used by nobles to attack smaller guilds and individuals. He can see their tactics clearly now. When soldiers arrive, they greet them warmly, saying, "Submit your requests for equipment and manpower assistance here." Thinking of these actions, he begins to understand all the tricks. They'd cut off outside funding with excuses to subdue their opponents, then promise enthusiastic support with seemingly reasonable conditions. But they only keep their word the first couple of times. He now understands their tricks. Images of scattered documents flash in his mind, along with their methods of refusal. Ask the attack planning department, not about other expenses. The cost of troops and food for dozens, even hundreds of guild members is astronomical. Not to mention the cost of feeding the horses and buying the rights to raid dungeons. The larger the scale, the higher the price. Now they're stripping away rights from above, so losing profits and support from the top is like a death sentence for the entire guild. At this point, the lord of the demonic sect began to speak. I'm curious to see how long you'll last, or if you're hiding an ace up your sleeve. With eyes as red as blood, he looked at Deefy and said, "You know what? Now that you're a noble, you can't act as you please. You must follow the rules, no matter how frustrating it is. Only then will others trust and follow you. You've never known nobility, so you wouldn't understand. A nobody like you is no better than a thief, and you're powerless to change anything." Hearing this, he was extremely displeased, casting a cold glare at the man, who continued to speak. Ante will lose all the money he invested in you because you have to take care of everything, big and small. How pathetic. A princess needs her dignity, so even if she's poor, at least give her something to wear. Hearing these words from the cult leader, he scowled, and the leader, drawing closer, taunted him. Why the long face? Gonna hit me? I'd love to see you try. He was furious but helpless, and could only close his eyes tightly, then open them with resentment, glaring down coldly. At that moment, he began to speak. The southern gate will open, and blood-soaked winds will rise from the east, engulfing the world. This is the signal that the Knights of the Apocalypse will rise, bringing plague, famine, war, and death. Lucius, overhearing this, hesitated, stammering the words as a golden key materialized in his hand, glowing brightly. Zephyr said, "When the river is stained with blood, the most destructive demon of the underworld will rise and seize the throne, steal the 5 stars guarded by the dragon, and then the apocalypse will inevitably occur." At that moment, the key in his hand transformed into a dazzling sword of light. Zephyr said, "When I received the light sword, the angel told me this." His eyes flashed with golden lightning. The 5 stars held by the dragon heart, and the light sword are gifts from the goddess. And for that reason alone, I cannot give them to anyone, High Priest. Furthermore, he looked back and said, "Who I give the dragon heart to is my decision." Hearing this, the cult leader's crimson eyes flashed with annoyance and darkness as he listened silently. Just remember that. And so they shook hands, sealing their uneasy alliance. Zephyr said, "I am honored to have your assistance, and I look forward to working with you, High Priest." The cult leader then left in his carriage, gazing out the window, lost in thought. "I'll await the funding contract. Safe travels." He mused to himself that for a mere peasant he handled things well, likely trying his best to hold on to the dragon heart. He then pondered over Jaehee's words. Whose hands the dragon heart falls into is my decision to make. Does he intend to give Ante the dragon's heart? Is he trying to strengthen his own gang to fight against me? His face darkened as he muttered, "How foolish! To struggle so hard only to choose death." Then his thoughts turned to the dragon heart. In truth, what Phi holds is only a fragment, and it needs to be reassembled with all 7 parts to have any meaning. With that thought, he burst into laughter inside the carriage. Then, he smugly looked out the window, thinking that the goat Phi knew nothing about the truth of this world, and he didn't need to consider him a rival. He began to sink deeper into his own thoughts. Of course, I'm skeptical about his partnership with Ante, and his claim that an angel spoke to him is definitely a lie. Will he really act according to the goddess's will? What kind of person is the goddess? The cult leader muttered to himself, wishing he could use magic detection to know if he was telling the truth. But there were too many people around. He continued to ponder, realizing things were complicated, but it didn't matter, because he had a foolproof plan to summon a demon god, and he just wanted to have a little more fun in the short time he had left, as he had prepared another gift for them. At that moment, he approached Diaz, who was chopping wood. Diaz looked at him blankly and asked, "Huh? Who are you?" "You know my master?" Everything rewinds to a few days prior, after Jae-Fi used the silver key. The cult leader arrived, saying, "Of course, I'm an old friend of Mosuna's." With a mocking grin, he leaned in close and asked, "You must miss your master, don't you? I know a way for you to see her again. Do you want to know?" Hearing this, he angrily craned his neck to look at him. Hearing this proposal, he lowered his head in thought as the leader revealed a key in his palm. Meanwhile, Defy and Ante stand together in the sky, conversing through the night. Ante praises him, saying, "Well done, though it's a shame, but we still have the dragon's heart. I couldn't have handled that situation any better myself." She then looks at Zephyr, smiling, and says, "But why do you look so happy? Was it all part of your plan?" He lowered his head, smirking, and replied, "No, I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I laugh because I didn't know. I thought things would be worse, that even more would happen. It also explains why the masters in my past life did those things." He began to rethink everything, muttering to himself. At the time, I wondered why that happened, and taking a hint from Ant's words, I formed a hypothesis. Perhaps he wanted to see if White Dragon was involved in Andean's sudden death. If that's the case, why did he stop Bailong's disciple Aedi for 2 whole years in his past life? Diaz's image appears. He said to him, "Oh, you're new. Nice to meet you. I'm Darius, but you can call me AI." Remembering this, he began to think. And the answer was... Then he pictured carrying Marinia on his back, happily introducing her as the guardian deity of their group. Returning to the high priest's thoughts, he pondered whether that kid could possibly gather enough dragon hearts. Still deep in thought in his carriage, the high priest breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they would never obtain the power needed to win this long battle. It was then that he began to speak, realizing he had pretended a little, pretending not to know how to use the dragon heart as if he had no intention of monopolizing it. Zephy began to laugh triumphantly, having fooled the high priest, that bastard, and then he vanished. "So you've won politically, using money to pressure me? That's just how humans fight each other. The bastard." Then he smugly said he must still think I'm human. The two began to eagerly share everything with each other. "If the pontiff had really attacked, I'd be dead by now," Goatfi said. "Because he stood in the way, our group will have to worry about how to survive, not about money." And even then, he let me be, despite knowing of my existence based on the outcome of our conflict, never revealing my identity to the demon god worshippers. Because that's the rule of the game. Even as a noble of the Temple of Light, he could simply accuse me of being a threat to the kingdom, use the power of the yellow dragon to eliminate me, and sow discord within the Temple of Light. He began to imagine the high priest's sinister face. Not only had he underestimated him, but he had grown complacent after years of manipulating humans, believing victory was assured. I almost couldn't help but laugh. It was the perfect opportunity for him to take me down. At that moment, Hefe embraced Ante from behind. It would be a long time before the leader realized his mistake, and he would deeply regret missing this opportunity. I took a step back, but in return, under the full moon, they embraced, and he said, "We will go far." A lavish feast was then laid out on the table. This is Buen dragon meat, stewed with wine, followed by dragon rib steak, and then the water of life. At the table, Jeffy wiped his hands and said, "Attacking the ice dragon is different from the azure dragon in that we'll have to fight in the snow desert, so first we need to increase our stats. The table is set with a feast and everyone gathers as Jeffai extends an invitation. Eat up, everyone. Auntie and Ophelia drooled over the dishes on the table. Auntie says, dragon meat is the best elixir for increasing all attributes. And Ophelia, overcome with desire, exclaims how delicious it is. Meanwhile, Net and the other guy began to eat. Ante continued, listing magic, stamina, muscle, and touch. Meanwhile, No eagerly offered Lucius his share of the feast, including the life water, which has incredible restorative properties, purifies, enhances magic, and can even prolong life. Captain, please, have my share. Lucius is taken aback by the offer. At the table, someone exclaims, we're going to be swamped, so let's eat well for good luck. Ante, eyeing the lavish spread, glances at Zephy and asks in surprise, when did you learn to cook? He then replied, my grandfather taught me when I was little. He owned a restaurant. She asked again, surprised. Really? She leaned on her hand, smiling teasingly at him. Are you afraid people will make you cook if they know you're good at it, so you're hiding it? He feigns ignorance. Really? She then wittily replies, yeah, you're probably right, and Phi smiles. Ha ha. Then she looked at the only empty seat in the entire guild and asked, but is everything all right? Asked Zephy. Not understanding Ante's question, he blankly asks, what do you mean, no problem? Worried, she replies, only Edie is absent today. They begin to think of Dias's image, shyly refusing. Already eating meat? Then I'll have to pass. My stomach feels awful. Remembering his image, she says, isn't catching dragons enough? Eating dog meat, too? He might not show it, but he seems disgusted by it. At this, Auntie, full of worry, looks at him and asks, we're not making him resentful, are we? Jifei glances back and replies, don't worry about it. That kid can't just fly off the handle, not when he's bound by his vows. One of the members overheard their private conversation and suddenly suggested that they should eliminate him now. They then began to discuss their plans to attack the dragon, and despite the obstacles posed by the pontiff, they continued to prepare for the assault. They made good use of the time they had fought so hard to gain, gathering together to discuss their plans. Lucius hands JPI a stack of documents, saying, this is this month's Lauren auction catalog, and this is a list of items expected to be exhibited that I found out about through connections. A person sitting there asks, a list of items expected to be exhibited? And No began to explain. The Lauren auction is the continent's premier auction. Each bid can increase by hundreds of millions of gold, and they even auction off legendary artifacts, so items registered for exhibition can fetch a high price that very month. He began to explain in greater detail, saying the appraisal takes 1 month to determine if it's good enough for the Lauren auction, plus another month. After the appraisal, if there's an auction schedule, it'll appear in the 3rd month's catalog, which is published as the official catalog used to advertise items expected to be exhibited, and the catalog of items without a set auction schedule. Originally, only auction house employees were allowed to see it. Kiara listened intently as No explained. For reference, items need to be advertised, and there are many exhibition applications, so it usually takes about 6 months from the date of application. She blankly asked, half a year is a long time. What about the Ice Dragon raid we want to do? Meanwhile, Zephy was reviewing the exhibition list and added, 2 months later? Kiara looked at G, puzzled, and said, then we have to make the most of this list of expected items. Once the auction schedule is set, we won't be able to cancel the registration. Hearing this, he replies, but before that, if we offer attractive enough terms, we can cancel their registration and sell them to us. The girl, hearing this, suddenly realizes and says in surprise, aha. He looked at the long lists, wondering what to buy. What was useful when attacking the ice dragon in my past life? If only I remembered something like that. But alas, nothing comes to mind. Now, he begins to recall the subjugation of the ice dragon, a feat yet to be accomplished. Dias trudged through the snow, entering the ice dragon's city, his armor gleaming as he excitedly declared, that's the ice dragon's city, right? He gazed at the ice castle ahead, sword on his shoulder, a trail of monster corpses behind him. As Edie visited Lindell, Anta and other forces left the city to pursue the thief who had stolen the dragon's heart and fled. Then he remembered Dias running and shouting back to him. The princess said she's very interested in the azure and ice dragons. I shouldn't keep her waiting. I'm bored. Let's go see a dragon. And then they engaged in combat. Wait, Iridius, hold on. Defy thought he said that and ran out of Lindelow, but the real reason he ran towards the port was to see if he could talk to the dragons. Iridius then entered the icy palace, thinking to himself, there's no need for bloodshed if they'll listen to reason. I need to approach them before the princess acts. He then pushed open the door, and Defy wondered if any unexpected luck would befall Iridius. He entered the palace, and the ice dragon, seated on her frozen throne, looked down upon him and asked, "Who are you? Why are you barging into my home?" she said coolly from her ice throne. "How rude." Then she looks at him and smiles smugly, while he stares back in surprise, frozen in disbelief, thinking, "A woman? That horn and that luck." As he was lost in thought, the castle suddenly began to crumble. In a flash, the ice dragon unexpectedly appeared before Diaz, leaving him frozen in shock, thinking it was too fast. Suddenly, she looked at him strangely and said, "You smell like my sister. Were you also imprisoned by her?" "I told you it would be a waste of time." Then she starts using magic in her palm, activating it as she asks, "So, what do you want? Now that you have power, do you want to test it out? Or do you want the title of Dragon Slayer?" Then she summoned 2 ice swords in her hands and said with a smug grin, "Whatever you want, you'll have to beat me to get it." Seeing this, Diaz suddenly rejoiced. It seems luck is on his side. Diaz makes his move and the two prepare to fight. What he wants is to protect his master and his clan, and betting his life on a fight is an instinct ingrained in his soul. Now, the ice dragon and he charge at each other with great excitement. And so does she. The force of their battle is so great it destroys part of the ice palace. Inside, he's being overwhelmed by the ice dragon, and she smirks. "Impressive, you withstood 5 blows? I've adjusted my power. Try to endure a little longer." Then she summoned a series of sharp ice spikes from her back, saying, "If you're Mosu's disciple or my sister, try to counter this." She then flew high above, and the ice spikes she summoned began to thrust toward him. But in an instant, he sliced through all the ice spikes, shattering them to pieces before she could dive down from the sky. Dia stood there, waiting, a satisfied smile spreading across the ice dragon's face. What are the odds of finding someone who mirrors you so perfectly? Odias fought with increasing fervor, laughing with delight as if this was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Then, from mid-air, the two began to charge at each other, unleashing a flurry of chaotic strikes. They fought so fiercely that the room was filled with nothing but their attacks, and everything else was destroyed, from the great harbor to this deserted island. The vast sea is frozen by the ice dragon's breath. Though it's winter outside, they've taken their fight outdoors, and the ice dragon has been defeated. "Ha ha, too weak. You call that an attempt to defeat me? Didn't you come here to beat me?" "Huh? So that's how it is. What's your name?" Unaware of the tragic end that awaited them, their miraculous winter was beginning, and Diaz was once again ready to fight. He throws a fierce punch towards the ice dragon, who braces for the blow. Before Diaz could react, he was sent flying. The ice dragon casually brushed him aside, expending minimal effort. Finally, he fell at her feet. She looked at him smugly and said, "Don't be cocky, human. Do you really think the body of the Supreme Being is weaker than your weapon?" Frustrated and helpless, he could only reply, "Oh, damn it." She then said, "You couldn't catch up to me in a million years." Suddenly, Ice Dragon snapped his fingers and said, "Since we're on the subject, let me just say, if you want to fight me." At that moment, the ice beneath him began to crack. He sat helplessly on the floor, surrounded by swords, as she smugly said, "It'll probably take about 7 demon swords, so use them all to attack me and sing your requiem." Hearing this, he smirks, then bursts into laughter that echoes throughout the ice castle, shouting, "You underestimate me." "Very well, I'll grant your wish. This is what it truly means to fight to your heart's content." He was about to take a break, eat, and then fight again, when suddenly he started a fire from the ground. Looking at Diaz's fire, she suddenly asked, "What is that?" "Looks like a key." He replies, "My grandfather gave me this firestone leaf when I was little." She then said, "Oh, the ancients used much rougher things than this. It has changed a lot." Suddenly, the two sat together, grilling fish and eating happily as if nothing had happened. They stayed up for nights, exhausted from fighting, and then collapsed into a deep sleep. Confused, the ice dragon looked at him and said, "This human is so strange. Most humans, when shown the power of the dragon race, recognize their limits and retreat." She then realized that any disciple of her sister would be strange, but this one was 12 years old and still an empty shell. And the knight guarding the child didn't seem human, but more like a creature wearing human skin. Just thinking about that child I saw 20 years ago sends chills down my spine. Their innate magical potential, flexibility, comprehension, and spatial awareness. Suddenly, she blocks the attack with her bare hand, the courage to face her fears. He possesses the talents needed to grow stronger, the best kind of talents. Then the two clash once more. While Diaz fought with all his might, the ice dragon effortlessly blocked all his attacks, then punched him in the face. Though bleeding, he grinned with excitement. Even when struck, he's thrilled, saying, "Too bad, I almost had it." Diaz can't win, and he starts to question himself. but his spirit remains unbroken. Why can't I do it? What am I missing? Thinking back to his attacks on the ice dragon, he wonders if he should adjust the center of his power. What was the angle of his fingers just now? What about the moment the magic gathers and overflows? What are the opponent's habits? He needs to create an opening that seems to exist but doesn't. Just a little bit more. At that moment, he resolved to lift his foot and try again, thinking, damn it, he's too strong. Too strong to face. IAS hoists his sword, infusing it with magic once more, a thrill evident on his face. But pushing forward against such a powerful foe, improving bit by bit, that's what makes it worthwhile. He leaps into the air, unleashing a devastating strike. The attacks are too weak against Ice Dragon Dias's true form, and I'm tired, so I need a break. He lay on the floor, looking up at the sky, and said, "The moon is full again." 3 months have already passed. He looked up at the sky, a newfound determination in his eyes. In that time, he had grown much stronger. Now I can land powerful blows on Marinia in dragon form. Wait! The Lindelof estate manager said he'd be back in 2 months. I completely forgot. The princess is back? Just then, the ice dragon rushed over, excitedly calling out to Zoya. Confused, he exits the ice cave and sees the ice dragon gazing at the sky, when suddenly his eyes widen in shock. Then, marveling at the aurora's beauty, she asked, "Isn't it beautiful?" Sitting down, she smiled and said, "Is this your first time seeing the aurora?" She then invited him to sit with her. Diaz looked up at the aurora borealis, watching the ice dragon with great interest, and began to tell a story. "Once my master told me he had seen your aurora." Then, remembering the image of 2 dragons gazing at the aurora together, she continued, saying she wanted to see it too. She continued, then, lost in thought, gazed up at the sky. Ice Dragon begins to recount a tale from long ago, recalling an image from the past as she says, "The dragon hearts were once mingled together before shattering, and the 7 of us were born centuries apart. The dragon heart fragment within me is a mix of blue and white." She recalls her birth. "When I opened my eyes, I saw my sister and the ice dragon together," she says. "She was waiting for me to be born. They grew up side by side, perhaps because we both shared a fragment of the white dragon heart. Dragons are born with different personalities except for my sister and I. My sister was different. She was strong and affectionate." As they watched the aurora together, Ice Dragon turned to him and continued, "Though we both have white hearts, I can't call myself a white dragon because of my sister. So, you're the only ice dragon left." Then, she continued to gaze up at the aurora and recount her story. "My sister fell into slumber 1,000 years ago. The other dragons grew strange after the saru tree died. They're all busy fulfilling some mission or trivial task, except for that yellow dragon. It's been so long since I've spoken to anyone." Before Ice Dragon's story, Ias listened intently, especially to someone she could share memories of her sister with. Then she looked at him, smiling happily, as if all the feelings in her heart had been released. Then, suddenly gritting his teeth, he says, "This is absurd, I'm sorry, master." Seeing him like this, Ice Dragon turns to him in surprise and asks, "What's wrong?" At that moment, he thought of killing all dragons, not just his master, but also the little sister his master once cherished. He hesitated, thinking, "I can't do it," then activated his magic, detonating the ice and summoning a new skill born of rage, the Cradle of Earth. This white dragon skill, capable of hiding anything within the Earth's embrace, could only be used after the white dragon's blessing. At this moment, he shamefully held out a small cradle, saying, "I'm sorry for showing you so late." Seeing the cradle, the ice dragon cried out in surprise. Inside the cradle was a small, curled-up dragon. After showing it to the ice dragon, he began to explain. "When Master was with me, her body was possessed." At this moment, the ice dragon slowly reached out to the cradle, hesitating. "My sister's luck. Sister Hua will like this." Tears streaming down her face as she gazed at the cradle, Dia said, "Marenia, I must seek out another of our master's disciples, Princess Ante." As Ice Dragon cradled the cradle and wept, he recounted, "The princess wants to kill all dragons. It was Master's last wish to help her do so, but I don't want to." He then turned serious, "And I've found a way to escape this damn ending without killing dragons. When Doomsday arrives, the surviving dragons and the Tree of Life will lose their will, and their mission will turn to destroying everything. The world will become a slave to the demon gods. The force that once invaded this world must not be revealed to anyone until the appointed day. The only way to escape this fate is death, but thanks to the white dragon Amniosai being trapped in the lizard's body, I've been given a chance. Master ARG, my body has reached its limit. Don't panic, it's because of the magic I cast. If I die, my body will twitch slightly, and I will utter my last wish. Because I'm bound by secrecy, there's a truth I can't speak. Listen closely. Seek out Princess Ante, join forces with her, and stop the apocalypse. Due to the mission's limitations, I can only tell Ante to kill all dragons. She will surely succeed, for her goal and will are clear. But he's too kind. If I told him everything, at least he'd understand and might kill both dragons, me and Millennia. Please, save the world and my people, and try to survive. Master, the rain falls as if mourning a noble soul. Yi returns the sun home, hoping for its eternal peace. Her master, afflicted by magic, writhed in pain for months just to reveal the world's secrets to her. My master wanted me to fulfill her dying wish, but to kill her, my sister, and her entire clan? Damn it, how can I do that? In the end, Odie couldn't make a decision. It's been a month. I'm sorry, you've been kept here for too long. Adi, you must go see the princess according to your master's will. But no matter, it can wait. How can I leave you when the monsters are rioting like this? What he heard as human speech was the terrifying cries of monsters, and he used helping others as an excuse to further delay his answer. Then one day, they discovered something in a dungeon near Nina's territory. Huh? That's right, this is what my master spoke of, a demon god cult summoning altar. That's right. If I find and destroy all their summoning altars, I can prevent the demon god's summoning. That's a much better plan. I won't even need to kill the dragon. Absurd. Do you know how long the history of the demonic god church is? They've built thousands of summoning altars and hidden them in inaccessible places. More importantly, relying solely on this body's power is just wishful thinking. This plan is impossible. If you want me to acknowledge you as a comrade, prove to me that you're worthy. Both you and that princess from Auntie's territory. Just as the princess said she wanted to handle it. Kill Alice or persuade her. You must prove you can handle problems of that magnitude before I can consider you comrades. This is my senior brother. Welcome him. Yes, I'm a man too. I can't just rely on Millennia so shamefully. Then, for a whole year, I raided every dungeon, collecting the items needed to raid the dragon. Unfortunately, I can't just sneak off to see Azure Dragon. According to Minia, its unique poison makes it quite dangerous. If it's triggered carelessly, the human territories will suffer greatly. It's much safer to go with the party, just in case things don't go as planned. So, first, I'll pretend to help the princess raid the dungeon. If I can convince Blue Dragon and make him an ally, the princess won't be stubborn and will listen to my plan. More people are investing in the Blue Dragon raid now, all thanks to you. Haha, I'm just diligently raiding dungeons as I always do. No need to be modest, especially since the number of people supporting the guild has increased thanks to you. I'm RF, a mercenary. Is that kid part of this guild? I lost to him, so I'm here to help as punishment. This mercenary is so tall everyone has to look up. Sweat trickled down the priest's face as he marveled at the mercenary's height. I'm Fett, sent by Duke Jonetti. Who's leading this assault? Everything is prepared smoothly. I'll open the gate. Hey, envoy, come on in. After the horns blared, a great shout arose, and the Blue Dragon raid began its advance toward the Lake of Life. Hey, kid, don't get in my way. Just focus on doing your job. Tch, going alone would be fine, but I guess having this kid around is okay too. He won't even know what he's doing when we fight the dragon. First, he needs to get close enough to have a chance. Heal the Blue Dragon first, then talk. But the demonic sword is sacrificed, a demonic sword made from the feathers of a dead demon. Healing him will reduce the sword's durability. This won't be easy. A man and a dragon face off, exuding overwhelming power, as Edis, with numerous healing items, momentarily regains consciousness. On the fiery battlefield, a man with unwavering will wields his sword, reflected in the dragon's eyes. And the only thing he remembers is that only someone with the heart of a dragon can wield the true power of the RQM sword. This sword will be our tombstone, and our funeral. If anyone comes looking for me with that sword, I'll teach them a lesson. And you, White Queen, you drove a wedge between me and my master, so I have no reason to listen to you. The dragon paused, considering, then unleashed its terrifying power. Therefore, I cannot grant power to one as unworthy as you. I will no longer be your ally in this war. A devastating blow is unleashed. In the end, Adi could neither convince Blue Dragon nor escape from him, the one who risked his life to attack humanity. The elf desperately defends against the incoming attack, knowing his only option is to win and survive. He swings his sword, unleashing a powerful blast of energy. Apologies echoed with every strike of the sword, 1,000 apologies, and in that moment, Adi may have awakened a new power. I'm still too weak to save the ones I want to save. Then I must become stronger and seize control of this organization, or else humanity will kill Millennia. Let the announcements fly and let the charade begin. Aya 1, all hail. The Azure Dragon has been captured, and I'll feign cooperation with the guild, pretending to be happy that my strength is recognized. Good work. Now, as promised, I'll devour the dragon's heart. You don't mind, do you, princess? Of course, we have a contract. I'll hide my emotions, build my power, win everyone over, become indispensable to the association, steal the princess's influence, and take over this association. Luckily, I wrote in the contract that I would take the dragon's heart. It's unforgivable for it to fall into someone else's hands. I'll think carefully about whether to use it or keep it. First, I'll go see Millennia. An event occurred when his hand touched the dragon's body. A cold sweat broke out as strange cries echoed around me. Ramian, a demon hiding within the Azure Dragon, has awakened, and after touching the dragon's heart, his poison spreads. Thanks to the dragon heart's magic, it spread throughout the forest. Blue Dragon couldn't be saved, and the dragon heart was stolen. This is the worst attack of my life, followed by a resounding punch. Why would you do that, you jerk? Why did you stop me? Dragonheart, give me strength to run, you fool. If it were me, I would have killed that demon before he could cause any trouble. So what if he died? So what? His face smeared with blood, he spoke, suppressing his pain and anger. The dragon's magic has already spread the poison. How am I supposed to accomplish anything? How could I have failed to foresee this? I didn't think there'd be a poison expert better than me. Thanks to that armor, you weren't poisoned. But you have the toxin in you, and now you're going back to the guild? Can you guarantee the poison won't spread? You'd better run while you still can. Fool, the dragon raid contract is over, so I'm back. Wait for me, Fett. Just give my reward to the Duke. You won't hire me if you keep that pauper around. My advice, Princess, is not to give him any power. What does he mean? It seems he wasn't just saying that out of anger. Thanks to Fett's words, Ante was wary of Odie for a while, but soon after, something happened that made her forget all about it. A dragon spreads its wings freely across the clear sky, its beauty enhanced by the powerful sunlight. Yes, it's come to this. Don't die, Eddie. Don't you still have this friend? And you've proven yourself worthy as my comrade. I will help you. The white dragon immediately made its move, eyes swirling through the air, becoming one with the landscape. The ancient forest and Danil plains were frozen over by Menia, rendering the land barren. Because the river was frozen, the poison could be prevented from spreading across the continent. Ice Dragon Millennia joined Ante in IUS's guild. Her comrade in arms was hailed as a dragon knight, and that's when the guild began to stray from its goal of destroying summoning altars. From then on, that became Ante's guild's #1 goal, pouring manpower and money into finding and destroying the altars. The Black Dragon's dragon heart lost its value in the power struggle, and a rift formed when Dariel joined Marinia's guild, becoming a member of the Ice Dragons Guild. Oh, why? Oh, to distract her and kill her? Of course, dragons must be killed, and there was conflict between the two. Dariel is the queen's son, but he failed as a leader, throwing the land into chaos, right? Maybe the prophecy is true after all. How can we know if it's prophecy or just empty words when Edri is so sociable and willing to help others without asking for anything, while Dariel is just a smooth talker who can't be trusted? The princess will fund everything, so don't worry about the cost. What's more, she's popular with the people, and the elves are gradually leaving the association due to conflicts, leaving only those who became friends with Edri through fighting. Those out he helped and those who admire him. It's unsettling. Is this really okay? Will killing the dragon, as my master instructed, truly solve all our problems? Why did my master make me choose such a difficult path? What will happen if I don't kill the dragons? The opening that Odie created allowed him to slip in, pressing a large blade to Defy's neck, forcing him to the ground. So it's someone I know. How dare you? You're the bodyguard who used to stand guard in District 3, aren't you? Holding a cool pipe amidst the smoke, he grinds the blade into the ground as he asks, "Long time no see. Looks like you've learned a thing or two. Tell me, who taught you that martial art? 3 against 1 is hardly fair." A group surrounds Deefy, threatening him, as Fett's new comrades and the master of Long Tam Lam Long prepare for any missteps. The princess discusses important matters while bathing, never letting her guard down. She must build a powerful alliance of her own. A seductive figure parts the curtains to face Faye. "Do something for me, and here's your payment up front." They say even heroes can't resist beauty, but it seems Yafei isn't swayed this time. Humph. Your guild members devoured all the prey we caught. Return what you've taken. The corpse of a demon worshipper and that idiot's belongings. I'll give them to you for free since they're not worth much anyway. The first battle had its issues, but Ante needs more soldiers, especially those with grievances against the upper class like himself and Fett. This madman might actually be useful. I can assure you of that. That's welcome news. Zephy submits, though not entirely of his own free will, and Dariel recovers. We've decided to board the central ship to get what we need together, though I'm certainly not happy about it. After more than a year apart due to disagreements, Fet and Dariel have returned, along with the appearance of someone who possesses the dragon heart that he couldn't obtain. Kiffy cries out in panic as he's surrounded by ice. How did you get the dragon heart when you couldn't even catch the dragon yourself? That low-life thief. He's not just holding me back. He obtained the dragon's heart, yet he can't defeat the ice dragon. How could he possibly bring it down? Luckily, the ice dragon is on our side and is even using me to manipulate public opinion. He may seem innocent on the outside, but inside, he's a degenerate who always does what he wants. He's aware of how others see him and instinctively chases fame due to his innate pride. So, before the raid, I shouldn't act impulsively, but rather strive for achievements and gain a voice to achieve freedom and do what I want. The Silver Lion helmet's stats are reduced in its training form. I was forced to obey that bastard, but if I need someone to fight with, I'll have to remove the item's training form when attacking the dragons. I'll endure until then. I will be the one to decide the fate of my master's loved ones. So, the tasks at hand have been decided. Everyone split into teams and get to work. The auction team will head to the capital to bid on items needed for the raid and negotiate with those who possess items on the reserve list, while the farming team will hunt monsters and gather necessary supplies. Bring the skilled knights and forces from the 3rd District, and I'll keep an eye on that bastard. Finally, the strategy team. Go recruit some passionate talents for the raid to bolster our forces. Some are happy, like the old days, while others are terrified. With these members, they'll probably just use their fists to recruit people. We're abandoning the parish with the Duke visiting. My father's running late, so I'll go find him. I'm glad to see my eldest and second sons after so long. Words that leave everyone stunned. The eldest and the second? There's still something I need to do in the capital. Auntie, do you know a man named Well? He's a human scholar who visited the Great Tree Forest 61 years ago. If he's still alive, give him my regards. Yes, he is. Professor Well is currently the headmaster of the academy, which I attended as a student, so I was once his pupil. So, the Elven Queen requested a letter be sent. Grand Noble Wheel from the Duke family is the headmaster and teacher to many noble descendants, wielding considerable influence. Perhaps meeting him could aid in the raid. The princess has her own troubles, but I skipped class all the time, so the professor didn't like me much. But I have the model student Lucius with me now, so it should be fine, right? Meanwhile, the staff seems to be having more fun. What's the rush? Horseback riding? Carriages are faster and these tracks are fresh. I wouldn't, so don't go. It's a shame we don't have much time. Recruiting talent is important, but I have other matters to attend to. A new notice appears on the board, a request from the Queen of Light. Protect a VIP for 10 months and receive access to Arya's armory, where you can choose any item from the first floor. The Light Queen's request. The reward is generous, but I can use the Sword of Light freely during the mission. In other words, if the person I'm protecting dies, this sword might refuse to let me use it, but the problem is I don't know who I need to protect. The sword will lead the way, but that person isn't in the 3rd District right now. They must be far away. I need to recruit some talent quickly before I go looking. The sword's sudden reaction startled J-Fi, almost causing him to lose his grip. The sword soars, guiding him toward the one he must protect. I can feel it now. That person is very close. Wait, no, that person is coming here, riding a dragon through the wind. 2 groups of dragon riders soar through the wind, looking incredibly cool as Lucius's father, Duke Cesare Gionetti, headmaster of Well Academy, finally appears. 2 dragons descend upon the gathering point, landing in a cloud of dust. Long time no see, everyone. How have you all been? Pilgrim Philip, leader of the Pilgrim Merchant Company, speaks up, explaining that his own company abandoned him in the forest for his safety during the dragon attack. In short, I'll send a carrier pigeon, so stay here for now. Why did you leave us in this godforsaken place? Hello, Guildmaster Philip. So, you've captured my daughter. As soon as I got the letter, I left the forest. Oh, what a relief. SSS. It seems the association is short on supplies and food, so I brought Duke Cesare Gionetti and Professor Ennio Vittel from the capital. That man is Duke Gionetti, one of the masterminds behind the continent's instability, even more so than the profiteers of the dungeon bubble collapse. If not for his idea to invest in demon subjugation, the economic crisis 12 years ago wouldn't have been so widespread. The direct cause of my sect's downfall was Odin's scam. But this guy started the dungeon bubble that allowed those scammers to run wild, so I have no reason to respect him. What's more, even setting aside my feelings, he's the villain who caused the worst economic disaster in the continent's history. Who could have predicted this? This villain, who only cares about his family's interests, will give everything he has to support the human resistance against the demon gods and dragons in the future. How perplexing. The princess is sweating. I was planning to ask the Duke for help, but he's come to us, and we're not ready. In Jai's past life, the Duke helped our side because Odin brainwashed Lucius, stole his business leads, and had his son killed. His beloved grandson was enslaved. From the start, Odin allowed him to return to the third district to seek help from the Holy Order. Odin and Matthias were close because they shared similar ideas, and the Duke also looked down on Odin. Odin didn't openly hate him for it, but secretly plotted his revenge, eventually brainwashing a saint, stealing the Black Dragon's heart, and receiving a powerful artifact from the Pope. And Odin had built such a powerful force that even the Duke couldn't touch him. In this life, Jeffy has intervened and prevented that future from happening. But the problem is, everything has gone off course this time. The Duke doesn't even know the extent of our achievement in eliminating Odin. So he probably won't thank us for it, and there's a high chance he'll make unreasonable demands this time. You speak with such passion, Guildmaster, that I made time to come, despite my schedule. Is this the esteemed guest you mentioned? Seeing him in person, he just seems like a normal guy? Depp was surprised by the Duke's blunt statement. The guild leader quickly interjected, "Ha ha, Duke. Though young, Zephyr's strength is truly astonishing. He was the bravest knight who stood alone on the front lines during the Blue Dragon raid, and in the tomb of the ugly princess, he and Net defeated the boss on their own." This surprises the Duke. So only those two made it into the boss's chamber? The boss room. There are still so many clues I haven't uncovered. I want to ask that now, but if I'm too eager, my true intentions might be revealed. Still unsure if he's friend or foe, the Duke decides to proceed with caution, first assessing the man's character. After a moment's thought, he speaks, "Let's skip the pleasantries, Duong, and get straight to the point. First, I have no intention of helping you in the slightest. Second, you should be paying me. If they want to use his intelligence and connections across the continent to solve their problems, the Duke's words shock everyone. His handsome son cries out, "Father, don't say that!" These friends saved my life, and we succeeded in attacking the lamb thanks to him. Saint, be quiet. Does he always have to call me Holy Son at times like these? It really grates on me. My life is my own, so I'll repay any debts myself. As for the Blue Dragon raid, the Alliance has been preparing with all its might for 2 years, and it's ready to launch at any time. For me, it just means more options, as I can add more skilled people from across the continent. So, with all due respect, this third condition is my last. Duke, making a third request is going too far. What? The Duke is shocked by his straightforwardness. Whatever condition he was going to mention, the benefits I'd have to give him would only increase, so any more would be pure greed. A heaven-rending, earth-shattering power. JP has officially lost it. To me, someone ordinary like you is no different from a demon. I've already sworn on my sword of light. I am the one sent by the goddess of light. I don't know what's so special about people like you, but the goddess of light has ordered me to protect you, and that I shall do. But if you want to live in peace, don't say nonsense. Abandon that petty greed, and don't get more than 10 meters away from me, or I can't guarantee your life. The Duke is wrapped in a spell, and after he joins, we each set off on our own missions. The item retrieval team is full of energy. Hey, I'm the underboss of the Galliano Society, backed by the princess. She told me to join everyone here, and the two shook hands warmly. I'm Net, former Temple Knight of the 3rd District, and I look forward to working with you. The auction team with the Merchant Guild has returned to the capital, and the strategy team is completely demoralized. Why did they suddenly take DeFi from our team? So we have to do everything ourselves? This is unsettling, and why is that person coming along too? That's Enio Vittel, the main character in the rumor that he's my real father. I suffered a lot because of that rumor. If I'd met him before, I would have had words, but he's an old man now. Why does this unpleasant feeling persist? The horse's hooves suddenly halted, and Fett looked around, speaking up. It seems we're almost there. In the distance, a corner of the sky blazes crimson red. The forest is on fire, the heat scorching and consuming. The distant Mount Zila, a snow-covered peak in the center of the continent, remained perpetually white due to its extreme altitude. Depew and the Duke trudged slowly through the snow. Why are we acting alone, and all the way out here? Due to the time constraint, there's something I must retrieve here. Besides, with just the two of us, the Duke and I can keep a closer eye on each other. Right now, the Duke is trying to read my thoughts. If things go as they did before, about 3 years after we return, we'll use the ugly princess's tomb as a refuge. Those were nostalgic days. Fate is so ironic. I once longed to see what was inside, but now, do you know, Zephy? I've poured thousands of gold coins into this dungeon for over a decade, not to mention the life of my own son. I want to know what's in the boss room of this tomb. Dragonheart, nothing else. I'm looking for something far more important. But well, it doesn't matter anymore. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. Jufei sinks into thought. In the past, the Duke was a teammate, but also a man of secrets, always suspicious. So in both lives, his true motives remain unknown. Judging by his previous reaction, the Duke clearly hasn't abandoned his true goal of finding something important within the princess tomb. The Duke's shock at hearing that he and Ness defeated the boss inside the ugly princess's tomb is what concerns Jafi. If helping him get it makes him an ally, great. If his goal harms the guild, it must be stopped. Whatever it is, I need to find out. In Apostle Pen's office, he sits across from Apostles Bai, Mina, and U. Bobbin laughed, finding it ridiculous. An emissary of the goddess of light? Then, abruptly, he slammed his fist on the table. Ba gritted his teeth, trembling with rage, and asked, "Why is it that none of us have ever heard of this Jafi until now?" "What other reason could there be?" Bai Mina replied calmly. "Someone deliberately concealed this. I investigated him, but his past is suspiciously clean. But a man that strong should have been famous long ago." She then changed her tone, cautiously saying, "One thing is certain. His appearance in Sector 3 was around the time Odin and Dongfuang Tu wanted to steal the Black Dragon's heart, so he may have infiltrated the group disguised as a slave." Hearing Mina's unbelievable information, he turned to question her. "What? Odin and Dongfuang Tu teamed up to leech off the Holy Sun? That's absurd. Odin's dead." "Dongfang Zi's son is dead, isn't he?" she retorted. "Dead? Who confirmed the body?" Her words were so convincing that he bit his lip and remained silent as Bai Mina continued to voice her suspicions. Even Dong Fuangtu's disciple being captured was part of the plan. He intentionally fought the saint's subordinates, faked his capture, and surrendered. So, all the complexities have been explained quite naturally. She puts on a serious face. Either way, it's possible that Odin and Dong Fuangtu were bought off by Princess Ante long ago. Lo scratched his ear, looking annoyed. So, if that's the case, all the information we got from the vault Odin managed was false. That's a problem. Odin must have been useless. That's why he ended up like that. That's the simplest explanation. He then smirks. "All right, it's decided then." His actions and words left Bai Mina speechless with frustration, at which point Baben finally spoke up to conclude. In short, the Black Dragon heart must not fall into Princess Ante's hands, for the prosperity of the Eastern Alliance and to carry out the destruction plan ordered by the leader. Hearing this, Bai Mina replies, "Leave it to me. With the Grand Master's orders, we can't kill royalty, but we know the princess's weakness." She frowned, scheming to keep Ante's group away from the Ice Dragon. Meanwhile, in the Sen Kingdom's royal capital, a voice announced the arrival of a Princess Ante, first princess and Grand Duchess of the Cayenne Kingdom, and Duke's second son, Lucius Jonetti of the Light Temple. The princess and the Duke's son paid their respects to the king and queen. King Leo III spoke first. "I heard you two defeated the Blue Dragon and attacked the tomb of the ugly princess. You both have worked hard." Queen Lucia Aya smiled, adding, "I always thought the princess was still so small. And yet, the princess has accomplished this. As her mother, I am so proud." Princess Ante then pointed to the offering behind her, replying, "I have prepared a gift for you both. Please accept it." "It is the horn of the Blue Dragon." Lucia Yia exclaimed, "Oh, a dragon's horn!" Then, she and King Leo descended, one taking her hand, the other her shoulder. Leo laughed, praising, "You're amazing, Ante, and I want to reward you for saving so many people." Lucia added, "Princess, your safe return is the greatest gift to me." To their flattering words, Ante politely replies, "Your Majesty, Royal Highness." She smiles, "I am honored." But her heart tells a different story. Her innate talent stemmed from the warmth or awkwardness she felt when touching others, the warmth now emanating from the king's hand on her shoulder. She stared intently at the two figures, realizing she could distinguish them as allies, her father and her mother. Before her were two completely unfamiliar and sinister figures, their white eyes gleaming with ambition and calculation. Then he turned to Lucius. "The Holy Sun has also worked hard for the past 10 years. 2 of the world's 8 great calamities have been resolved. We must hold a grand banquet and award ceremony to celebrate." He promised, "Ask, and it shall be yours. Jewels land. All will be yours." Waiting for this moment, Anta tilted her head and smiled brightly. "Oh my, really, father?" So, during the banquet, everyone gossiped about the princess and what she would ask of the king. "I didn't realize our princess had grown up so much," one person said. "Really?" the other replied. "That troublesome child who used to do nothing but play around took down the Azure Dragon and learned a lot from it," someone else chimed in. "Word has it, she cared for the children suffering from famine and poison in Danu. Back then, Ante placed a hand over her heart, tearfully pleading with the king. But the people in the port, frozen by the Ice Dragon, are still suffering, and as royalty I can't stand idly by. Father, please postpone the ceremony until I've dealt with the Ice Dragon, and use the banquet funds to buy homes and bread for the poor victims." Then she turned serious again. "And one more thing. This concerns the Ice Dragon raid. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild headquarters in the capital, Guildmaster J.B's Kevin Ryder was furious. We're joining the Ice Dragon raid as a rescue team? Has the king approved that request? Rai of the Serpent Fang clan is the team's main damage dealer. He pushed up his dark glasses, confirming the royal decree is coming. Ri explains that according to dungeon law, there's a clause protecting guild autonomy. As long as we follow the rules, outsiders can't arbitrarily change our roster. But the rescue team is different. Their job is to support and prepare for the unexpected during a dungeon raid. Their role is to gather supplies and provide support from the rear, waiting. Even if the dungeon raid is successful, they only receive mobilization support money. In principle, we're not even supposed to engage in direct combat, but if the raid party is in danger, we'll fire a signal flare to request reinforcements. If over 50% of the raid party dies, we're allowed to join the battle to ensure numbers, the vice-captain of the Thief Guild, Killy, added, tossing her hair as she lounged in her chair. Then it's irrelevant. 50% casualties? At our level, taking down that ice dragon is a piece of cake, so interfering in the battle would be good. Killy then sat up, smiling as she offered her opinion. Then just spend some money to hire a dragon slayer. What's the harm? But Kevin frowned in protest. No, damn it, no. Isn't that JP guy going to join the battle? Have you not heard of him? He doesn't take gold, only dragon hearts. Suddenly he shouts, what if we have to fight that guy? The Temple of Light will demand the dragon heart we obtain. Kai retorted, saying that his head was good for nothing. What, are you scared? There are plenty of close-range fighters besides you, so step up if you're not confident. Listening to their argument, Red gritted his teeth, knowing their hot-headedness was the problem. Kill and Kevin are both great fighters, but they lack patience. This group only stays together because I mediate. Then Red slammed his golden staff on the ground, trying to defuse the situation, saying, come on, let's take it easy and find a solution. Then he stood, rested his staff on his shoulder, and said, the point is, we need to stay calm. Hearing this, Kevin averted his gaze and looked at him. Rake explained that young adventurers like them could control a large organization like the Association Alliance thanks to someone. Kill silently watched Rake, who continued, because it's a royal order, we have to follow the princess as a rescue team. But our supporters don't want the princess to be too active. Finally, he adjusted his glasses, grinned, and offered a solution. Let's try to work with her first. Killy, I need something stolen from a princess's comrade's house. Can you help me? Ante asked in the luxurious carriage, arms crossed and deep in thought. So they've decided to join the dragon raid. Almost no one knows about the island where the ice dragon lives. If we're leading the charge, we absolutely have to scout the terrain first. She recalled King Ante's words. It seems you'll be quite busy. My sources say the ice dragon raid will happen in just 2 years. Kao desperately tried to figure out how to shorten it to 2 months. The Alliance still didn't have enough troops to attack the ice dragon, only a temporary contract with the port city. So JPI and Lucius were supposed to negotiate with investors to buy more troops and equipment for the attack. If they're forced to invest this much, the risk will be too high, and they'll cancel the temporary contract to join forces with us. She rubbed her temples, gritting her teeth in frustration, screaming internally that she could do it. But then Ophelia announced, Princess, we've arrived. Ante slowly steps out of the vehicle, realizing that entering this place is the only option left, hoping it will resolve the situation. Before departing from District 3, Duke Cesare Ionetti, holding Marius, told Ante, let's meet before you leave, Princess. As you know, your weakness is your lack of experience. In my opinion, playing dirty will have consequences, so don't think about fighting and breaking the rules with them. He offered a plan. She didn't have to fight the ice dragon alone, but rather join the Association Alliance as a rescue team. Then Ante recalled his words. Try wasting the kingdom's budget at the auction. Then that problem will solve itself. Just try it. At this moment, Princess Ante and 3 others were entering the Lauren auction, the largest auction on the continent. Dungeon law and guild selection. Now lords and royalty are interfering with guild selection more than ever. The goal is to prevent fraudulent guilds from exploiting dungeon investments, avoiding another dungeon bubble burst. But this deep intervention turns LAI dungeon raids into illicit giveaways, and the rules are bent once more. Currently, to forcibly interfere with the selection of guild members, the following conditions must be met. First, the case must involve a violation of the law. Secondly, the case requires a CPS expert opinion. Thirdly, if either of the above conditions are met, the person brought into the guild must be recognized by the Temple, Magic Tower, or Explorers Guild. However, the current system has many loopholes that allow people to exploit it for personal gain, and many are calling for legal reform.